Chapter 1. The master departs, the fiancé withdraws. Kunlun Mountain. In a secluded valley shrouded in mystery, 99 formidable beings of extraordinary prowess have remained bound by a promise, guarding this place for eternity. Yet, they find themselves exasperated by a young man. Please, take your leave. We have nothing more to impart. Your 10 senior sisters have already mastered their skills and departed. Do us a favor and go trouble them instead. I yearn for peace as a handsome figure. Here is my bank card. It can withdraw funds from any bank worldwide. The Rothschild family, Citibank, and the Morgans are all under my domain. Consider this a form of compensation now. Kindly depart. This is the ring of the Imperial Master of the Dragon Kingdom. Remember, the sovereign of the Dragon Kingdom is your senior brother. Seek him in times of trouble. This is the token of the 300,000 holy troops of the Jerusalem Church. In my time, I was revered as their deity. When you have the chance, visit the West and allow the Pope to pamper you. This is the secret manuscript of the 13 Needles of the Ghost Gate. With the resurgence of the 13 Needles, you will have your hands full. Anticipate many seeking you as their master. Here is the Divine Physician's Canon. This is the lower volume. Study it diligently, for it holds the cures for the world's myriad ailments. This is the formula for disguising techniques, along with recipes for various beauty elixirs and tonics, all contained within. You shall become a friend to women. Here are the formulas for various poisons and their antidotes. I present them to you. Master, get lost. I cannot endure this. O heavens, if I have sinned, please take me instead. Why must you allow this rascal, Yi Beichun, to torment us? Beichun, you have now received our true teachings. Depart swiftly. We have nothing left to teach you. Stop, stop, stop. One master even drew a knife, repeatedly plunging it into his own abdomen. Blood gushed forth, creating a harrowing scene. Will you leave or not? Will you or will you not? If you do not leave, I shall die before your eyes. Master Thirdanine, do not harm yourself. I shall leave. Buhui Beichun displayed a heartbroken expression. Beichun, remember, once you descend the mountain, indulge in your every desire. Indulge in your every desire. Understood. Indulge in my every desire. Yi Beichun responded with fervor. As he embarked on his journey home, his 99 masters were driven to madness. In the past 5 years, their greatest regret had been taking Yi Beichun as a disciple. His talent for cultivation was simply unparalleled. Not only had he reached the pinnacle in martial arts, medicine, silver needles, swordsmanship, body techniques, agility, and disguise, but he had also remarkably surpassed them. The little rascal has finally left. Ha ha ha. He's gone, what a relief. Ha ha ha. We are finally at peace, long live. This scoundrel will surely wreak havoc among those 10 enchanting disciples once he descends. Deep within Kunlun Mountain, the 99 unparalleled masters erupted in laughter, more jubilant than during the New Year celebrations. After traversing various modes of transportation, Yi Beichun eventually boarded a flight back to Jiangnan City. After 5 long years, I am finally returning home. 5 years ago, my family faced a terrible calamity just as I was about to embark on my university journey. A group of intruders stormed into our home, indiscriminately slaughtering my parents. Every time Yi Beichun recalls the harrowing scene from 5 years past, his heart nearly ceases to beat. A band of martial artists invaded his home during his university entrance celebration, ruthlessly taking lives. Yi Beichun's parents perished in a desperate attempt to shield him as he fled for his life, only to be captured and nearly killed by those merciless assassins. Ultimately, it was his 6th senior sister who intervened to rescue him and brought him back to Kunlun Mountain. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Beichun was an ancient millennium martial arts prodigy. In a mere 5 years, he mastered the skills of 99 top-tier warriors. After 5 years, regardless of who the murderer may be, I vow to make you pay in blood for your sins. Yi Beichun swore. Upon the plane's arrival in Jiangnan City, Yi Beichun exited the airport and immediately hired a taxi, heading straight to his childhood home. The moment he stepped outside, in a lavish estate somewhere in Jiangnan City, an extraordinarily beautiful woman received news. What? My junior brother has returned. Wonderful. Ha ha. My junior brother is back. I shall no longer be bored. However, my lady, your junior brother suffered a tragic loss 5 years ago. His parents are deceased. A middle-aged man expressed with a troubled countenance. I am aware of this matter and have conducted a thorough investigation into the forces behind it. The woman's exquisite features revealed a flicker of turmoil. She approached a safe, opened it, and retrieved a document. The individuals listed herein. She sighed deeply, closing the file. Monitor them closely, and when the time is ripe, arrange for me to meet my junior brother, she commanded. Understood. The middle-aged man hurriedly departed. In Jiangnan City, at Yi family village, the villa where Yi Beichun once resided lay in a state of neglect, overgrown with weeds. Father, mother, your son has returned. Eldest brother, I am back. Tears blurred Yi Beichun's vision as he fell to his knees. This is the last time I shall kneel before you. Rest assured, I will find the enemies who took your lives and personally avenge you. Yi Beichun gritted his teeth, resolute and unwavering. Ah, that young man's silhouette seems familiar. Isn't he Yi Old Seven's youngest son? Surely not 5 years ago, Yi Old Seven's family. Shoo, have you lost your mind? No one in Jiangnan dares to mention that incident from 5 years ago. Speak of it again, and you may not live to see the night. A passerby was taken aback, hastily silencing the speaker. Ah, yes, the man replied, his face paling in fear. As they turned to look at the entrance of the Yi family villa, Yi Beichun had already vanished without a trace. Where has he gone? In broad daylight, has he seen a ghost? At that moment, Yi Beichun had entered the villa's grounds. After taking just a few steps, he halted, struck by the sight of 3 gravestones, meticulously arranged and painfully poignant. Grave of Yi Old Seven, grave of Zhou Xianglian, grave of Yi Beifeng, father, mother, and elder brother all have found their final resting place here. The name inscribed on the monument reads Zhou Ruoyu. Upon seeing these 3 characters, Yi Beichun's mind conjured the image of a girl. Zhou Ruoyu, 1 year his junior, she should be around 22 years old this year, likely in her senior year of university. During her parents' lifetime, they engaged in a modest business, flourishing enough to amass a fortune of approximately 40 to 50 million. Zhou Ruoyu's father was sworn brothers with Yi Beichun's father, and from a young age, a betrothal had been arranged between them. If fate had not intervened, according to the wishes of both families, Yi Beichun would have married Zhou Ruoyu upon his graduation from university. Regrettably, in a single night, their family was shattered, and all that once was has vanished. Suddenly, as Yi Beichun pondered these memories, a sharp sound echoed from behind him, followed by a trembling voice of a girl. Yi Beichun. Beichun, brother Beichun, is it you? Have you returned? Chapter 2. Breaking off the engagement? Who can steal you away? Yi Beichun's entire body trembled as he turned to look back. Beichun, brother, is it truly you? The moment the young girl laid eyes on Yi Beichun, tears streamed down her face as she rushed into his embrace, soft and delicate. The offerings and wine she carried shattered across the ground. Woo, 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 she sobbed, her cries piercing and heart-wrenching. At that moment, Yi Beichun's steadfast heart felt as though it might melt away. He gently patted Zhou Ruoyu on her back, murmuring, Ruoyu, thank you for laying my parents to rest. Zhou Ruoyu wept, brother Beichun. Suddenly, her frail figure quivered as if a dreadful thought crossed her mind. She forcefully pushed Yi Beichun away and shouted, Get lost. Why have you returned? If you're alive, then live well and leave Jiangnan City. Depart. Our engagement ends here. I wish to break it off with you. Go away. From this moment forth, we shall have no further ties. In a dramatic shift of temperament, Zhou Ruoyu pushed Yi Beichun away with great force and fled the Yi family villa. Miss, what troubles you? An elderly man by a car outside the dilapidated villa, witnessing her distress, inquired with curiosity. Who are you? Zhou Ruoyu asked, bewildered. Suddenly, the elder's pupils contracted, and his body trembled in astonishment as he gazed behind her. Yi Beichun, young Master Beichun, you're alive, the old man exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement and a hint of hoarseness. Although 5 years had passed, Yi Beichun bore little change from his 18-year-old self, save for a newfound resilience. Zhou Bo, Yi Beichun nodded. The man was the steward of the Zhou family, someone he had known since childhood. It truly is you, young Master Beichun, Zhou Bo said, brimming with emotion. Zhou Bo, you are mistaken. He is not Yi Beichun. He is merely someone who bears a resemblance. Passing through here, Zhou Ruoyu shook her head, panic evident in her eyes as she refused to acknowledge Yi Beichun's identity. Yi Beichun understood that Zhou Ruoyu was deeply concerned for his safety, which led her to vehemently deny his identity. Simultaneously, Her desire to remove herself from Jiangnan City was likely motivated by her wish to protect him. This girl was so kind that it tugged at his heartstrings. Ruoyu. Yi Beichen called out. Do not call my name. I do not know you. I do not know you. Zhou Ruoyu cried in anguish, covering her ears before leaping into the car, shouting, Zhou Bo, what are you waiting for? Let us go. Depart. Very well, Zhou Bo replied helplessly, casting a regretful glance at Yi Beichen before starting the vehicle and driving away in a cloud of dust. Brother Beichen, I am sorry, I am so sorry. Zhou Ruoyu sobbed from within the car, her eyes swollen from tears. Miss, now that he has returned, why do you not acknowledge him? Zhou Bo sighed. Woo woo woo. I cannot. He has fought so hard to survive. I cannot burden him any further. If those from the past learn that he is alive, Brother Beichen will be in danger. He truly will be in peril. Moreover, our fates are no longer intertwined. Tomorrow, I am to be betrothed to Zhao Tai. If Brother Beichen finds out, it will only deal him another blow. Zhou Ruoyu wept. Oh dear, Zhou Bo sighed deeply, resigned to the situation. As Yi Beichen took his first few steps, he overheard two middle-aged women conversing at the intersection a short distance away. What a wonderful girl she is. It has been 5 years since that family perished, and yet she comes to pay her respects every week. Indeed, the Yi family suffered immensely back then, completely wiped out. As the fiancée of the Yi family, she remains undeterred by gossip, continuously honoring their memory. I hear that she personally buried Yi Laoqi, Zhou Xianglian, and their son, Yi Beifeng. Isn't it true? A girl like her is a treasure. Any family would be fortunate to have her. It's a pity she is to marry Zhao Tai. The two women noticed Yi Beichen's sudden, ghostly appearance. Young man, you walk without a sound. They exclaimed, startled. One of the women nodded. Of course we know her. Zhou Ruoyu. A devoted girl, but alas, she is to marry a scion of the Zhao family. Which Zhao family? Yi Beichen inquired, his voice low. Why, the prestigious Zhao family from Jiangnan City. Who else could it be? The woman replied, shaking her head. The mention of the Zhao family caused Yi Beichen's gaze to turn icy. After the murder of his parents and elder brother, among the pursuers was a member of the Zhao family, Zhao Ken. He would never forget that face. Yi Beichen was acutely aware that the death of his parents was inextricably linked to the Zhao family. His return was solely for vengeance, only to discover that even his fiancée, Zhou Ruoyu, was coveted by the Zhao family. Very well, old grievances and new enmities shall be settled together. Zhao Tai is the biggest wastrel in Jiangnan City and has long coveted Zhou Ruoyu's beauty, and tomorrow they are to become engaged, one woman sighed. I hear they employed some underhanded tactics. What a shame for such a fine girl to marry Zhao Tai. It's akin to jumping into a fiery abyss. The other woman lamented. Yi Beichen's countenance darkened. Young man, who are you? One of the women asked, puzzled. Yi Beichen, he replied curtly before turning away. What? Yi Beichen. The two middle-aged women exchanged shocked glances. When they looked back toward Yi Beichen, he had vanished without a trace. That night, within the confines of the Yi family villa, before 3 gravestones, Yi Beichen arrived bearing offerings and wine. He lit 3 sticks of incense at each grave. Father, it has been 5 years since we last met. Let us share a drink. Mother, I miss you dearly. Elder brother, please take care of our parents down there. Rest assured, I will avenge you. Yi Beichen raised his cup, drinking deeply before pouring another on the ground. Father, mother, do not worry. I will not lose my fiancée. Ryu belongs to the Yi family. No one can take her away. I have a preliminary understanding of who is behind your deaths, and it is connected to the Zhao family. Regardless of their power in Jiangnan, I have returned to obliterate the Zhao family. None shall escape. As he spoke, determination filled his eyes. The following morning, the entire Jiangnan city was enveloped in a festive atmosphere. At the entrance of the 5-star hotel in the city center, luxury cars such as Rolls-Royce, Bentley, and Maybach incessantly arrive. Additionally, supercars like Lamborghini and Ferrari join the spectacle, all parked before the hotel. Furthermore, the road in front of the hotel has been cordoned off, allowing only guests with invitations from the Zhao and Zhou families to enter. Today marks the engagement of Zhao Tai and Zhou Ruoyu. The Zhou family has indeed struck an incredible stroke of luck. A humble family, elevated solely by the beauty of their daughter, has caught the eye of the esteemed Zhao heir, leading to this engagement. The Zhou family's alliance with the Zhao family promises a meteoric rise in status. Many wealthy elites discuss this turn of events, their tones laced with envy and resentment. By noon, all guests have arrived. Aside from the elderly patriarch, Nearly all members of the Zhao family are present. The expressions on their faces are far from pleasant. After all, the Zhou family is a mere small-time clan, unworthy of the Zhao family's esteem. Yet, Zhao Tai's affection for Zhou Ruoyu, coupled with the patriarch's indulgence, has led to this union. As the auspicious hour approaches, the Zhao and Zhou families prepare to formalize their marriage agreement, heralding a promising future. The host publicly announces the event. Congratulations resound throughout Jiangnan City, where affluent figures gather to extend their best wishes to the Zhao family. The atmosphere is jubilant. Suddenly, a thunderous crash disrupts the celebration as a pitch-black coffin hurtles into the hotel hall, crashing to the ground. Guests gasp in shock. Who would be audacious enough to deliver a coffin? Are they mad? The crowd is taken aback. The Zhao family, enraged, wears expressions of fury and disbelief. At that moment, a voice rings out. Ruoyu, you cannot call off the engagement. I will not permit it. Who could possibly take you from me? Zhou Ruoyu trembles, her face a canvas of astonishment. Brother Beichun. It's me. Yi Beichun steps forward, his countenance warm and gentle. Yi Beichun, Zhou Ruoyu's father, Zhou Tianhao, and her mother, Li Haixia, are struck dumb with surprise and incredulity. Yi Beichun, the youngest son of the Yi family from 5 years ago? Hadn't the Yi family been eradicated? The multitude of wealthy elites in the hotel lobby stands in stunned silence. Yi Beichun, you little bastard, you're not dead? Zhao Urchin's brow furrows, followed by a furious command. Seize him. Yes. The cadre of bodyguards, impeccably dressed, guarding the hotel lobby, springs into action at Zhao Urchin's command, encircling Yi Beichun completely. Brother Beichun, you must leave. Zhou Ruoyu exclaims anxiously, desperate to rush to him. Yi Beichun, you are indeed Yi Beichun? Zhao Tai's eyes twitch violently as he grips Zhou Ruoyu's wrist. Release her. Yi Beichun's voice is cold as he disarms one of Zhao's henchmen, tossing the dagger aside. Thud. Zhao Tai grasped Zhou Ruoyu's hand, only to have it severed at the wrist, letting out a scream of agony as he collapsed to the ground, his face ashen. Tire. Zhao Biken bellowed in fury. Call for an ambulance. No need for an ambulance. You may contact the funeral home and cemetery. This coffin is prepared for your Zhao family, came Yi Beichun's icy voice. He advanced step by step towards the Zhao family, as if traversing an uninhabited land. The thugs who charged forward were all sent sprawling by a single kick from Yi Beichun, unable to rise again. A chill gripped Zhao Urchin's heart as he sensed the malevolence radiating from Yi Beichun. Coach Shun, I turn to you. Zhao Aken glanced at the man beside him. Shin Ao, the chief instructor of the Southern King's elite forces, nodded coldly, his chiseled jaw and muscular physique exuding strength. Boy, do you know where this is? How dare you cause a ruckus here? Leave at once. Shin Ao commanded with a frigid tone. This matter does not concern you. I am here solely to exact vengeance on the Zhao family. Yi Beichun replied, casting a glance at Shin Ao. Huh. The Zhao family is a prestigious clan with connections to the Southern King. Are you certain you wish to confront them? Depart now, and I may pretend this incident never occurred, Shin Ao threatened. Never occurred? Impossible. He severed my son's hand. He must pay with his life. Zhao Urchin's voice was laced with frost. Shin Ao's brow furrowed, rendered speechless. Yi Beichun's evident prowess suggested he was no ordinary martial artist. To demand a life in recompense for a mere hand was absurd. However, Shin Ao refrained from voicing this thought aloud, opting instead for a cold retort. Will you leave? Or will we fight? The choice is yours. Those who obstruct me shall perish. Yi Beichun declared, disregarding Shin Ao as he strode towards Zhao Biken. Arrogant. Shin Ao scoffed, springing into the air like a monkey, landing before Yi Beichun and throwing a punch towards his face. Bang! Yi Beichun extended a hand and delivered a resounding slap to the crown of Shin Ao's head. Bang! Shin Ao's body trembled, going rigid before collapsing, uttering 4 words as he faced death. Heavenly level martial artist. Gasp. Heavenly level martial artist? The hall of the hotel erupted in a chorus of shocked gasps. Martial artists are categorized into 4 ranks: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow, with heavenly level being the highest and yellow the lowest. Above the heavenly level martial artist lies the martial arts master, a title virtually non-existent in Jiangnan. There are 3 heavenly level martial artists in Jiangnan, 2 of whom serve the Southern King, while the third is a subordinate of a formidable woman, one so fearsome that even the Southern King hesitates to provoke her. However, she typically refrains from intervening in familial disputes. The Yi Beichun before them was, against all odds, A heavenly level martial artist? How could this be? You are a heavenly level martial artist? Impossible. In just 5 years, even if you returned to martial arts, you could never attain such a level. Zhao Aqin stammered in panic. The words heavenly level martial artist struck him like a heavy blow to the chest. Zhao Aqin swiftly drew a pistol from his waist, aiming it at Yi Beichen's head, and threatened, "Ha ha ha. Didn't expect this, did you? I have a gun. No matter how skilled you are, you still fear a cleaver. Yi Beichen, I command you to kneel." A murmur of shock rippled through the crowd as all the guests scattered, fearing stray bullets. Thud, thud, thud. Yi Beichen advanced step by step, completely disregarding Zhao Urchin's firearm. You. Zhao Urchin's heart raced in terror, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He coldly uttered, "Kid, are you out of your mind? I have a gun. And what of it? Go ahead, shoot." Yi Beichen scoffed. "Take another step closer, and I will pull the trigger," Zhao Aqin declared, disengaging the safety with a chilling tone. "Don't push me. Today is my son's engagement, and I do not wish to kill. Brother Beichun, please get away." Zhou Ruyu trembled, on the verge of tears. Zhou Tianhao and Li Haixia held her back tightly, preventing her from rushing forward. "Dad, kill him. Kill him now. He severed my hand." Zhao Tai screamed frantically, his eyes bloodshot, jealousy and rage surging uncontrollably within him. Thud, thud, thud. Yi Beichen seemed oblivious to it all, continuing his slow march towards Zhao Aqin, resembling a ferocious beast. Zhao Aqin panicked. Had this boy truly lost his mind? How could he not fear a gun? Even a heavenly ranked martial artist would be terrified at such close range. Heh! A cold smile played on Yi Beichen's lips. He intended to instill maximum fear in Zhao Aqin, making him taste the essence of terror. For 3 months, he had lived in fear while being hunted by Zhao Aqin. Thud, thud, thud. Yi Beichen closed in further, now within 5 meters of Zhao Aqin. "You brought this on yourself, die." Zhao Aqin shrieked, his eyes wide with fury, and he pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet spiraled towards Yi Beichen's head. But what unfolded next was astonishing. Yi Beichen simply raised a hand and, as if catching an insect, seized the bullet and tossed it aside. "You." Zhao Aqin was rendered speechless. The guests collectively gasped in disbelief. "My God, is this a movie? It must be special effects." All the wealthy patrons were dumbfounded. Even with their experience, they had never witnessed such a phenomenon. Click! Zhao Aqin fired again, but in the blink of an eye, Yi Beichen had appeared before him, a single finger pressed against the gun's muzzle. With a surge of internal energy, a crisp sound echoed as Zhao Urchin's pistol disassembled into dozens of pieces, strewn across the floor. A single finger had dismantled the gun. You, Zhao Aqin, paralyzed with fear, collapsed to the ground, staring up at Yi Beichen in terror. "Are you human or a ghost?" Chapter 4. Is the life of my family a trivial matter? What do you think? Yi Beichen replied with a playful smile. As Zhao Aqin finally experienced the taste of fear, he was relentlessly pursued by Zhao Aqin and narrowly escaped death by plunging into the New River, thanks to the timely rescue by his 6th senior sister. Otherwise, there would be no Yi Beichen today. "Speak. Who ordered you to hunt me down?" Yi Beichen coldly gazed at Zhao Aqin, vowing to uncover the perpetrator from years past. He was well aware that those who had stormed the Yi family were not from the Zhao clan. They were warriors, each at least of heavenly rank. I don't know," Zhao Aqin stammered, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes. He certainly knew, yet he dared not reveal it. Yi Beichen's expression darkened. The Zhao family, renowned as a gentry clan in Jiangnan, had a lineage spanning over a century. If even Zhao Aqin was hesitant to speak, it suggested a formidable backing. "If you choose silence, then embrace death," Yi Beichen declared dismissively. Since his return, he was determined to find the true murderer. Wait. Suddenly, an elder intercepted Yi Beichen. "Is there something you need?" Yi Beichen turned to regard the elderly gentleman clad in traditional attire. "I am Tang Jing, the head of the Tang family in Jiangnan, representing the Prince of Jiangnan." "Young man, in a situation like this, do you truly believe you can kill at will without showing respect to the prince?" Tang Jing said coldly. "And what of the prince? Even if he were personally present, if I wished to take a life, would he dare to intervene?" Yi Beichen replied with a laugh. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd, leaving everyone stunned and their skin crawling. This was the Prince of Jiangnan, a ruler over the entire region, guarded by 100,000 elite troops. He was not to be trifled with. Had Yi Beichen lost his mind? "Brother Beichen," Zhou Ruyu trembled with excitement, contemplating. This is my man, the one I chose. How magnificent, how powerful. Even if it means facing death together, it is worth it. The couple, Zhou Tianhao and Li Haixia, were equally astonished. What had Yi Beichen experienced in the past 5 years to dare such defiance? What did you just say? Tang Jing was momentarily dumbfounded, then quickly regained composure, his face flushed with anger. Yi Beichen, do you grasp the gravity of your words? This is Jiangnan, where the prince's word is law. Since you are in Jiangnan, you must abide by the prince's rules. I have said it before, even if the prince were here, it would not concern him. Begone, Yi Beichen retorted, striking out with a swift palm. Slap. Tang Jing was sent flying like a rag doll, collapsing to the ground. Utterly motionless. What audacity, to show such disrespect even to the Prince of Jiangnan. Young man, every nation has its laws, every family its rules. In this territory of Jiangnan, if you are a dragon, you must coil. If you are a tiger, you must lie low. A voice of utmost authority resonated. Then, a man clad in battle attire strode into the hotel lobby with the gait of a dragon and the ferocity of a tiger. Black Tiger Brothers. Zhao Urchin's heart soared with joy upon seeing this figure, his earlier fear dissipating. General Zhang Heihu of the 3,000 Black Tiger Guards. What brings him here? The assembled tycoons were taken aback by his presence. The Prince of Jiangnan commanded an army of 100,000, with 3,000 men forming a guard, each led by one of 30 commanding generals. Zhang Heihu was one such leader, wielding immense power, indulging in wine, women, and wealth. Throughout the entirety of Jiangnan, no one dared to provoke this individual. Zhao Qian and Zhang Heihu were sworn brothers. Brother, have no worries. I shall handle this matter, declared Zhang Heihu. Striding forward with an air of authority, the 3,000 Black Tiger Guards surged into the hotel lobby, their presence exuding a terrifying aura that drained the color from the faces of all present. Brother Beichen, Zhou Ryu exclaimed anxiously, gripping her mother's hand tightly. Zhou Tianhao felt a tightening in his chest, recognizing that events were spiraling beyond control. The King of Jiangnan intends to intervene in this matter? Yi Beichen's voice was cold as he regarded Zhang Heihu. Zhang Heihu's laughter echoed through the hotel lobby, a mocking sound that pierced the silence. Yi Beichen, who do you think you are? Does the King of Jiangnan, burdened with countless affairs, have the time to concern himself with such trivialities? Is the life of my family, the Yi family of 3, merely a trivial matter? Yi Beichen's heart sank, a surge of anger coursing through him. Zhang Heihu sneered, regarding human life as inconsequential. What do you think this is, a grand affair? Hearing these words, Yi Beichen's anger turned to bitter laughter, realizing that his beloved family held no value in the eyes of these powerful elites. If that is the case, then you, the privileged ones, shall accompany my parents and elder brother to their graves today. Foolish clown, seize him. Zhang Heihu commanded indifferently. With a clatter, 10 Black Tiger Guards advanced toward Yi Beichen, while the remaining 2,900 remained motionless. To deal with a single Yi Beichen, 10 Black Tiger Guards were deemed sufficient. It was worth noting that each of these 10 was a yellow-level martial artist. Though the lowest tier, they were still warriors. Bang, 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 like a tempest. Yi Beichen struck with astonishing speed, sending the 10 Black Tiger Guards tumbling to the ground, their armor discarded. Zhang Heihu's gaze darkened. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhao Qian sensed trouble and quickly interjected, Brother Heihu, a word of caution. Chief Instructor Shinao was killed by him with a single slap. And just now he caught a bullet from my gun with his bare hands. What? Zhang Heihu was taken aback, unable to believe it. Shinao was a Earth-level martial artist, the chief instructor of the 100,000 Imperial Guards, slain by Yi Beichen? Why didn't you mention this earlier? Turning toward the direction Zhao Qian indicated, Zhang Heihu indeed saw Shinao lying on the ground, his skull shattered. Damn it, to catch a bullet with bare hands. Is that not a feat only achievable by a master-level martial artist? Zhang Heihu thought, incredulous. Impossible. How old is he? 5 years ago, he was 18, and now? At most, he is 23. A master-level martial artist at 23? Ridiculous. Seize him. Zhang Heihu's eyes turned icy. As long as he was not a master-level martial artist, the 3,000 Black Tiger Guards could easily subdue him. With precision, the Black Tiger Guards, well-trained, formed an attacking formation within the hotel lobby, sending countless tables and guests flying, transforming the entire lobby into a battlefield. Zhang Heihu remained seated on his throne, brandishing a battle flag, directing the 3,000 Black Tiger Guards in combat. A palpable sense of menace enveloped the atmosphere. "Brother Beichen, run!" Zhou Ruoyu shouted, her voice piercing through the chaos. Disregarding all else. "Wretched scoundrel!" Zhao Tai trembled with rage, vowing to himself, "You wretched person, wait for me. Today, I shall annihilate this brat." Ensuring you are left in a state of despair. "Brother Black Tiger, eliminate him, dismember his corpse." Zhao Aqin shouted fervently. Chapter 5, Fury. He. Yi Beichen faced 3,000 Black Tiger guards without an ounce of fear. To capture the thief, one must first seize the king. With a single step, he surged forward like a rocket, carving a path through the throng, and swiftly appeared before Zhang Black Tiger, seizing him by the throat and instantaneously subduing him. Zhang Black Tiger trembled violently, utterly stunned. As a martial artist of the earth level, he found himself devoid of any capacity to resist against Yi Beichen. The latter coldly commanded, "Have your men vacate the hotel, or you shall perish." The Black Tiger guards never retreat. Zhang Black Tiger, one of the 30 elite guards of the King of Jiangnan, could not be intimidated by a mere threat from Yi Beichen. "Are you certain?" Yi Beichen's voice turned icy. Zhang Black Tiger felt a wave of terrifying murderous intent wash over him, chilling him to the core. Yet, even in the face of such dread, he stubbornly asserted, "I am certain." Crack! A sharp sound echoed, coinciding with Zhang Black Tiger's words, as his throat was crushed in an instant, his lifeless body collapsing to the ground. Brother Black Tiger. Zhao Aqin was paralyzed with shock, nearly scared to death, his eyes bulging in disbelief. The rest of the Zhao family gasped in horror. Hiss! The entire hotel lobby was filled with gasps as the assembled wealthy elite recoiled in terror. Zhang Black Tiger. This was indeed Zhang Black Tiger, a trusted confidant of the King of Jiangnan, a figure who commanded respect and fear throughout the region. And he had perished just like that? His throat crushed by Yi Beichen, dying without a sound. Black Tiger Commander. The 3,000 Black Tiger guards erupted in furious roars, their blood boiling. Their voices echoing like thunder throughout the hotel lobby. Teeth clenched, they surged forward, intent on tearing Yi Beichen apart. Whoever dares to take a step forward will meet the same fate as Zhang Black Tiger. Yi Beichen's voice was frigid, his gaze even colder. He planted his foot upon Zhang Black Tiger's head, surveying the crowd with disdain. Even in death, Zhang Black Tiger's expression remained one of terror, shock, regret, and disbelief. He had never anticipated that Yi Beichen would be so reckless as to truly crush his neck. Remarkably, none of the 3,000 Black Tiger guards dared to move, all intimidated into retreat by Yi Beichen's mere words. "Get lost!" Yi Beichen bellowed, unleashing a terrifying surge of internal energy. The front ranks of the Black Tiger guards were inundated with blood from their noses and mouths, collapsing to the floor. The morale of the 3,000 was utterly shattered by Yi Beichen's roar. Like a rout, the 3,000 Black Tiger guards fled the hotel in a frenzy, disappearing from view. Brother Beichen. Zhou Ruoyu's mouth hung agape, wide enough to fit an egg, her eyes filled with admiration. Silence enveloped the scene. Yi Beichen, resembling the embodiment of death, fixated his gaze upon Zhao Aqin and inquired, "Whose orders did you follow to hunt me down? And the martial artist who invaded my home that day, to whom did he belong?" I don't know." Zhao Aqin trembled in terror, shaking his head incessantly. "Then you shall meet your demise," Yi Beichen declared with chilling authority. If Zhao Aqin was oblivious to the identity of his pursuers, then what purpose did his existence serve? With a flick of his finger, Yi Beichen sent forth the very bullet Zhao Aqin had fired, which pierced through his skull, entering from his forehead and exiting through the back of his head. "Father!" Zhao Tai let out a heart-wrenching roar, collapsing over Zhao Urchin's lifeless body, shaking it repeatedly. "You have slain my father. I will have my revenge." Driven by rage and fear, Zhao Tai charged at Yi Beichen. Bang! Yi Beichen delivered a lethal kick directly to Zhao Tai's heart, ending his life instantly. The Zhao family members fell to the ground, paralyzed with fear, gazing at Yi Beichen, awaiting the Grim Reaper to claim them. The other prominent figures and wealthy elites of Jiangnan City recoiled in terror, desperate to distance themselves from the chaos. An hour later, I shall personally arrive at the Zhao family's doorstep, urging your patriarch to reflect on who commanded your family to pursue me all those years ago. Should he fail to remember, the entire Zhao clan shall face annihilation. Yi Beichen's voice echoed ominously. Begone! The single word resonated like a tsunami. The Zhao family members, as if liberated from bondage, fled the hotel in a frenzy. The other affluent individuals seized the opportunity to escape, leaving only Yi Beichen and the Zhou family in the hotel lobby. "Brother Beichen," Zhou Ruoyo exclaimed, breaking free from her mother's grasp and leaping into his embrace. Yi Beichen enveloped her gently, patting her back with a tender smile. "Silly girl, do you still wish to break off our engagement?" "No, I won't. I won't," Zhou Ruoyo cried, tears streaming down her face. "Beichen, my child, what have you endured all these years?" Zhou Tianhao and Li Haixiao were both astounded. They had never imagined that the son they believed lost for 5 years had returned. "It's a long story. I was pursued back then," Yi Beichen recounted briefly, explaining his experiences training in Kunlun Mountain. "So, you are now immensely powerful?" Zhou Tianhao's brows furrowed with concern. In the Dragon Kingdom, martial prowess is paramount. Ordinary individuals must adhere to rules, but for martial artists, such constraints are mere formalities. If Yi Beichen possessed the strength of a heavenly-level warrior, he would face no repercussions for slaying Zhao Ken and Zhao Tai. "Beichen, what is your current level of strength? Are you a heavenly-level warrior?" Zhou Tianhao could no longer contain his curiosity. "Uncle Zhou, I cannot specify my strength, as I am still uncertain about the classification of martial prowess," Yi Beichen replied, shaking his head. He was not jesting. Over the past 5 years, he had dedicated himself to rigorous training, consumed solely by the desire for vengeance. He truly had little understanding of the hierarchy of martial artists. Given that Zhou Heihu possesses advanced earth-level strength, and you could easily crush him, you must at least be at the initial stage of heavenly level, correct? Zhou Tianhao speculated, daring not to envision the possibility of a higher echelon. After all, the attendant beside the King of Jiangnan possesses only the strength of a high-level celestial. How old is Yi Beichen? At most, he is 23 years of age. It is utterly implausible for him to wield such power. Suddenly, Li Haixiao's complexion turned pale, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsing straight to the ground. "Mother!" Zhou Ruoyo rushed to support her. Her brow darkened, and her breath grew faint. Had Aunt been poisoned? Yi Beichen seized Li Haixiao's wrist, his expression turning grave. "It was Zhao Tai who poisoned her. He forced me to marry him, and when I refused, he had someone administer poison to my mother, claiming that he alone possessed the antidote. Now that Zhao Tai is dead," Zhou Ruoyo's face turned ashen, her blood surged, and she spat out another mouthful of blood, fainting on the spot. "Ruoyo," Yi Beichen stepped forward, enveloping her in his embrace. Chapter 6. The King of Jiangnan at the Zhao family engagement site. The return of a man who had been missing for 5 years sent shockwaves through Jiangnan. The second master of the Zhao family, known as the most notorious wastrel in Jiangnan, Zhao Tai, was shot dead. The news spread like a tsunami, causing a tremendous uproar. "Yi Beichen, who is he? The one who vanished for 5 years? The fish that slipped through the net of the Yi family? He has returned, killing both Zhao Ken and Zhao Tai." Zhang Heihu, one of the 30 elite guards under the King of Jiangnan, was strangled to death by this Yi Beichen. The atmosphere in Jiangnan is about to change. From common folk to corporate chairmen, discussions erupted in the streets, estates, and mansions. Meanwhile, at the Zhao family villa, the bodies of Zhao Ken and Zhao Tai were brought back, covered with white cloth, and placed in the Zhao family hall. The silence was terrifying. The old patriarch of the Zhao family wore a grim expression as he gazed upon the bodies of his son and grandson, his eyes brimming with unshed tears. Despite the death of his son and grandson, he displayed no thunderous rage, only an endless silence. The depth of the old patriarch's composure was evident. "Yi Beichen, the fish that slipped through the net 5 years ago, he has returned?" After a long pause, the old patriarch finally spoke, his voice chilling and venomous, sending shivers down the spine. "Father, it was he who killed my younger brother." A man stepped forward, gritting his teeth. Zhao Qingzhong, the eldest son of the Zhao patriarch and the elder brother of Zhao Ken. He had been among the crowd when Yi Beichen committed murder in the hotel. Zhang Heihu also fell at his hands. Did 3,000 Black Tiger guards retreat in fear from a mere word? Is he a celestial-level warrior or a martial arts master? The old patriarch's gaze sharpened like that of a hawk as he stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at the bodies of his son and grandson. Ignoring his eldest son, speaking to himself. A martial arts master. The Zhao family members were utterly shocked. "No way." Zhao Qingzhong trembled all over. The patriarch disregarded him, continuing. "In the past, during the battle in Longdu, the war god of Long Nation, Yi Lingxiao, roared and repelled 1,000,000 soldiers from the Wolf Nation, hailed as the foremost master of Long Nation. How could Yi Beichen, at merely 23 years of age, possibly be a master warrior. A celestial-level warrior, or perhaps a high-level celestial warrior, that certainly piques interest. The old patriarch chuckled coldly, his face a mask of ruthlessness, regaining the demeanor of his former prowess. You all must investigate the background of this Yi Beichen immediately. Simultaneously, contact the King of Jiangnan. I wish to meet him. A martial artist wreaks havoc in Jiangnan City, and the King of Jiangnan cannot turn a blind eye to this. My son and grandson must not die in vain. In the eyes of old Master Zhao, sharp as a hawk's, there lay a murky chill. Father, do you intend to meet the King of Jiangnan? The Zhao family members shuddered in unison. Heh, an old bone like me should indeed get moving. Surely, the king will grant me this courtesy. Old Master Zhao declared as he rose to his feet and strode toward the hall's exit. Prepare the carriage. I shall personally visit his residence. Yes, the Zhao family members were filled with excitement. Since his retirement, the old master had distanced himself from worldly affairs. If he were to meet the King of Jiangnan this time, it could not only resolve the issue with Yi Beichen, but also elevate the Zhao family's prestige to new heights. Second brother, and my dear nephew, your deaths may not be in vain. Your father's withdrawal from the power struggle had left him indifferent, but your demise has reignited the fierce spirit within him. The Zhao family shall reclaim its former glory. Zhao Qingzhong felt a flicker of excitement within. At the Zhou family's villa, after Zhou Ruiyu and Li Haixia had fainted, they were promptly returned to the Zhou residence. When she finally opened her eyes again, Yi Beichen was conversing with Zhou Tianhao in the living room. Brother Beichen, how is my mother? Zhou Ruiyu asked anxiously. Rest assured, Auntie is not in serious danger. I have administered acupuncture to neutralize the poison in her body, Yi Beichen replied. Really? Is that true? Zhou Ruiyu exclaimed with joy. Indeed, your mother just woke briefly but has since fallen back asleep, Zhou Tianhao confirmed. Mother. Zhou Ruiyu dashed back to her mother's room and emerged moments later, letting out a heavy sigh of relief. Her mother was indeed fine, peacefully asleep. All right, Uncle Zhou Ruiyu. The time has come. I must head to the Zhao family, Yi Beichen said, preparing to depart in search of the truth behind the deaths of his parents and elder brother. Beichen, wait. Zhou Tianhao grasped Yi Beichen's arm. Beichen, my child, do you truly wish to proceed this way? I understand you possess great skills now, far from the defenseless child you once were. But you are up against the formidable Zhao family, and possibly the King of Jiangnan. Zhou Tianhao paused, his expression grave. I advise you to leave Jiangnan. Avoid the airport and train station. There is an Audi A8 in my garage. Take it and leave via the back roads without revealing your whereabouts to anyone. After speaking, Zhou Tianhao handed Yi Beichen a set of car keys. Does Uncle Zhou know something? Upon hearing the name of the King of Jiangnan, Yi Beichen's demeanor shifted, and he hesitated to take the keys. Zhou Tianhao seemed to struggle with his words, clearly troubled. He might possess insights into the circumstances surrounding the deaths of his parents and brother. I tell you this for your own good, Zhou Tianhao said, his expression complex. Sighing deeply. Brother Beichen, please don't ask any further, Zhou Ruiyu interjected. The enmity over my parents' deaths is irreconcilable. Yi Beichen resolutely shook his head. If Uncle Zhou does not enlighten me, I shall not press. After my visit to the Zhao family, I will seek out the King of Jiangnan myself. What? Zhou Tianhao was taken aback. Do you know who the King of Jiangnan is? Beneath his command lies a formidable force of 100,000 elite troops, wielding the power of life and death over the southern regions, collecting taxes at will. He is a high-ranking official of the Dragon Kingdom. Yi Beichen's pursuit of him is tantamount to courting death. Brother Beichen, please don't. Zhou Ruiyu hurriedly implored. Uncle Zhou, what do you truly know? Yi Beichen's gaze grew solemn as he fixed his eyes upon Zhou Tianhao. Alas, Zhou Tianhao sighed deeply. The truth is, after your parents' demise, I discreetly sent people to investigate the circumstances of their deaths. It was 2 heavenly-level martial artists who stormed into your home that day. I am aware of that. Yi Beichen nodded, for since his martial training began, he had pieced together the events of that fateful day. But do you know that these 2 heavenly-level martial artists now serve as retainers to the King of Jiangnan? Zhou Tianhao lowered his voice. Is what you say true, Uncle Zhou? Yi Beichen's voice turned icy. If Zhou Tianhao's words held any truth, then the death of his parents might indeed be connected to the King of Jiangnan. The King of Jiangnan? If he is implicated in my parents' death, even if he is the king, no one will be able to protect him. With that, Yi Beichen turned and strode out of the Zhou family hall. Zhou Tianhao and Zhou Ruiyu rushed to stop him, but the moment he crossed the threshold, Yi Beichen's figure vanished without a trace. Chapter 7. A coffin to bury all at the Zhao family's manor. A state of emergency reigned in the villa district. The wind howled ominously, and even the trees seemed to stand on guard. The old patriarch had gone to meet the King of Jiangnan, leaving Zhao Qingzhong in charge of guarding the Zhao estate. He had summoned back over 500 enforcers, along with various leaders from entertainment venues, longtime underlings nurtured by the Zhao family. As danger loomed over the Zhao family, all returned. Zhao Qingzhong glanced at the $1,000,000 watch on his wrist and furrowed his brow. It's been 59 minutes since Yi Beiqian's warning. My father has yet to return. What if Yi Beiqian shows up? Sir, you're overthinking it. Yi Beiqian would dare threaten the Zhao family? Scoffed a leader from the entertainment sector. What kind of fool would dare to invade the Zhao manor? This is a den of tigers and dragons. Should he attempt to enter, he will surely find no refuge. Several leaders laughed derisively. Bang! Just as their words fell, a thunderous crash echoed at the entrance of the Zhao family manor. The ominous black coffin from the hotel soared into the Zhao estate like a harbinger of death. Clang! The deafening sound drew out countless members of the Zhao family. Yi Beiqian strode into the Zhao manor like a reaper, declaring, "An hour has passed. Will the Zhao family provide me with a satisfactory answer?" Yi Beiqian, you have audacity indeed to dare come to the Zhao family. Zhao Qingzhong emerged, his eyes twitching upon seeing Yi Beiqian. Yet, emboldened by the sanctity of his family's grounds, he retorted, "You little brat, how dare you act recklessly in the Zhao family? Have you lost your mind? Kneel before me, impudent," shouted Zhao Qingzhong, as he regarded the coffin brought to the Zhao family, unaware that this was a grave offense. The leaders of the entertainment venues wore mocking smiles. They were so accustomed to their hubris that they failed to comprehend the true terror of Yi Beiqian. "Silence," Yi Beiqian uttered, kicking a few small stones from the ground. The stones flew through the air, piercing the skulls of the entertainment leaders with lethal precision. Oh! The women of the Zhao family were paralyzed with fear. "Eliminate him." Zhao Qingzhong's voice turned icy as over 500 trained henchmen drew their axes and ruthlessly swung them towards Yi Beiqian. The sound was thunderous, bones shattered, and the cries of the assailants echoed through the air. Zhao Qingzhong stood in shock, witnessing his trained fighters being sent flying like lifeless dogs. When the dust settled, a gruesome bloodbath remained, with over 500 subordinates lying on the ground moaning in agony. Yi Beiqian stood there, seemingly unfazed, surveying everyone from the Zhao family. "You, Zhao family, are complicit in the extermination of my family. Starting with you. If old Master Zhao does not appear within a minute, I will kill another person." With that, Yi Beiqian stepped forward and instantly appeared before Zhao Qingzhong, raising his hand to grasp his throat. Crack! The sound was crisp as Zhao Qingzhong's neck was crushed, resulting in his immediate demise. His eyes bulged as he gasped his final words. "Had I known it would come to this, I would have fled sooner." He had been lost in dreams of the Zhao family's rise, unaware that their end was nigh. "Qingzhong." At the moment Zhao Qingzhong fell, the voice of old Master Zhao echoed in his ears. This venerable man, who had once commanded respect in Jiangnan, stormed through the Zhao family gate, consumed by wrath. With only 2 sons at home and a daughter married off to Jinling, he now faced the death of both sons and the murder of his grandson Zhao Tai at the hands of Yi Beiqian, leaving the Zhao family utterly extinct. "Yi Beiqian, I will make you pay with your life." Old Master Zhao could no longer contain his fury and roared in madness. Suddenly, a massive group of armored soldiers, numbering 5,000 to 6,000, surged in, weapons in hand, surrounding the Zhao family estate. Such audacity, to slay the noble families in the territory of the King of Jiangnan. A chilling voice intoned. "So, Zhang Heilong, that waste, was killed by your hand?" Another woman's voice followed. A man and a woman, both clad in armor, entered the courtyard. They were high-ranking warriors of the earth level, among the 30 elite guards of the King of Jiangnan. In addition, another figure strolled in leisurely, hands clasped behind his back. The moment Yi Beiqian laid eyes on this man, a surge of blood rushed through him, and his fury erupted like a volcano. He recognized the face all too well, a visage he could recall even in dreams. This man had invaded his home, striking his elder brother in the chest, while his parents perished after pushing Yi Beiqian out the window. "The deaths of my parents and brother are indeed tied to the King of Jiangnan." Yi Beiqian gritted his teeth. Who would have thought that the fish that slipped through the net 5 years ago would grow to such an extent? The high-ranking warrior stood calmly, observing Yi Beiqian with a serene demeanor. How tragic it would be to kill such a young one. who has grown in hatred to this point. The female commander chuckled lightly. Hong Gongfeng, 2 commanders, please eliminate this scoundrel. Old Master Zhao raved in a frenzy. The esteemed Hong, accompanied by 2 commanders of the Imperial Guard, had come to eliminate Yi Beichen after an audience with the King of Jiangnan. With 6,000 Imperial Guards, 2 peak Earth-level warriors, and a pinnacle heavenly-level elder, the assassination of Yi Beichen seemed as effortless as plucking a flower. Yi Beichen pointed to the coffin placed in the courtyard. This coffin contains the remains of my parents' murderer. It entombs Zhao Ken, Zhao Tai the elder Zhao, and the entire Zhao family. It also entombs the King of Jiangnan. Such audacity! Hong's expression darkened, and with a lion's roar, he lunged toward Yi Beichen. Kill! Yi Beichen bellowed, delivering a punch at the advancing Hong. A sickening crack echoed as Hong was sent sprawling, his arm shattered, lying on the ground like a defeated beast. Howling in agony, the esteemed martial artist Hong was horrified, his scalp prickling with dread. With a swift step, Yi Beichen crushed Hong's skull beneath his foot. The 2 commanders of the Imperial Guard, a man and a woman, were paralyzed with fear, incredulously staring at Yi Beichen. This was a heavenly-level elder, a master of martial arts, the ace instructor of 100,000 Imperial Guards, and yet he had perished so easily. All units, attack! Eliminate him! The 2 commanders shouted, ordering the immediate execution of Yi Beichen. With a thrum of power, Yi Beichen advanced, reaching the 2 commanders and striking down with both hands. Blood gushed from their 7 orifices as their helmets shattered, their bodies collapsing lifelessly. The 2 peak Earth-level commanders of the Imperial Guard had been brutally dispatched by Yi Beichen. Upon witnessing this, the 6,000 guards were momentarily stunned. Yi Beichen's voice rang out. You too have families. If you seek death, come forth. Otherwise, flee. With a roar akin to a tiger's growl, Yi Beichen's overwhelming presence was too much for the 6,000 Imperial Guards to bear, causing them to abandon their armor and retreat in disarray from the Zhao residence. With their leader struck down, their morale shattered. A single utterance had sent 6,000 Imperial Guards scattering. Old Master Zhao fell to the ground, pointing at Yi Beichen, his eyes filled with unending terror, unable to utter a single additional word. Is the death of my parents related to the King of Jiangnan? Yi Beichen inquired coldly. Ha ha ha, do you wish to know? Go ask the King of Jiangnan yourself. Old Master Zhao cackled maniacally. You have killed my son and grandson. The Zhao family is finished, and you shall never succeed in your revenge. Even in death, I will not reveal the true culprit. Seek the King of Jiangnan if you wish. In a sudden frenzy, Old Master Zhao charged at the coffin brought by Yi Beichen, his head exploding upon impact. His malicious intent was evident, attempting to lead Yi Beichen astray with his final act, directing all suspicion toward the King of Jiangnan. Should Yi Beichen dare to confront the king, his demise would be inevitable. Even if the Zhao family were to perish, they would drag Yi Beichen down with them. Yi Beichen coldly observed the scene. Even without Old Master Zhao's confession, he would personally seek out the King of Jiangnan to uncover the truth. 10 minutes later, Yi Beichen emerged from the Zhao family estate, where the entire direct line of the Zhao clan had been eradicated. Blood must be repaid with blood. What? At the moment Yi Beichen stepped out, within an opulent manor in Jiangnan, a stunning woman received the news and paused momentarily in astonishment. The Zhao family has fallen? Hong, the venerable elder, is dead? And 2 commanders of the Imperial Guards have also perished? My dear disciple, how have you managed to deliver such a grand surprise? Or rather, a shock. Clad in a qipao, she showcased her exquisite figure. Her elegant brows occasionally relaxed, then furrowed, followed by a sigh. Ah, this is truly in line with your temperament and character. I recall when we were on the mountain, you had us 10 sisters at your mercy. Suddenly, she burst into laughter, a sound so enchanting that even the flowers seemed to pale. She promptly commanded, very well, dispatch someone to clear the battlefield for my disciple. The events surrounding the Zhao family must not be disseminated. Yes, the middle-aged man before her was none other than Jiangnan's 3rd pinnacle-level warrior. By the way, esteemed master, there is one more matter. The warrior continued, your disciple is carrying a coffin, heading towards the residence of the Jiangnan king. Today also marks the 60th birthday of the Jiangnan king, and many prominent figures are likely to attend. What? The woman could no longer maintain her composure. She was taken aback. Why did you not tell me sooner? Arrange for a vehicle at once. I must go to the Jiangnan king's residence. My disciple is about to stir up great trouble. The annihilation of the Zhao family is inconsequential, mere trifles. However, in haste, she dashed out of the hall, entering a bulletproof Rolls-Royce and speeding towards the Jiangnan king's estate, hoping she would arrive in time. While provoking the Jiangnan king could be manageable, if the influential figures from Jinling were angered, it could lead to considerable complications. The Jiangnan king's residence is situated in the city center, the most prosperous area. The estate spans an enormous area, encompassing 2 to 3 city blocks, resembling a grand palace. Amidst the bustling modern metropolis filled with skyscrapers, one finds a Chinese-style royal residence, prompting admiration for the immense wealth of the Jiangnan king. Today, the entire Jiangnan estate is adorned in celebration, with lanterns hung, drums beating, firecrackers exploding, and red banners fluttering. As the crowd swells, for today marks the 60th birthday of the Jiangnan king. Top social elites and magnates are gathered to pay their respects. The Zhao family had chosen this day for an engagement, intending to bask in the joy of the Jiangnan king. Yet, unexpectedly, Yi Beichen has returned. Who is this person? What is happening? A young man strides forth, bearing a blood-stained coffin. What could his purpose be? Passers-by on the street are confronted with a shocking scene. A young man walks determinedly, carrying a coffin stained with blood, traversing the streets of a modern metropolis, creating a powerful visual impact. What is he doing? Many pedestrians are astonished, incredulous. Yi Beichen disregards all onlookers, striding resolutely towards the residence of the Jiangnan king. Is he heading towards the Jiangnan king's estate? Has this young man lost his mind? He carries a coffin, walking towards the residence of the Jiangnan king, risking his life. Today marks the 60th birthday of the King of Jiangnan. It is said that even carrying a coffin to the residence of the king could be construed as an affront to his dignity. Countless passers-by stood frozen in disbelief. Thud, thud, thud. Yi Beichen moved swiftly. Though he seemed to take a single step, onlookers were astonished to find that this step covered an extraordinary distance. While an ordinary person might traverse only 70 to 80 centimeters in a single stride, Yi Beichen covered an astounding 7 to 8 meters. Before many steps had been taken, he vanished from sight. Wang Fugui, the wealthiest man in Jiang County, presented a statue of the jade Avalokitesvara, valued at 8 million. The chairman of Jiangnan Yongxing Automobile gifted a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Lin, the president of the 5-star Jinyuan Hotel, offered a top-tier blood coral tree. The most prominent magnates of Jiangnan were all present, with attendants at the entrance reading off the list of congratulatory gifts, allowing one after another to enter. Yi Beichen, however, presented a coffin to the king of Jiangnan. A profound silence enveloped the entrance of the king's residence. All eyes turned in astonishment, filled with shock. Yi Beichen, the one who brought down Zhao Ken and Zhao Tai? Many affluent individuals recognized him, their astonishment palpable. They could hardly believe he dared to come here, the residence of the king of Jiangnan. What audacity! How dare he cause a commotion at the royal estate? Suddenly, a commander of the Imperial Guards appeared, directing hundreds of armored soldiers to converge in a uniform manner, encircling Yi Beichen. Bang! Unfazed, Yi Beichen wielded the coffin as a weapon, sweeping through the ranks. The Imperial Guards were no match for him, suffering grievous injuries, blood spurting forth, limbs broken, as they lay moaning on the ground. Even the commander was sent flying by a single kick from Yi Beichen, his ribcage shattered, resulting in his demise. Thud! Amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, Yi Beichen boldly strode through the gates of the king's residence, casting the coffin to the ground. Proclaiming, "Record this." Yi Beichen presents a coffin. The middle-aged man tasked with noting the gifts trembled, his brush quivering as he inscribed Yi Beichen's name and gift onto the list. Is this an act of defiance? The wealthiest man in Jiang County, Wang Fugui, felt a chill of fear. The chairman of Jiangnan Yongxing Automobile and Lin from the Jinyuan Hotel stepped aside in terror, allowing Yi Beichen to pass. The other magnates wore expressions of astonishment. The king of Jiangnan emerged, declaring, "I have questions for you." Yi Beichen, with hands clasped behind his back, showed no regard for the sanctity of the king's estate, walking into the royal residence under the astonished and fearful gazes of countless guests. Chapter 9. The Aristocracy of Jinling, Master of Tai Chi. Yi Beichen's formidable entrance, bearing a coffin to celebrate the king of Jiangnan's birthday, sent shockwaves throughout the royal estate. Who is this young man? Someone dared to present a coffin to the king of Jiangnan? Magnates from Jiangnan, Jiangdong, and Jinling appeared one after another, their shocked expressions fixed upon the approaching Yi Beichen. Yi Beichen advanced step by step, The commanders of the Jiangnan King's Imperial Guard appeared one after another, attempting to obstruct him, yet they were no match for him, falling lifeless to the ground, staining the royal residence with blood. In the outer courtyard of the mansion, there were influential figures of lesser status. Only within the inner sanctum resided the most prominent individuals. Jiangnan King, 5 years ago, my family, the Yi clan, met with untimely demise at the hands of 2 of your attendants. Will you not provide me with an explanation? What grievance did my family provoke that warranted such a massacre? Yi Beichen's voice echoed with an ominous authority. If you fail to offer me a satisfactory answer today, I vow that your entire estate shall accompany you to the grave. Like a formidable demon, with each step he took, he left behind a chilling proclamation. No one dared to impede his path. The commotion he stirred finally attracted the attention of the inner court. At that moment, deep within the Jiangnan King's residence, a man of Central South descent sat upright upon the highest throne in the Grand Hall. This man was none other than the Jiangnan King himself, with a square face adorned with a beard and piercing eyes that radiated authority without anger. He exuded an air of dominance. Yi Beichen, he has actually arrived? The Jiangnan King was taken aback. Just 2 hours prior, he had heard of this individual's name, who had caused a ruckus at the Zhao family engagement. An hour ago, he learned that the Zhao family had been annihilated, 2 prominent commanders slain, and an attendant had died unexpectedly. Now, Yi Beichen had the audacity to storm the royal residence. Initially, he had planned to contemplate Yi Beichen's matters after celebrating his 60th birthday, but he never anticipated that Yi Beichen would come uninvited. Such audacity. On your 60th birthday, Uncle Wang, an ill-fated individual, dares to create a disturbance? Rest assured, with us here, no one can defy your authority. A group of over a dozen distinguished young men, clad in designer attire, could not suppress their laughter. They hailed from the 4 prominent families of Jinling, the Jia, Shi, Wang, and Shui families, all wielding significant power over the regions of Jiangnan, Jiangdong, and Jinling. These young men, filled with bravado, volunteered to confront the intruder and made their way outside. The Jiangnan King felt a pang of worry, his brows knitting together as he descended from the throne to follow them. As he stepped out of the hall, he saw a young man striding through the rear gate, exuding an imposing presence while carrying a coffin. Yi Beichen, I am here, he declared. The Jiangnan King responded coldly. You are the Jiangnan King? Yi Beichen inquired. Fixing his gaze upon the middle-aged man, he directly questioned, Is your involvement tied to the deaths of my family 5 years ago? Before the Jiangnan King could respond, a young man beside him sneered. Who do you think you are? Do you have any right to speak here? Kneel, bind your hands, and roll out of here. On your 60th birthday, where does this wild brat come from, daring to act recklessly? Do you wish to see your entire clan exterminated? Several young men chimed in, reprimanding him. Leave. Yi Beichen uttered a single word. What? You want us to leave? The faces of these young scions darkened, their anger surging forth. They were accustomed to their arrogance in Jinling and had never faced such treatment. Speak another word, and I will slay you all, Yi Beichen declared indifferently. Kill me? Go ahead and try. A young man let out a cold laugh. He hailed from the Shui family of Jinling. With a swift motion, Yi Beichen plucked a leaf from a tree and flicked it with his fingers, causing it to slice through the throat of the young man from the Shui family. Dead. You. The young scions of noble families were struck with terror, their faces paling as they recoiled in fear. A celestial-level warrior? An elder's cold voice emerged from behind them. He stepped forward, positioning himself between the young nobles and Yi Beichen, and spoke icily. Young man, do you know whom you have killed? This is the second son of the Shui family's 3rd branch. Do you dare to slay a member of the Shui family? Did your master not teach you the rules while you were training in martial arts? My master also did not teach me to be a lackey for the powerful. Yi Beichen replied with a cold smile. You. The elder erupted in fury. You seek death. Like a monkey, he leaped high, launching an attack towards Yi Beichen with fierce moves. Wait, hold on. The King of Jiangnan hastily interjected. The young nobles were still oblivious to the recent events involving the Zhao family, unaware that one of his vassals, along with 3 leaders of the Imperial Guards, had already perished at Yi Beichen's hands. Uncle Wang, rest assured, Master Han is a mid-tier celestial-level warrior. Killing him is as easy as slaying a dog. A young man chuckled, shaking his head. His name was Jia Yiqiu, hailing from the Jia family, the foremost among Jinlings for great clans. With Master Han's intervention, this brat is doomed, Shi Tianyun sneered. What a pity for Shui Feng to die like this, Shui wanly lamented, yet his expression revealed no sorrow. Shui Feng was his cousin. The young nobles wore smirks on their faces. Boom. Just as Master Han made his move, Yi Beichen retaliated with a punch that struck his chest. Master Han's heartbeat ceased. Dead. Master Han. Jia Yiqiu gasped in disbelief. How is this possible? He killed Master Han with one punch? Shi Tianyun and Shui Wanli were stunned, unable to comprehend it, while the other young nobles stared in shock. Their faces drained of color. King of Jiangnan, is the death of my parents and elder brother related to you? What about your vassal by your side? Why does he not come forth? Yi Beichen ignored Jia Yiqiu and advanced, stepping over Master Han's corpse as he approached the King of Jiangnan. Yi Beichen, this is the residence of the King of Jiangnan. It is not your place to act recklessly. Suddenly, a venerable voice resonated, as an elder emerged slowly from the hall behind the King of Jiangnan. Elder Yang. The King of Jiangnan nodded slightly, showing him a measure of respect. Who are you? Yi Beichen's brow furrowed. I am Yang Tianxian, the elder replied slowly. He took a step forward, his movement enigmatic, standing directly before the King of Jiangnan. Yang Tianxian, the Grandmaster of Tai Chi. The crowd was astounded. The renowned name of Yang Tianxian resonated throughout Jiangnan, Jiangdong, Jiangbei, Jinling, and even the southeastern provinces of Longhua. Who was not aware of his legendary status? Jia Yiqiu was startled, pondering. It seems the King of Jiangnan's ambitions extend beyond this. By allying with the Yang family of the Tai Chi lineage, he aims to expand his influence? It appeared his visit for the birthday celebration was not in vain. Shi Tianyun and Shui Wanli exchanged glances, both perceiving a hint of shock in each other's eyes. So, a Tai Chi Grandmaster was present. No wonder the King of Jiangnan was so unperturbed. Did the King of Jiangnan join forces with the Yang family? The wealthiest man in Jiangshui, Wang Fugui, the chairman of Jiangnan Yongsheng Automobile, and General Lin of Jinyuan 5-star Hotel suddenly realized this, and whispers filled the air. Unexpectedly, Yi Beichen faced the Taiji Grandmaster without flinching, declaring, "Begone, or perish." Chapter 10, Senior Sister, I shall bear it all. How dare you insult a Grandmaster? With just your words, I could end your life. Yang Tianquan's expression darkened as he stamped his foot, shattering the tiles at the entrance of the Wang residence. By the time the crowd reacted, Yang Tianxian had already appeared before Yi Beichen, launching a powerful punch. Bang! Yi Beichen remained unfazed, countering with a punch of his own. Gasps of shock rippled through the crowd as a formidable force surged forth, stinging their faces. He could withstand a punch from a Taiji Grandmaster? The spectators inhaled sharply. The King of Jiangnan's brow twitched violently, his aged face darkening in disbelief. He could never have imagined that the boy he had failed to kill 5 years ago would return now, possessing strength rivaling that of a Grandmaster. No wonder he dared to kill, disregarding the rules of Jiangnan. A youthful Grandmaster? How could that be possible in just 5 years? What had he endured during that time? While the King of Jiangnan's mind was in turmoil, the clash between Yi Beichen and Yang Tianxian had already exceeded 30 exchanges. Yang Tianxian was increasingly shaken, his eyelids twitching. He had believed a single strike would defeat Yi Beichen, yet the opponent was far more formidable than anticipated. Enough play, let us proceed. Under the watchful eyes of countless onlookers, Yi Beichen stepped forward, delivering a powerful punch. Boom! Yang Tianxian instinctively raised his hand to block. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as the arm of the Taiji Grandmaster shattered. The force continued downward, crashing onto Yang Tianquan's head, causing him to collapse to the ground with a thunderous noise, creating a deep crater. Web-like cracks radiated outward from where Yang Tianquan's knee struck the earth. Yang Tianxian trembled violently, staring in horror at Yi Beichen. I warned you to leave, or face death. Clearly, you have chosen the latter. Yi Beichen stated calmly as he prepared to deliver another blow. Thud! The punch connected with the top of Yang Tianquan's head, turning the Grandmaster's brain to pulp. A legendary Taiji Grandmaster, Yang Tianxian, was dead. Hiss! Another wave of gasps filled the air. Initially, when Yi Beichen stormed into the King of Jiangnan's residence, many believed he was courting death. Now, having killed a Taiji Grandmaster with a single punch, the assembled wealthy elites finally grasped the terror of Yi Beichen. This nearly monstrous young man was invincible. Jia Yiqiu, Shi Tianyun, and Shui Wanli felt their eyes twitch violently, rendered speechless. The King of Jiangnan, witnessing this scene, turned pale. Years of cunning evaporating in an instant. No matter how powerful his methods, how could he possibly stop Yi Beichen, who had just slain a Grandmaster? Was it you who killed my parents and elder brother? Yi Beichen's voice echoed like that of a harbinger of death. Sigh. The king of Jiangnan let out a deep sigh, aware that his demise was inevitable. He said, Yi Beichen, I never anticipated that in just 5 short years, you would grow to this extent. If only I were granted another chance, I would personally lead a force to annihilate your entire family. Are you admitting it? Yi Beichen exclaimed, looking skyward. Father, mother, elder brother, do you see this? The murderer stands before us, and today, I shall avenge you. Revenge? Ha ha. The king of Jiangnan suddenly laughed, a hint of self-mockery in his tone. Yi Beichen, you are exceedingly naive. I am the king of Jiangnan. Your Yi family is but a minor affluent household. Why would I wish to slay your kin? Yi Beichen paused, his expression darkening. What do you mean? Someone desires your family's demise. The king of Jiangnan sneered. Who? Yi Beichen's pupils constricted. Whoever could command the king of Jiangnan was certainly formidable. With a sudden leap, Yi Beichen sprang forward like a monkey, landing before the king of Jiangnan and seizing him by the throat. The entire assembly gasped. This was the king of Jiangnan, now reduced to a mere puppet, held by Yi Beichen's grip, while his 100,000 elite guards stood helplessly by. Speak, Yi Beichen demanded coldly. Junior brother, wait. A sudden voice pierced through, and all eyes turned toward the entrance of the inner courtyard of the royal mansion. A breathtaking woman approached briskly, accompanied by a retinue of followers. 10th senior sister, what brings you here? Yi Beichen was taken aback. Yet, he still did not release the king of Jiangnan. This woman was his 10th senior sister, Wang Ruyan, with whom he had trained at Kunlun Mountain. What was she doing here? The elite tycoons of Jiangnan were astir. This woman had emerged over the past year with a thunderous presence, amassing a formidable force capable of contending with the king of Jiangnan. The upper echelons of Jiangnan society were well aware of her. A truly formidable woman, possessing a blend of cunning, intelligence, beauty, and strength. Few could stand against her. Wang Ruyan is his senior sister? Wang Fugui, the wealthiest man in Jiangxiu, was taken aback. No wonder he dares to intrude upon the king of Jiangnan's residence. She is no ordinary person, rumored to be from Jinling. The chairman of Yongsheng Automobile whispered, the Wang family, one of the 4 great families of Jinling? Lin, the manager of the Jinyuan 5-star hotel, suddenly understood, and they all turned their gazes toward her. This woman was extraordinarily beautiful, her aura eclipsing that of top-tier celebrities. Yet her face was now marked with concern as she gazed at Yi Beichen. Is it her? Shui Wanli inquired, surprised. Haha, Jiaiqiu scoffed. She fled from Jinling to Jiangnan, reportedly establishing some influence to resist her family. However, that esteemed individual has already set his sights on her. Her rebellion is futile. I suspect he will return soon. That esteemed individual is truly godlike. His interest in Wang Ruyan is undeniable. Even her fleeing abroad will be of no use. Shi Tianyun nodded gravely in agreement. Junior brother, do not act rashly. This is the king of Jiangnan. If you kill him, the consequences will be dire. Wang Ruyan urged anxiously. 10th senior sister, you know well that the enmity of a father's murder is one that cannot coexist with life. Yi Beichen gritted his teeth. His eyes reddened. You are well aware of how I have spent these 5 years in Kunlun Mountain, are you not? Day and night. I have yearned for vengeance for my parents and elder brother. Today, the enemy stands before me, whether he is the king of Jiangnan or even the emperor himself. I shall take his life. Wang Ruyan, witnessing Yi Beichen's fervor, felt a pang of sorrow in her heart and sighed. Junior brother, why must you go to such lengths? Senior sister, do not try to stop me, Yi Beichen replied, his breath coming out in heated puffs. Very well. Wang Ruyan took a deep breath, drew a handgun from her waist, and aimed it at the king of Jiangnan's head. King of Jiangnan, tell me, who ordered the assassination of my junior brother's family? Ha ha. Wang Ruyan, you hail from the Wang family of Jinling. Why don't you investigate it yourself? The king of Jiangnan laughed heartily, his eyes filled with mockery. Do you really think I would divulge the identity of the murderer? Go ahead and kill me. You seek death. Yi Beichen's expression turned icy as he prepared to act. Bang! Wang Ruyan pulled the trigger, instantly killing the king of Jiangnan. Silence enveloped the scene. The air was thick with the scent of gunpowder. The king of Jiangnan was dead. Senior sister, how could you? Yi Beichen stood frozen. Wang Ruyan smiled gently, her eyes brimming with compassion. Junior brother, it was I who killed the king of Jiangnan. It has nothing to do with you. If anyone seeks retribution, I will bear the consequences. Chapter 11. The death of the King of Jiangnan. The King of Jiangnan lay on the ground, eyes wide open, utterly unprepared for Wang Ruoyan's swift and decisive action. The atmosphere was eerily quiet. Then, with a resounding crash, the entire estate of the King of Jiangnan erupted into chaos. The King of Jiangnan was dead. The King of Jiangnan was dead. Countless wealthy magnates, upon witnessing the demise of the King of Jiangnan, were seized by terror and frantically rushed out of the estate. The commanding officers of the royal guards, as though encountering a ghost, abandoned their posts in a panic. With the King of Jiangnan dead and the Taiji master Yang Tianxin slain by Yi Beichen, they feared that remaining would lead to their own slaughter. Dead. The King of Jiangnan is dead? Wang Fugui, the wealthiest man in Jianshui, trembled, his legs turning to jelly from fright. How could the King of Jiangnan possibly die? The chairman of Jiangnan Yongxing Automobile stood rooted to the spot, sweat pouring down his face. This woman killed the King of Jiangnan? Am I not dreaming? Lin, the manager of the Jinyuan five-star hotel, raised his hand and slapped himself hard. Crack! A sharp pain shot through him. This was no dream. Your Highness, Wu father. The residents of the royal estate were on the verge of tears. Today marked the 60th birthday of the King of Jiangnan, and he had been murdered? You killed my father. I will kill you. A young man, dressed in a sharp suit, rushed forward, ready to strike Wang Ruoyan. Do you dare lay a hand on my senior sister? Yi Beichen's gaze turned frigid. With merely a glance, the young man fell to the ground, paralyzed with fear. Wang Ruoyan, you are truly insane. You dare to kill the King of Jiangnan. The Jinling Wang family will not protect you. Jia Ichio's face turned pale as he hurriedly left the royal estate. Madwoman. After casting a glance at Wang Ruoyan, Shi Tianyun and Xue Wanli, along with the young nobles from Jinling, withdrew hastily. The concubines of the King of Jiangnan scattered like startled birds. The once bustling Wang residence now lay desolate, with only the lifeless bodies of the King of Jiangnan and his entourage remaining. Senior sister, why must you do this? Yi Beichen gazed at Wang Ruoyan. Weariness etched across his features. Junior brother, did you not wish to kill him? Is it not preferable for your sister to assist you in this endeavor? Wang Ruoyan responded calmly, a gentle smile gracing her lips. She understood that her actions had stirred great trouble, yet she was willing to shoulder any blame to safeguard her junior brother. Furthermore, eliminating the King of Jiangnan would prevent him from pursuing the truth behind his parents' demise, thereby removing the threat looming over him. Bearing the burden of a single accusation for the king's murder seemed a fair trade. Senior sister, your actions have severed my lead. Yi Beichen lamented with a wry smile. Promise me, junior brother, that you shall cease your investigations, Wang Ruoyan pleaded. Absolutely not. Yi Beichen frowned, shaking his head resolutely. Senior sister, I am determined to uncover the truth behind my parents' death. From what the King of Jiangnan implied, there must have been orders issued to eliminate my parents and brother. If he remains silent, I will seek out his superior. Even if it leads me to the Dragon City, I shall avenge my parents and bring solace to their souls in the afterlife. What? Why won't you heed my advice? Wang Ruoyan exclaimed in frustration, her feet tapping anxiously. At that moment, her phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID, her expression shifting slightly before she smiled at Yi Beichen. Junior brother, I have something to attend to. I shall contact you later. Senior sister, what is happening? Yi Beichen questioned, puzzled. I will explain later, Wang Ruoyan replied, shaking her head as she hastened out of the Jiangnan king's residence. Once in her car and certain that Yi Beichen had not followed, she dialed the number she had just received. You killed the King of Jiangnan? A man's voice erupted on the other end as soon as the call connected. Wang Ruoyan's face hardened, her brow furrowed. Taking a deep breath, as if steeling herself for what was to come, she replied coldly, Indeed. You. How dare you? Do you realize the uproar this will cause? It has barely been 5 minutes, and already word has spread to Jinling. The news of this will likely reach Jiangdong, Jiangnan, and Jiangbei in no time. He was the King of Jiangnan. How could you have killed him? The man's voice was filled with fury. Father, does the Wang family of Jinling fear a mere King of Jiangnan? Wang Ruoyan scoffed, her pride evident. You. Foolish. The King of Jiangnan is a high-ranking official, and while my family may not tremble before him, he is backed by the god of war. My family, despite being a noble house, cannot afford to offend such a figure. The man raged, his anger palpable. Oh, I nearly forgot. It is the Wang family of Jinling that fears, not I, Wang Ruoyan. She replied with an icy demeanor. Do not presume I am unaware of your thoughts. The man retorted with a mocking laugh. That man named Yi Beichen is your junior brother, is he not? Did you kill the King of Jiangnan for him? Yes. Wang Ruyan responded decisively. Very well. I shall immediately have him killed and place all the blame upon him, providing an explanation to the war god Ling Feng. The man spoke coldly. Wang Chengfeng. Do you dare? Wang Ruyan, who had been rather indifferent, suddenly erupted with fury upon hearing this. Her eyes blazed with anger as she retorted, Wang Chengfeng. If you dare harm a single hair on my junior brother, do not blame me for disregarding our father-daughter bond. Wang Chengfeng was momentarily taken aback. After a prolonged silence, a feeble sigh escaped his lips. Ruyan, I am your father. You ceased to be, so the day you drove my mother to her death, she shot back. Her eyes reddening, determined not to let a tear fall. What necessity is there for this? As a young woman, you insist on forging your own path. I consented to your desire to learn at Kunlun Mountain, and I agreed to your pursuit in Jiangnan. But now, you have killed the King of Jiangnan. What am I to do? Wang Chengfeng expressed his helplessness. I can bear it alone, Wang Ruyan replied coldly. You cannot withstand it. The wrath of the war god Ling Feng is something even our Wang family cannot endure. Wang Chengfeng stated bluntly, his voice icy. Moreover, what of your junior brother? Do you truly believe the war god will spare him? At the mention of the war god, Wang Ruyan let out a cold laugh. Wang Chengfeng. How can you presume that I cannot withstand it? Do you have any idea what I have endured these past few years at Kunlun Mountain? Not merely one Ling Feng, nor 10 or even 100 can touch my junior brother. What do you mean? Wang Chengfeng was taken aback. Wang Ruyan shook her head, a self-deprecating smile on her face. It seems you truly do not understand your own daughter. You fear the war god, but what of that person? He has returned from Longdu and has taken him as his master. Wang Chengfeng's voice grew grave. You know well, he has stated that upon returning from Longdu, he intends to marry you. Our Wang family lacks the capital to refuse. Chapter 12. No regrets he? I have already rejected him. Wang Ruyan frowned. Wang Chengfeng shook his head. This person is exceedingly self-absorbed, as you well know. He considers your rejection to be your affair, while marrying you is his own. Ruyan, if you do not consider your own future, will you not at least think of your family's welfare? The Wang family raised you. Beep, beep, beep. Wang Ruyan was utterly disinterested in listening further and hung up the phone to avoid keeping her junior brother waiting. Upon Wang Ruyan's return to the Jiangnan Wang residence, Yi Beichen had already entered the office of the King of Jiangnan, searching for information related to his parents. Unfortunately, despite a thorough search, he found only endless gold and jewels, but no news regarding the circumstances of his parents' demise. Senior sister, Yi Beichen sighed, shaking his head. There is no information to be found. The leads have run dry. I inquired with that young prince, but he knew nothing and was frightened to death. Well, since you've returned with such difficulty, let us take our time to search, Wang Ruyan replied with a radiant smile. Winking at Yi Beichen while affectionately taking his hand and linking her arm through his, urging him to sit down comfortably. As for you, it would be best to rest now. You are covered in the stench of blood. As she spoke, she began to remove Yi Beichen's shirt. Ah, senior sister, what are you doing? Yi Beichen exclaimed, rising to his feet as if electrified. Heh! Wang Ruyan chuckled lightly, her delicate finger playfully poking at Yi Beichen's chest. Are you afraid that I might devour you? Look at yourself, drenched in blood. Take a bath and change into clean clothes. Later, I shall take you out for a meal. I can bathe by myself, Yi Beichen replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Oh, still shy, are we? Remember, when you were injured and lay on Kunlun Mountain for 3 months, it was I who attended to you day and night, caring for you without leaving your side. Wang Ruyan teased, her demeanor resembling that of a bashful young bride, despite being the formidable woman who dared to slay the King of Jiangnan. Come, let me see if my junior brother has grown stronger, she said with a smile, grasping Yi Beichen's wrist. Senior sister, please, I'm already grown up, Yi Beichen protested, sprinting away into the adjacent bathroom. I can wash myself. Heh, Wang Ruyan laughed, her waist bending in amusement. Such a little shy boy. As the sound of water filled the bathroom, she retrieved her phone and made a call. Arrange the finest hotel in Jiangnan City for me. My junior brother has returned, and I wish to host a welcome feast for him. In the depths of the military camp in the southeast province, news of the Jiangnan King's demise reached the meeting room, eliciting a moment of surprise before a calm demeanor returned. Those who occupied this conference room were individuals whose status was nearly equal to that of the Jiangnan king. Was it Wang Ruyan who killed him? The woman who had only arrived in Jiangnan a year ago? She had come to the Jinling Wang family years prior, having reportedly gone to Kunlun Mountain to hone her skills. Now, Having returned just a year later, she had established a foothold in Jiangnan. How could a woman in her 20s possess such prowess? A group of generals glanced down at the documents in their hands, which contained information about Wang Ruyan. Name: Wang Ruyan. Age: 25. Identity: eldest daughter of the Jinling Wang family. Daughter of Wang Chengfeng. Height: 165 centimeters. Weight: 48 kilograms. Personal history: attended Jinling First Kindergarten, First Experimental Primary School, First Experimental Middle School, graduated from Jinling High School. Dropped out of the finance department at Zhonghai University in her second year. Left Zhonghai to study at Kunlun Su, returned 1 year ago. Currently a behind-the-scenes stakeholder in several enterprises, including Sanhua Pharmaceuticals, Diyuan Grand Hotel, and Taiwan Real Estate. At just 25 years old, such achievements are remarkable. Could she be a disciple of those three major factions? A middle-aged general, with a buzz cut and a commanding presence, his neck marred by a scar, spoke in a grave tone. Beside him, another general shook his head. I have already had someone investigate. She is not a disciple of those three major factions. That is good. As long as she is not affiliated with those three major factions, we have nothing to fear, even if she belongs to some minor sect. A collective sigh of relief swept through the other attendees in the meeting room. But the Jiangnan king was a disciple of the war god, someone remarked. The mention of the war god caused the atmosphere to tense, as he was a figure of almost divine status, his personal strength surpassing that of a master. Surely, he must have reached that level by now. Each person in the room thought in unison. Boom. Suddenly, the sound of aircraft reverberated through the military camp, casting a pall over the faces of the generals gathered in the conference room. What is happening? Today is not a training exercise. Who permitted the fighter jets to take off? Someone bellowed. Report, General. The aircraft does not belong to our camp. It bears the insignia of the Longdu region's fighter jets. A non-commissioned officer rushed in, his face flushed with urgency. What? The generals exchanged astonished glances and swiftly exited the conference room. Up in the sky, hundreds of meters above, a fighter jet circled the camp numerous times before finally descending gracefully to the ground. The generals, their expressions impassive, were eager to discern the identity of the audacious individual bold enough to maneuver in such a manner over the military base of the southeast province. With a resounding clang, the jet's door swung open, and out stepped a tall young man, standing at a striking height of 6 feet, clad in casual attire and wearing a defiant smile. He addressed the assembly. Greetings, uncles. It has been a while. The countenance of the generals shifted dramatically. Jun Wuhui. This prodigious youth was the legitimate heir of the Jun family from Zhonghai, and he bore an even more formidable title, the disciple of the war god Ling Feng. In the past, before attaining his legendary status, Ling Feng had ventured into Zhonghai, where he fell in love with a woman from the Jun family. At that time, Ling Feng was destitute and lacked the family's approval, resulting in their tragic separation. Subsequently, the woman remained unmarried, yet secretly bore a son, none other than Jun Wuhui. The name Wuhui echoed the sentiment of that woman, signifying her unwavering devotion to knowing the war god Ling Feng throughout her life. Everyone was aware that Jun Wuhui was, in fact, the illegitimate child of the war god, yet none dared to acknowledge this truth. Wuhui, my dear nephew, so it is you who has arrived. I suspected that only someone with such audacity would dare to pilot a fighter jet over our military camp in the southeast province. The expressions of the generals transformed, replaced by warm smiles. Surely, my uncles are not intimidated? Jun Wuhui chuckled, exuding an air of nonchalance. With the support of the Jun family and the identity of the war god's illegitimate son, he could navigate any territory in the Dragon Kingdom, save for Longdu itself. My master, the war god Ling Feng, is already aware of the situation regarding the King of Jiangnan. He is currently attending a significant meeting in Longdu and cannot return for the time being, thus delegating this matter to me, Jun Wuhui declared. The general's expressions hardened. Could it be that Jun Wuhui was now capable of handling affairs in place of the war god? Indeed, he was his illegitimate son. Enough of the pleasantries. I have little time. I am merely passing through Jiangnan and must return to Zhonghai in an hour. That should suffice to resolve the issue with the King of Jiangnan. He continued, prepare a vehicle for me. Jun Wuhui commanded the group of generals without a hint of politeness. Chapter 13. The dominance of the senior sister. As Yi Beichen emerged from the bathroom, attire had already been prepared outside. Wang Ruyan had vanished. And by the time Yi Beichen donned his clothing, he appeared utterly revitalized. Junior brother, You look quite handsome in those clothes. Wang Ruyan's voice suddenly chimed in, as she held a glass of red wine, delicately licking her lips. Sister, what brings you here? Yi Beichen exclaimed in surprise. Hee, why shouldn't I be here? Wang Ruyan replied with a light laugh. I've been sitting here for half an hour, didn't you notice me? She languidly stretched and slowly rose from the sofa. Why are you so bold, changing clothes in front of me? Aren't you a bit shy, little man? Yi Beichen felt a twinge of embarrassment and said, Sister, I honestly didn't see you. Well, if you didn't see me, then it doesn't matter. It's not like you haven't seen it before, Wang Ruyan chuckled. She decided not to tease Yi Beichen further and instead stated, from now on, the Jiangnan Wang mansion will be the residence of the Yi family. I've already dismissed everyone in the mansion. Later, I'll find a group of reputable individuals to serve as your household staff. Is that really all right, sister? Yi Beichen questioned hesitantly. Wang Ruyan confidently approached him, asserting, rest assured, you will reside here. The Jiangnan Wang mansion will no longer exist. Only the Yi family estate. Let us go. I've reserved a hotel, and I'll take you out for a meal. As they exited the room, they found the surroundings impeccably cleaned, devoid of any trace of blood. A row of exquisite maidens stood neatly aligned. These are my handmaidens. For now, they will attend to you. If you find them insufficient, I can arrange for more. Some of the household routines mirror those you had on Kunlun Mountain. I hope you find them comfortable. If you dislike this place, in all of Jiangnan, feel free to express your desires. Whatever type of residence you wish for, I will have it constructed for you. Wang Ruyan gazed at Yi Beichen with a tender look, her eyes reflecting a hint of sorrow. As for your parents and elder brother, she paused, her voice filled with concern. I don't know how to handle it. I'll leave it to you. I wish to bury my parents and elder brother in the Yi family ancestral grave, Yi Beichen responded. Very well, we shall proceed as you wish. For now, let's go eat. Wang Ruyan smiled faintly, taking Yi Beichen's arm and guiding him out of the Yi estate. The Diyuan Grand Hotel stood tall at 66 stories, a landmark of Jiangnan City. Wang Ruyan personally drove Yi Beichen to the entrance of the hotel, where a grand procession awaited them, a red carpet laid out, flowers adorning the path, everything exuding opulence. Welcome, Mr. Yi, to the Diyuan Grand Hotel. The hotel manager, accompanied by the entire staff, bowed deeply at the entrance, showing utmost respect to Yi Beichen. Who is this young man? Why would the owner personally drive him here and treat him with such courtesy? Could he be the owner's beloved? The hotel staff mused quietly. Sister, what is all this for? Yi Beichen asked, taken aback. Wang Ruyan smiled. If you like it here, from now on, it will be your property. Sister, I only know martial arts. I possess sheer strength, not the skills to run a hotel. Yi Beichen chuckled, shaking his head. That's all right. If you don't wish to manage a hotel, I have other ventures. Whatever endeavor you wish to pursue, I will support you. Wang Ruyan replied cheerfully. I only seek to uncover the one who ordered the death of my parents, Yi Beichen stated, shaking his head. A flicker of concern crossed Wang Ruyan's eyes, but she quickly shifted the topic with a smile. Let us focus on our meal first. All right, he agreed. Yi Beichen and Wang Ruyan entered the hotel. Inside the Imperial Hall, a feast fit for royalty was meticulously prepared, with impeccable timing. As Yi Beichen stepped into the hall, he was immediately enveloped by an atmosphere reminiscent of a grand palace. Before him lay a series of elongated dining tables, adorned with an exquisite array of culinary delights. The colors, aromas, and flavors were all sublime. A plethora of top-tier ingredients, including lobsters, wagyu beef, sturgeon, bird's nest, bear paws, and caviar, were lavishly displayed as if money were no object. Yi Beichen was momentarily taken aback, disbelief etched on his face. Sister, are you throwing a party? Huh? Wang Ruyan chuckled, covering her mouth with her hand. This is all prepared for you. After enduring 5 years of hardship on Kunlun Mountain, how could I allow you to suffer more upon your return? Everything here is arranged for your enjoyment. Eat to your heart's content, and if you find anything lacking, I shall have it remade. Sister, this is too much. Yi Beichen quickly shook his head, feeling it was overly extravagant for just a meal. He chose a seat and began to indulge in the feast. Wang Ruyan, seated beside him, rested her chin on her hands, watching him devour the food with delight. Sister, you should join me. There is so much deliciousness here, Yi Beichen urged. Watching you eat is more than enough for me, Wang Ruyan replied, a tender smile gracing her lips. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside the room. Wang Ruyan's brow furrowed slightly, her displeasure evident. Didn't I say that no one should disturb my junior brother while he is dining? Manager, several vehicles with military plates have arrived outside. A person claiming to be Jun Wuhui insists on seeing you. We tried to stop him, but one of the men behind him struck our guard unconscious. The hotel manager's voice came through, tinged with urgency. Jun Wuhui. Wang Ruiyan's expression darkened. Sister, what's wrong? Yi Beichen sensed something amiss. Nothing serious. I'll handle it. You continue eating, Wang Ruiyan said with a slight smile, feigning indifference. Watching her retreating figure, Yi Beichen felt a pang of concern. He set down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth clean, and followed her. As Wang Ruiyan stepped out of the elevator, she spotted a young man standing in the hotel lobby. His hands clasped behind his back, a smile gracing his face. Ruiyan, it's been a while, Jun Wuhui greeted her. What brings you here? Wang Ruiyan's voice was cold. Isn't it obvious? You killed the King of Jiangnan, yet you still inquire about my purpose here? Jun Wuhui smiled and shook his head. I have come for two simple matters. First, to bring you to justice. Second, I intend to take that individual known as Yi Beichen with me. That is out of the question, Wang Ruiyan replied, shaking her head with indifference. Anyone wishing to touch her junior brother would first need her consent. Then you shall have no choice. Jun Wuhui's tone remained calm. This is a capture order personally issued by the war god Ling Feng. Those who resist will be met with lethal force. He raised his hand, producing a formal document emblazoned with a red header. It was indeed the warrant for Wang Ruiyan's arrest. The signature of the war god Ling Feng was prominently displayed, accompanied by an imposing seal that was impossible to overlook. Qinglong, Zhuke, I leave this to you, Jun Wuhui declared, turning to sit on the sofa in the hotel lobby. Slamming the warrant onto the coffee table. Understood. A middle-aged man and a woman in her mid-20s stepped forth from behind Jun Wuhui, responding with respect. Upon encountering the two individuals, Wang Ruiyan's expression darkened slightly. The war god Ling Feng is accompanied by the two formidable guardians, Qinglong and Zhuke, masters of martial arts. Indeed. Qinglong nodded, his face devoid of emotion. Will you bind your own hands, or shall we take action? Zhuchu's voice was frigid. Ruiyan, it would be prudent for you to surrender. I can assure you that you will not perish. After all, you are the woman favored by my friend. Jun Wuhui remarked with a smile. Yi Beichen furrowed his brows, about to step forward. However, Wang Ruiyan scoffed disdainfully and declared, This is the Empire Hotel, my domain. Do you think mere masters of martial arts can act recklessly here? Even if the war god Ling Feng himself were to come, I would not grant him face. Guiying, Homage, expel them, Wang Ruiyan commanded, pointing at the two. Yes, master. A chilling voice resonated as two shadowy figures appeared suddenly beside Wang Ruiyan. The two attendants of Master Jiushi had indeed descended from the mountains. Yi Beichen was astonished. Chapter 14. Senior sister, you are truly a pervert. You are also masters? Qinglong and Zhuke were taken aback. The aura of Guiying and Hanmei was unmistakably at the master level, yet their presence was eerily cold, akin to that of the deceased. Wang Ruiyan, you have concealed your strength well, having masters to protect you? Jun Wuhui expressed his surprise. He then turned to Guiying and Hanmei, speaking in a deep tone. As long as you agree to follow me, regardless of what conditions Wang Ruiyan offers, I will provide 3 times the reward. Whoosh. Guiying and Hanmei did not respond. Instead, they lunged into action with the ferocity of tigers, attacking Qinglong and Zhuke with a punch aimed directly at them. Seeking death, Qinglong sneered, his bones cracking as his internal energy surged. He unleashed a punch towards Guiying. Remarkably, the punch passed through Guiying's form, striking nothing but air. What? A flicker of surprise crossed Qinglong's eyes. Not good. He suddenly turned, finding Guiying had appeared behind him like a specter, delivering a punch. Qinglong pivoted just in time, but the blow landed squarely on his chest, producing a sharp crack as he spat out blood. Stumbling back several steps, Qinglong's expression turned grave as he remarked, shadow-like movements. Who is this old ghost from Shu? Qinglong Zun. Jun Wuhui's brow twitched in disbelief at Qinglong's unexpected defeat. Meanwhile, Hanmei exhibited overwhelming power, her speed precise and lethal, forcing Zhuke to retreat step by step. Such formidable skills. With your strength, why not join the Dragon Kingdom and serve the nation? Zhuke urged, gazing at them. With your capabilities, you could easily be appointed as generals. Not interested, Hanmei replied coldly. Leave. Guiying spat a single word. You too. Qinglong's face turned an ashen hue as he exchanged glances with Zhuke, realizing that they could not take Wang Ruiyan today. With a resentful snort, he turned and exited the Empire Hotel. Jun Wuhui, equally grim-faced, uttered a harsh remark before hastily departing. Guiying and Han Mei turned away, disappearing into the hall. After Jun Wuhui pursued them, Qinglong and Zhuke had already settled into the car. Upon entering, Jun Wuhui noticed that both of their faces were somewhat pale, as if they had sustained internal injuries. Uncle Qinglong, Sister Zhuke, are you injured? Jun Wuhui exclaimed, taken aback. In a battle between Grandmaster-level warriors, victory or defeat can be determined with a single move. We were defeated just now. Qinglong exhaled deeply. That person's movements were exceedingly strange. He is likely a disciple of the old ghost from Shu. Is he still alive? Zhu Qiue's expression was grave. Who is the old ghost from Shu? A flicker of confusion crossed Jun Wuhui's eyes. Qinglong and Zhuke exchanged glances, both descending into a heavy silence. After a moment, Qinglong finally spoke. He is a terrifying presence, elusive as a shadow. 50 years ago, he stirred the winds and clouds of Longhua, offending many powerful figures. The nation even mobilized 300,000 troops to scour the mountains of Shu, yet they could not find him. What? 300,000 troops could not locate one man? Jun Wuhui gasped, for he was still young and unable to maintain composure in the face of such gravity. 300,000 troops. We must immediately report this to the war god. Wang Ruyan may be connected to the old ghost from Shu. Qinglong furrowed his brow. Zhuke spoke in a low tone. The old ghost from Shu has not appeared in 50 years. Everyone presumed him dead. Now 2 Grandmasters suddenly emerge. It seems they were trained by him. Wang Ruyan has just returned from Kunlun Mountain over a year ago. Could it be that the old ghost is in Kunlun? No more speculation. We must report this to the war god at once. Qinglong shook his head, closing his eyes to meditate and heal. Jun Wuhui's brows knitted together. This matter was likely far from simple. He had not anticipated that someone as seemingly inconsequential as Wang Ruyan could have such significant connections. It seemed he needed to inform her. The woman he admired appeared to be a more formidable challenge than he had initially thought. A faint smile crept onto Jun Wuhui's face as he mused. However, given his status, it shouldn't be too difficult to win over Wang Ruyan. A rose with thorns can indeed be quite troublesome. Senior sister is formidable. After Jun Wuhui and the others departed, Yi Beichen stepped out with a smile, giving a thumbs up. The coldness on Wang Ruyan's delicate face vanished, replaced by a gentle smile. She approached Yi Beichen, producing a handkerchief to wipe the grease from the corner of his mouth, saying, "Look at you. You haven't even cleaned the oil from your lips." "I was just concerned about senior sister," Yi Beichen chuckled. "You saw everything?" Wang Ruyan inquired. "Indeed. I saw that the 2 attendants of Master Jiushi were actually brought down the mountain by you." Yi Beichen nodded. Wang Ruyan sighed, alas. If only senior sister possessed your martial prowess, she wouldn't need them. You truly are impressive, inheriting the legacy of Master Jiushi. You must be even more formidable than Guiying and Han Mei. I'm not so sure," Yi Beichen replied. Wang Ruyan's eyes glimmered as she scrutinized him closely. This junior brother had displayed extraordinary talent back when they were on Kunlun Mountain. In the mountains, 99 masters vied to take Yi Beichen as their disciple. Ultimately, none managed to persuade the others, leading them to collectively instruct him, thus shaping Yi Beichen into the extraordinary individual he is today. What level of martial prowess has this junior brother attained? Wang Ruyan pondered, her beautiful eyes shimmering with curiosity. "Junior brother, what is your current realm?" she inquired. "Senior sister, I am uncertain. Am I at the Grandmaster level? I truly do not know, as I have never encountered a Grandmaster," Yi Beichen replied. "Just now, regarding the Azure Dragon and the Vermilion Bird, if you were to unleash your full strength, how many moves would it take to defeat them?" Wang Ruyan asked. Her intrigue piqued. Yi Beichen contemplated for a moment, weighing his thoughts, and after a brief pause, he stated, "Their strength is rather average. If I exert my full power, well, I could probably defeat them with a single punch." Wang Ruyan stumbled slightly, almost losing her balance. "Senior sister," Yi Beichen quickly supported her, his concern evident. "Are you all right?" Coughing, Wang Ruyan's eyes were filled with astonishment as she exclaimed, "Junior brother, are you certain? These are 2 of the top experts from the Southeast Military District. The Azure Dragon is a lieutenant colonel and a martial arts master, while the Vermilion Bird is a major and also a martial arts master. You can kill them with one punch." "Indeed," Yi Beichen replied with a sense of certainty. Wang Ruyan's eyes sparkled with delight and surprise, which ultimately transformed into a rich expression of affection as she teased, You truly are a freak. Just then, Wang Ruiyan's phone rang, an incoming call interrupting the moment. She pressed the answer button, her expression shifting rapidly. What? Home. All right, I will return immediately. Chapter 15. 5 years ago, he should not have been let go. Senior sister, what is the matter? Yi Beichen asked, sensing something was amiss with her. Wang Ruiyan shook her head. It is nothing, just some issues at home in Jiangnan. She added, Junior brother, I must return for a while. But I will come find you later. Understood. I will continue investigating the cause of my parents' deaths here in Jiangnan. Perhaps Uncle Zhou knows something. Yi Beichen nodded. Very well. Wang Ruiyan replied with a light nod. She further instructed that if Yi Beichen dined at the Dihao Hotel, he need not pay. After watching the 10th senior sister depart, Yi Beichen hurried to the Zhou family's villa. Zhou Tianhao, Li Haixia, and Zhou Ruva anxiously awaited his arrival. Upon seeing him, they rushed forward. Beichen, are you all right? We heard at home that the King of Jiangnan was killed by a woman with a terrifying background. Brother Beichen, what exactly happened? The three of them looked at Yi Beichen with concern. Yi Beichen smiled and clarified, Uncle Zhou, the King of Jiangnan has indeed perished. And the woman you speak of is my senior sister. Your senior sister? The Zhou family wore expressions of confusion. Yi Beichen proceeded to explain that she was his senior sister from his time studying in Kunlun Mountain, but he refrained from divulging further details regarding her origins and background. Now I understand, Zhou Tianhao nodded. Zhou Ruyue expressed her worry, but now that the King of Jiangnan is dead, Brother Beichen, you will not be in danger, will you? I am very concerned. Ruyue, do not worry, I am fine. No one can harm me, Yi Beichen reassured her. Yi Beichen smiled, gently grasping her small hand and patting it softly to reassure her. Zhou Ryu finally exhaled in relief. Yi Beichen continued, Uncle Zhou, do you have any information regarding the deaths of my parents and elder brother? Zhou Tianhao shook his head. All I know is that those two martial artists were affiliated with the King of Jiangnan. Beyond that, I could not uncover anything else. It appeared that alternative measures were necessary. Yi Beichen furrowed his brow, realizing the enormity of the implications surrounding his parents' demise, which even the King of Jiangnan could not conceal. By the way, I recall that during the time of your parents' passing, the King of Jiangnan had extensive dealings with families from Jinling, Zhou Tianhao suddenly remarked. Jinling? Yi Beichen felt a stir of intrigue. Zhou Tianhao nodded. Indeed, Beichen, your senior sister dared to slay the King of Jiangnan, indicating she is no ordinary individual. If you pursue this lead, you may indeed uncover the truth behind your parents' deaths. Jinling sounds promising. I shall remember that, Yi Beichen resolved, intending to investigate further at his earliest convenience. At that moment, Zhou Ruyu's phone rang. Hello? Oh, you've arrived in Jiangnan. I have some matters at home. Perhaps it's best if I decline. Well, let me think about it, she replied, her expression troubled as she hung up. Noticing her distress, Yi Beichen inquired, Ryu, what troubles you? A university classmate has come to Jiangnan and wants to invite me for dinner, Zhou Ryu explained. Given the current circumstances, she was reluctant to attend the gathering, especially since Yi Beichen had returned, and she wished to spend more time with him. Yi Beichen, perceiving her predicament, smiled. What is the matter? I can accompany you if you like. Really? Zhou Ruyu's face brightened with joy. Of course, am I not your fiancé? Yi Beichen replied with a grin. That would be wonderful. I'll go change my clothes, Zhou Ryu exclaimed, rushing back to her room to change and apply a light touch of makeup, exuding an alluring presence. Let us take my car, Zhou Tianhao said cheerfully, tossing the keys to his Audi 8 to Yi Beichen. As he watched the two depart, Li Haixia's expression shifted dramatically. Turning to Zhou Tianhao, she asked, Darling, are you truly prepared to let them be together? What's wrong? Zhou Tianhao sensed something amiss in his wife's tone. Since Yi Beichen had entered the villa, Li Haixia's warmth had noticeably faded, even becoming somewhat cold. That boy, Beichen, has grown up before our eyes, but is he truly suitable for Ryu? He arrives back and has already taken a life. And what of that senior sister he mentioned? We don't even know her. Yet she has killed the King of Jiangnan. He is indeed the king. How could we, mere commoners, possibly provoke him? If this matter comes to light, what will happen to our family? Will we be implicated? Li Haixiao expressed her deep concern. In truth, it would have been better had Beichen not returned. If Ryu marries Zhao Tai, it wouldn't be such enough. Zhou Tianhao exclaimed in exasperation, pointing a finger at Li Haixia. Zhao Tai poisoned you, and you dare speak such words? If our daughter marries Zhao Tai, it would be akin to leaping into a pit of fire. And what of Yi Beichen? Li Haixia glared at Zhou Tianhao. Is he truly the son of your sworn brother? Do not presume that I am unaware. Indeed, Yi Beifeng is the son of Yi Laoqi, while Yi Beichen is merely an abandoned child taken in years ago. A foundling, you dare to. Zhou Tianhao, upon hearing this remark, struck Li Haixiao across the face. Silence. This matter is not to be spoken of carelessly. Ah, you strike me. You would resort to violence for a foundling? Li Haixiao cried, her voice laced with indignation. Zhou Tianhao, glancing nervously around, rushed to the entrance, where he beheld Yi Beichen and Zhou Ruyu departing in an Audi A8, disappearing into the distance, allowing him a moment's respite. Utter another word, and it shall not be a mere strike. I shall end your life. Zhou Tianhao's eyes twitched, his gaze icy as it bore down upon Li Haixiao. This is the first and the last time. Speak of Beichen's origins again, and I shall see to your demise. Li Haixiao was taken aback. After over 2 decades of marriage to Zhou Tianhao, he would threaten her life for the sake of a foundling? In Longdu, deep within a lavish estate, a middle-aged man clad in a fitted suit exuded an air of authority. Answering a phone call, he stood tall, his expression fluctuating. Very well, I understand. Ending the call, the formidable man spoke. Buhui has failed. The Qinglong and Zhuke have allied, only to be repelled by the 2 masters beside Wang Ruyan. They are suspected disciples of the old ghost of Shu. Across from him sat an elegant gentleman in a Zhongshan suit, who, upon hearing this, could hardly believe his ears. The old ghost of Shu? Is he not dead? How could he possibly still be alive? Brother Ling, I recall you personally led the pursuit of the old ghost of Shu into Kunlun Mountain. The imposing man was none other than the renowned war god of Longhua. Ling Feng. Ling Feng shook his head. He escaped to that place. The inhabitants there. He paused, then continued. I had thought he would never emerge again. It seems, however, that Wang Ruyan has ventured there and remained for several years. The middle-aged man's brow furrowed deeply, his demeanor grave. If that is the case, Yi Beichen is likely a disciple among those 99 individuals. Having failed to eliminate him 5 years ago, attempting to do so now may prove exceedingly difficult. He has become a master. With a sigh, the middle-aged man turned his gaze toward Ling Feng. Will you assist me once more? This is your war god, Ling Feng. A flicker of struggle crossed the middle-aged man's face before he grit his teeth. If he survives, I shall perish. You know that if she discovers this, there will be no mercy for me. Therefore, Yi Beichen must die. Ling Feng slowly rose, making his way toward the door. I shall assist you this final time. After Yi Beichen's demise, let us not meet again. Chapter 16. I am her fiancé. Yi Beichen drove to a car dealership, where he encountered a group of stylishly attired young individuals. Their fashion exuded a modern flair, reminiscent of figures stepped straight from the pages of a fashion magazine. Yu Ning and Zhou Ruyu alighted from the passenger seat, greeting a girl among the group. Su Yuning, Zhou Ruyu's college confidant. The young men, captivated, were taken aback by her beauty, akin to a leading lady from a Korean drama. Zhou Daebody, I have heard that you are reluctant to make an appearance. What is the matter? In Jiangnan, you are the gracious host, and it is no small feat for us to be here. A young man chuckled. Our esteemed Lin is eager to meet you. Indeed, during our university days, he persistently pursued you. Why did you not acquiesce? Now he has traveled all the way to Jiangnan, expressing concern for your transportation, and has even procured a red BMW for you. Several young men laughed, teasingly. Royo, this car is a gift for you, perfectly suited as a birthday present. A young man across from them smiled, dressed impeccably, radiating warmth and sunshine. Lin Xiao, a prominent figure during university days, admired by countless admirers. At that moment, Yi Beichen emerged from the driver's seat. Who is this? The brows of the group furrowed, mistakenly believing Yi Beichen to be the chauffeur. Greetings, I am Royo's boyfriend and fiancé. Yi Beichen introduced himself. Lin Zhao's smile faltered, and the atmosphere turned awkward. Royo? Is he truly your fiancé? Su Yoning expressed her astonishment. The young men and women present struggled to maintain their composure. Zhou Royo was the belle of Zhonghai University, with countless admirers, including Lin Xiao, who was among them. Furthermore, Lin Xiao belonged to the distinguished Lin family of Zhonghai. Given his status, it was perplexing that Zhou Royo had not accepted him. What could this man, claiming to be her fiancé, possibly offer to win her over? Zhou Royo replied with a sweet smile. Yes, it has been arranged since childhood. The corner of Lin Zhao's eye twitched as he extended a hand towards Yi Beichen. Hello. I am Lin Xiao. I am Yi, so please suppress your ambitions. Yi Beichen did not shake his hand. instead gazing coldly at the man. If Royo desires a car, I can procure one for her. She is my fiancée. Remember, do not entertain any other thoughts. Yi Beichen stated calmly. He then summoned a hotel staff member, asking, what is the price of your best car? The staff responded, a Porsche 918, priced at approximately 8.5 million, around 10 million after taxes. They did not expect Yi Beichen to genuinely make a purchase. 1. Please, as a gift for my fiancé, Yi Beichen produced a bank card and made the transaction. This card had been handed to him by his master before descending the mountain, adorned with images of dragons, lions, tigers, eagles, and black bears, the issuing bank unknown. Ding. UnionPay received 1 billion yuan. The car dealership's announcement echoed, shocking numerous customers and salespeople alike. No one anticipated that he would purchase the most expensive Porsche 918 without even entering the dealership. The sales staff were ecstatic. This dealership, unlike others, showcased a variety of luxury vehicles, and having only been employed for less than a month, he had just secured such a significant deal. Good sir, I will prepare the contract immediately, the sales representative exclaimed, bursting with excitement. Even the dealership manager personally came out to greet him. Meanwhile, at the World Financial Centers, the Wall Street of the Wolf Nation, the Stock Exchange of the Bear Nation, and the Capitol Building of the Eagle Nation, the World Trade Building in Dragon Country's Harbor Island is abuzz with excitement. They have simultaneously received a message. That card has been used. That person has returned. What? Where? In Dragon Country, someone has just swiped 10 million RMB. What? 10 million is merely 10 million? Quickly, send someone to investigate the matter and see if it is indeed that godfather. The financial elites from various nations are shaken. If that individual has returned, the entire global financial landscape will be reshuffled. What do you mean? I gifted Royo a Mercedes, merely to commemorate our long-standing friendship as classmates. Lin Zhao's composure faltered. Yi Beichen chuckled, remarking, we are all adults here. Must I spell it out for you? You. Lin Zhao's face flushed with indignation. He had never anticipated Yi Beichen would utter such words in front of him. The atmosphere turned awkward. The handsome men and beautiful women exchanged glances, pondering the true identity of Royo's boyfriend, who was so extravagantly wealthy. Su Yuning mused inwardly. The eyes of several girls sparkled with intrigue as they gazed at Yi Beichen. A display of 10 million clearly signified he was no ordinary individual. All right, it's all a misunderstanding. Su Yuning hastily interjected to ease the tension. Others joined in. It's just a misunderstanding. We thought Royo was single. Indeed, if there is a fiancé, why not mention it sooner? Royo, your fiancé possesses considerable capabilities. As they spoke, the awkwardness gradually dissipated. Come on, Lin Xiao, didn't you already reserve a venue for the gathering? Su Yuning smiled. Yes, let us head to the gathering place. I hear it's quite an exquisite villa, correct? The girls perked up with interest. Lin Xiao glanced at Yi Beichen and nodded. It's the Jinyuan International Manor, a Su-style garden, renowned in Jiangnan. The owner, Mr. Lin from Jinyuan International, is acquainted with my mother. This garden typically only accommodates dignitaries of specific status. The common folk cannot enter. Even those with fortunes in the billions lack the qualifications. Lin Xiao spoke with an air of pride, casting a disdainful glance at Yi Beichen. Sometimes, wealth does not equate to everything. One must possess power, connections, and status to establish oneself in this society. The world is governed by aristocratic families and clans. Take the 4 prominent families of Jinling, the Jia, Shi, Wang, and Shui families. They are all aristocrats. My Lin family from Zhonghai and the Zhao family from Jiangnan are among the gentry. What of Ma Xiaoyan and Ma Xiaoding, whose fortunes soar into the thousands of billions? In the past, at a banquet for the Zhonghai aristocracy, Ma Xiaoyan and Ma Xiaoding were relegated to dining at the entrance. Furthermore, the recently famous chairman of a certain video platform, Zhang Yiming, had to book an appointment 3 months in advance just to meet the head of the Shui family in Jinling. Lin Xiao spoke with conviction, as if to reclaim the confidence that had been momentarily shaken by Yi Beichen's 10 million. Young Master Lin is correct. In this world, mere wealth is insufficient. Power, connections, and heritage are of utmost importance. The young people nodded in agreement. By the way, Lin Xiao, you mentioned the Zhao family of Jiangnan. I wonder if you have heard of them? Suddenly, a girl shifted the topic. What has happened to the Zhao family? Several individuals looked over in confusion. That Zhao family has been exterminated. Just today, the girl declared. What? Everyone gasped in astonishment. Lin Xiao furrowed his brow. He had indeed heard rumors, but remained uncertain. I also heard that the King of Jiangnan has died, killed by a woman, the girl continued. What? The King of Jiangnan is dead? No way. Is that true? The name of the King of Jiangnan resonated loudly. He was a colossal figure. The King of Jiangnan had actually perished. Why hasn't this been reported? Someone inquired. Lin Xiao shook his head. This is a monumental event. It is highly unlikely to appear in the news or media. Most likely the information has been suppressed. None among them were locals of Jiangnan. They had come from Zhonghai, and their understanding of the local situation was limited, gleaned from hearsay. Zhou Ruoyou had been threatened regarding her engagement to Zhao Tai, a fact that remained undisclosed, including to Su Yuning. They were unaware that it was Yi Beiqin who had annihilated the Zhao family, and that the King of Jiangnan had met his demise due to him. I know the King of Jiangnan. He was a significant figure. When I was in Zhonghai, I even dined with him. I never anticipated he would meet such an end. Lin Xiao sighed, somewhat melancholic. Power struggles are not worth discussing. It's merely the ebb and flow of fortune. Who could have possibly killed the King of Jiangnan? Did such a person truly exist? The young men and women could not help but shudder. Zhou Ruoyou cast a furtive glance at Yi Beiqin. If they were to discover that it was her brother Beiqin who had obliterated the Zhao family, and that the King of Jiangnan perished because of him, what expressions would they wear? Zhou Ruoyou pondered. Chapter 17. The young lady of the Han family. Following this, they set off directly for the Jinyuan International Manor. This was a luxurious Su-style garden adorned with Taihu stones and Huangshan pines, each piece valued at the cost of an entire house. These extraordinary trees and stones were merely ornamental within the Jinyuan International Manor. Upon their arrival, they happened to see a woman in a Chanel ensemble, a bodycon skirt, stepping out of a Mercedes-Benz. She was none other than the general manager of Jinyuan International. Aunt Lin, what a coincidence to find you here, Lin Xiao greeted. Lin Yan paused, recognizing Lin Xiao as her best friend's son. Lin Xiao, is it really you? What brings you here? Aunt Lin, you forget easily. I had made an appointment, as agreed, to come today, Lin Xiao replied with a poised smile. All right, enjoy your time here. There is a 20% discount throughout the venue. Just as Lin Yan finished speaking, her gaze swept through the crowd and landed on Yi Beiqin standing beside Zhou Ruoyou, causing her body to tremble involuntarily. Heavens, why is he here? Aunt Lin, is everything all right? Lin Xiao noticed Lin Yan's unease. Lin Yan's beautiful eyes narrowed momentarily, and she quickly shook her head. No, it's nothing. Stealing another glance at Yi Beiqin, she promptly added, very well, today you all can enjoy yourselves. All expenses will be waived. The crowd was astonished. What? Lin Xiao was taken aback. A discount of 20% was already quite generous. Yet, Lin Yan had managed to secure a complimentary meal? Su Yuning felt a sense of curiosity and turned her head to glance in the direction Lin Yan had just been observing. There stood Yi Beiqin, exuding an air of calmness. Could it be because of him? Su Yuning pondered silently. The other handsome men and beautiful women present could not help but turn to look as well, and upon recognizing Yi Beiqin, they were somewhat surprised. Come, everyone. Let us not linger. Let us enter the Jinyuan International Manor together. Lin Yan beckoned to the group. Just as they were about to cross the threshold, a contingent of bodyguards clad in black suddenly appeared, blocking the entrance and preventing anyone from entering. Not even Lin Yan, the owner of Jinyuan International Manor, was spared from this obstruction. What are you doing? Can't you see Mr. Lin is here? What gives you the right to stop us? Protested the young individuals, their frustration palpable. However, Lin Yan shook her head, signaling for everyone to remain silent. The crowd was puzzled. At that moment, an elderly man and a girl appeared at the entrance of Jinyuan International Manor. The elder was seated in a wheelchair, radiating vitality, though his legs were covered with a tiger-patterned blanket. The girl, clad in a qipao and possessing a graceful figure, pushed the wheelchair towards the entrance. Miss Hanyu, Lin Xiao exclaimed in astonishment. Hanyu? Who is that? The classmates of Zhou Ruoyou inquired with curiosity. She is the eldest granddaughter of the Han family from Zhonghai. Lin Xiao explained. Is it that Han family? Su Yuning and the others gasped in disbelief. The Han family was renowned as the foremost lineage of Zhonghai, and Han Yu was the cherished jewel of the entire clan. What brought her here? Wait, Han Yu is in Jiangnan. So who is this elderly gentleman in the wheelchair? Someone murmured. That is the elder of the Han family, Han Jinlong. Another quietly remarked. The crowd's pupils dilated in shock as they suddenly deduced the identity of the elderly man in the wheelchair. Do not speak recklessly, Lin Yan swiftly admonished, lowering her voice. Be cautious not to attract trouble. While here, refrain from saying things you should not and looking at what you should not. The handsome men and beautiful women promptly bowed their heads. The Han family of Zhonghai was indeed a formidable force, rightfully regarded as the preeminent family in the region. Is the Han family really that powerful? Yi Beichen inquired with evident curiosity. Very much so. The Han family is capable of going toe-to-toe with the four prestigious families of Jinling, Zhou Ryu replied in a hushed tone. Oh, I see. Yi Beichen nodded slightly in understanding. Grandfather, you seem much better this month. If you continue to come here for rehabilitation, your health will surely improve. Han Yu's melodious laughter resonated. Let us hope so. Han Jinlong smiled in response. Suddenly, a voice interrupted. If you continue down this path, not only will your ailment persist, but your life will also be in jeopardy. A chilling silence enveloped the room. In an instant, all eyes turned toward Yi Beichen. What nonsense are you spouting? Su Yuning was taken aback. Even if Yi Beichen had a prominent background, could he afford to offend the Han family of Zhonghai? Not to mention the venerable Han Jinlong himself. Several classmates wore expressions of astonishment, taken aback by Yi Beichen's sudden interjection. Kid, are you courting death? How dare you curse Elder Han Jinlong? Lin Xiao nearly laughed aloud, contemplating how to regain control of the situation and teach Yi Beichen a harsh lesson. At present, it seems unnecessary. Yi Beichen dares to curse old Master Han. He won't even know how he meets his demise. Not even Jesus could save him. Moreover, this nouveau riche's family is destined to suffer alongside him. Although Lin Yan was initially startled, she soon realized that Yi Beichen was not one to fear even the King of Jiangnan, which eased her mind. Han Jinlong cast a glance over, and the atmosphere became tense, with immense pressure weighing upon everyone present. Even Zhou Ryu nervously grasped Yi Beichen's hand. Young man, what are you saying? Han Jinlong's calm demeanor exuded authority. Do you comprehend who you are speaking to? Apologize to my grandfather at once. Han Yu's delicate face darkened, her arms crossed, exuding an icy demeanor as she spoke chillingly. Yi Beichen remained composed and replied coolly, your legs were broken before. Presently, you have injured your tendons. And every night at 3 o'clock, you experience excruciating pain for 15 minutes. Each winter, the agony becomes unbearable, yet by your symptoms, it appears you have not sought medication. I surmise you have kept this to yourself all these years, enduring it silently. However, it is now June, and with your legs covered in tiger skin, the heat cannot dissipate. In a month or two, you will completely lose sensation in your legs. Yi Beichen finished his statement in one breath. A flicker of surprise crossed Han Jinlong's eyes. What Yi Beichen had stated was entirely accurate. Yet, he maintained his composure. Nonsense. Kneel and apologize to my grandfather. Han Yu commanded fiercely, an overwhelming aura emanating from her. Lin Xiao, Su Yuning, and others recoiled in fear, while Zhou Ryu hid behind Yi Beichen. The presence of the eldest daughter of the Han family in Zhonghai was formidable enough to deter direct gazes. Wait, let him continue, Han Jinlong interjected, shaking his head to stop Han Yu. Grandfather? Han Yu was taken aback. Yi Beichen pressed on. Have you consumed ginseng recently? Huh. Knowing we are from the Han family, you deduced that ginseng is an essential tonic, so you assume my grandfather has ingested it? Is this mere blind guessing? Han Yu scoffed. Yi Beichen shook his head. From this moment forth, refrain from consuming ginseng. Otherwise, your legs will be rendered completely useless. Should you experience an attack, inserting silver needles into the Yongquan point at 1 3/10 inches, Kunlun point at 2 inches, and Feiyang point at ½ inch may temporarily alleviate the pain. Huh. Young man, I have the best doctors. If it were that simple, Han Jinlong chuckled lightly, shaking his head. Han Yu coldly retorted, Grandfather, this boy is merely spouting nonsense. Kneel and confess your mistakes. Enough, he is just a young man. Who hasn't he been young before? Han Jinlong sighed, casting a deep glance at Yi Beichen before allowing Han Yu to usher him onto a caregiver's vehicle for a swift departure. Once Han Jinlong and Han Yu had left, the others exhaled in relief. You, Yi, do you realize how nearly you brought our doom upon us? Lin Xiao expressed his anger, pointing an accusing finger at Yi Beichen. With a swift motion, Yi Beichen knocked him to the ground with a slap. Do not point at me. This is your first warning. I spare you this time for Ryu's sake. Lin Xiao was infuriated, covering his face and glaring at Yi Beichen. Just then, Yi Beichen's phone chimed with a text message. He glanced at his phone, and his expression shifted dramatically. A message read, Within 3 hours, come to Jinling Longhu Mountain Villa, or Wang Rian will die. Chapter 18, at all costs. His sister in danger? Yi Beichen was taken aback and quickly dialed Wang Rian's number, only to be met with the prompt that she was out of service. The thought of his senior sister in peril left him no room for hesitation. He dashed towards the Audi 8 without a backward glance. With a swift press of the accelerator, he sped towards Jinling. Lin Xiao yelled after Yi Beichen, "You wait. Brat Yi, this isn't over." Meanwhile, Han Jinlong and his granddaughter, Han Yu, arrived at Jiangnan International Airport, preparing to board a flight back to Zhonghai. As soon as they settled into the private jet, Han Yu couldn't contain herself. "Grandpa, why were you so courteous to that person? I believe he knows our identity." And such words were merely to draw your attention. Han Yu pouted. "With your status and our Han family's connections and influence, a single word from you could have him skip 3 decades of struggle. I've encountered many like him." Han Yu's assertions were fervent, having already labeled Yi Beichen. "Where? Your judgments are too clouded. This young man is quite extraordinary," Han Jinlong replied with a smile and a shake of his head. What is so extraordinary about him?" Han Yu retorted disdainfully. "Did you not notice how everyone else present treated me with utmost respect upon realizing my identity, yet he dared to comment on my condition?" Han Jinlong observed. "He merely seeks to capture your attention," Han Yu insisted. "Incorrect," Han Jinlong sighed. "Your ability to discern character still lacks refinement. The calmness exhibited by that young man is not feigned." "And what of it?" Han Yu inquired curiously. "Nothing," he replied with a faint smile. Seeing her grandfather's reluctance to elaborate, Han Yu retrieved a piece of ginseng from her medical kit to steep in water. "Grandpa, your vitality is severely depleted. You need to drink ginseng-infused water daily." As for Yi Beichen's instructions against consuming ginseng, she dismissed them entirely. Han Jinlong gazed at the cup steeping with ginseng, hesitating. Were that young man's words true? If false, how did he know my ailment? If true, should I continue with the ginseng? "Grandpa, do you truly believe him? You've been drinking this ginseng infusion for months. It's a remedy prescribed by a renowned physician from Lingnan," Han Yu retorted. "Indeed," Han Jinlong nodded in agreement. Can a young man's words outweigh those of a Lingnan physician? After consuming the ginseng infusion, Han Jinlong's complexion improved slightly, warmth coursing through him, providing immense comfort. However, in the next moment, his face contorted in agony as he clutched his stomach, beads of sweat pouring from his brow, writhing in pain on the sofa. "Grandpa, what is wrong?" Han Yu exclaimed, horrified. "The ginseng infusion. There's a problem." Han Jinlong grimaced, his face nearly unrecognizable from the pain. "How is this possible? You've been drinking this ginseng infusion for months." Han Yu gasped in disbelief. All the mountain ginseng was sourced from Changbai Mountain, personally led by Uncle Jun. There could be no doubt about its quality. Han Yu felt a sudden surge of panic and quickly summoned a doctor. A middle-aged man, hastily carrying a medical kit, appeared to examine Han Jinlong's condition. The old gentleman was exhibiting symptoms of excessive vital energy, with the imbalance causing immense suffering, the doctor explained, swiftly seeking ways to alleviate Han Jinlong's pain. Unfortunately, despite employing all available remedies, including painkillers and silver needles, nothing seemed to alleviate the distress. This surge of vital energy appears to have erupted suddenly. What could be the cause? The middle-aged doctor was flustered, having practiced medicine for 30 years without encountering such a phenomenon. Han Yu, her face etched with anxiety, implored, "Dr. Song, you are the esteemed disciple of the renowned physician from Lingnan. Please, think of a solution." "Miss Han, I too have never encountered a situation like this," Song Haichong replied, shaking his head as he wiped the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief. "What? You don't know either?" Han Yu's face went pale. "Dr. Song, try piercing the Yongquan point at 1.5 inches, the Kunlun point at 2 inches, and the Feiyang point at 1/2 inch." Han Jinlong, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, suddenly interjected. "Grandfather?" Han Yu gasped in astonishment. Wasn't this a remedy proposed by that young man, who had previously been dismissed as nonsensical? "Where did you hear about this method?" Song Haichong looked perplexed. Han Jinlong shook his head, enduring the agony, and said, "There is no time for explanations, just give it a try." "Very well," Song Haichong, seeing Han Jinlong's determination, ceased further discussion and raised his hand to begin the acupuncture, precisely following the 3 points as instructed by Yi Beichen. As the 3rd silver needle was inserted, Han Jinlong felt the unbearable pain within him abruptly cease. "It doesn't hurt anymore," he said, astonished. "What?" Han Yu's eyes widened, her face reflecting disbelief. Suddenly, a spark of excitement ignited in Han Jinlong's aged eyes. An incredible scene unfolded before them. He trembled, but managed to move his legs. "I'm standing." "Grandfather!" Han Yu exclaimed in shock, nearly brought to tears, her eyes shimmering with emotion. "I can stand." Han Jinlong was equally stunned, unable to believe his own eyes. After 5 or 6 years of paralysis, confined to a wheelchair, he had followed Yi Beichen's acupuncture method and, after just 3 sessions, found himself able to stand. Old Sir, Song Haichong was equally astonished, his eyes wide with disbelief. When had his medical skills become so extraordinary? This was unfathomable. Ha ha! Han Jinlong laughed heartily, overwhelmed with joy, and turned to Han Yu, instructing, "You heir, quickly return to Jinyuan International Mountain Villa and find that young man. Spare no expense. I must meet him, no matter the cost." "Yes, grandfather, I will go at once." Han Yu nodded enthusiastically, understanding the monumental significance of her grandfather standing once more. For the Han family of Zhonghai, this was nothing short of miraculous news. Yi Beichen drove swiftly, completing the 3-hour journey to Jinling City in just 2. Longhu Mountain Villa is quite renowned in Jinling. A mere inquiry reveals its specific location. This is an island within the Longhu Center, transformed into an estate, where only the elite and dignitaries are permitted to set foot. At this moment, as dusk descends, several fishermen conclude their fishing endeavors and prepare to return home. "Old Zhang, how was today's catch?" one of the fishermen inquired. Without a reply, Old Zhang stood on the fishing boat, astonished, gazing in a particular direction. "A celestial being." "What celestial being?" responded the fishermen, puzzled, following Old Zhang's gaze. They gasped in disbelief, their eyes nearly popping out. Before them, a figure glided across the water's surface, balancing on a branch. Behind him surged a cascade of white waves, astonishingly skimming across the water. This individual was Yi Beichen. Upon arriving at Longhu, Yi Beichen could not locate a fishing boat, so he seized a branch and propelled himself onto the island using his true energy. Once on the island, he easily located the entrance to Longhu Mountain Villa, where dozens of surveillance cameras were already focused on him, acknowledging his arrival. "I have arrived. Where is my senior sister?" Yi Beichen bellowed, his voice thunderous, resonating throughout the entire estate. Chapter 19. A billion reward. The inhabitants of the villa were taken aback. A middle-aged man rushed into the monitoring room, his face a mask of disbelief as he examined the surveillance footage. "I gave him 3 hours, yet he arrived so swiftly? Wait, how did he get onto the island?" "Let me see the lake's surface footage," the middle-aged man commanded. The personnel in the monitoring room promptly retrieved the lake's surveillance recordings. To their astonishment, they were left speechless. Almost the entire monitoring room was rendered dumbfounded, gaping in disbelief. Yi Beichen had indeed glided across the water on a branch. More precisely, he had traversed with a speed surpassing that of a speedboat. "This brat." The middle-aged man's eyes twitched violently, and he coldly ordered, "Prepare the poisoned wine. Open the gates and let him in." As his words echoed, the grand iron gates of Longhu Mountain Villa swung open. Yi Beichen's expression darkened. The sun had set, and nightfall enveloped the surroundings. Brilliant lights illuminated the area, with various searchlights directed towards him, rendering it difficult to keep his eyes open. Undeterred, Yi Beichen strode confidently into Longhu Mountain Villa. Before long, he encountered armed personnel. They escorted him through the garden into a grand hall. All around, men armed to the teeth were stationed. The middle-aged man from the monitoring room emerged, flanked by a cadre of armed guards, and approached Yi Beichen. "It's you?" The moment Yi Beichen laid eyes on him, a chilling fury ignited within him. This man was none other than Hong Wu, the master of Longhu Mountain Villa, a martial artist who had once invaded the Yi family, one of the culprits responsible for the deaths of his parents and elder brother. 5 years prior, he had stormed the Yi residence alongside a devotee of the Jiangnan king. The deaths of Yi Laoqi, Zhou Xianglian, and Yi Beifeng were inextricably linked to him. Even in ashes, Yi Beichen would recognize him. "It is I. Who would have thought that merely 5 years later, your prowess has become so formidable? As I traverse the waters, I invoke true energy, do I not? Have you achieved the status of a martial arts master?" Hong Wu spoke with a solemn tone. "The Zhao family has been annihilated, and the King of Jiangnan is dead. Young man, you truly astound me. No wonder 5 years ago, there were those who wished to extinguish your entire lineage. Now, 5 years later, someone offers 10 billion for your life." Hong Wu shook his head. "Do you realize that in Dragon Country, the bounty for killing a master is merely 1 billion? What merit do you possess to be valued at 10 billion? Who seeks my demise? Yi Beichen's gaze darkened. Do you truly believe I would disclose such information? Hong Wu chuckled. The hundreds of gun barrels surrounding Yi Beichen pointed unwaveringly at him. Even if Yi Beichen were a master, under the fire of so many weapons, he would be reduced to a mere sieve. In ancient times, a master warrior was indeed invincible. Amidst a sea of adversaries, they could claim the heads of their enemies. Yet in modern society, amidst a hail of bullets, even a master must taste defeat. Where is my senior sister? Yi Beichen inquired. Ha ha ha, that woman. Hong Wu regarded Yi Beichen with calmness, gesturing towards a nearby tea table where a cup of poisoned wine lay. Drink this, and I shall reveal Wang Ruiyan's whereabouts. Very well. Without hesitation, Yi Beichen stepped forward decisively, lifting the poisoned wine and downing it in one gulp. You do not even inquire as to what it is? Hong Wu's brows furrowed, astonished. Yi Beichen replied coolly, It is merely poison wine, or some such poison. Clever, yet regrettably, you are also quite foolish. Hong Wu looked at Yi Beichen with a mix of pity and amusement. What status does Wang Ruiyan hold that I could possibly harm her? I merely bribed a hacker to sabotage her phone card, ensuring you could not reach her. Hong Wu cast a mocking glance at Yi Beichen, his face alight with amusement. To think you would be so flustered as to genuinely believe Wang Ruiyan was in my grasp. If she is unharmed, then all is well. Yi Beichen smiled faintly. Hong Wu regarded Yi Beichen with a knowing expression, saying, Why are you not concerned for your own well-being? What you consumed moments ago was the poison of the belladonna, with no antidote available. Moreover, the pollen of the belladonna can neutralize your internal energy. Yi Beichen, all your efforts over the past 5 years, all your martial training, will amount to naught today. Suddenly, Hong Wu bellowed, exuding a powerful aura, stepping forth from the protection of the crowd. Today, I shall eliminate you. The fish that slipped through the net 5 years ago. Then, I will collect the 10 billion bounty. Do you know that I have a master? Known as the King of Medicinal Herbs from Miaojiang? Yi Beichen interjected. The belladonna you administered has already been neutralized the moment it entered my system. What King of Medicinal Herbs? Hong Wu's brows knitted in confusion. Suddenly, realization struck him. He incredulously asked, The King of Medicinal Herbs from Miaojiang? You mean that one? The very same who single-handedly poisoned 100,000 people? It seems there are still those in this world who recognize my esteemed master. Yi Beichen nodded slightly. I offer you a chance. Reveal the mastermind behind this, and I shall grant you a swift end. In your dreams. Hong Wu's expression darkened, instinctively retreating a few steps, then commanding with both hands. Kill him. Rat-a-tat-tat. Hundreds of firearms discharged simultaneously, bullets raining down like a tempest, roaring towards Yi Beichen. The entire hall was instantly engulfed in a blaze of gunfire. As Yi Beichen's foot slipped, he crouched down and swept through the crowd. Dozens of gunmen found their legs shattered, sprawled on the ground, howling in agony. Bullets whizzed past him, yet Yi Beichen evaded each one with the agility of an eel, moving with a speed that seemed to surpass even the bullets themselves. Hong Wu's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed Yi Beichen darting through the throng like a rocket. Hundreds of shots fired, yet none could touch him. Inside the grand hall, adorned with opulence worth millions, all became mere phantoms in an instant. Bullets ricocheted, and many of his own men suffered collateral damage. In less than 5 minutes, nearly all of the hundreds present lay on the ground, leaving only Hong Wu and a handful of terrified bodyguards, their eyes glued to him in sheer terror. Was he a man or a demon? Stop! The remaining bodyguards trembled, their hands unsteady, unable to grip their weapons, shaking as they pointed at Yi Beichen. I only want Hong Wu, he declared, advancing step by step. Ah, a devil. Yes, a devil. The bodyguards, in a frenzy, discarded their firearms and fled towards the exit. Yi Beichen made no attempt to pursue, his gaze coldly fixed on Hong Wu. Suddenly, sensing danger, Hong Wu turned and bolted. His speed was remarkable, a fleeting shadow in motion. As a celestial-level martial artist, his desperate escape was swift, but Yi Beichen was swifter still. Just 3 steps into his flight, Yi Beichen appeared before him, delivering a sweeping kick. A sharp crack echoed through the air. Ah! Hong Wu's legs were shattered in a grotesque twist, and he collapsed like a lifeless dog, screaming in torment. Tell me, who ordered the assassination of my parents years ago? Who has placed a bounty of 1 billion on my head today? Yi Beichen pressed his foot upon Hong Wu's head, his voice chillingly composed. Chapter 20. The culprit is the war godling foam? Stop! Suddenly, a feeble voice pierced through the tension, laced with an icy undertone. A young man, accompanied by a group of strikingly handsome individuals, emerged through the grand entrance. Clad in luxurious attire, they appeared unfazed by the carnage surrounding them, merely frowning at the scene before them. Some even covered their noses, repulsed by the overwhelming stench of blood. The leading young man, pale and unsteady, bore the marks of someone who had been drained of vitality. With deep-set dark circles and long hair, he resembled a sun-starved invalid. Who dares to cause a disturbance at Longhu Villa? Release him, he commanded, his voice dripping with authority. Jia Qingshu, the eldest grandson of the Jia family, the premier among the 4 great families of Jiangnan. Despite his lack of talent and reputation as a wastrel, he was shielded by his powerful mother, a daughter of a prominent figure in Longdu. While he could never ascend to the head of the Jia family, his status ensured that no one dared to cross him in Jiangnan. Young Master Jia, save me. Hong Wu clung to him like a lifeline, desperate in his plea. These were the young heirs of the 4 great families, gathered for an evening soiree at Longhu Villa. Upon hearing the gunfire, they had rushed to the scene. The scene that just transpired left a profound impact. Yi Beichen regarded Jia Qingshu with an air of indifference, declaring, "What do you think you are? You expect me to release him just because you say so? This is none of your concern. Leave." "What did you say?" Jia Qingshu's expression darkened. The other young members of the 4 great families present, unfamiliar with Yi Beichen, were utterly astonished by his audacity. Was he out of his mind to speak to Jia Qingshu in such a manner? "I said get lost," Yi Beichen replied coldly. "Break his limbs and toss him into Long Lake to feed the fish," Jia Qingshu commanded ominously, pointing at Yi Beichen. "Understood." An elder behind Jia Qingshu nodded in agreement. With a surge of energy, he lunged forward like a cheetah, appearing before Yi Beichen in an instant. Rather than attacking, he regarded Yi Beichen with a bemused expression. "Are you startled by the speed? A martial arts master?" Yi Beichen narrowed his eyes. "You have some discernment, young man. Did you hear Jia Shao's words? Will it be me who acts, or will you?" The elder taunted. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, a scream escaped his lips. "Ah?" For Yi Beichen had already made his move. In a swift motion, Yi Beichen grasped the elder's neck, lifting him effortlessly as if he were a mere chick. With a sharp crack, the martial arts master, caught off guard, found his neck easily crushed by Yi Beichen's grip, his lifeless body discarded carelessly aside. The entire ordeal took less than 3 seconds. Silence enveloped the venue. The young members of the 4 great families, accompanying Jia Qingshu, could not suppress their gasps of horror and instinctively recoiled in trepidation. How utterly terrifying. They were well aware of the elder's formidable strength. He was undoubtedly a martial arts master, a genuine powerhouse. This was a martial arts master, personally assigned by Jia Qingshu's mother to protect him. Such a figure could catch bullets from a sniper rifle with bare hands. Yet here he was, dispatched like a mere rabbit by the man before them. How old could this young man be? He appeared even younger than they were. 20? Perhaps 25? It was downright chilling. Almost everyone stared at Yi Beichen in shock. Even Hong Wu felt a shiver coursing through him, momentarily forgetting the excruciating pain in his legs. If a martial arts master could be so easily dispatched by Yi Beichen, any lingering hope he had was utterly extinguished. Only Jia Qingshu displayed a flicker of tension, a mere twitch at the corner of his eye. He was not afraid. Though initially startled, he quickly regained his composure. His maternal grandfather was a prominent figure in Longdu, and he feared no one, not even a war god, let alone a young man. Moreover, Jia Qingshu deduced the young man's identity, uttering the name, Yi Beichen. Despite his reckless nature, Jia Qingshu was astute. The Zhao family of Jiangnan had been annihilated, and the Jiangnan king had perished. Though he was far away in Jinling, the news reached him swiftly. He was a wastrel, but not a fool. There was no one else, apart from Yi Beichen, who could so effortlessly kill a master at such a young age. There simply was no one of such caliber in Jinling. What? He is Yi Beichen. He annihilated the Zhao family and the King of Jiangnan. Apart from Jia Qingshu, the other young heirs instinctively took a few steps back. While Jia Qingshu showed no fear of Yi Beichen, the others were apprehensive. They lacked the formidable background he possessed. "Since you know me, why do you not leave at once?" Yi Beichen remarked coldly. Suddenly, Jia Qingshu erupted into laughter, his tone bordering on madness. As he disregarded Yi Beichen entirely. "Do you even comprehend who you are speaking to? Do you presume I am like the Zhao family or the King of Jiangnan? A mere waste? You killed my subordinate and yet demand I depart? Do you believe that with a single command, I could render you utterly obliterated? After uttering this, Jia Qingshu regarded Yi Beichun with a playful expression. You are excessively verbose. Yi Beichun, uninterested in this arrogant man, raised his foot and sent a bullet skimming across the ground, piercing through Jia Qingshu's skull. With a sickening sound, laughter ceased abruptly. Jia Qingshu's eyes widened in shock, a gaping hole appearing on his forehead as blood gushed forth. With a thud, his lifeless body fell, his eyes bulging in disbelief. His expression was a mixture of horror, as if questioning how this could happen. How could he dare to kill him? Jia Xiao is dead. Jia Xiao is dead. A cacophony of frantic screams erupted, and everyone, as if driven mad, fled the hall without a glance back. With Jia Qingshu's demise, the tides in Jinling were bound to shift. Yi Beichun's sole intention was to locate the murderer of his parents. He had no desire to dwell on Jia Qingshu. I shall not repeat my previous inquiry, Yi Beichun said, gazing down at Hongwu calmly. Trembling, Hongwu struggled to raise his head and met Yi Beichun's eyes. The man he had pursued 5 years prior had unexpectedly gained such formidable strength. He had even dared to kill Jia Qingshu. Hongwu forced a bitter smile. Who would have thought that in just 5 years you would grow so fearsome? Your response is irrelevant, Yi Beichun replied coolly, then crushed one of Hongwu's arms underfoot. Ah! Hongwu cried out in agony, hastily exclaiming, I swear, I do not know who killed your parents. But I can tell you that the King of Jiangnan is a disciple of the war god Ling Feng. Perhaps the war god himself knows. The war god Ling Feng. Yi Beichun's brow furrowed. That Jun Wuhui seemed to represent the war god Ling Feng, tasked with capturing the 10th senior sister, yet he returned in failure. Could it be that the war god intended to eliminate him? Chapter 21. The Celestial Kill Organization. It seems I must seek an opportunity to confront the war god Ling Feng. Yi Beichun contemplated inwardly. He felt no trepidation in light of Ling Feng's identity. Regardless of who it was, any foe responsible for his parents' demise, be it a deity or a sovereign, must be avenged. Who has placed a bounty of 1 billion on my head? Yi Beichun inquired. It was the Celestial Kill Organization, Hongwu blurted out. Yi Beichun frowned. What is the Celestial Kill Organization? Do you not know of the Celestial Kill Organization? Hongwu was taken aback. Given that Yi Beichun had transformed from a mere college aspirant into a master of martial arts over the past 5 years, he should have encountered numerous experiences. However, he was surprisingly unaware of the infamous killing organization. Logically, any martial artist of master level or above should be familiar with it. Yi Beichun, with one foot firmly planted on Hongwu's head, gazed down at him with an icy indifference. Upon witnessing this, Hongwu trembled and hastily explained. The killing organization is the most elite assassin group in the Dragon Kingdom. Any martial artist who enters the master realm will inevitably attract the organization's attention, compelling these masters to become their affiliates. Can the killing organization truly threaten masters? Yi Beichun pondered with a hint of astonishment. Indeed, this organization is fearsome. Any task they issue must be completed, even by master-level warriors, or they will be pursued relentlessly. Hongwu nodded gravely. So, the killing organization has commissioned you to kill me? Yi Beichun furrowed his brow. Hongwu quickly shook his head, insisting, No, not at all. I accepted a task from the forum of the killing organization. He produced a mobile phone, unlocking it with a single hand before revealing a hidden application. Upon entering, Yi Beichun beheld a forum interface. On the homepage, he discovered a series of bounty postings. Human Kill Order. Eliminate the richest man in Southwest Province, Lichongjiang. Bounty of 300 million. Earth Kill Order. Eliminate the King of Jiangnan. Bounty of 500 million. Heaven Kill Order. Eliminate Yi Beichun. Bounty of 1 billion. As Yi Beichun scrutinized his own bounty notice, he was struck by the astonishing detail it contained, including a photo from his high school days. Hongwu elaborated. These are 3 types of bounty orders, differing in price, and anyone can accept them. You can register on the forum and then post a bounty. If it gets approved, the administrators will assist in publishing it. However, you must first transfer the bounty amount into an overseas bank account. The deadline is 1 week. If the bounty fails, no refund will be issued. Should the bounty succeed, as long as you provide evidence of the kill, you will receive the full reward. Hongwu looked at Yi Beichun, stating, From this moment forth, many assassins will likely be after you. Nearly every assassin in the Dragon Kingdom will see this bounty. Among them, there will undoubtedly be martial arts masters. You can imagine how great the temptation of 1 billion is. After absorbing Hongwu's explanation, Yi Beichen gained a clearer understanding of the killing organization. So, you do not know who wishes to kill me, he remarked, nodding slightly. Correct, Hong Wu replied. You are also unaware of who ordered the assassination of my entire family, are you? Yi Beichen continued. Hong Wu, feeling the chill of Yi Beichen's indifferent gaze, involuntarily shivered. What use do I have for you, then? Yi Beichen sighed, pressing his foot down hard, shattering Hong Wu's skull. Now, only 2 clues remained, one being the war godling phone, and the other, the killing organization. Just as Yi Beichen contemplated his next steps, his phone rang. He pressed the answer button. Junior brother, how are you? My phone suddenly malfunctioned, and I lost reception. I immediately had it repaired, and upon discovering your missed call, I became worried about your safety. The anxious voice of his 10th senior sister reached him. I'm fine, senior sister, Yi Beichen assured her. Wang Ruyan sensed something amiss with Yi Beichen and hurriedly inquired, Where are you? Yi Beichen replied, Longhu Mountain Villa. What business do you have there? An ominous premonition gripped Wang Ruyan. Yi Beichen recounted the entire sequence of events. Hong Wufa contacted me, claiming you were in his custody, luring me to Longhu Mountain Villa. I took care of Hong Wufa and his subordinates directly. Furthermore, there was a brief interlude with someone named Jia Qingshu who troubled me, and I ended up eliminating him. Wang Ruyan was taken aback. What? You killed Jia Qingshu? Senior sister, is there a problem? Yi Beichen queried, puzzled. Wang Ruyan suddenly chuckled. Pfft. No problem at all. It's merely Jia Qingshu. His death means nothing. You need not worry about this. Await me at Longhu Mountain Villa. I shall come to fetch you shortly. Understood. Yi Beichen affirmed. 15 minutes later, the night sky resonated with a thunderous sound as a helicopter descended onto the lawn of Longhu Mountain Villa. Wang Ruyan leaped from the aircraft, her gaze landing on Yi Beichen, who was drenched in blood. Junior brother, are you injured? All of it is someone else's blood. Yi Beichen replied with a light-hearted smile. Look at you, getting yourself all filthy, Wang Ruyan chided, casting a disapproving glance at him. Come, let us return home. Senior sister will help you clean up. All right. Yi Beichen nodded slightly, boarding the helicopter with Wang Ruyan as they headed towards a manor. Along the way, Yi Beichen asked, Senior sister, are you familiar with the Tiansha organization? Wang Ruyan looked at him curiously. Of course. Why do you ask? Yi Beichen handed her Hong Wufa's phone, directing her attention to the Tiansha organization's forum interface. Upon seeing the staggering bounty of 1 billion, Wang Ruyan's expression darkened. Damn, who has the audacity to issue a bounty on you so brazenly on the Tiansha forum? Tick-tock, tick-tock. The sound of a timer echoed in their ears. What is that noise? Yi Beichen frowned. Not good. Wang Ruyan's complexion changed as she swiftly rose and flipped open the airplane seat. Inside lay a bomb, counting down with only 10 seconds remaining. Oh no, Wang Ruyan thought, remaining composed as she grabbed a nearby parachute and tossed it to Yi Beichen. Simultaneously, she donned one for herself and kicked open the helicopter's door. Junior brother, jump. Yi Beichen, having spotted the bomb, wasted no time. They leaped from the helicopter in quick succession. Boom. Just 3 seconds passed when a violent explosion erupted above them, the shockwave propelling them away. Fortunately, having already jumped from the helicopter, they deployed their parachutes and began to descend slowly. It's the Tiansha organization. They have commenced their assault. Wang Ruyan's face grew cold, her murderous intent surging. Whoever placed a bounty on my junior brother will not escape unscathed. Suddenly, a flash of white light streaked across the ground below. Yi Beichen glanced in that direction, his expression shifting dramatically as he shouted, Senior sister, there's a sniper. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out. One bullet aimed at Yi Beichen and another at Wang Ruyan. Yi Beichen instinctively caught the bullet aimed at him. But Wang Ruyan was in peril. At this moment, Yi Beichen found himself more than 10 meters away from Wang Ruyan, unable to reach her in time. Both hovered in the air, akin to living targets. Senior sister, Yi Beichen called out, but the next scene left him utterly astonished. Chapter 22. The man who weighs on my mind. Wang Ruyan raised her hand and, as if plucking an item from a pouch, effortlessly caught the bullets fired from the sniper's rifle. Senior sister, you. Yi Beichen exclaimed, taken aback by the revelation that his senior sister possessed the same formidable ability as he did, to seize the sniper bullets. How could this be possible? Must you be the only martial arts master? Wang Ruyan smiled charmingly at Yi Beichen. Yi Beichen could hardly believe his eyes. Below them, the 2 snipers were even more shocked than he was. Upon seeing the staggering bounty of 1 billion on the Tiansha forum for Yi Beichen's demise, They had aimed to eliminate him and claim the reward. However, they never anticipated that both he and Wang Rian were martial arts masters. Damn it, we must flee. One elite sniper shouted, discarding his weapon and vanishing into the night like a rabbit. The other turned and ran in the opposite direction. They understood that once Yi Beichen and Wang Rian descended to the ground, they would be relentlessly pursued. Splitting up was their only chance for survival. Only one of them might escape. At an altitude of about 100 meters above the lake's surface, Yi Beichen looked at Wang Rian and said, "Senior sister, take care of yourself. I will pursue them." After uttering these words, he surprisingly unfastened his parachute and plummeted toward the lake. For an ordinary person, a fall from 100 meters, even into water, would feel akin to crashing onto concrete. Yet, as Yi Beichen dove down, he released a surge of true energy just 5 meters above the water, gently landing on its surface. With a swift motion, Yi Beichen surged forward, chasing one of the snipers. Wang Rian, witnessing the entire scene from above, couldn't help but remark, "My junior brother's strength is becoming increasingly terrifying." Could he have reached that level? The first sniper was swift, escaping the confines of Long Lake and dashing across the outer road. Damn, he is coming. The first sniper glanced back to see Yi Beichen emerging from the woods on the opposite side of the road, ready to charge. No wonder someone has placed a bounty of 1 billion on his head. Such a formidable individual, who in Dragon Country could handle a reward of even 20 billion. With no time to ponder further, the first sniper turned to flee. As long as I blend into the crowd, I'll be safe. I refuse to believe he can find me among the masses. Calmly, the Scorpion, an elite sniper and assassin, thought to himself. Even if the assassination failed, he could swiftly integrate into the crowd. Once he became an ordinary person, he was confident that Yi Beichen would be unable to capture him. Ahead lay a bustling night market. The Scorpion smiled and darted into a shadowy corner. When Yi Beichen arrived at that spot, only a jacket remained on the ground. He has escaped? Yi Beichen furrowed his brows, casting a cold smile as he gazed into the bustling night market ahead. "Do you think you can escape?" he mused. With his hands clasped behind his back, he strolled into the market like an ordinary university student. In a corner of the night market, Xiao Ruoxue and Sun Qian each held a bowl of stinky tofu. Clad in snug shorts that accentuated their figures, their beautiful legs were on full display. Many young men in the market could not resist stealing glances at them. One approached politely, smiling. "Excuse me, could I have your contact information? I have a boyfriend." Xiao Ruoxue replied coolly. The young man, embarrassed, offered a sheepish smile and retreated respectfully. Sun Qian rolled her eyes, unable to contain her exasperation. "Ruoxue, what are you doing? That guy was so handsome. Why did you say you had a boyfriend? Everyone knows you." The stunning Xiao Ruoxue has been single for 23 years. Xiao Ruoxue chuckled. "Being a single noble is quite splendid. You are so stubborn. Why do you insist on denying yourself?" Sun Qian continued. "In university, so many charming seniors pursued you, and you turned them all down, claiming you had a boyfriend. What a waste." Xiao Ruoxue's beauty was indisputable. Sun Qian was also a stunning beauty, and when she walked alone, she would attract attention. Yet, whenever she was with Xiao Ruoxue, all inquiries were directed at her companion. Even during their university days, talent scouts had approached Xiao Ruoxue, inviting her to debut in a girl group, but she had rejected all offers. "The ones pursuing me are not sincere." Xiao Ruoxue gently shook her head. Sun Qian retorted, "Are you still thinking about that high school classmate of yours? Didn't you mention that a tragedy struck his family? Like a massacre? He might have perished long ago." Sun Qian, stop talking nonsense. Xiao Ruoxue's brows furrowed, her delicate face suddenly turning cold, her tone sharpened. Sun Qian, startled by her reaction, quickly clarified, "My dear Ruoxue, I was merely joking. Why so serious?" "All right, I apologize. Let me treat you to some crayfish today." Xiao Ruoxue frowned. But suddenly her gaze shifted, spotting a familiar figure in the crowd. "Is it him?" Her heart raced, and she abruptly pushed Sun Qian aside, discarding the stinky tofu into a nearby trash bin. She sprinted towards the familiar silhouette. "Ruoxue, what are you doing?" "I was just joking, don't be upset." Sun Qian, still puzzled, tossed her stinky tofu and hurried after her friend. "Is it really him?" The figure resembled him so closely. Even after 5 years, he appeared unchanged. Xiao Ruoxue trailed behind, her heart pounding wildly as if a fawn were trapped in a thicket. Taking a deep breath, she quickened her pace, ready to tap the shoulder of the person ahead. Suddenly, the individual turned abruptly. Yi Beichen's face registered surprise. He had sensed someone following him and initially thought it might be an assassin attempting to ambush him. Just as he was about to retaliate, he discovered it was a girl. Yi Beichen, is it really you? Xiao Ruoshue's body trembled with excitement. Are you Xiao Ruoshue? Yi Beichen was taken aback, recognizing the girl before him, his deskmate from high school. Yes, it's me. Xiao Ruoshue found herself at a loss for where to place her hands, and her delicate face flushed a deep crimson. Ruoshue, oh Ruoshue. Sun Qian gasped for breath as she rushed to their side, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Why did you run? You nearly exhausted me. I merely misspoke. I can take it back. The person you are thinking of might still be alive. Although his parents and elder brother were killed, his body was never found, was it? What if he is living well? Sun Qian spoke in a single breath. Yi Beichen was somewhat surprised. Was the person she referred to him? Xiao Ruoshue's face turned even redder as she stomped on Sun Qian's foot. What nonsense are you spouting? What do you mean by the person I am thinking of? What? Sun Qian looked utterly bewildered. Oh, please stop. Xiao Ruoshue's shy countenance was flushed, and she stamped her feet in place. Sun Qian quickly grasped that even in front of the most outstanding senior at Zhonghai University, Xiao Ruoshue remained composed. But today, she was behaving quite out of character, appearing like a young girl before this man. Sun Qian, being astute, suddenly deduced Yi Beichen's identity and exclaimed, "Ah, so you are the man that Ruoshue has been concerned about?" Chapter 23. The Goddess's Initiative. Sun Qian, what are you talking about? Xiao Ruoshue blushed even deeper. She pinched Sun Qian's slim waist. Oh no, please spare me. Sun Qian quickly pleaded for mercy. As Xiao Ruoshue continued to pinch her friend, she observed Yi Beichen's expression, searching for any reaction. Unfortunately, Yi Beichen remained composed, and Xiao Ruoshue felt a pang of disappointment. Where have you been all these years? Xiao Ruoshue released her grip and looked at Yi Beichen. Everyone has been searching for you for quite some time. With your academic prowess, you could have easily enrolled in Zhonghai University. Why did you not attend? Xiao Ruoshue had altered her application to attend Zhonghai University upon learning that Yi Beichen had applied there. Regrettably, she had waited from her freshman year through to her graduation without ever encountering him. My family encountered some troubles, just as she mentioned earlier. Yi Beichen gestured towards Sun Qian. Xiao Ruoshue quickly interjected, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bring that up. Have the culprits who killed your parents and brother been found? Yi Beichen paused in silence. Not yet. So, have you been searching for the murderer all these 5 years? Xiao Ruoshue inquired. Sort of. Yi Beichen nodded gently. Xiao Ruoshue felt a surge of sympathy for him. This boy had been extraordinarily talented, with many girls harboring secret affections for him. Everyone believed he had a bright future ahead. Who could have foreseen the tragic fate that befell the Yi family? Xiao Ruoshue had wept for him for a long time. What matters is you are back now. Let bygones be bygones, she said with a gentle smile, striving to prevent Yi Beichen from dwelling on the past. Life is still long ahead. If you wish to continue your studies, you can take the social examination and still enter university. It may only take a few more years, and you could still achieve great things. She hastily shifted the topic. By the way, are you visiting Jinling for leisure? There are numerous delicacies here. How about I take you out for a meal? It's on me. Do you have a place to stay tonight? If not, I can arrange accommodation for you. Xiao Ruoshue chattered away like a lark. Oh, all right. Sun Qian was somewhat taken aback, unable to process the situation, and could only nod repeatedly. Heavens, when has Ruoshue ever behaved like this? Taking the initiative to invite someone to dine? Bringing him back to sleep together at her place? Other boys don't even have her contact information. This must be someone she fancies. He is quite handsome, with a decent physique and an aura of cool detachment. Sun Qian pondered to herself. Yi Beichen gently shook his head, responding, No, I'm here to find someone. Find someone? Have you made an appointment? A flicker of disappointment crossed Xiao Ruoshue's eyes. This night market, this street of snacks, was populated by either close friends or couples. Yi Beichen was here to meet someone and had chosen this street of delicacies? Could it be his girlfriend? The thought drained the color from Xiao Ruoshue's face. Sun Qian noticed Xiao Ruoshue's distress and felt a surge of anger. She glared at Yi Beichen and exclaimed, Is this the behavior of a decent man? Ruoshue has sacrificed her 4 years of university life without a boyfriend, not even mingling with the opposite sex. You disappeared for 5 years without a word, and now you have a girlfriend? And you're here dating in front of Ruoshue? What kind of man are you? Sun Qian pointed accusingly at Yi Beichen. What girlfriend? Yi Beichen felt a bit exasperated, shaking his head. I'm here to find someone. Not a girlfriend. Not a girlfriend? Sun Qian felt a bit awkward. Ahem, I got a bit carried away. Please, continue. My apologies. She felt embarrassed and stepped aside. Sun Qian vowed never to be the comic relief again. However, Xia Ruoxue was elated, her smile returning. As long as Yi Beichen had no girlfriend, she still had a chance. Where's your friend? Well, I'm not sure where he wandered off to. Let us look for him. Yi Beichen pondered for a moment before responding. The night market stretched for several hundred meters. He sensed that the sniper was amidst the crowd. Yet the precise location eluded him. The individual would not dare to leave the night market recklessly. If they did, Yi Beichen would immediately sense their absence. Thus, the scorpion was using the throng of the night market as a shield. All right, let me show you around. I'm quite familiar with this place. Xia Ruoxue beamed with joy. She led Yi Beichen down the street, introducing him to the various snacks, sharing tales from her university life in Zhonghai City, recounting amusing anecdotes from her college years. Wow, I never realized Ruoxue could be so talkative, Sun Qian marveled from behind. The aloof goddess transformed into a chatty little rabbit in front of the man she liked. Oh, if those others could see Ruoxue behaving this way with a guy, they would surely be envious. Sun Qian stifled a giggle, covering her mouth. Yi Beichen was multitasking, attentively listening to Xia Ruoxue while covertly searching for the whereabouts of the scorpion. Suddenly, a profound look crossed his eyes as he gazed in a particular direction. Xia Ruoxue noticed Yi Beichen's focus, which was directed towards a noodle shop. Misinterpreting his gaze, she assumed he was hungry and desired noodles. This noodle shop has delightful flavors. I frequent it often. Allow me to treat you. By the way, their Yangchun noodles are the best, she said, cheerfully striding towards the establishment. Auntie, 3 bowls of Yangchun noodles, please, with an egg, she called out with a smile. Oh, it's Ruoxue. What brings you here with a young man? Is he your boyfriend? The shopkeeper inquired with a grin. Auntie, please don't say that. We are merely classmates, Xia Ruoxue replied, her cheeks flushing as she discreetly stole glances at Yi Beichen. Meanwhile, Yi Beichen's gaze was fixed within the noodle shop. In a corner sat a young man, slurping noodles while scrolling through his phone. Yi Beichen's stare was icily intense. The man broke into a cold sweat, thinking, damn it, he couldn't have discovered me. Could he? No way. My disguise is impeccable. I appear just like an ordinary university student. Yi Beichen remained impassive, standing there for a minute, then 2, then 3. Your noodles are ready, the shopkeeper announced. Beichen, come in and sit, Xia Ruoxue beckoned with a smile, carrying a bowl of noodles to a table merely 3 meters away from the scorpion. Damn, the scorpion suddenly cursed, realizing he had been outmaneuvered. Yi Beichen, you did this on purpose to scare me, didn't you? Do you think I was raised in fear? The scorpion sprang to his feet, swiftly kicking the wall and lunging forward. Xia Ruoxue gasped as a steel knife was pressed against her throat. Get lost immediately, or I will kill this girl. Chapter 24. Yi Beichen, I like you. Get lost immediately, or I will kill this girl, the scorpion snarled, his visage twisted with malice. Faced with a martial arts master, he had no illusions of escape. His only chance lay in using Xia Ruoxue as a hostage. The students surrounding the noodle shop, witnessing Xia Ruoxue's abduction, fled in a frenzy. Some frantically dialed emergency services, while others, overwhelmed with fear, collapsed to the ground in tears. Sun Qian, with a pale complexion, stood frozen, having never encountered such a situation. Xia Ruoxue trembled, acutely aware of the knife's chilling edge. If the man struck, her life would be forfeit. Let her go? Yi Beichen's voice was frigid as he confronted the scorpion. I offer you a chance. Answer my questions, and I may spare your life. Ha. The scorpion laughed maniacally. Yi Beichen, do you take me for a fool? I am a top assassin. Can I be threatened by you? This girl is significant to you, isn't she? I can tell she has feelings for you. Are you truly going to watch her wither away? The scorpion spoke, cruel and deranged, as he made a swift incision. The delicate neck of Xia Ruoxue was sliced, blood gushing forth instantly, a sight both horrifying and heart-wrenching. Ruoxue, Sun Qian gasped, covering her mouth, tears brimming in her eyes. A sharp pain coursed through Xia Ruoxue. Although the artery remained untouched, her skin had been pierced. Yet, she sensed the looming presence of death. Am I to perish? Well, even if I must die, I would find solace in seeing Beichen one last time, Xia Ruoxue thought despairingly. Biting her lip, she summoned her courage. Yi Beichen, I love you. What? Yi Beichen was taken aback. Xia Ruoxue continued to cry out passionately. I have loved you since high school. I know not the nature of your relationship with this man, nor your current status. I simply love you. Do not let him intimidate you. Go, leave now. Do not worry about me. Xiao Ruoxue, filled with emotion, had resigned herself to death. She bit down on the scorpion's wrist. Ah! The scorpion howled in pain. Crazy woman. If you wish to die, I shall grant your wish. He raised the knife menacingly towards Xiao Ruoxue's throat. In an instant, Yi Beichen sprang into action. His movements were as swift as lightning, even quicker than the scorpion. No one could comprehend the unfolding scene as Yi Beichen seized a chopstick and hurled it forward. Thud! The chopstick pierced the scorpion's hand, causing the knife to clatter to the ground. Ah! The scorpion nearly fainted from the agony. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Ruoxue stomped on the scorpion's foot. Vile woman, perish! The scorpion, consumed by rage, resolved that even in death, he would take Xiao Ruoxue down with him. Bang! He threw a punch that struck Xiao Ruoxue's back. Thud! Xiao Ruoxue felt as though she had been struck by a vehicle, spitting out blood. Yi Beichen rushed forward, enveloping her in his embrace. With a swift motion, he launched another chopstick, piercing the scorpion's skull. The scorpion fell lifelessly, his eyes wide open and unblinking. The notorious king of snipers, the scorpion, met his demise. Ruoxue. Yi Beichen held her close, gazing down at her. The girl's face had turned ashen, her lips devoid of color. A delicate sheen of sweat adorned her features, which trembled faintly. Xiao Ruoxue was in agony, yet she concealed it, wishing to leave Yi Beichen with a beautiful memory, even if she were to die. Yi Beichen, it hurts so much, she murmured. Ruoxue. Sun Qian rushed over, resembling a distressed duck, kneeling on the ground and weeping uncontrollably. You will be all right. You must be all right. I have already called the police and an ambulance. The doctors will be here soon, and you will be fine. Sun Qian grasped Xiao Ruoxue's hand. Let her go? Yi Beichen commanded sternly. Why are you shouting at me? Sun Qian glared at Yi Beichen, her delicate fists raining down upon his shoulders like a flurry of raindrops. If it weren't for you, how could Ruoxue be in such a state? It's all your fault. Why did you return after disappearing? Ruoxue was perfectly fine before. Is it as if she owes you from her past life? If Ruoxue's life is in danger, I, Sun Qian, will not spare you. Yi Beichen endured the onslaught of her fists upon his shoulders, showing no inclination to retaliate. Had it been anyone else, they would have met a swift demise. She will not perish. Yi Beichen uttered a single phrase, gently laying Xiao Ruoxue upon the ground before retrieving a jade box from his pocket. Upon opening it, Sun Qian's eyes widened in astonishment. Inside lay a collection of silver needles, fine as strands of hair. 3 ribs were fractured, her liver and spleen were damaged, and she was already bleeding. The heartbeat was slow, indicating a perilous state. Yi Beichen assessed Xiao Ruoxue's condition and then produced the silver needles. The situation is manageable. She can be saved. He let out a sigh of relief and swiftly inserted several needles into her body. He then extracted a medicinal pill, preparing to administer it to Xiao Ruoxue. Stop! Release that girl. A commanding voice suddenly echoed from behind as a group of officers appeared, clad in uniforms and wielding firearms. The speaker was a girl with an oval face and willow-like brows. Her figure was graceful, her form enchanting, exuding an air of confidence, and her visage resembled that of a prominent star. Officer, he's the one committing murder here, a student shouted, pointing at Yi Beichen. The officers turned to see the corpse of Scorpion sprawled on the ground, a chopstick embedded in his skull. He was already deceased. Click, click, click. In an instant, all the officers aimed their weapons at Yi Beichen. Halt. Headshot. Get down. The female officer shouted, her pistol trained on Yi Beichen's head. If you dare harm that girl, I will blow your brains out. Wang Jinjia, if you dare point a gun at my junior, I will tear your face apart. Suddenly, a powerful voice rang out. Wang Ruyan strode forward with remarkable speed, having pursued immediately after exiting Longhu, only to find she had arrived a moment too late. Wang Ruyan. Wang Jinjia's beautiful eyes narrowed in recognition. This was her cousin. I am apprehending a murderer. Do you wish to interfere? Wang Jinjia stood unafraid before Wang Ruyan. Wang Ruyan scoffed, what a joke. My junior could never be a murderer. Junior, ignore her and continue saving her. If she makes a move, I guarantee she will perish before she can pull that trigger. The surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment. Who was this woman? Her audacity was astounding. How dare she threaten the officers? Chapter 25. The 9th senior sister, all right, 10th senior sister. Yi Beichen acquiesced, focusing intently on his task of saving the girl. Wang Jinjia aimed her gun at Wang Ruyan. Wang Ruyan, do you know what you are doing? This is Jinling, not your Jiangnan. Whether in Jinling or Jiangnan, my actions throughout my life do not require explanation to anyone. Wang Ruyan replied with haughty disdain. Wang Jinjia, do not aim that thing at me. It holds no power over me. You. Wang Jinjia's delicate face flushed with anger, fully aware that Wang Ruyan's words bore truth. This cousin is truly formidable. Even she must tread carefully in the presence of her adversary. Wang Ruyan remarked nonchalantly, by the way, as we are all members of the Wang family, allow me to offer you a word of caution. The individual my junior apprentice has slain is an assassin, sent to eliminate him. What? Wang Jinjia exclaimed, hastily instructing her subordinates to investigate. Several officers advanced, seizing the assassin known as Scorpion, and peeled away a mask of human skin. The officers gasped in unison. It is the king of assassins, Scorpion. How can it be him? He is one of the most wanted criminals in Longhua. There is a bounty of 5 million yuan for his head. The officers were elated, turning to Wang Jinjia. Captain, it is Scorpion. We have achieved a significant feat. Wang Jinjia approached, casting a glance at the figure, and indeed, it was the infamous Scorpion. Silently, she holstered her firearm and instructed the establishment of a cordon. She then sought out witnesses to document their statements. Suddenly, a woman's furious scream erupted from the end of the street, her voice hoarse and filled with malevolence. Who killed my son? In an instant, hundreds of individuals appeared on both sides of the night market street, forming an impenetrable wall that pressed forward with an oppressive force. Even the officers were taken aback, their faces paling in fear. It was the Jiao family. Huasanyang. The officers, now visibly shaken, found themselves instinctively retreating. Leading the group was an obese woman, resembling a bloated pig adorned in extravagant jewels. Her eyes blazed with unbridled fury. The debauched youths whom Yi Beichen had encountered at Longhu Mountain Villa followed in trepidation behind Huasanyang. Upon spotting Yi Beichen, they pointed accusingly. It was him who killed Jia Qingxiu. With a sharp gaze, Huasanyang directed her ire at Yi Beichen. You are the one who murdered my son. You possess an audacious spirit. Just half an hour prior, the corpse of her son, Jia Qingxiu, had been delivered to her. With the culprit so close at hand, Huasanyang issued a ruthless command. Kill him. Leave not a trace of his body. Reduce him to a mere pulp. A chilling aura enveloped the scene. The officers from Jinling turned pale, paralyzed by fear. Wait. Wang Jinjia stepped forward, addressing Huasanyang with a deep breath. What do you intend to do? There are laws of the nation and rules of the family. We, the officers, are here to ensure that regardless of this individual's guilt in your son's death, we will conduct a thorough investigation. Get out of my way, Wang Jinjia. Huasanyang bellowed. You meddlesome fool. I will kill you as well. You. Wang Jinjia seethed with rage. She was acutely aware of Huasanyang's status as the third daughter of the prestigious Hua family in Longdu. In Jinling, none dared to lay a hand on her. Even the head of the police station regarded Huasanyang with trepidation. Kill him. Huasanyang pointed at Yi Beichen. Yi Beichen frowned. He was still occupied with saving Xia Ruoxue, and any disruption could jeopardize her safety. Junior apprentice, do not concern yourself. Leave this to me. Wang Ruyan's voice echoed. Understood. Yi Beichen nodded, redirecting his full efforts to the task of saving her. Wang Jinjia, what purpose does your role as a mere constable serve? You have tarnished the Wang family's reputation. Wang Ruyan spoke with a tone of indifference. Observe carefully. To deal with such a woman, one must act thus. As her words settled, Wang Ruyan, like a specter, twisted her delicate form and instantaneously appeared before Huasanyang. You. Huasanyang gasped in surprise, her pupils constricting. The two martial artists behind her sprang into action simultaneously. Bang! Bang! With two dull thuds, the moment these two warriors made their move, Wang Ruyan struck them down with a single palm. Cough! Before Huasanyang could register the situation, she felt a constriction around her throat. Wang Ruyan's slender hand gripped her plump neck. It was my junior who killed your son. If you seek retribution, come find me. Should I catch you stirring trouble for my junior again, I shall not hesitate to end your life. Now begone. Wang Ruyan proclaimed with an air of authority. She then discarded Huasanyang as if she were mere refuse. Bang! Huasanyang fell to the ground, crying out in agony. These two were heavenly-level warriors. Yet they perished at Wang Ruyan's hand. How terrifying is her strength. Though Huasanyang may be foolish, she is not devoid of intelligence. Enraged and astonished, she glared at Wang Ruyan. Wang Ruyan, you shall pay for this. We are far from finished. After leaving her venomous words, Hua Sanyang fled in disarray with her subordinates. A mere buffoon, if not for the influence of your Hua family in Longdu. Could you survive 3 days in Jinling? Wang Ruyan expressed her disdain. Wang Jinjia furrowed his brow. She is from the Jia family. Your actions will complicate matters for the family head. This is none of your concern. Continue your duties as a petty constable, Wang Ruyan replied haughtily, not even sparing Wang Jinjia a glance. You. Wang Jinjia stamped his foot in frustration, yet felt powerless. At that moment, Xia Ruoxue had already awakened. Yi Beichen stabilized her injuries, and she was no longer in critical condition. If all goes well, after a period of recuperation, Xia Ruoxue should return to her former self. Yi Beichen, after his recent words, made Xia Ruoxue's cheeks flush with warmth, leaving her stammering. Sun Qian, standing nearby, added fuel to the fire. What you said earlier was all heartfelt. Sun Qian. Xia Ruoxue coughed anxiously. All right, it was all just jest. Don't take it to heart. Sun Qian hurriedly reassured her. Oh dear, is it true or not, Xia Ruoxue? Sun Qian inquired helplessly, her innocent eyes wide with curiosity. Yi Beichen, equally exasperated, observed the two girls embroiled in their dilemma when an ambulance arrived. Senior Sister 10, I will take them home first, Yi Beichen stated. All right, contact me once you are done. Wang Ruyan nodded in agreement. Yi Beichen boarded the ambulance and departed, while Wang Ruyan swiftly exited the night market. A red Ferrari was parked by the roadside outside the night market, from which a female driver emerged, saying, Master, I have come to pick you up. Without uttering a word, Wang Ruyan entered the driver's seat of the Ferrari, closed the door, and directly dialed a number. Beep, beep, beep. Junior Sister 9. Are you having fun? Wang Ruyan inquired. Meanwhile, in a certain arcade in Zhonghai, a fashionably dressed girl was engrossed in a gaming machine. Senior Sister 10, I'm playing games. What is the matter? The girl replied. Wang Ruyan coldly remarked, a bounty of 1 billion has been placed on Beichen's head. 15 minutes ago, the top assassin of Longhua, Scorpion, made his move. Scorpion is dead, and the other assassin, whom I suspect to be Viper, is known for their close collaboration. What? A bounty of 1 billion to kill Beichen? The ninth sister, furious, halted her game. Who possesses such audacity to threaten my disciple? Chapter 26. A night together. The organization known as Tian Sha. Someone posted a task on their forum, offering a bounty of 1 billion. Wang Ruyan exclaimed. Dare they to be so reckless? Just wait. If Tian Sha manages to establish a forum, I shall concede defeat. The ninth sister, her temper flaring, left the arcade in haste. 30 minutes later, on a small island in the Pacific, within the control room of Tian Sha's main server, 30 individuals had completed their tasks today, distributing over 1 billion in rewards. However, more than 100 tasks had failed, and 7 masters had been slain. Latest news. The ace assassin of Longhua, Scorpion, is dead? A figure wearing a jester mask, with a low voice, stared in astonishment at the information on the computer screen. Scorpion is actually dead. The news brought back by Viper cannot be false. Scorpion was a prime assassin, having completed over 300 assassinations, with more than 10 masters eliminated. How could this happen? The control room of Tian Sha buzzed with shock. Suddenly, all computer screens in the control room emitted a crackling sound. Following this, a heart symbol appeared on the monitors. The entire network system of Tian Sha collapsed. All forums associated with Tian Sha worldwide simultaneously displayed the heart symbol. It was the world's foremost hacker, the Queen of Hearts. The members of Tian Sha were left dumbfounded. What is happening? Who in our organization has provoked the Queen of Hearts? She is a formidable woman who has even dared to breach the banking system of Wolf Country, leaving the CIA powerless against her. As the ninth sister managed to take control of Tian Sha's network forum, Yi Beichen escorted Xia Ruoxue back to her residence, a dilapidated neighborhood, far from the city center. Beichen, please don't mind. We just graduated and don't have much money. The apartment is rather small. Xia Ruoxue smiled gently. Still recovering from her recent injuries, she appeared somewhat frail. Upon entering, Yi Beichen observed a modest living room, with 2 bedrooms, a kitchen, and a bathroom. Though small, it was cozy and impeccably tidy. I'll help you to your room, Yi Beichen offered. All right, Xia Ruoxue nodded, allowing him to support her as he opened her bedroom door. The room was neatly arranged, with a faint scent of youthful fragrance lingering in the air. A small bed adorned with pink sheets and a doll rested atop it. But what lay on the bed left Yi Beichen momentarily stunned. A delicate lace lingerie set lay carelessly discarded, as if it had just been removed by Xia Ruoxue. Startled, she exclaimed, having completely forgotten that she had just bathed and changed before heading out. Initially, her intention was to wash up again after her shopping trip. However, bringing Yi Beichen into her room inadvertently exposed her to his gaze. "Please, don't look," she exclaimed, swiftly dashing forward to hide the lingerie beneath her pillow. Yi Beichen awkwardly rubbed his nose, assuring her, "I saw nothing." You still Xia Ruoxue, overwhelmed with emotion, began to cough violently, her charming face paling. Yi Beichen stepped closer, grasping her wrist and channeling a surge of energy into her body. Gradually, she felt better. "You should rest," he remarked, preparing to leave. Without thinking, Xia Ruoxue clutched his arm, her eyes filled with desperation. "Please don't go." Yi Beichen was taken aback. Realizing her uncharacteristic behavior, Xia Ruoxue quickly lowered her head. "I'm frightened. That person scared me today, and I won't be able to sleep tonight. Would you stay with me for just one night? I promise I won't do anything." Instinctively, she held up 3 fingers, only to realize her slip of the tongue. "Oh my goodness. Xia Ruoxue, you are a girl. What do you mean by not doing anything? What else could you possibly do?" Her heart raced like a startled fawn. Yi Beichen chuckled softly. "Very well. I shall sleep on the sofa." As he moved towards the door, Xia Ruoxue called out, "No, don't sleep outside. I'm scared. Just stay in the room." Yet, there was no extra bed in the room, and Yi Beichen frowned slightly. In a moment of spontaneity, Xia Ruoxue blurted, "It's fine. My bed is quite large." Her cheeks flushed immediately, and she hastily lifted a teddy bear. "That is not what I meant. I'll place this doll in the middle. You mustn't overstep. I'll sleep inside, and you can sleep outside. Is that acceptable?" After a moment's contemplation, Yi Beichen acquiesced. They settled down, fully clothed. With Xia Ruoxue's back to him, her heart racing uncontrollably. "Oh my, Beichen, am I really sharing a bed with him? Is this a dream? It can't be, can it?" Her excitement made sleep elusive. Though Yi Beichen's eyes were closed, his keen senses were aware of Xia Ruoxue's state, even attuned to the rhythm of her heartbeat. "Beichen." An hour later, Xia Ruoxue whispered, still unable to sleep. Yi Beichen remained silent. "You're asleep, huh? How can you sleep through this?" She huffed, slightly annoyed. "You're such a blockhead. I'm being so proactive, and you want to even chat with me." As she spoke, Xia Ruoxue inched closer to Yi Beichen, removing the teddy bear and pressing her chest against his back in a suggestive embrace. Yi Beichen felt the warmth of her presence and nearly trembled. Thankfully, he drew upon his inner strength to steady his mind. "Ruoxue, are you trying to lead me astray? 5 years have elapsed. What have you endured? Though you remain silent, your laughter appears effortless. However, I am acutely aware that these past 5 years have been anything but easy for you." Xia Ruoxue spoke softly. "Now that you have returned, I shall ensure that you will never depart again." She tightened her embrace. Time seemed to slip away, and before long, Xia Ruoxue drifted into a deep slumber, a smile gracing her lips. In that moment, she experienced the most profound happiness of her life. Suddenly, Yi Beichen furrowed his brow, sensing an impending threat. Outside the residential complex, several dark figures emerged. They moved with astonishing speed, scaling the walls like geckos, swiftly ascending to the 7th-floor window. "This is where they lay asleep. Be cautious. This individual possesses the capability to slay even masters. Their prowess is undoubtedly formidable." "Huh, no matter how formidable. Our mesmerizing smoke will ensure that even Grandmasters shall meet their demise." The figures exchanged cold laughter as the window was slowly pried open. A plume of white smoke wafted into the room. 3 minutes later. "It's nearly time. Enter and eliminate him. That shall suffice for our mission," the dark figures whispered. As they turned to peer into the window, a wave of cold sweat broke over them. "Where is he? He has vanished." Panic struck as they realized the bed held only Xia Ruoxue. Yi Beichen had completely disappeared. Chapter 27. My master is the king of medicine. Gone. A living person. Under the watchful eyes of several, he has inexplicably vanished. An eerie disappearance. Their faces turned ashen. Moonlight illuminated their features, revealing expressions of terror. "Damn it. Did we imagine it?" One voice questioned. "It is impossible. When we arrived, he was clearly still in bed. How could he have vanished so suddenly?" Another shadow retorted. "Could it be that he went to the restroom?" "The mesmerizing smoke requires 3 minutes to take effect," one shadow speculated. Another shadow quickly nodded. Yes, yes. Perhaps the smoke acted just as he decided to arise for the restroom. At that moment, a voice sighed. You are all so foolish. Who sent you to kill me? The intellect of that individual must also be lacking to dispatch 5 heavenly warriors for my demise. The tone carried a hint of exasperation and a touch of lamentation. You. The shadows looked up, their pupils constricting in fear as they witnessed a scene they would never forget. Yi Beichun extended a hand, embedding it into the external wall of the complex, his arm forming a right angle with his body, suspending himself against the wall. Hiss! The figures inhaled sharply. Attack! One shadow shouted. Ha, what arrogance! Yi Beichun scoffed. He released his grip, soaring through the air as if defying gravity. He approaches. Be cautious! The 2 figures in black exclaimed. Yi Beichun had already reached them, raising his fist to strike. Bang! Bang! 2 dull thuds echoed as his fists collided with their chests. The sound of snapping ribs reverberated through the air. The 2 shadows cried out in agony, plummeting from the 7th floor to their demise. Quickly, consume the exploding bone pill. A figure clad in black spoke with palpable terror, as though he had encountered a ghost. His 2 companions hastily consumed a pitch-black elixir. 5 heavenly ranked warriors had come, and in an instant, 2 had perished. They were now compelled to fight for their lives. The moment they ingested the explosive bone pill, the aura of the 3 shadows surged dramatically, as if a formidable force was spreading within them. Their bodies emitted a series of crackling sounds, reminiscent of bones shifting, enveloped by a layer of sanguine energy. Astonishingly, the trio's presence temporarily surged into the realm of junior masters. Yi Beichun observed them with indifference and remarked, the explosive bone pill burns one's vitality for a fleeting enhancement of cultivation. The cost, I estimate, is a decade of your lifespan. How do you know this? The 3 heavenly ranked warriors gasped in shock, their pupils constricting. I not only understand, but I also know the formulation of the explosive bone pill. Yi Beichun said with a playful expression, 30-year-old blood ginseng, 50-year-old iron bone grass, powdered gold stone, sulfur. What? You. The 3 peak heavenly ranked warriors were nearly terrified to death, their astonishment unfathomable. The explosive bone pill was their trump card, enabling them to slay martial masters across realms. They had utilized it 3 or 4 times over the years. Yet this time, Yi Beichun discerned it at a glance and revealed the recipe. The expressions of the 3 men changed dramatically as they scanned Yi Beichun with incredulity and surprise. Who are you truly? How could that wild child from the Yi family possess such discernment after 5 years? What have you experienced in this time? Ha ha! Yi Beichun chuckled, inwardly musing. Do you wish for me to reveal that I have a master who is a medicinal sage? The explosive bone pill is hardly worth a dog's attention. He then asked, Now, who sent you to assassinate me? Want to know? Perhaps in your next life. Kill him. The 3 figures in black cried out defiantly. We are now all martial masters and shall not fear you. One of them surged with a torrent of energy, executing the black tiger pouncing heart technique. Like a ferocious tiger, he leaped from the windowsill and lunged at Yi Beichun, his hand resembling a tiger-esque claw, shrouded in true energy. Aimed directly at Yi Beichun's heart, Yi Beichun raised his hand, uninterested in verbal exchanges, and seized the man's wrist, wrenching it with force. A horrifying spectacle unfolded as the arm of the temporary martial master was brutally torn from its socket, blood gushing forth. The other 2 figures in black were paralyzed with terror. Yi Beichun's prowess was utterly astonishing, even with the explosive bone pill enhancing their true energy, rendering them temporary martial masters. They were still outmatched. Ah! The black-clad warrior with the severed arm screamed, his cry echoing throughout the neighborhood. In an instant, numerous windows illuminated. With a powerful leap, Yi Beichun soared onto the back of this assailant and brought his foot crashing down. The man plummeted like a meteor, crashing onto the cement ground below, meeting his demise upon impact. At the moment of his fall, Yi Beichun propelled himself, launching toward the remaining 2 figures in black. Flee! This kid is too terrifying. 2 figures clad in black exchanged a glance, each perceiving a flicker of terror in the other's eyes. How terrifying! The sheer dread of a single strike dispatching a martial arts master left them both in disbelief. What power does Yi Beichun possess? Like nimble monkeys, they plunged their fingers into the wall, seeking to augment their resistance as they descended to the ground. Attempting to flee, was it possible? A cold smirk escaped Yi Beichun's lips as he leapt into the air, plummeting from the 7th story without hesitation. Bang! The concrete floor erupted, creating two deep craters centered around his feet, with cracks radiating outward like a spider's web. The sight left the two men in a state of shock, their scalps prickling with fear. The height of 7 stories measured over 30 meters. Even a martial arts master would suffer grievously from such a fall. Yet Yi Beichen had jumped down without a second thought. Was he a man or a specter? One of them, paralyzed by terror, collapsed onto the ground, drenched in sweat. The other, attempting to flee, found his legs as heavy as lead, barely managing a few steps before Yi Beichen surged forward, delivering a crushing blow to his shoulder. Like Mount Tai descending upon him. Thud! The man fell to his knees, his legs a gruesome mess, utterly obliterated. Spare my life. I beg for mercy. I realize my mistake. Please, do not kill me. He screamed, desperation stripping away his dignity as his head struck the ground in supplication. The other black-clad figure, whose legs had turned to jelly, crawled over, joining in the frantic pleas. Yi Beichen chuckled. How did you, with such meager strength, muster the courage to come after me? Suddenly, a sharp whistling pierced the air. Sensing the impending danger, Yi Beichen arched his body backward, adopting a bridge-like posture. Whoosh! An arrow whizzed past, nearly grazing his abdomen. Had he not reacted with lightning speed, it might have pierced his heart. Though he evaded the projectile, the man kneeling before him was struck dead instantly. Whoosh! Another arrow flew, exploding the head of the remaining assassin. Assassination to silence witnesses. Yi Beichen's expression darkened as he raised his gaze to the roof of a nearby residential building. A shadow flitted by at remarkable speed. What a swift arrow. Chapter 28. The female commander of the dragon unit hoping to escape? Yi Beichen's speed reached its pinnacle as he dashed to the front of the building, ascending to the rooftop in mere seconds. The figure turned, momentarily stunned by his rapid approach. Under the moonlight, her eyes sparkled with surprise, her slender form barely concealed by her dark attire. A woman? Yi Beichen uttered 2 words. In the darkness, the woman moved with the grace of a wildcat, swiftly leaping across the eaves. In just a few bounds, she reached the opposite rooftop, casting a provocative glance back at Yi Beichen. Heh! Yi Beichen, uninterested in the chase, casually picked up a tile from the rooftop and hurled it as a projectile. Sensing the imminent threat, the woman quickly turned, drawing her bow with the tension of a full moon. Whoosh! An arrow was released, shattering the tile in an instant. How intriguing! Yi Beichen, like a cat toying with a mouse, wore a faint smile at the corners of his mouth. He casually picked up a shard of tile, shattering it and dispersing it into 10 fragments. Whoosh! 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 The woman's expression darkened as she rapidly released 10 arrows, each striking the shards with unerring precision. She paused, casting a provocative glance at Yi Beichen, taunting, "Is that all your strength? Is it?" Yi Beichen raised his hand once more, casting out another 10 shards, to which the woman retaliated with 9 arrows. However, as she reached for her quiver to shoot her 10th arrow, she found it empty. Panic washed over her beneath the veil. Before she could react, a shard soared upward, striking her shoulder with force. Yi Beichen's strike was imbued with tremendous vigor. The pain in her shoulder rendered her powerless, and she was sent sprawling, akin to being struck by a vehicle, hurtling towards the edge of the 20th floor. Am I really going to die like this? Despair clouded the young girl's eyes. At that moment, a familiar face appeared before her. It was Yi Beichen. As she continued to plummet, he followed suit, descending alongside her. Her pupils constricted in alarm. This is the 20th floor. Has he lost his mind? In an instant, Yi Beichen's voice resonated. I can save you, but you must divulge everything you know. Otherwise, you will perish. I promise. The urgency of life and death shattered her composure. Still youthful, she was not ready to embrace death. The moment she acquiesced, Yi Beichen reached out, one arm encircling her slender waist, while the other rested upon her lower back. The solid sensation of his hands elicited a soft gasp from her. Thud! Yi Beichen's legs struck the ground with force, his ankles sinking deep into the cement. The impact reverberated through her body, prompting her to instinctively wrap her arms around his neck. Can I let go now? Yi Beichen's voice cut through the air coldly. Startled, she hastily pushed him away and leaped off, facing the man she had intended to assassinate. Remember your words. You had better answer me truthfully, or I will make you wish for a fate more painful than death, Yi Beichen warned. Fish Yue regarded the young man before her, who appeared to be of similar age, yet possessed such formidable strength. His voice bore the weight of a grim reaper. She recognized that he was not jesting. He could indeed fulfill his threat. Had that shard been off by even a fraction, it would have struck her heart, head, or throat, sealing her fate. The excruciating pain in her shoulder clarified the gravity of her situation. She nodded silently. "Remove your veil," Yi Beichen commanded. Fish Yue hesitated, but eventually lifted her hand to tear away the fabric obscuring her face. Before him appeared a visage of purity, unadorned by cosmetics. Particularly her eyes, so crystalline and innocent. It was hard to believe that such a girl was a killer. "What is your name?" "Fish Yue. And who are you?" "The ace archer of the dragon group." Wei Wei responded decisively. Upon hearing her words, YBHN was momentarily taken aback, his brows furrowing. "The dragon team? The official special forces of Long Country?" "Indeed," Wei Wei affirmed, gazing at YBHN. "You have annihilated the ZHO family with brutal methods and even stormed the residence of the King of Jiangnan. The authorities are already aware of this and consider you a dangerous individual threatening societal stability. Orders have been issued for your capture, dead or alive." YBHN was stunned. He had anticipated that avenging his parents by destroying the ZHO family would attract official scrutiny. Initially, he had contemplated that after exacting his revenge, he would retreat to Kunlun Mountain to cultivate in solitude, never to return. However, he had not foreseen that the tragic incident involving the Y family would spiral into such a significant affair. Not only was it related to the King of Jiangnan, but it might also involve the war godling foe. Now, it had even attracted the attention of the dragon team. High-ranking officials of Long Country had dispatched agents to eliminate him. "Wait a moment," YBHN frowned, keenly sensing something amiss. "You claim to be part of the dragon team, yet what were the identities of those 5 individuals? If you are affiliated with the authorities, why would you eliminate your own?" Wei Wei shook her head, her tone icy as she replied. "Those 5 were assassins from the 10 Killers organization, unrelated to the dragon team. Moreover, they were wanted criminals, and I merely dispatched them. I did not anticipate your remarkable strength, which led me to seek backup. Yet, you managed to pursue me." YBHN was dissatisfied with her explanation. "I do not believe you. Just wait and see," Wei Wei said, falling silent for a moment before retrieving a certificate from her pocket. Upon opening it, it indeed proved to be an identification of a dragon team soldier, complete with a serial number and the seal of high-ranking officials of Long Country. Name: Wei Wei. Age: 22. Height: 165 centimeters. Weight: 48 kilograms. Rank: Major. Serial number: Dragon 8782. YBHN examined it closely. It did not appear to be counterfeit. Was Wei Wei truly a member of the dragon team? This situation had become rather troublesome. He had assumed that it would take some time for the authorities to respond, and before their reaction, he would have avenged his father's murderers. Little did he expect the dragon team to intervene. The dragon team is a specialized department tasked with handling martial artists. When a martial artist commits murder, ordinary soldiers are typically powerless to counter them, especially those of master-level prowess who are impervious to bullets. In such cases, the dragon team must intervene. Those who endanger the safety of ordinary citizens are directly eradicated by the dragon team. Wei Wei was concerned that YBHN might not understand the dragon team's significance, thus she clarified. At the same time, she hoped that YBHN would hesitate to harm her, thinking to himself, "She is a member of the dragon team. This ruthless criminal would not dare to lay a finger on her." So my family of 3 in the Y clan was destined to be slaughtered by the King of Jiangnan's men. My return for vengeance constitutes a threat to ordinary citizens? YBHN's eyes blazed with fury. Chapter 29. Do you possess that? Wei Wei frowned. What do you mean by that? The ZHO family is a prestigious clan, upholding the law. Do you have any justification for annihilating them? The ZHO family upholds the law. Yi Beichen seemed to hear the most ludicrous joke in the world. 5 years ago, my family of 3, my father, my mother, and my elder brother, were brutally murdered by the minions of the King of Jiangnan. The Zhao family, accompanied by martial artists, pursued me relentlessly for 3 months, leaving me with no escape. You claim that the Zhao family upholds the law. Isn't your dragon squad supposed to protect ordinary people from the harm of martial artists? Where were you when my Yi family was in peril? Yi Beichen's face reflected a sardonic amusement, yet within him simmered an inexplicable rage. His parents and elder brother had perished like mere insects, without even a ripple of disturbance. Now, upon his return for vengeance, he was branded as a dangerous element. Yi Yue stared in shock. What? Such a thing occurred? The King of Jiangnan wields absolute power. Do you expect me to believe that your dragon squad was unaware? Yi Beichen chuckled. Yu Yue hesitated, gazing at Yi Beichen. Each region has its local officials. Jiangnan should be under the jurisdiction of the war god Ling Feng. We truly have not heard of this matter at all. Come back with me to the dragon squad, and I will report this incident to my superior. We shall not let any villain escape, nor falsely accuse any innocent. Yu Yue's expression turned grave. If what you say is indeed true, then it is possible that the war god Ling Feng has been manipulating the situation. The tragic events you speak of from 5 years ago have not reached the ears of the dragon squad. If the King of Jiangnan or the war god Ling Feng has concealed this as an ordinary case, the dragon squad would not intervene. The dragon squad is not afraid of the war god Ling Feng. We can advocate for you. Yi Beichen furrowed his brow. There was some truth in Yu Yue's words, yet he remained skeptical. Observing his hesitation, Yu Yue continued. Yi Beichen, do you not wish to clear your parents' names? Even if you slay many in revenge, the world will perceive you as a murderer. If this matter is as you claim, I can assist you. I will investigate immediately upon my return and report this to the higher authorities. Yi Beichen scoffed. Why should I trust you? I, Yu Yue, am deeply opposed to evil. If the war god Ling Feng colludes with the King of Jiangnan to harm innocent lives, even if he is a war god, we shall hold him accountable. Yu Yue's demeanor was resolutely righteous. Yi Beichen was momentarily taken aback. Was this woman foolish? Did she truly believe that a mere female soldier of the dragon squad could challenge the war god Ling Feng? How naive. It was almost endearing. How could a female soldier of the dragon squad possess such simplistic thoughts? Yi Beichen would rather believe that those in power shield one another than accept that Yu Yue would investigate the war god Ling Feng on behalf of his parents. I swear. Yu Yue suddenly raised a hand. However, as she did so, a sharp pain shot through her shoulder from her wound. Yi Beichen approached, retrieving 3 silver needles and deftly inserting them into her shoulder. The needles pierced her flesh and vanished entirely. The bleeding from Yu Yue's shoulder ceased. The pain had subsided. She looked at Yi Beichen in surprise. Why help me? It is not for your sake. Yi Beichen shook his head, his gaze flickering. He yearned to provide an explanation for the untimely demise of his parents and elder brother. He could not allow them to perish without understanding the circumstances. Even in their absence, he vowed to seek justice for their unjust fates. Yi Beichen believed that avenging his parents was paramount. Yet he also aspired to unveil the entire truth for the world to see. I am aiding myself. Helping yourself? Yu Yue questioned, perplexed. Yi Beichen looked at her. These 3 silver needles, while they staunch your bleeding, have not penetrated your bloodstream. They will flow with your veins. From this moment forth, you may depart. As an official and a member of the Dragon Group, you should be able to uncover the cause of my parents' deaths. In pursuit of the murderer, you are undoubtedly more adept than I. If you can provide me with an answer within a week, I shall save you. Otherwise, these 3 needles will travel through your blood and lodge in your heart. With each heartbeat, they will pierce you, leading to a painful demise. Yi Beichen spoke as if discussing a trivial matter. Do not entertain the notion of seeking a doctor for surgery. No one in this world, aside from me, can save you. Yu Yue's delicate face turned pale. You are so cruel. Huh. A man without poison is no man at all. How am I to know you are not deceiving me? Yi Beichen sneered. 5 years prior, in his desperate flight for survival, he had been betrayed by a seemingly honest farming couple. He had almost evaded Zhao Aken's pursuit, only to be sold out by those who appeared so trustworthy. Upon his return, Yi Beichen vowed never to easily trust strangers again. Very well. Yu Yue gritted her teeth. Within a week, I will undoubtedly uncover the truth for you. With that, she hastily departed, vanishing into the darkness. Yi Beichen touched his nose, watching her retreating figure, and suddenly smiled. She is quite an intriguing girl. I hope she can provide me with some leads. When Yi Beichen returned to the entrance of Xia Ruoshua's apartment complex, he found it cordoned off, swarming with police. To his surprise, Wang Jinjia was among the crowd. Many residents had been awoken, drawn from their slumber to witness the commotion, gathered around the perimeter of the scene. The bodies of 5 wanted criminals lay shrouded in white cloth, while someone was taking photographs. Hey, yet another 5-grade wanted criminals. Wang Jinjia was on the phone. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Yi Beichen turned and exited the complex. He scaled the walls from another direction and entered the living room of Xia Ruoshua's rental apartment. Upon stepping into the room, he heard an exclamation of surprise. Yi Beichen turned to see Sun Qian, clad in her nightgown, dropping her cup, shattering it upon the floor. The moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating her nightgown completely. "It's me," Yi Beichen announced. Sun Qian jumped, placing a hand on her chest, seemingly unaware of her exposed state. "Oh, it's you. I thought a thief had broken in. What on earth is happening outside? Why are there so many officers?" "I don't know," Yi Beichen replied, shaking his head, turning to enter Xia Ruoxue's room. Sun Qian suddenly smiled, calling out to him, "Hey, is there something you need?" Yi Beichen turned back. Sun Qian grinned. "Are you too well, you know?" "Know what?" Yi Beichen inquired, bewildered. Sun Qian wore an expression that implied understanding. "TSK, TSK, TSK. Still pretending to be oblivious, huh? After 5 years apart, our first reunion leads to sharing a bed. How could there not be a spark? 4 years in university." Ruoxue had not dated anyone. A spark ignited, as refreshing as rain after a prolonged drought. Naturally, they would fight to the bitter end. She was still an untouched flower, and you, young man, must not forget your manners. Ahem. Upon hearing such blatant remarks, Yi Beichen nearly stumbled. "Don't speak carelessly." He hastily pushed open the door to Xia Ruoxue's room. Although Yi Beichen's martial prowess could easily surpass that of a martial arts master, his knowledge of romantic affairs was as blank as a fresh canvas. As a young man brimming with passion, how could he endure such comments from Sun Qian? Upon entering the room, he beheld Xia Ruoxue sprawled in a starfish position, the moonlight illuminating her flawless skin. With towering mountains and long, elegant legs, a rush of heat surged within Yi Beichen. "Alas," he sighed, "isn't this enticing one to commit a crime?" Chapter 30. Yi Beichen. "You scoundrel!" Yi Beichen approached the window, gazing down at Xia Ruoxue. The girl lay there, her figure, skin, and beauty nothing short of perfection. "Yi Beichen, please don't leave," murmured Xia Ruoxue in her dreams. Yi Beichen rubbed his nose, contemplating whether he was about to incur a debt of affection. The following morning, just as Yi Beichen finished washing up, a knock echoed from outside. Sun Qian opened the door to find a group of officers bursting in, led by Wang Jinjia. "You must be Sun Qian. Did you hear anything unusual last night?" Wang Jinjia, with her striking figure, strode in confidently. The other officers began searching the living room for valuable clues. "Last night? No, I didn't hear anything." Sun Qian shook her head. At that moment, Yi Beichen emerged from Xia Ruoxue's room, with Xia Ruoxue following behind. Wang Jinjia furrowed her brows. "You two spent the night together?" She recognized Yi Beichen. As her cousin, Wang Ruyan shared a close relationship with him. Wang Jinjia speculated that Yi Beichen might be involved with Wang Ruyan. Since Yi Beichen was already linked to Wang Ruyan, yet had spent the night in the same room with another woman, it was certain that something had transpired. Yet, Yi Beichen appeared utterly unconcerned, casually stating, "Officer, does this pertain to your investigation?" Wang Jinjia, slightly irritated, looked down upon Yi Beichen's scoundrel-like demeanor. "I know who you are. You're Yi Beichen, right? I'm aware of the situation with the Zhao family in Jiangnan. Wang Ruyan killed the Jiangnan king for you, and you treat her like this? How do I treat her?" Yi Beichen asked, perplexed. "Huh, a scoundrel is indeed a scoundrel." Wang Jinjia scoffed, then ordered Yi Beichen, "I cannot concern myself with the Jiangnan matter, nor do I know your background. However, 5 people were killed in this complex last night, and surveillance footage captured a figure strikingly similar to yours. You have the right to remain silent, but every word you utter from now on will serve as evidence in court." Wang Jinjia pointed at Yi Beichen. "Cuff him and take him away." A group of officers suddenly surrounded them, one brandishing silver handcuffs. "Halt!" At that moment, a voice echoed from outside, and a stunningly beautiful woman, exuding an undeniable aura, entered the hall. Yi Beichen raised his eyebrows in surprise. What was she doing here? The newcomer was none other than Han Yu. Following her were several men, their internal energy palpable, martial arts masters. With 3 martial arts masters to protect her, it was no wonder she hailed from the esteemed Han family of Zhonghai. She had spent an entire night uncovering Yi Beichen's arrival in Jinling, and without delay, hurried to the city, employing various methods to ascertain his whereabouts. She had rushed over early that morning. "Who are you?" Wang Jinjia inquired, scrutinizing Han Yu. Calmly, Han Yu replied, "You need not concern yourself with my identity. You only need to know that I have guaranteed this man's safety. From this moment forth, you shall not take him." "Huh? Are you attempting to hinder the officers in their duty?" Wang Jinjia scoffed. Disinterested in further banter, Han Yu promptly retrieved her phone and dialed a number. "Hello, Chief Lu, I have a friend who has been misunderstood by your men. They are about to take him away. I would appreciate it if you could have your officers withdraw for the time being. She noted the badge number 556-8937 on Wang Jinjia's chest. All right, I'll wait for 2 minutes. Chief Lu, Wang Jinjia's expression shifted dramatically. Could it be that this woman was calling her superior superior? Not a minute after Han Yu hung up, her phone rang. Hello, Chief Lu? Wang Jinjia gasped, realizing it wasn't her personal phone that was ringing, but the official communication device of the officers. The display badge number was 0000001, the direct line to the highest authority in the Jinling Police Department, capable of reaching any officer at any time. What? On what grounds? I suspect Yi Beichen is connected to the deaths of 5 top wanted criminals from last night, and I intend to take him in for questioning. Wang Jinjia's fair visage darkened. Chief Lu replied, Wang Jinjia, you belong to the Wang family, a prominent clan. You should understand that I am under considerable pressure as well. This man cannot be taken away. Why persist? Fuming, Wang Jinjia retorted, Chief Lu, is it not a gross misuse of power on your part? You. Chief Lu was incensed, aware of Wang Jinjia's esteemed lineage, and thus refrained from speaking too harshly. Instead, he attempted to persuade her, Wang Jinjia, could you do me a favor? I will provide you with a detailed explanation later, but if this continues, I may have to suspend you. He employed both charm and intimidation. Wang Jinjia's expression wavered, and ultimately, she chose to relent. She shot Yi Beichen a glare, warning, do not find yourself in my grasp again. You will not receive a second chance. Fall back. With a stamp of her foot, she turned and led her subordinates away. Han Yu turned to Yi Beichen, her face alight with a smile. Dr. Yi, I apologize for my behavior yesterday in Jiangnan. Dr. Yi? Xiao Ruoxue and Sun Qian exchanged bewildered glances. Yi Beichen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his tone nonchalant as he asked, what brings you here? Dr. Yi, my grandfather's ailment is precisely as you described. Han Yu ventured, realizing that such a renowned healer was not someone she could afford to offend. Even being from a prestigious family, even the most esteemed grandmasters would choose to show reverence in the presence of a divine healer like Yi Beichen. One may disregard the elite, the affluent, the powerful, and even the military, but one must never disregard a physician of Yi Beichen's caliber. No one can guarantee a lifetime free from illness. As long as one is susceptible to ailments, there will come a time when they seek the expertise of a doctor. With merely a glance at her grandfather, Yi Beichen discerned the entirety of his ailments and, with just a few words, compelled the man who had been paralyzed for 5 years to rise. Han Yu, having witnessed this miracle firsthand, was utterly convinced of Yi Beichen's medical prowess. Otherwise, she would not have sought him out personally. Yi Beichen nodded nonchalantly. Rather than inciting anger in Han Yu, his demeanor only deepened her respect for him. What is wrong with a capable individual possessing a bit of temperament? As long as there was no dismissal, Han Yu felt she could persuade him. Divine Healer Yi, I sincerely invite you to Zhonghai to treat my grandfather, Han Yu said with genuine warmth. Yi Beichen promptly declined, stating, I have no interest. Just because you invite me, does that mean I must accept? What do you take me for? Han Yu, unfazed, appeared to have anticipated his refusal. With an air of confidence, she replied, Divine Healer Yi, it would not be too late for you to review these documents before making a decision. I learned of your esteemed status yesterday, and the events that transpired in Jiangnan are indeed shocking. Therefore, I utilized the Han family's connections to investigate certain occurrences from 5 years ago, all of which are contained within this folder. Upon her words, a female secretary approached and presented a folder to Yi Beichen with both hands. Events from 5 years ago? Yi Beichen's expression darkened. Han Yu nodded, stating, Indeed, including certain truths that I believe you would be keen to uncover. Chapter 31. Zhou Ryu is in danger. Yi Beichen examined the folder in his hands, which detailed the case from 5 years prior. The dossier that Han Yu provided described a home invasion robbery, the perpetrator of which had already faced justice. Even though the entire Jiangnan was aware that the Yi family of 3 had been murdered by a martial artist, the official records indicated that the Yi family of 4 had been victims of a band of robbers. Yes, a family of 4. Aside from his parents and elder brother, Yi Beichen's records clearly stated his demise at the age of 18. I have thoroughly investigated this matter. The individuals responsible were indeed the Wang family of Jiangnan and the Zhao family, Han Yu slowly articulated. However, the Zhao family is not the true mastermind. Zhao Aqin was merely tasked with cleanup subsequently seizing some of the Yi family's assets, and that is all. This document was commissioned by the Wang family of Jiangnan, a fact I have verified beyond doubt. As for the other connections, they are all outlined within. 2 celestial-level martial artists serving the Wang family, named Hong Xiao and Hong Wu, have both perished at your hands. We have also looked into the Wang family. He has served in the military for 42 years and bears no grudge against the Yi family. He has governed Jiangnan for 15 years, and there has been no conflict with the Yi family whatsoever. 5 years ago, the Yi family was merely a moderately affluent household, not wealthy enough to be considered among the elite. How could they possibly have had any grievances with the King of Jiangnan? Yet, on a fateful day 5 years prior, 2 of the king's attendants stormed into the Yi residence. Was it merely a stroke of misfortune for the Yi family? In just one night, the Han family unraveled the entire sequence of events, indicating the extent of their influence. If Yi Beichen were to investigate, it would likely be challenging to uncover the intricate details. Yi Beichen turned a page, and Han Yu's voice flowed like water as she spoke slowly. I have scrutinized all of the King of Jiangnan's call records from 5 years ago. On the eve of the tragic incident at the Yi family, a peculiar call was made to the king. Here, Han Yu paused momentarily. Yi Beichen observed a conspicuous question mark written next to the name of the caller on that page. Wind Battle God. Yi Beichen's eyes narrowed. Han Yu was startled. She had intended to leave an air of mystery and not disclose everything to him. She never anticipated that Yi Beichen would guess the name. She could only nod in affirmation. Indeed, it is the Wind Battle God. Is he truly connected to the death of my parents? Yi Beichen's gaze sharpened, a glint of ferocity flickering within. After a brief silence, Han Yu continued, Dr. Yi, at this juncture, I have refrained from further investigation. One night is insufficient. However, she paused, a hint of cold pride shimmering in her beautiful eyes. Should you intervene to save my grandfather? The Han family would not shy away from pursuing this matter further. The Wind Battle God is a formidable official in the southeastern province. He wields control over Jiangdong, Jiangnan, Jiangbei, and Jinling, commanding 4 great kings beneath him, along with an army of 1.2 million. In ancient times, he could have easily declared himself emperor. The Han family, though not intimidated by the Wind Battle God, undeniably possesses an impressive foundation. Yi Beichen gazed at Han Yu with indifference. Are you proposing a transaction with me? We both have our own needs. She smiled. No need for that. I shall seek the Wind Battle God myself. Yi Beichen resolutely shook his head. What? You intend to confront the Wind Battle God yourself? Has this young man lost his mind? Or is he simply ignorant of the formidable nature of his opponent? Does he not recognize that the Wind Battle God is the sole Grandmaster of the southeastern province? Furthermore, he is the only king in that region. Were it not for the peculiar circumstances in Zhonghai, the Han family would hardly dare to investigate the Wind Battle God in Longdu. Despite Yi Beichen's considerable strength and extraordinary medical skills, how could he possibly match the Wind Battle God? Is he overly confident? Young and skilled. He may possess a sense of pride, but has he let that pride go too far? Han Yu pondered silently, just as she was about to speak. Her thoughts were interrupted by the sudden ringing of Yi Beichen's phone. He pressed the answer button. Are you Yi Beichen? Is it true that you used that card to make a purchase of 10 million yuan at a luxury car dealership in Longhua? That card is in your possession? The caller's Mandarin was heavily accented and somewhat awkward. Who are you? Yi Beichen furrowed his brow. On the other end of the line, the foreign man replied, You need not concern yourself with who we are. You do not have the right to know. How did you acquire that card? Surely, you must have stumbled upon it. Right? Allow me to inform you. This card possesses significant value. It would be prudent for you to surrender it. Otherwise, you may never see your fiancé, your family again. A sharp slap echoed through the air. Beichen, do not return, came Zhou Ruiyun's voice. Following that, a foreign man's voice interjected, I care not where you are. If you do not return within an hour, we will resort to lethal measures and personally come for you. Do not doubt our capabilities. No matter your location, we will find you. Beep, beep, beep. With that, the foreign man abruptly ended the call. An hour? How could one possibly return from Jinling in such a short time? Ruiyun. Yi Beichen's eyes welled with tears. Throughout his 5 years of evasion, Zhou Ruiyun had done so much for his family. She tended to the graves of his parents and elder brother. It was Zhou Ruiyun who had consistently kept him in her thoughts. He had yet to repay her kindness, and now, due to his actions, her family was in peril. I do not care who you are. Should you dare to harm Ruiyun's family, I will annihilate you all. Yi Beichen's eyes blazed with fierce fury. Dr. Yi, what troubles you? Han Yu, startled by Yi Beichen's demeanor, inquired. I require an hour to reach Jiangnan. Yi Beichen growled like a beast. Without hesitation, Han Yu nodded. Very well, I shall prepare immediately. She promptly retrieved her phone, arranged for a plane to the rooftop of Sunshine Jinqing Community, as swiftly as possible. Han Yu's efficiency was astonishing. By the time Yi Beichen and she reached the rooftop, a helicopter hovered above. Lower the rope ladder. Yi Beichen climbed aboard without delay. Han Yu, agile in her movements, followed suit. Though she too was a martial artist, her strength was modest, merely at the Xian level. Your meridians are blocked. If you can clear them, your power will ascend to new heights, Yi Beichen suddenly remarked. Han Yu's face brightened, understanding his implication. Thank you, Dr. Yi. Yi Beichen's gaze darkened as he looked towards Jiangnan. Han Yu wasted no time, instructing the pilot to fly at maximum speed towards Jiangnan. After Yi Beichen and Han Yu departed, Xia Ruoxue and Sun Qian remained in the room, still in a daze. After a long pause, Sun Qian finally exclaimed. Her face flushed. Ruoxue, who on earth is Yi Beichen? What he discussed with that woman? My heavens, it pertains to the Jiangnan king and the god of war, Ling Feng. Though Sun Qian was an ordinary girl, she was aware of the significance of the Jiangnan king and the god of war. To the average person, these were colossal figures. Did Yi Beichen harbor a grudge against them? Sun Qian was nearly astounded. Chapter 32. What is his true origin? Xia Ruoxue, equally astonished, shook her head. I am unaware of the circumstances. You do not know? You were in bed with him last night. Sun Qian placed a delicate hand on her forehead. Xia Ruoxue shook her head. Her cheeks flushed. Do not say such things. We did nothing. I cannot believe that. You two must have engaged in something. Sun Qian shook her head in disbelief, adopting a lovesick demeanor. Oh my, I never imagined your beloved could be so formidable. Able to match wits with figures like the King of Jiangnan and the war god Ling Feng. Truly invincible. Ruoxue, you must tell me, what is his background? Please, share. Sun Qian's excitement flushed her cheeks with a rosy hue. However, Xia Ruoxue appeared perplexed, pondering the true origins of the man she admired. The journey took 2 hours by car, and the plane reached its destination in just 30 minutes. To avoid alarming the target, Yi Beichen directed the aircraft to hover 500 meters away from the Zhou family's villa. At approximately 100 meters above ground, Yi Beichen eagerly opened the cabin door. Hurry, Dr. Yi, wait a moment. We're at a height of 100 meters. Han Yu exclaimed, but before she could finish her sentence, she witnessed Yi Beichen leap from the plane. He actually jumped. Han Yu was almost rendered speechless with fright. Such a height. Even a martial arts master would suffer fatal consequences from such a fall. It is known that the highest record for a martial arts master was a jump from merely 50 meters, landing unscathed. 100 meters equates to over 30 stories. A fall from that height for an ordinary person would likely result in nothing but a splatter of flesh. Bang! Yi Beichen landed firmly on the ground, creating a deep crater upon impact. Whoosh! His speed was astonishing, akin to that of a 100-meter sprinter as he dashed towards the Zhou estate. Quickly descend. Han Yu panicked, urging the pilot to bring the aircraft to the ground. The 500 meters distance was covered by Yi Beichen in mere 30 seconds. The gates of the Zhou villa were tightly shut, and all windows were drawn with curtains. On the rooftop, 3 white snipers discreetly aimed their rifles at Yi Beichen. Upon spotting him, one sniper immediately activated his walkie-talkie. Boss, we have a visitor. Not sure if it's that kid. Meanwhile, a crack in the second-floor curtain of the villa revealed a view of the surveillance footage from the driveway. It appears to be him. Let him in. Understood. After a brief exchange, the gates of the Zhou villa swung open. The interior remained shrouded in darkness due to the drawn curtains. Unfazed, Yi Beichen strode confidently into the villa. Crash! The villa's door slammed shut behind him. The overhead lights flickered on, revealing 4 or 5 armed white men pointing their guns at Yi Beichen's back. They prodded him with their gunstocks. Seated before them on a sofa was a white man, elegantly sipping from a wine glass filled with red wine. His complexion was pale, his figure tall and slender, with sharply defined facial features. Rising slowly upon Yi Beichen's arrival, he exuded an aristocratic air and, in somewhat halting Mandarin, inquired, "Are you Yi Beichen? And where are Ruoyu and Uncle Zhou?" Yi Beichen asked coldly. The white man smirked with a hint of arrogance. "Am I the one asking questions, or are you? I am Yi Beichen, not having seen Zhou Ruoyu." Yi Beichen repressed his murderous intent for the moment. Very well. The white man nodded and calmly inquired, "What about that bank card?" Yi Beichen raised his hand, 2 fingers delicately pinching a bank card. This card, though similar in size to an ordinary one, was uniquely exquisite. It was adorned with a circle of diamonds, while the front featured intricately carved golden images of a dragon, a black bear, a tiger, a lion, and an eagle, all rendered with lifelike precision. At the sight of this card, the white man's pupils constricted sharply, and his breath quickened. Unable to contain himself, he took 2 steps forward, reaching out to snatch the card. Maintaining his composure was beyond him. Yi Beichen firmly grasped the card and stated calmly, "If you cannot see Ruoyu, I shall destroy it immediately." "You dare." The white man, filled with agitation, saw his blue eyes blaze with veins of fury. He bellowed, "If you dare to destroy that card, I promise you will regret it for a lifetime." Yi Beichen regarded him coldly. The white man inhaled deeply, struggling to regain his composure before shouting, "Bring them up." Zhou Ruoyu, Zhou Tianhao, and Li Haixia were brought forth, bound and gagged, yet mercifully unharmed. Yi Beichen exhaled slightly in relief. Now that they were present, the card should rightfully be mine, he thought, as the white man cast a sinister glance his way. Yi Beichen pointed towards the villa's entrance, commanding, "Let them go first." The white man pondered for a moment, with only Yi Beichen present. They had over 30 men hidden in the shadows, including 20 mercenaries and 3 mercenary kings, formidable figures comparable to martial arts masters, unafraid of Yi Beichen. He nodded. "Release them and let them leave." Zhou Ruoyu and her family were untied. Concern etched on her face. She exclaimed, "Beichen, why have you come back? You must leave at once." "Uncle Zhou, take Ruoyu away." Yi Beichen gently shook his head. Zhou Tianhao's expression shifted unpredictably, yet he nodded to Yi Beichen, understanding that if he dared to come, he must possess the means to confront these men. The family of 3, still a burden, led Zhou Ruoyu out of the Zhou family villa. Once they had safely departed, Yi Beichen slowly tucked the bank card into his pocket. The white man's expression darkened. "What are you doing?" Yi Beichen, hands clasped behind his back, disregarded the man's inquiry and sauntered towards the villa's sofa, leisurely taking a seat. He picked up a transparent glass, poured himself a glass of red wine from the table, behaving as if he were in the comfort of his own home. In the astonished gaze of the onlooking white men, Yi Beichen took a sip and nodded, a 1982 Lafite. "Uncle Zhou has exquisite taste. By heavens, how arrogant." The white man's eyes turned icy as he drew a Swiss Army knife from his waist, lunging towards Yi Beichen's throat like a striking serpent. Clang! Yi Beichen effortlessly extended 2 fingers, clamping down on the knife and twisting it forcefully. The high-grade alloy Swiss Army knife was astonishingly snapped between his fingers. Was this still human? The blade shot forth, embedding itself in the thigh of the Caucasian man, who immediately collapsed to the ground, wailing in agony. The other mercenaries within the villa, witnessing this, prepared to raise their weapons and fire upon Yi Beichen. Bang! With one hand holding a glass, Yi Beichen's wrist flicked. The glass shattered, and as he turned his palm, shards of glass scattered like petals from a celestial maiden. Thud! 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 Each of those mercenaries who dared to act found a shard embedded in their heads. A dozen mercenaries fell, lifeless on the spot. Behind Yi Beichen, 3 mercenary kings emerged, advancing towards him from 3 directions with lethal intent. Chapter 33. Yi Beichen. Is my master truly this formidable? The 3 mercenary kings were akin to martial arts masters. One moved like a venomous serpent, another like a fierce tiger, and the last like a mighty lion. The one resembling a serpent was the swiftest. Reaching behind Yi Beichen in an instant, throwing a punch aimed at his head. Without even turning his head, Yi Beichen extended a hand, seizing the serpent-like man's wrist. With a powerful yank, boom, the man was flung away like a lifeless dog, crashing through the villa wall, leaving a human-shaped breach, dead beyond recovery. The tiger-like mercenary king charged forward, his strength formidable and his physique muscular. His fists, resembling massive hammers, struck towards Yi Beichen's heart and throat. Heh! Yi Beichen scoffed coldly, and in a flash, seized the man's wrist with overwhelming force. The tiger-like mercenary's pupils widened in terror as he screamed, realizing his arms were being brutally torn apart by Yi Beichen. "Ah!" he shrieked. Yi Beichen retaliated with a punch, returning his aggression in kind, striking at the very location of the man's heart. Thud! The tiger-like mercenary's heart was shattered, and he fell victim to his fate. Hiss! The final mercenary king, pale with fear, gasped in shock. He could hardly fathom the terror of Yi Beichen's prowess. Whoosh! He turned to flee, prioritizing his own survival. Yi Beichen advanced in a swift stride, delivering a kick that struck the man's back like a truck. Thud! The last mercenary king coughed up blood. Just as his body was about to hit the ground, Yi Beichen appeared at the spot, extending a hand to grasp his neck. Crack! A sharp sound echoed. The last mercenary king's neck was twisted, and he perished. Who on earth are you? The Caucasian man stammered, his face a mask of shock. Is this even human? A dozen mercenaries had been slain by a mere glass. The 3 mercenary kings had not endured even a minute. All were vanquished by the young man from the Dragon Kingdom before him. He was nothing short of a demon. Yi Beichen stood with hands clasped behind his back, slowly approaching the Caucasian man, and said calmly, "Shall I ask you, or will you ask me?" In that moment, Yi Beichen resembled the Grim Reaper. Instantly, a profound fear enveloped the Caucasian man. His heart nearly ceased to beat. The initial arrogance has vanished. The white man trembled, his voice quaking as he uttered, "I am William, a scion of the Rothschild family. You cannot take my life. Our lineage wields control over 1/5 of the world's wealth. I am one of the heirs. You cannot kill me. I cannot die. If you were to slay me, the Dragon Kingdom would face dire economic sanctions. Spare me, and I shall offer you immense riches, money, beauties, power, status, whatever you desire. I implore you, do not take my life." William revealed his identity, the Rothschild family. Anyone aware of their legacy understands the terror they invoke. Even the sovereign of the Dragon Kingdom would hesitate to take his life, for it could escalate into a catastrophic diplomatic incident. Thus, William hastily elucidated his origins, resorting to coercion and temptation, hoping that Yi Beichen would refrain from harming him. Yi Beichen chuckled coldly. "You have taken Royo's family hostage, sought my life, and yet you expect me to spare you?" William, in a state of dread, bowed repeatedly, exclaiming, "I acknowledge my mistakes, esteemed gentlemen. I beg you, do not kill me. Is it this card that you seek?" Yi Beichen returned to the sofa, fingers delicately pinching a card, the very bank card, adorned with intricate engravings of a golden dragon, a black bear, a tiger, a lion, and an eagle. It radiated opulence. Upon sighting the card, William's pupils dilated, a glimmer of avarice flashing in his eyes. "Indeed, esteemed sir, the origins of this card are formidable. If you relinquish it to me, I am willing to offer you $1 billion. No, $100 billion. What do you say?" William, possessing remarkable acumen, quickly discerned that Yi Beichen was unfamiliar with the card's significance. 100 billion? Yi Beichen was taken aback. During his descent, a master had tossed this bank card to him. He speculated it contained assets amounting to 1 or 2 billion, but he had not inquired further. Yet, William was willing to offer $100 billion for it. What extraordinary power does this card possess? Could it be that my master truly commands a global consortium, as he claimed? Yi Beichen furrowed his brow, filled with uncertainty. In his possession lay a jade ring, a token purportedly belonging to the Imperial Master of the Dragon Kingdom. Additionally, he possessed a medallion said to command the 30,000 elite troops of Jerusalem. Yi Beichen had dismissed all of it as mere folly, believing those masters were merely jesting at his expense. However, witnessing William's reaction left Yi Beichen bewildered. Could it all be true? How much wealth resides within that card? After a moment of contemplation, he inquired solemnly, "What is the true value contained within?" William, startled, gazed into Yi Beichen's eyes, hesitating. Should he divulge the truth? Just as he was about to fabricate a lie, Yi Beichen's icy voice cut through the air. "Should you deceive me, I will send you to meet your God." William trembled, unable to withstand the palpable threat emanating from Yi Beichen. With his forehead pressed against the floor, he quivered as he explained, "Esteemed gentlemen, I would never dare to deceive you. The owner of this card is the very individual who founded the Rothschild family, the Morgan family, and regarded Citibank as his private garden, with the treasury of the Dragon Nation at his disposal. The world's resources of oil, gold, and diamonds are all his private possessions. However, a century ago, this card's owner vanished, and the card symbolizing his identity subsequently fell into obscurity. Just a day ago, you withdrew 10 million yuan in cash in the Dragon Nation, and the masters of the elite financial clans are already aware of the card's reemergence. Who is the owner of this bank card? Yi Beichen's expression was peculiar. William respectfully replied, "He is the godfather of our Western world. Yi Beichen was taken aback. The master of the 27. Did he not have a nickname that referred to him as the Godfather? His own master was, unbeknownst to him, so formidable? He had always thought that those individuals were reclusive masters, detached from the world. Some were martial arts enthusiasts, others were eccentric, and some were adept in medicine. Although titles like the King of Medicine from Miaojiang and the Deadly Pharmacist did exist, to be the godfather of all Europe was truly remarkable. Were the identities of the other masters authentic as well? Yi Beichen felt somewhat bewildered. If Wang Rian knew Yi Beichen's thoughts, she would undoubtedly say, "Silly Junior. If the masters weren't impressive, how could I stand strong?" Chapter 34, Belongings of the Yi family? Upon hearing William's explanation, Yi Beichen gained a general understanding of Master 27's identity. "So, with this card, I can spend any amount I desire," Yi Beichen stated. William coughed. "Ahem, esteemed gentleman. Your vision is limited. With this card, all the assets held by the 5 major financial conglomerates of the world are yours. Everything under their names belongs to you. You can access and mobilize over 80% of the world's wealth at your discretion. With this card, a single word from you could bring the Wolf Nation to its knees. One word could change the president of the Eagle Nation." It sounded surreal. Yet in the realm of Western capitalism, it was indeed feasible. "Change the president, you say?" Yi Beichen muttered, stroking his chin, seemingly intrigued. William, noticing Yi Beichen deep in thought, flashed a cunning gleam in his eyes and silently laughed to himself. "Kid, I'll send you on your way." With a swift press on his wrist, a gunshot rang out. A bullet shot forth from the position of his chest, moving with lightning speed straight toward Yi Beichen's head. This was a compact pistol discreetly positioned at his chest. Pressing the switch on his wrist would release the bullet. With Yi Beichen less than 2 meters away, it was a distance too short for anyone to react. At the moment of firing, William's face contorted into a sinister grin. "Die." Yet in the next instant, William froze. His smile utterly frozen in place. His body turned icy, and he stared at Yi Beichen in horror, asking himself, "Are you a human or a ghost?" William was on the verge of losing his mind. Because of that bullet, Yi Beichen astonishingly caught it. Yes, with merely 2 fingers, he grasped the bullet. Although the compact handgun's power was limited, the distance was merely 2 meters. How did Yi Beichen react so swiftly? "Do you still wish to kill me?" A faint, icy smile crept upon Yi Beichen's lips. William felt an overwhelming chill, a sense of impending death enveloping him. He was petrified, crouching there, too terrified to move. Yi Beichen advanced step by step. I apologize, it was unintentional," William stammered as he retreated hastily. His legs, already injured, succumbed to excruciating pain, causing him to collapse to the ground. "Is that so? Then allow me to be careless as well," Yi Beichen replied with a placid smile, flicking his finger. The bullet from the compact handgun shot forth, faster than before, piercing directly through William's heart. Bang! William's lifeless body fell to the ground like a dead dog, his face still contorted in terror. "Have you heard enough?" After dispatching William, Yi Beichen spoke in a detached tone. Outside, Han Yu shuddered involuntarily. The young lady of the Han family, in a moment of panic, pushed open the door of the Zhou family villa. "Dr. Yi, I didn't mean to." "What about Ruai Yu and the others?" Yi Beichen queried coldly. In that instant, Han Yu felt as if she were facing an emperor, devoid of any rebellious spirit. "She as well. My subordinates are protecting them." Yi Beichen nodded slightly and remarked, "I do not wish for anyone else to know about what transpired earlier. Do you understand my implication?" "I understand." Han Yu nodded repeatedly, her heart already tumultuous. This group of foreigners were indeed from a foreign superconsortium, and Yi Beichen's ability to catch the bullet at such a short distance and retaliate against William left Han Yu utterly awestruck. "Very well, ensure this place is cleared." Yi Beichen tossed out a statement before turning to exit the Zhou family villa. With intelligent individuals, there was no need for superfluous words. Once Yi Beichen departed, Han Yu was drenched in sweat. In that fleeting moment, she felt an illusion that if she uttered even a single wrong word, Yi Beichen might kill her, even though she was the eldest daughter of the Han family. After exiting the Zhou family villa, Yi Beichen sought out Zhou Ryu and her family. Zhou Ruoyu, having been startled, rushed into his embrace upon seeing him return safely. "Brother Beichen," she trembled incessantly. Yi Beichen smiled, holding the lovely lady in his arms, gently patting her shoulder, and reassured her, "It's all right now. You should stay at my home. This place isn't very safe." "Your home?" The Zhou family members were taken aback. Hadn't Yi Beichen's home long been abandoned? However, when the Zhou family trio arrived at the former residence of the King of Jiangnan, now the Yi family estate, they were utterly bewildered. Zhou Tianhao exclaimed with excitement, "Beichen, the residence of the King of Jiangnan is now yours?" "Indeed, Uncle Zhou, from now on, you shall reside here." Yi Beichen smiled. Senior sister had dispatched several heavenly-level experts, including a martial arts master, to conceal themselves within the Yi family estate. It was relatively safe for Zhou Ruiyu and her family to stay here. He needs to investigate the cause of his parents' demise, and it is impossible for him to return on time every time. As the Zhou family was shaken, Yi Beichen advised them to rest. Within the Yi family estate, they were free to choose any room. Dr. Yi. Half an hour later, Han Yu arrived for a visit. She had finished dealing with all the bodies at the Zhou family's villa. Those individuals were elites of the Rothschild family. If this were abroad, it would be a troublesome and intricate matter. However, within the borders of Longhua, foreign top-tier consortiums had not yet extended their reach. Yi Beichen nodded slightly and remarked, "You have done well. Consider this a favor owed to you." "Thank you, Dr. Yi." Regarding my grandfather's leg, Han Yu eagerly pressed on. After contemplating for a moment, Yi Beichen replied coolly, "I will write you a prescription. After you return, follow this prescription to prepare the medicine. Your grandfather's leg should not pose any problems for the time being. When I have the opportunity to visit Zhonghai, I will personally attend to your grandfather's treatment." Han Yu hesitated slightly, concerned about her grandfather's condition. Yi Beichen, aware of her worries, assured her, "Rest assured, following this prescription, your grandfather will be able to walk immediately. Moreover, he will be lively and indistinguishable from a normal person. The only difference is that it cannot be completely cured yet. I will make sure to visit Zhonghai to provide a thorough remedy for your grandfather." Upon hearing this, Han Yu was overjoyed and promptly agreed. Yi Beichen wasted no time and directly wrote down the prescription, handing it to Han Yu to send her on her way. Han Yu left her business card and phone number, expressing her gratitude profusely as she departed. Her grandfather had once instructed her never to offend Yi Beichen, and she dared not to push her luck. That evening, Li Haixiao and Zhou Ruiyu prepared a feast together. Yi Beichen gazed at the array of dishes on the table, feeling a wave of emotion. It was the first time in 5 years that he had tasted home-cooked food. At the dining table, Zhou Tianhao hesitated to speak, wanting to say something several times, but holding back. After finishing his meal, Yi Beichen put down his utensils and smiled. "Uncle Zhou, what is on your mind? Please feel free to speak." Zhou Tianhao took a deep breath. "Beichen, I am aware that you are a martial artist, unafraid even of the Prince of Jiangnan. In the future, you may become a top figure like the war god Ling Feng. There are some matters I have pondered for a long time and feel it necessary to clarify with you. Should we reclaim what belongs to the Yi family?" Yi Beichen was taken aback. "What belongs to the Yi family?" "Indeed, what belongs to the Yi family?" Zhou Tianhao nodded, looking into Yi Beichen's eyes. "Before your father met his tragic fate, he had left behind some assets. Subsequently, they were swallowed by the Zhao family, which you have eradicated. In fact, there is something I have not told you. A group of Japanese had occupied your family's assets." Yi Beichen narrowed his eyes. "Japanese?" "Yes. They also have a Japanese business association," Zhou Tianhao confirmed, observing the shift in Yi Beichen's expression. "Though your father's factory was small back then, it was ahead of its time, and a group of Japanese sought to acquire your father's factory, which he refused. This is something your father once mentioned to me during a drinking session. After the tragic demise of your parents and elder brother, the Zhao family conspired with the Japanese to seize your father's factory." Yi Beichen let out a cold chuckle, remarking, "Thus, it seems the Japanese bear some responsibility for my parents' deaths." Zhou Tianhao nodded in agreement, stating, "If you eradicate the Zhao family after the demise of the King of Jiangnan, the economic landscape of Jiangnan is perilously tilting towards Japanese control. Tomorrow, the Japanese Business Association will convene, and it is likely that the affluent of Jiangnan will attend." Yi Beichen's expression turned frigid, declaring, "Anyone connected to my parents' deaths shall face retribution. The fortunes of the Yi family shall remain solely in the hands of the Yi family." After dinner, Yi Beichen retreated to his chamber, once the opulent master suite of the King of Jiangnan, reminiscent of a royal palace. He sat cross-legged upon the bed, commencing his cultivation of inner energy. Over 10,000 kilometers away, in a secluded corner of an ancient castle in Europe, a middle-aged man clad in noble attire dined at a rectangular table. 6 hours had passed without any word from William, and others had completely lost contact. An elderly servant, stooped and silver-haired, reported with a bow, The nobleman, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth after a bite of steak, inquired, "Have they perished?" The old servant shook his head, smiling. "My lord, how could that be? Although William may not compare to those young masters, he is accompanied by 3 kings of mercenaries. Perhaps they have been delayed for some reason. You know, the dragon country is unlike others. We cannot intervene, or else." The nobleman nodded, "Continue to make contact. We must retrieve that identity card. With it, our Rothschild family can claim dominion over the world." "Yes." The old servant bowed and departed swiftly like a specter. Once the servant left, the nobleman rose slowly and approached the window, gazing at the full moon outside, pondering, "Godfather, are you truly still alive?" "Brother Beichen." Yi Beichen was about to rest when a faint voice called from outside his door. Startled, he opened the door to find a figure slipping inside. Zhou Ruoyu, clad in a sleepwear adorned with delightful cartoon patterns, stood before him. Yi Beichen smiled. "What brings you here?" I'm frightened and cannot sleep," Zhou Ruoyu murmured, her head lowered in shyness. Although they shared an engagement, a girl entering a man's room in the dead of night was undeniably awkward. Modern society may be open, yet Zhou Ruoyu was not the sort to be so indiscreet. "All right, you may take the bed. I shall sleep on the floor," Yi Beichen replied with a gentle smile. "That won't do." Zhou Ruoyu shook her head. "The floor is cold. What if you catch a cold?" "Silly girl, I am a martial artist. My internal energy protects me. I could run naked in the winter and not fall ill." Yi Beichen laughed. "Why mention running naked? You say such risky things," Zhou Ruoyu exclaimed, quickly covering her face. She hurried onto the bed. "We'll each sleep on our side." The King of Jiangnan's bed was quite spacious, allowing them to rest comfortably without feeling crowded. Moreover, Yi Beichen had shared a bed with Xia Ruoxua once. Between them, nothing significant had transpired. Yi Beichen was quite confident in his self-control. "Very well. Let us each take our side," he agreed. Zhou Ruoyu, filled with gratitude, rushed to the inner side and lay down, eagerly glancing at Yi Beichen. He turned off the light and lay down outside. He could sense Zhou Ruoyu's breathing becoming slightly rapid, her body inching closer to him. Her heart raced like a startled fawn. She was apprehensive about Yi Beichen's actions, yet equally fearful of his restraint. Amidst this turmoil, Yi Beichen had already drifted off to sleep. "Oh dear, how did you fall asleep first?" Zhou Ruoyu pouted, a hint of disappointment flickering across her face. But her anxious heart soon relaxed. She propped herself up and planted a gentle kiss on Yi Beichen's lips, then contentedly entwined her arm with his and fell into a deep slumber. That girl, Yi Beichen, of course, had not truly fallen asleep. He licked his lips, a faint smile gracing his face. The next morning, as Yi Beichen rose and completed his morning routine, he opened the door only to see Zhou Ruoyu stealthily escaping from his room. Just then, Zhou Tianhao approached. "Dad!" Zhou Ruoyu exclaimed bashfully, quickly scampering away. "Hee, Beichen," Zhou Tianhao remarked with a knowing smile as he stood there. Yi Beichen felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. "Uncle Zhou, it's not what you think. Please let me explain." Although he possessed formidable martial prowess, he held a deep respect for ethics. After all, Zhou Tianhao was an elder. Zhou Tianhao's smile held a significant meaning, as if he understood everything. "We have all been through such phases. It's nothing remarkable. When I and your Aunt Li were not yet wed, we too shared the same bed," he said, patting Yi Beichen's shoulder with a serious expression. "However, young people must be cautious about protection. We wouldn't want any scandals to arise." Cough, cough. "Uncle Zhou, we truly did not." Yi Beichen stammered, feeling quite awkward. He hastily shifted the topic. "Uncle Zhou, didn't you mention that the Japanese delegation is having a meeting today? We should make haste." Zhou Tianhao's expression tightened as he silently nodded. In Jiangnan City, Guishan stood as the sole peak, rising about 500 meters above sea level amidst the otherwise flat terrain. Guishan was a place of exceptional talent and beauty, surrounded by towering skyscrapers, offering a serene escape from the hustle and bustle. The only disheartening aspect was that the entire mountain was adorned with Japanese architecture. When Yi Beichen was in high school, he had heard of plans to develop Guishan, with numerous investors vying for bids. Sums exceeding hundreds of billions were deemed insufficient. Ultimately, Guishan became the domain of the Japanese. Now, it served as the headquarters of the Japanese Chamber of Commerce, where affluent magnates incessantly entered. Among them were faces Yi Beichen recognized. Having seen them at the 60th birthday celebration of the Jiangnan king, they no longer bore the fright of days prior. In the presence of the Japanese, they wore only endless smiles. Suddenly, Yi Beichen's expression darkened. Chen Kunlun, what is he doing here? This man was a friend of Yi Beichen's father, having partnered with him in business, and had once faced dire straits, rising from nothing. In his most impoverished moments, when he could scarcely afford a meal, he found himself in a state worse than a beggar. Yet, Yi Laoqi did not disdain him. Rather, he took him under his wing in business endeavors and frequently invited Chen Kunlun to dine at his home. At this juncture, Chen Kunlun was clad in an exquisite tailored suit and sported a Rolex on his wrist. His mode of transportation was nothing less than a fully equipped Rolls-Royce, accompanied by bodyguards and a stunning secretary, exuding an air of opulence. Compared to his former self, he appeared utterly transformed. A man dressed in traditional Japanese attire personally welcomed him at the entrance of the Japanese Chamber of Commerce. Zhou Tianhao coldly remarked, "Indeed, it is Chen Kunlun, managing the factory that rightfully belonged to your father on behalf of the Japanese." A surge of anger welled up within Yi Beichen. "Is it truly so? Father, I owe you an apology. I shall bring him to see you." Chapter 36. The Japanese Chamber of Commerce. The Japanese Chamber of Commerce was a marvel of Japanese architectural style, featuring wooden floors, tatami mats, an entrance hall, and wooden clocks. Guards were stationed every 3 steps, and sentinels every 5, all clad in traditional garb, bearing samurai swords. To an unknowing visitor, it would seem as though they had stepped into the Japanese archipelago itself. It was astonishing to realize that this was situated in the bustling heart of Jiangnan City. A throng of affluent individuals streamed through the gates of the Japanese Chamber of Commerce, exchanging pleasantries with 2 Japanese gentlemen at the entrance. As Chen Kunlun emerged from the Rolls-Royce, he greeted, "Mr. Koizumi, Mr. Tangzawa, good day to you." He had even adopted the Japanese custom of bowing at a 90-degree angle. Standing opposite him were the 2 vice presidents of the Japanese Chamber of Commerce, Koizumi Kataru and Tangzawa Kazuo. Koizumi Kataru nodded, casting a satisfied glance at Chen Kunlun. "Chen-san, you have performed admirably over these past 5 years. Without your advocacy, our chamber could not have flourished so swiftly. You shall undoubtedly be recognized at this year's annual meeting. After today's gathering, you will become our representative here in Jiangnan. Once your child comes of age, I will ensure they are enrolled directly at Kyoto University." Chen Kunlun was overwhelmed with excitement, eagerly nodding, "Thank you. Please extend my gratitude to the president." From the depths of a beggar to his present stature, every step of his ascent was a testament to his relentless perseverance. The hardships he endured were known only to Chen Kunlun himself. At long last, he had emerged from the shadows. However, a furrow creased his brow as worry crept in. "What troubles you?" inquired Koizumi Kataru. In a hushed tone, Chen Kunlun replied, "The King of Jiangnan has perished, and his subordinates have become a disorganized multitude. The Zhao family's downfall has left the chamber group they once led akin to headless flies. If we seize this opportunity to consolidate these individuals now, Jiangnan shall be under the dominion of our Japanese Chamber of Commerce." It was evident that Chen Kunlun had already envisioned himself as an integral part of the Japanese Chamber of Commerce. "You truly are a loyal servant, Chen-san." With a heart of gold, Koizumi Kataru chuckled, patting Chen Kunlun on the shoulder. Chen Kunlun bent slightly, stating, "It is my honor to serve the Japanese Chamber of Commerce." Yet, his brow furrowed once more. However, Yi Beichen poses a significant complication. Tang Zixiang let out a cold chuckle. "What waves can a mere Yi Beichen stir? You people from the Dragon Country are utterly incompetent, having been defeated by a young man in his 20s. Do you think our island nation of Yamato is as inept as you? Moreover, we maintain our own affairs. If he does not seek trouble, we shall not provoke him. But if he dares to create chaos..." "Heh!" Tang Zixiang's laughter was relentless, his gaze chilling. "My Tang family hails from a lineage of martial prowess in Yamato. Should he dare to cause trouble, he shall be dealt with." "Indeed," Chen Kunlun nodded with a smile. Just then, a frigid voice echoed, "Who called me?" Chen Kunlun instinctively replied, turning to the direction of the sound. There stood a young man across the road, ignoring the passing traffic, making his way toward the entrance of the Yamato Chamber of Commerce. Yi Beichen. At the sight of him, Chen Kunlun's heart skipped a beat, his pupils constricting rapidly. The countenance of several Yamato individuals at the entrance darkened. "Mr. Koizumi, Mr. Tangza, this is Yi Beichen," Chen Kunlun quickly announced. "Yi Beichen?" Koizumi Kotaro and Tang Zixiang fixed their gaze upon him, astonished. Such a young man was responsible for the annihilation of the Zhao family? The King of Jiangnan perished because of him? He appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary university student, innocent and harmless. How could such a person bring down the Zhao family? It was simply unfathomable. Yi Beichen crossed the traffic and arrived at the entrance of the Yamato Chamber of Commerce. Disregarding the Yamato individuals, his icy gaze landing squarely on Chen Kunlun. Chen Kunlun, ever the cunning fox, had transformed significantly over the past 5 years. He was no longer the beggar he once was. Now he was the illustrious Chen Yi of Jiangnan City. Although Yi Beichen had obliterated the Zhao family, in Chen Kunlun's eyes, he remained merely a child. Furthermore, with Yamato people present, Chen Kunlun doubted that Yi Beichen could pose any real threat to him. After a brief moment of astonishment, Chen Kunlun smiled and said, "Ah, Beichen, I have long heard of your return but had yet to see you. It has been 5 years. The tragedy of the Yi family still weighs heavily on my heart. It is good that you have returned. The spirit of Yi Laoqi can find solace now." Chen Kunlun raised his eyes to the heavens, as if tears were welling in them. Hypocritical, showboating, shameless. Yi Beichen recalled how Chen Kunlun had once addressed his father with the affectionate title of Brother Yi. Now, that title was gone, replaced by the direct address of Yi Laoqi. Yi Beichen smiled knowingly. "Chen Kunlun, after my father's passing, the factory he left behind is now in your possession?" Chen Kunlun was momentarily taken aback, then replied with a smile, "Indeed, Beichen, you are unaware of how complicated the events of that time were." "Oh, is that so? Just how complicated?" Yi Beichen inquired, a smile playing on his lips as he regarded Chen Kunlun. Seeing the mocking smile on Yi Beichen's face ignited a surge of anger within Chen Kunlun. "You impudent brat. What attitude is this? I am now the esteemed King of Jiangnan, conducting business with the Yamato. Were it not for my fear of Yi Beichen's martial prowess, I would have long since sent him to meet the King of Hell." Chen Kunlun forced a smile, remarking, "The factory your father left behind had a market value of merely 20 to 30 million at that time. After your father's demise, the workers urged me to take on the role of factory director. Over the years, I engaged in business with the Japanese, and we have significantly expanded the factory. If you wish to reclaim your father's factory, I wholeheartedly support you." With a wave of his hand, Chen Kunlun summoned a beautiful secretary, who promptly produced a checkbook. He swiftly inscribed the sum of 30 million on the check, affixed his signature, and extended it towards Yi Beichen. "Beichen, consider this 30 million as your compensation. You may use this money for a small venture, or perhaps purchase a home." "Uncle Chen, you are truly kind to me," Yi Beichen sighed, stepping forward gradually. Upon witnessing this, Koizumi Kotaro and Tang Ziyong instinctively took a step back. For Yi Beichen exuded an aura of ferocity, an unseen and intangible force that invoked an involuntary fear within them. This was a formidable individual, one capable of brutally slaying a martial arts master. "Do not be afraid," Tang Ziyong interjected. Koizumi Kotaro nodded in agreement. After all, they were at the entrance of the Japanese Business Association, and he doubted Yi Beichen would dare to act recklessly. Though Chen Kunlun trembled slightly, he noticed Yi Beichen's smile, seemingly devoid of malice, and continued to hold out the check. "Very well, Beichen. If you wish to engage in business, I can guide you." "Excellent," Yi Beichen replied with a grin, reaching out for the 30 million check. A glimmer of pride flickered in Chen Kunlun's eyes. He thought to himself, what troubles could arise? A mere 30 million to settle everything, just like your father, an unambitious fellow. A subtle smile played on his lips. However, in the next moment, Yi Beichen suddenly grasped Chen Kunlun's wrist with a fierce grip. "What are you doing?" Chen Kunlun exclaimed. Taken aback, with a violent yank, Yi Beichen tore off one of Chen Kunlun's arms, exposing a gaping, bloody wound at the shoulder. Pain surged through him, accompanied by terror, shrieks, and chaos. The myriad emotions flitted through Chen Kunlun's mind as he screamed, "Ah, my hand! My hand! Yi Beichen, you little bastard, how dare you treat me this way? Damn it! Mr. Tang, kill him! Help me kill him!" Chapter 37. When a dog errs, its master must bear the burden. Chen Kunlun's wails echoed at the entrance of the Japanese Business Association. Several wealthy elites who were about to enter paused at the sound, stepping outside to witness the scene. Gasping in shock, passers-by and vehicles also froze, bewildered by the sight. Chen Kunlun's arm had been gruesomely severed, with muscles, bones, skin, and blood vessels brutally torn apart by Yi Beichen. Such excruciating pain was something an ordinary person could scarcely endure. Chen Kunlun's bodyguards and secretaries stood frozen in terror, their eyes wide in disbelief. How could one person's strength be so terrifying? An arm could simply be torn off? "Ah, Yi Beichen, you wretched scoundrel. Do you dare to treat me this way? Ah! Chen Kunlun could not contain his anguished scream, suffering immensely. Even Zhou Tianhao, who trailed behind Yi Beichen, felt beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. It was all too sudden, utterly terrifying. A smile played upon Yi Beichen's lips as he callously discarded Chen Kunlun's arm onto the ground, crushing it beneath his foot. How did my father treat you back then? Has your conscience been devoured by dogs? When you had no food, my father provided you with a meal. When you had no place to sleep, my father rented you a house. He paid you a salary, provided you with sustenance and lodging, taught you the art of business. Is this how you repay my father? Like a harbinger of death, Yi Beichen disregarded everyone else and advanced towards Chen Kunlun. You, Chen Kunlun, in terror, extended his other hand to point at Yi Beichen. You cannot harm me this way. Ah! Chen Kunlun screamed once more. With a swift motion, Yi Beichen seized the remaining hand of Chen Kunlun and violently wrenched his arm away. The sound of muscle tearing sent chills down one's spine, causing all present to tremble. A collective gasp filled the air. The wealthy elites and the group of islanders were left in shock. Even they had never witnessed such a scene. Koizumi Kotaro finally regained his composure and shouted, Yi Beichen, what are you doing? Chen Kunlun is our envoy from the east. He has acquired our nationality. From this moment on, he is one of our own. Do you dare to harm him? Cease this at once. Tang Zhixiong, enraged, bellowed. Like a fierce tiger descending a mountain, he appeared behind Yi Beichen, launching a punch aimed at his back. Get lost. Yi Beichen roared, countering with a punch that collided with Tang Zhixiong's fist. The force sent Tang Zhixiong staggering back several steps, nearly losing his balance on the street. His face was a mask of astonishment, disbelief etched across his features as he regarded Yi Beichen. He was a martial arts master from the east, the head of the Tang family. His martial prowess ranked within the top 300 of the Asian martial arts hierarchy. For Yi Beichen to repel him with a single punch was utterly inconceivable. It is important to note that the Asian martial arts ranking comprises only 1,000 slots. Those ranked beyond the 500th position are often mere drug-enhanced practitioners, vastly inferior to true martial arts masters. Such individuals typically serve as bodyguards for the affluent or as retainers for certain families. Only the elite martial arts masters ascend to their ranks through rigorous training. The 500th position in the Asian martial arts hierarchy represents a critical divide. Beyond this rank are the dregs. Only those within the top 500 can truly be called martial arts masters, and those ranked within the top 300 are the pinnacle of strength. These individuals either hail from martial arts families or military backgrounds. Yi Beichen's ability to push him back clearly indicated that his strength resided within the top 300. How old could he possibly be? In his 20s, perhaps. Even those who have utilized drugs to ascend the ranks are typically over 30. There are no martial arts masters within the top 300 who are under 50. As Takezawa Kazuo's eyelids twitched violently in shock, Yi Beichen seized the moment to act. Delivering a swift kick that sent Chen Kunlun sprawling to the ground, his foot firmly planted upon the man's thigh. With a sickening crunch, Chen Kunlun's leg collapsed. Flesh and bone shattering mercilessly, skin adhering grotesquely to itself. A harrowing wail escaped Chen Kunlun's lips, akin to the anguished cries of a slaughtered pig, as he yearned to lose consciousness and escape the torment. Alas, such an escape was beyond his reach. The excruciating pain surged through his mind, rendering him acutely aware. This agony was far more terrifying than being slain 1,000 times over. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Kunlun's head repeatedly struck the ground as he pleaded, Beichen, Yi Beichen, I realize my mistakes. I beg for your mercy. I do not wish to die. I truly understand my errors. I should not have encroached upon your family's assets. It was those Easterners who incited me. They are the true culprits. Koizumi Kotaro and Takezawa Kazuo, they intend to establish a factory in Jiangnan City. And your father stands in their way. Chen Kunlun divulged everything. I see, Yi Beichen responded with a slight nod. Chen Kunlun was but a mere dog. The true fiends were the Easterners. Trembling, Chen Kunlun implored, do not kill me. Rest assured, you shall not perish just yet, Yi Beichen replied. A smile gracing his lips, though to Chen Kunlun, that smile was more fearsome than that of any demon. Suddenly, Yi Beichen raised his hand, silver needles appearing at his fingertips, piercing into the wounds on Chen Kunlun's shoulder and thigh with a swift motion. The needles struck with miraculous efficacy, halting the flow of blood. Chen Kunlun would not succumb to death by blood loss for the moment, yet the torment remained unbearable, leaving him no option but to endure. It was a fate worse than death. Having completed his task, Yi Beichen slowly turned to face the group of Easterners, calmly inquiring, "This dog is under your care. Now that he has bitten the Yi family, how do you intend to address this?" A chilling silence enveloped the air, the atmosphere growing frigid. Koizumi Kotaro shivered involuntarily, feeling a dread far surpassing that which he experienced in the presence of a venomous serpent. He sensed instinctively that this man before him was 1,000 times more fearsome than any snake. If ensnared by him, certain death awaited. Furthermore, Takazawa Kazuo could not withstand even a single blow from Yi Beichen. Koizumi Kotaro was now acutely aware of Yi Beichen's formidable martial prowess. "Lord Yi Beichen, please do not misunderstand. 5 years ago, we did indeed contemplate taking action against your father's factory. However, before we could make our move, the Yi family was annihilated." Koizumi Kotaro hastily interjected, readily admitting to the past. "Later, it was Chun Kunin who sought us out, claiming he could assist us. I swear upon the honor of the Eastern Business Association that this matter is entirely unrelated to us." "Unrelated?" Yi Beichen chuckled darkly. "A mere dismissal of the matter as unrelated? How could Chun Kunin have risen to his current position without the support of the Easterners? How could he have dared to encroach upon the Yi family's factory?" Takazawa Kazuo stepped forward, undeterred by Yi Beichen, a master of martial arts in his own right. "Yi Beichen, I acknowledge your formidable martial prowess. There is an ancient saying in the Dragon Kingdom, there is always someone stronger, a sky beyond the sky. My Takazawa family possesses great masters. You should not act recklessly." Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Koizumi Kotaro added, "Lord Yi Beichen, as Easterners, we must caution you. Should you act recklessly within the Eastern Chamber of Commerce, it could escalate into an international incident. This is a threat and a warning. If you possess any wisdom, you should refrain from further entanglement. As for Chun Kunin, if he perishes, so be it. At worst, they can simply find another dog, perhaps one more obedient. When a dog errs, its master must bear the consequences. Simultaneously, I am curious to see if your demise would indeed elevate to an international matter." Yi Beichen replied coolly, "What did you just say?" Koizumi Kotaro's expression changed dramatically, and he took a few steps back. "Kill him," roared Tang Zaixiong, who had been prepared for this moment. From behind the Eastern Chamber of Commerce emerged a throng of black-clad warriors. Chapter 38. He is a devil. 30 black-clad warriors surged forward, all trained assassins under Tang Zaixiong. With a swift, brutal energy, they descended upon Yi Beichen, their bloodthirst palpable. Yi Beichen discerned at a glance that these were drug-enhanced warriors of celestial caliber. 30 celestial-level assassins could easily bring even a typical martial arts master to despair. The Easterners were indeed up to no good, their influence within the Dragon Nation alarmingly vast. One warrior charged forth, his katana descending like lightning, aimed to sever Yi Beichen's head. Clang! Yi Beichen extended 2 fingers, pinching the blade. And with a surge of inner strength, the sword shattered into a multitude of fragments. The warrior was momentarily stunned. Tang Zaixiong and Koizumi Kotaro were equally taken aback. This was a katana forged from high-grade steel, capable of slicing through ordinary iron. Yi Beichen's strength was astonishing. Boom! With a tremendous impact, Yi Beichen delivered a punch to the warrior's chest, causing his ribcage to cave in, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. 2 warriors, one on each side, lunged at him. Yi Beichen extended his hands, striking downwards to grasp their heads. Bang! With a forceful collision, their skulls shattered. Bakayuru. 5 more warriors appeared behind, their wooden sandals clattering swiftly. 5 katana blades slashed through the air, eliciting gasps of horror from the wealthy spectators. Yi Beichen crouched low, executing a flurry of 5 kicks with the precision of autumn leaves falling. Bang! 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 The 5 Eastern warriors flew away like lifeless dogs, landing on the street outside. Whoosh! A large truck barreled down, unable to brake in time, crushing the 5 bodies under its wheels. Baka, the remaining warriors, witnessing the gruesome fate of their comrades, let out furious roars. Yi Beichen smiled coolly, not waiting for them to strike, and charged into the fray. Bang! One warrior fell dead from a powerful kick. Crack! A punch landed, resembling a mountain striking a cow, caving in another warrior's chest. The 7 or 8 behind him met the same fate, their ribcages exploding, impaling their internal organs, and they fell lifelessly. Thud! Yi Beichen leaped again. astonishingly soaring over 30 meters to land upon the heads of the warriors, striking like a dragonfly skimming the water, 1 foot per warrior. 30 elite assassins, under the command of Yi Beichun, could not withstand even 3 minutes, all perishing in an instant. A profound silence enveloped the arena. The wealthy merchants from Jiangnan, who had come to the Eastern Japan Trading Association, stood frozen in place, trembling uncontrollably, their faces pale with terror. The young man before them appeared to be a harbinger of death. Even Zhou Tianhao, who had accompanied him, could not suppress his shivering. He was aware of Yi Beichun's formidable prowess, yet he had not anticipated it to be this overwhelming. Yi Beichun's gaze swept across the area, and he noted that Koizumi Takataro and Tang Zixiang had long since vanished. Did they truly believe they could escape? Anyone connected to the tragic events surrounding the Yi family 5 years prior bears guilt. Uncle Zhou, keep a close watch on Kunlun. I am going to enact vengeance. He strode purposefully towards the depths of the Eastern Japan Trading Association. At that moment, Koizumi Takataro and Tang Zixiang had reached the innermost sanctum of the association. Tang Zixiang was drenched in cold sweat. Though a master of martial arts, he realized the instant Yi Beichun struck that he was no match for him. Koizumi Takataro's face drained of color. Upon bursting into a steel-constructed chamber, he raged and screamed. Madman! This lunatic! How could such a person exist? Damn Dragon Kingdom scum! This bastard! His outburst disrupted their meticulously laid plans. No, I must contact our envoy. This fiend must be brought to justice. As he spoke, Koizumi Takataro trembled as he reached for the telephone on the table, dialing a number. Suddenly, a deafening crash resonated within the steel chamber, as if someone had collided violently with the walls. A cacophony of terrified screams followed. Koizumi Takataro understood that the guards outside had already been neutralized by Yi Beichun. Damned! How could this man be so swift? His hands shook uncontrollably, his face contorted in fear, as he stammered. Answer the phone. Answer the phone. Please, pick up. If you don't answer, we will perish. Tang Zixiang, possessing the composure of a martial arts master, reassured him. Do not worry. These walls are constructed of 5-centimeter thick steel plates. Even cannon fire could not breach them. No sooner had he spoken than a terrifying crash reverberated throughout the chamber. Ah! Koizumi Takataro screamed. His eardrums ruptured, blood streaming from his ears. Tang Zixiang's pupils dilated in disbelief as he beheld an unimaginable sight upon the steel wall. A fist-sized indentation had appeared, protruding ominously from the 5-centimeter thick steel. Bang! Another blow. A second indentation emerged. Hiss! Tang Zixiang gasped in shock, his scalp tingling, his body trembling with goosebumps. His eyes were riveted on the increasing number of fist marks on the steel wall. Bang! 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 Each thud was the result of Yi Beichun's relentless assault. Was he even human? How could this be possible? This was 5-centimeter thick steel. Even Grandmasters would struggle to penetrate it. Yet he was achieving the impossible. Tang Zixiang could not help but tremble. At that moment, he finally comprehended the vast chasm that separated him from the young men of the Dragon Kingdom outside. I got through. I got through. Kota Koizumi was on the verge of tears, his legs trembling as he cried out, Lord Tokugawa, help me. A madman has invaded our trading association, and all of Tangzawakuin's loyal warriors have been slain. He is now outside the safe house, and will soon break in. Lord Tokugawa, I am your most faithful servant. You cannot abandon me. Bang! 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 Yi Beichun's fists continued to pound against the steel plate. Koizumi's composure shattered. He did not wish to die. Not even a little. He had once believed that the people of Longwa could be easily manipulated through coercion and temptation. However, Yi Beichun was an anomaly. No, he was a demon. At that moment, in the embassy of the Eastern Island nation in Zhonghai, within an extraordinarily luxurious office, Masao Tokugawa answered the phone, astonished. Koizumi-kun, what has happened? What is that noise? Are you in the safe house? Masao Tokugawa listened to the sound of Yi Beichun striking the iron wall, utterly taken aback. He was stationed at the embassy in Zhonghai and was unaware of the events transpiring within the Jiangnan Trading Association. Yi Beichun had stormed into the trading association, as Koizumi cried out in desperation. Crash! A deafening sound erupted on the other end of the line, nearly shattering Masao Tokugawa's eardrum. The noise abruptly ceased. Hello? Hello? Koizumi-kun. Speak to me. Hello? Damn it. Quickly, investigate what has transpired in Jiangnan. Chapter 39. The Grim Reaper. Yi Beichun with one final punch. Yi Beichun breached the 5-centimeter steel plate, creating a rectangular opening with sheer force. The steel plate flew in, demolishing the desk in front of Koizumi. The phone call abruptly ended. Koizumi gazed upon Yi Beichun's face, his legs quaking in terror. The grim reaper of a man slowly advanced into the steel-walled room, with only one exit behind him. Despair engulfed Koizumi. Tangzawa Ichiyu, drenched in sweat, contemplated for a moment before decisively kneeling, bowing his head. Mr. Yi, I was wrong. I apologize. This matter has nothing to do with me. I swear by the Tangzawa family's name that if you spare me, I will immediately return to the Eastern Island and never set foot in Huaxiao again. Tangzawa Ichiyu Yu. Koizumi was taken aback. Tangzawa Ichiyu smirked. Koizumi-kun. There is an ancient saying in Longwa. Those who recognize the times are true heroes. Mr. Ye's martial arts are divine. Perhaps he has already reached the Grandmaster level. Grandmaster. Koizumi's body trembled. Once a martial artist reaches the Grandmaster level, they could undoubtedly rank among the top 200 martial artists in Asia. What does that imply? It means that even if you were ranked 200th, there would only be 199 individuals in the entire continent stronger than you. In a continent with nearly 2 billion people, the top 200 martial artists could easily control the life and death of ordinary individuals. A mere distance of 2 meters, even if you are a Grandmaster. Within this span, should I launch a surprise attack, your demise would be inevitable. All I need to do now is to enter your 2-meter range, Tang Ze Yixiong mused. How could he possibly surrender? The spirit of the samurai in the land of the rising sun. Better to die than to yield. He continued, Mr. Yi, if you would spare my life, the Tang Ze family shall retreat at your presence from now on. You shall henceforth be the master of the Tang Ze family. As he uttered these words, Tang Ze Yixiong concealed one hand behind his back, signaling to Koizumi Kotaro. In an instant, Koizumi understood. He was prepared for a desperate final stand. Koizumi Kotaro, displaying great intelligence, joined forces with Tang Ze Yixiong, exclaiming furiously, Tang Ze Yixiong, you dare to consider surrendering? Have you forgotten the teachings of your family? You would bow to this citizen of the Dragon Kingdom? Tang Ze Yixiong, you will become a traitor to your own kin. Koizumi portrayed profound indignation. Tang Ze Yixiong sneered, as long as I can survive, I care not for anything else. And as for being a traitor to the Tang Ze family? Once you are dead, who will ever know? Tell me, how did you seize my family's factory? Yi Beichun chuckled. Tang Ze Yixiong was taken aback, immediately betraying Koizumi Kotaro. Mr. Yi, it is true that the Tokugawa family harbors grand ambitions. They wish to conduct business in the Dragon Kingdom, and your family's factory obstructs Tokugawa Masakazu's plans. Thus, Tokugawa Masakazu and Koizumi Kotaro contemplated the complete destruction of the Yi family. They even considered kidnapping your family. However, your father was impervious to threats, Yi Beichun remarked. Furrowing his brow, you attempted to kidnap my father? Not directly, but there were threatening phone calls, Tang Ze Yixiong responded. Yi Beichun inquired further, who is Tokugawa Masakazu? The Tokugawa family is immensely powerful, among the top families in our land of the rising sun, and ordinary people dare not provoke them. Of the top 10 martial families in the East, 6 serve the Tokugawa family, Tang Ze Yixiong explained. Mr. Yi, I assure you, I have never harmed your family. All of this is the doing of Koizumi Kotaro. I am willing to submit. I plead for your mercy. Yi Beichun nodded nonchalantly. You have some sense. Be gone. I have played you. Tang Ze Yixiong could not help but laugh internally, for Yi Beichun was but 3 meters from the door. Should he exit, he must inevitably enter Yi Beichun's 2-meter range. Within that span, Tang Ze Yixiong would unleash a sudden assault. Even a Grandmaster would taste defeat. Thank you, Mr. Yi. I shall take my leave at once. Tang Ze Yixiong hastily declared, sprinting towards the door behind Yi Beichun. 5 meters. 4 meters. 3 meters. 2 meters. He brushed past Yi Beichun, appearing behind him. Now, Tang Ze Yixiong was scarcely over a meter away from Yi Beichun. This distance, to a martial arts master, was nearly indistinguishable. Perish! Tang Ze Yixiong suddenly erupted, concentrating all his inner strength into one arm. Like a venomous serpent, it lunged toward Yi Beichun's vulnerable back. Swift as lightning, with a single strike, he could pierce through Yi Beichun's chest and crush his heart. On the face of Tang Ze Yixiong, a victor's smile had begun to emerge. Yet, in the next instant, a sharp crack echoed through the air, freezing that smile into disbelief. How could this be possible? Tang Ze Yixiong roared in madness. his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets as he witnessed an unimaginable scene. One of Yi Beichen's hands twisted in an uncanny arc, maintaining its position with its back turned to Tang Zhe Yixiong, yet that hand gripped Tang's wrist with an iron-like tenacity. Tang's wrist could not budge an inch. How could this be? At such a close distance, he had exerted all his strength. How could the opponent possibly react in time? It was inconceivable. Who was this lad, man or ghost? Such reflexes were beyond the realm of even the most skilled martial masters. Could it be? Was he not a master of the Tao? No, that was impossible. Sweat poured down Tang Zhe Yixiong's forehead as Yi Beichen turned to him, smiling. Mr. Yi, I was just joking with you, Tang stammered, his lips trembling, his face paling. Yi Beichen replied with a smirk. Quite amusing. I assent it. Allow me to share a jest as well. With a swift motion, Yi Beichen exerted force through his wrist, tearing off one of Tang Zhe Yixiong's arms. A heart-wrenching scream erupted from Tang, the pain nearly causing him to faint. Before he could react, Yi Beichen seized his other arm and yanked it off as well. Tang convulsed, sprawled on the ground like a defeated dog. The once mighty martial master of the East now reduced to a pitiful state. Wasn't he that a delightful jest? Yi Beichen remarked, reveling in the moment. Tang Zhe Yixiong gazed at him in terror, as if confronted by a demon. You, Yi Beichen, I swear that even in death, I shall not spare you. He gritted through clenched teeth. Very well, I shall grant you that wish, Yi Beichen replied with a smile, crushing Tang's skull beneath his foot. In a state of shock, Koizumi Kotaro remained rooted to the spot, terror overwhelming him as he crawled toward Yi Beichen, pleading, Lord Yi, spare my life. Thud, thud, thud. Please, spare me. Koizumi resembled a worm, his head striking the ground, blood flowing freely. Yi Beichen, looking down from a position of superiority, spoke calmly. Your first mistake was harboring intentions toward my family. Second, you should not have encroached upon my family's enterprises. Third, how dare a person from the East wreak havoc in the Dragon Kingdom? Such transgressions warrant death. Koizumi Kotaro lifted his head, a finger pointing shakily at Yi Beichen. Just as he was about to eliminate him, a voice called from behind. Yi Beichen, wait. I cannot allow you to kill him. Chapter 40. The Yi family returns Master Jun. Save me. Koizumi cried, his demeanor shifting as he recognized a familiar figure approaching. A young man, hands clasped behind his back, strode forward, accompanied by a retinue of followers, including several wealthy individuals associated with the Eastern Merchants Association. Wang Fugui, the wealthiest individual in Jiangxue County and chairman of Jiangnan Yongxing Automotive, along with General Lin of the Jinyuan Five-Star Hotel, was unmistakably present. Yi Beichen had previously encountered these figures at the banquet celebrating the longevity of the Jiangnan king. Just a couple of days prior, he had visited General Lin's estate. Zhou Tianhao's complexion had turned pale, as he was surrounded by several individuals. It was evident he had been taken hostage. Jun Wuhui, Yi Beichen recognized the young man before him. Not long ago, he had visited his senior sister's hotel with the intention of capturing her, only to be defeated and retreat in disgrace by the ghostly figures that accompanied her. Today, Jun Wuhui had reappeared, dressed casually. He wore a calm smile as he addressed Yi Beichen. Indeed, you were at the hotel that day? I failed to take you away then. Do you intend to commit violence in my presence today? What? Do you wish to meddle? Yi Beichen's expression turned cold. Jun Wuhui cast a glance at Koizumi Kotaro, stating, this man is currently the vice president of the Eastern Japan Chamber of Commerce and the envoy to Zhonghai from the land of the rising sun, Mr. Tokugawa Masakazu, the president of the Eastern Japan Chamber of Commerce. Our Jun family engages in business dealings with the Eastern Japan Chamber of Commerce. Should you harm him, it would adversely affect our business. Thus, I trust you understand my meaning. Behind Jun Wuhui, the figures of Qinglong and Zhu Ke advanced a step forward, exuding an overwhelming aura of mastery. Qinglong was ranked 279th among Asia's martial masters, and Zhu Ke was ranked 286th. Jun Wuhui spoke calmly. You are an intelligent man. With your senior sister absent, are you certain you wish to resist us? Qinglong replied nonchalantly, Yi Beichen, we are not the kind of worthless individuals who could be easily dispatched like Yang Tianxian. Zhu Ke scoffed, Yang Tianxian? That so-called master, merely a product of drug-enhanced prowess, hardly qualifies as a true master. Beichen, let us return home, Zhou Tianhao stammered, trembling uncontrollably. His face had paled, and his limbs quaked incessantly. Jun Wuhui, the Jun family of Zhonghai, a formidable force, not to mention the rumors that Jun Wuhui was the illegitimate son of the war god Lingfeng, despite Yi Beichen's extraordinary abilities. How could he dare oppose the war god? The affluent individuals present averted their gazes, too intimidated to meet Jun Wuhui's eyes, for his presence was dreadfully imposing. At not yet 25, he embodied an aura of authority that commanded respect. Koizumi Keitar realized he would not escape death today. Casting aside all else, he shakily rose and laughed maniacally. Ha, Yi Beichen, I will not die. Ha ha ha, do you dare to kill me? We are partners with the Jun family. And with young Master Jun here, what can you do? Annoyed, Yi Beichen swiftly struck him with a resounding slap. Koizumi Keitar's head spun violently, his neck snapping under the force of Yi Beichen's blow. The laughter ceased abruptly. You dare to act thus, you rascal. Jun Wuhui's eyes twitched in anger. Before so many witnesses, Yi Beichen had the audacity to disregard him. A surge of fury coalesced within him. Qinglong, Zhuke, apprehend him. If he dares to resist, eliminate him without mercy. Jun Wuhui uttered these words before turning to depart. Yes, the Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird nodded and approached Yi Beichen. Foolish wretch, to dare strike before me. Had it not been for Wang Ruyan, do you think you could survive a single day in Jiangnan? How dare you so brazenly disregard my words? Jun Wuhui mused inwardly. He turned his back to Yi Beichen, casually strolling towards the entrance of the Eastern Merchant Association. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. A surge of internal energy surged behind him. The Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird struck. 7 steps, 8 steps, 9 steps. By the time he took the 10th step, Jun Wuhui thought, surely, the Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird must have subdued him by now. A distance of 10 steps is ample. The wealthy elites gazed in terror at Jun Wuhui's back. Jun Wuhui furrowed his brow. Could it be? He instinctively turned back, his pupils dilating in shock. His heart nearly ceased to beat. There lay the Azure Dragon on the ground, a gaping hole in his back. The Vermilion Bird was grasped by Yi Beichen around the neck, a sharp crack echoing as he was crushed. Around the war god of the gale, 2 great protectors lay slain. The Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird, dead. Jun Wuhui panicked, as if he had seen a ghost. The affluent figures of Jiangnan stood, dumbfounded, their faces drained of color. Wang Fugui's mouth hung agape, wide enough to fit a fist. Lin Yan trembled uncontrollably. Gazing deeply at Yi Beichen, Zhou Tianhao was nearly petrified, his eyes filled with astonishment. Beichen, you. Yi Beichen smiled slightly. Uncle Zhou, do not worry. There is nothing to fear. Upon my return, no one shall bully the Zhou family, nor dare to oppress the Yi family. Good. Zhou Tianhao trembled in excitement. Fear, elation, tremors. His emotions were exceedingly complex. Yi Beichen strode forward, approaching Jun Wuhui. What do you intend to do? Do not come closer. Jun Wuhui retreated rapidly, fear evident in his eyes. Yi Beichen, with a smile, asked, what do you think I plan to do? To entertain the notion that Jun Wuhui had no ties to the war god of the gale, even if that were the case, given his previous commands of indiscriminate slaughter, Yi Beichen could not possibly spare him. As Yi Beichen advanced step by step, Jun Wuhui's soul felt as if it were fleeing. The air of authority he once radiated vanished in an instant, leaving him pale and retreating like an ordinary person. Stop, Yi Beichen. I am from the Jun family of Zhonghai. Do you dare to harm me? Stop. Yi Beichen chuckled lightly, continuing his leisurely approach. Jun Wuhui, overwhelmed with terror, fell to the ground. He looked up to meet Yi Beichen's gaze, cold as death. My father is the war god of the gale. Jun Wuhui roared in desperation, knowing that only by invoking the name of the war god could he grasp at a thread of hope for survival. The war god of the gale, is it? What great authority you claim? Yi Beichen sighed heavily. Bang! A kick propelled forth, shattering Jun Wuhui's skull. The arena fell into an eerie silence. Zhou Tianhao and a cohort of Jiangnan's affluent elites stared at Yi Beichen, utterly astonished. Jun Wuhui has perished? Just like that. Crushed by Yi Beichen's foot? Amidst a wave of astonishment, Yi Beichen strode towards the East Yamato Chamber of Commerce, a calm voice resonating. From this moment forth, the East Yamato Chamber of Commerce shall no longer exist in Jiangnan. The Yi family has returned. The East Yamato Chamber of Commerce has been obliterated. Jun Wuhui is dead. The entire affluent circle of Jiangnan was thrown into turmoil. The news spread swiftly to Zhonghai, sending shockwaves through the upper echelons, as if an earthquake had struck. Previous events, The annihilation of the Zhao family and the assassination of the Jiangnan king had not stirred such a tempest in Zhonghai. This time, it concerned the East Yamato Chamber of Commerce and Jun Wuhui. The upper society of Zhonghai found it impossible to maintain their composure. What manner of prodigy is Yi Beichen? What are his intentions? Countless whispers filled the air. Chapter 41. The Wrath of the War God in Zhonghai. At the Jun residence, an eerie silence enveloped the hall, where nearly all senior members of the Jun family had gathered. The lifeless body of Jun Wuhui had been returned by plane. His head had been gruesomely shattered, and the sight was harrowing. A middle-aged woman, elegantly dressed and resembling Jun Wuhui to some extent, wept inconsolably. "Oh, Wuhui, my son, oh, Wuhui is dead. My son is gone. Yi Beichen, it was he who killed my son. Wuhui, your death is so tragic. Wuwu, there isn't even a complete corpse. Yi Beichen, I will kill you." Jun Wenjing collapsed over her son's body. The demise of Jun Wuhui was a thunderclap for the Jun family. Everyone understood that Jun Wuhui was the illegitimate son of the war god Ling Feng. It was due to this connection that the war god had supported the Jun family, securing their position as the second most powerful family in Zhonghai, following the Han family. Now, with Jun Wuhui dead, the air in the Jun household felt almost suffocating. No one dared to exhale. Only the voice of Jun Wenjing echoed in the hall. Wenjing. Suddenly, a voice broke through. Every member of the Jun family turned to face the entrance of the hall. A middle-aged man with a buzz cut, clad in battle armor, strode in with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger. At the sight of this man, the eyes of the entire Jun family widened in shock. Jun Wenjing sprang to her feet and rushed towards him in a frenzy. Slap! A resounding blow struck the man's face, crisp and clear. Hiss! The members of the Jun family collectively gasped. This was the war god Ling Feng. "How dare you? You would lay hands on the war god," roared several royal guards behind Ling Feng, a powerful aura washing over them. "You are the audacious ones," Ling Feng thundered, his terrifying presence forcing the royal guards to retreat from the Jun family hall. With reddened eyes, Ling Feng, filled with sorrow, lamented, "Wenjing, I am sorry. I failed to protect our son." Woo-woo. Jun Wenjing collapsed into Ling Feng's embrace, weeping to the point of near unconsciousness. "What kind of war god are you? You couldn't even protect your own son. Woo-woo Wuhui, my son." Her cries were heart-wrenching. Ling Feng, holding the distraught woman, spoke coldly. "Wenjing, rest assured. Yi Beichen shall undoubtedly perish. I will avenge our son." In Zhonghai, at the East Yamato Island diplomatic mission, Koizumi Kotaro is dead. Tangzei Ichiro is dead. The headquarters of the Eastern Commerce Association has been obliterated. Throughout Jiangnan, every company, family, and affluent individual associated with the Eastern Commerce Association has severed ties. In his opulent office, Tokugawa Masao, upon receiving this news, drew a nearby katana in a fit of rage. Bang, 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 bang. The lavish office was left in shambles as he recklessly slashed at the air. Priceless mahogany furniture worth millions was destroyed in an instant. Yi Beichen, what a formidable force you are. Who are you to dare impede the ascendance of the great Eastern Empire? Ha ha. Tokugawa Masao laughed furiously. In Zhonghai, the Han family received word of this event. The famed healer Yi had taken on the Eastern Commerce Association and even slain Jun Wuhui. Han Yu was left in a state of shock for quite some time. Beside her, Han Jinlong's murky eyes flickered with a hint of surprise. This young man possesses quite the audacity. Dressed in a form-fitting qipao, Han Yu's slender figure and graceful curves were fully revealed. The astonishment lingered on her exquisite face. "Grandfather, both the Eastern Commerce Association and Jun Wuhui are untouchable figures. In Jiangnan, Jiangbei, Jinling, Jiangdong, and Zhonghai, anyone who dares to challenge either must first assess their own worthiness. Yi Beichen is far too audacious." Ha ha. Han Jinlong smiled proudly, saying, "He bears a striking resemblance to my own youthful vigor. Grandfather, he cannot possibly compare to you." Han Yu shook her head. "Oh." Han Jinlong turned his gaze towards his granddaughter. Han Yu declared with pride, "Grandfather, what is your esteemed identity? You single-handedly established the Han family, and even the titans of Zhonghai in your day would yield to you. Look at the Jun family. Despite having the support of the war god Ling Feng, they were still overshadowed by our Han family." Han Jinlong smiled slightly. "This Yi Beichen possesses audacity that rivals my own in my youth. If the opportunity arises, beware. You are yet to be promised to anyone. Why not let me find a chance to play matchmaker for you?" Han Yu blushed deeply, her fair face turning crimson, as she stamped her little foot. Grandfather, are you jesting? Han Jinlong, however, wore a serious expression. I am not joking. Yi Beichen is indeed a person of great potential. His medical prowess is divine, and his martial skills are unparalleled. Such dual talents surpass even the prodigy Ling Feng in his youth. If he were to become my Han family's son-in-law, we might very well establish our dominance in Zhonghai, standing shoulder to shoulder with the families of Longdu. Han Yu was taken aback. Though her grandfather was aging, his ambitions remained undiminished. After a moment of silence, she finally spoke. Grandfather, let us first see if he can navigate this crisis. We must offer our assistance. Otherwise, this generation's prodigy may be lost. Han Jinlong sighed. A tree that stands out will inevitably attract the wind. In Jinling, Wang Ruyan had just finished her affairs when she learned of the happenings in Jiangnan. Stunned, she shook her head. Junior brother, you troublemaker, you are far too mischievous. Immediately, send out orders to gather personnel. Wang Ruyan's face softened. Whoever dares to lay hands on my junior brother must first pass through me. Wang Ruyan, Yi Beichen, indifferent to the ensuing uproar, returned directly to the Yi residence. The events that transpired today were more sensational than the death of the Jiangnan king. Yet, to ordinary people, none of it would be heard. Brother Beichen, upon returning to the entrance of the Yi residence, Zhou Ryu rushed over and leapt into his embrace. Having spent the night together, and with Zhou Ryu being his fiancée, Yi Beichen instinctively wrapped his arms around her. The girl was delicate and tender, her skin soft, and a wave of youthful fragrance enveloped him. Yi Beichen smiled and inquired, what troubles you? Zhou Ryu lifted her head, her eyelashes fluttering. I was hoping to find you for breakfast, but I couldn't locate you. Where have you been? Nowhere of consequence, just attending to a matter, Yi Beichen replied, shaking his head with a smile. Let us return home. I have prepared some mung bean soup for you. In this sweltering heat, it will help alleviate the warmth. Zhou Ryu grasped Yi Beichen's hand, and they made their way to the Yi residence. Meanwhile, 100 meters away, at the entrance of a CAF across the street, Xia Ruoxue stood trembling, tears welling in her eyes. Beside her, Sun Qian, consumed by rage, exclaimed, what a heartless scoundrel. How could he act in such a manner? A despicable man. Just days ago, he shared a bed with you, and now he is embracing another woman. Chapter 42. Ruoxue captured the previous day in Jinling. Upon witnessing Yi Beichen hurriedly depart, Xia Ruoxue felt a deep concern for his well-being. The entire day, her mind was in disarray. Consequently, she did not even request a leave of absence from work, but instead purchased the earliest high-speed train ticket straight to Jiangnan. After some inquiries, she discovered that the former Jiangnan Wangfu had transformed into the Yi residence. The entrance was heavily guarded, and Xia Ruoxue hesitated to act recklessly, choosing instead to wait for Yi Beichen to appear. Just as Yi Beichen returned, she was about to approach when she witnessed the scene unfold before her. Xia Ruoxue felt as though her heart had shattered. Tears cascaded down her cheeks as she bit her lip in silence. What are you still crying for? Sun Qian expressed her fury. He is nothing but a heartless man, flirting with you while being with another woman. Xia Ruoxue shook her head. I know that girl. She is Zhou Ryu, a classmate from high school. I had heard that Beichen was betrothed to her. I cannot believe it is true. Sun Qian's anger intensified. What? He has a betrothal to another and still dares to flirt with you? This scoundrel. Come, let us confront him. Xia Ruoxue panicked, shaking her head vehemently. No, I cannot. I do not know how to face Yi Beichen. Ruoxue, what are you afraid of? Sun Qian retorted, her temper flaring. You are no less than Zhou Ryu. You possess fair skin, beauty, and long legs. During our school days, suitors flocked to you from Zhonghai to Longdu. No, I cannot let this injustice stand. My good friend cannot be wronged by a scoundrel. Sun Qian, visibly agitated, took deep breaths. Xia Ruoxue resolutely refused to confront Yi Beichen, leading to a tug-of-war between the two at the CAF entrance. Just then, several men appeared, encircling them. One man, grinning with a distinct Japanese accent, said, Ladies, please accompany us. Who are you? Xia Ruoxue and Sun Qian exchanged wary glances. The men appeared pale, clearly unaccustomed to sunlight, with tattoos bearing unique symbols adorning their wrists. The Japanese man smiled wider. Come with us, and you will find out. Run. Xia Ruoxue sensed an imminent danger and let out a loud cry. However, the two girls were no match for the swift speed of the ninjas from the east. In an instant, they were seized and thrown into a passing luxury vehicle. which sped away rapidly. A woman dashed out of the CAF, her slender figure reminiscent of a feline. She was none other than Yu Yue, the female soldier king of the dragon group. Having uncovered some intelligence, she intended to inform Yi Beichen and, incidentally, resolve the issue of the silver needles within her body. Little did she expect to encounter such a scene. Ninjas from the east. Yu Yue's expression shifted dramatically. How audacious they were to abduct individuals in broad daylight. It appeared that the girls recognized Yi Beichen. What to do? They were in peril. After a moment of contemplation, she murmured to herself, "Rescuing them will earn me a favor from Yi Beichen, thus providing me with leverage to extract the silver needles from my body." She climbed into a nearby sedan and pressed the accelerator to pursue. The East Asian assailants moved swiftly, evading all surveillance and heading directly to the outskirts of Jiangnan, where an abandoned water plant lay. Yu Yue concealed her vehicle and followed cautiously until she reached the depths of a derelict metal factory overrun with weeds. With the grace of a swallow, she ascended to the rooftop and peered down. As the female soldier king, her reconnaissance skills were exceptional. Along the route, she spotted 7 or 8 visible sentries and 4 or 5 hidden observers. Inside the factory, over 30 ninjas from the east congregated. What were they plotting? Yu Yue's expression grew grave. At that moment, the East Asian men had brought Xia Ruoxue and Sun Qian before a middle-aged man clad in ninja attire. 2 crossed katana sheathed at his back. "Sir, the defenses of the Yi residence are formidable. There are dozens of heaven-level warriors guarding the perimeter. Moreover, within the estate, fearsome martial arts masters stand watch. 3 of our ninjas infiltrated but were all eliminated," reported one of the newcomers, pushing Xia Ruoxue and Sun Qian forward. These 2 women seemed to be connected to Yi Beichen. "We seized them effortlessly." The East Asian man glanced at Xia Ruoxue and Sun Qian, a sinister smirk crossing his face. "What is your relationship with Yi Beichen? What business is it of yours?" Sun Qian, fiery-tempered and still oblivious to the gravity of the situation, retorted, "What are you up to? Dressed like that, you resemble pirates. Are you filming a movie or staging some reality show? Where are the cameras hidden? I advise you to release us at once, or I'll make a call that will ensure you peculiar-dressed ruffians face dire consequences." She still believed they were merely staging a reality program. After all, this was modern society. In broad daylight, how could such a band of ninjas appear? "Bakayuru," an enraged ninja struck Sun Qian across the face, exclaiming, "Dare to disrespect Lord NATO. You will pay." In a flash, the katana was drawn, its cold glimmer aimed at Sun Qian's head. "Stop!" The East Asian man barked at his subordinate. "Hey!" The katana was sheathed once more. On the rooftop of the metal factory, Yu Yue was startled. Yagyu Idoti from the land of the rising sun. What brings him to the dragon country? Yagyu Idoti's ears twitched as he scolded a group of incompetent ninjas. How could you not notice you were being followed? Alarmed, Yu Yue realized she had been discovered. Swiftly, a flurry of shurikens whizzed toward her position. Like a nocturnal creature, she leaped across the rooftop. The metal surface was pierced, and other ninjas, sensing her presence, began to scale the roof using grappling hooks. With a cold snort, Yu Yue drew her bow, launching an arrow with the precision of a full moon. An Eastern ninja who had just emerged was struck down, the body crashing to the ground, brain matter splattering. 3 ninjas appeared, attempting a sneak attack from behind, but her alertness allowed her to pivot quickly. 3 arrows flew in swift succession, piercing through the bodies of the 3 assailants, killing them instantly. "A master archer? You worthless fools, stand aside." Yagyu Idoti bellowed as he leaped onto the rooftop, wielding his blades, charging toward Yu Yue. She unleashed 3 arrows simultaneously, but with astonishing skill. Yagyu Idoti sliced through the steel arrowheads, splitting them apart. A master of the ITT, re-sword style. 15 years ago, you committed murder in the Dragon Country, and your wanted poster still lingers on the list. How dare you return? Yu Yue spoke with a chilling tone. Ha! You must be from the Dragon Group. Aside from them, I doubt anyone remembers my name. Which department do you belong to? Archery? Ancient martial arts? If you wish to know, go ask the Dragon Group. Yu Yue retorted coldly, her agile form retreating swiftly. To her astonishment, she spread her arms and revealed a gliding wing. After nearly falling during her last encounter in Jinling, she had equipped herself with this apparatus. If she couldn't win, she could flee. But just then, a surge of dark mist enveloped her, and another formidable figure appeared, another high-ranking ninja. Yu Yue's pupils constricted, realizing her miscalculation. A tall man lunged forward with a powerful punch. causing her to spit blood as her insides felt as though they might explode, the pain nearly rendering her unconscious. She arced downward, plummeting toward the ground. In midair, she hastily retrieved her phone and sent a message to Yi Beichen at lightning speed, North Suburb Water Plant. Chapter 43. The Martial Arts Association of the Southeast Province Ding. Just as Yi Beichen sat down, Zhou Ryu brought him a bowl of mung bean soup. After sipping a few mouthfuls, his phone buzzed with a new message. North Suburb Water Plant? Yi Beichen pondered, perplexed by the enigmatic words. It was from an unknown number. Was it a prank? Frowning, he dialed back the number. Beep, beep, beep. Yu Yue lay on the ground, her phone 3 meters away. Struggling to rise, she attempted to reach for her device. Crack. Yagyu Ichido jumped down from the rooftop, crushing Yu Yue's phone beneath his foot, and commanded, "Withdraw immediately. This place has already been compromised." Yu Yue felt a sharp pain at the back of her head and lost consciousness. No one is answering. Yi Beichen furrowed his brow. He dialed again, but the call indicated that the number was out of service. Yi Beichen felt a sense of unease. At that moment, a man from the Yi family approached. Yi Beichen recognized him as Shun He, a martial arts master assigned by the 10th senior sister to protect the family. Young Master Yi, 15 minutes ago. Intruders breached the premises, Shun He reported respectfully. Who were they? Yi Beichen inquired. 3 Japanese ninjas. Realizing they could not escape, they all committed suicide with poison. Shun He replied. Yi Beichen abruptly stood up, sensing something was amiss. He had only returned a few days prior, and his phone number was newly acquired. Few people knew this number. Only the 10th senior sister, Zhou Ryu, Xiao Ruoxue, and Yu Yue. Zhou Ryu was nearby. It was impossible for the 10th senior sister to have sent such a message to him. Was it Yu Yue? Had she uncovered something? Or perhaps Xiao Ruoxue? That couldn't be. Why would she send him to the northern suburb water plant? Confused, Yi Beichen took out his phone and attempted to call Xiao Ruoxue. But the call wouldn't go through and indicated that she was also out of service. How could Xiao Ruoxue, who was in Jinling, not be in the service area? At that moment, a servant rushed in, whispering a report to Shun He and handing him a tablet. Shun He glanced at it, then hurried to Yi Beichen's side. Young master, 30 minutes ago, a sentinel outside reported that Japanese individuals abducted 2 girls from the CAF across the street. They have retrieved the surveillance footage. Would you like to see it? Show me. Yi Beichen urged quickly. Shun He handed over the tablet. Upon viewing it, Yi Beichen's expression darkened. Ruoxue, Sun Qian. What are they doing in Jiangnan? A sense of foreboding washed over him. Let us go. To the northern suburb water plant. Shun He shouted. Prepare a vehicle for young Master Yi. Yi Beichen hurried to the northern suburb water plant. In a patch of grass, he discovered a car. Breaking open the door, he found several items belonging to young girls, but he could not ascertain who had left them behind. Search. Shun He ordered, and his subordinates dispersed like ants. Soon, they returned with news. Young master, we found signs of a struggle. There are 4 bodies of Japanese ninjas in the factory ahead. Yi Beichen entered the factory and indeed spotted the 4 ninja corpses. A heart shot? Yi Beichen observed the wounds with astonishment. Youth master, we found several arrows. Shun He approached, holding 7 or 8 steel arrowheads. Are these Yu Yue's arrows? How is she involved in this? Yi Beichen's confusion deepened. Continue searching for any other clues. Yes. Shun He commanded his men to search everywhere, but regrettably, they found nothing. Only some traces led from the abandoned water plant to the riverbank, disappearing completely. They must have crossed to the other side. Yi Beichen pointed toward the vast river. Shun He gazed at the rushing waters and said, that side is Jiangbei. Yi Beichen's voice darkened. Let us go to Jiangbei. Shun He promptly asserted, young Master Yi. The division between Jiangnan and Jiangbei is marked by the river. Jiangnan thrives on culture, while Jiangbei boasts martial prowess. Although the King of Jiangnan commands 30,000 elite troops, they are merely for show. Jiangbei is the true land of hidden talents, where the headquarters of the Southeast Provincial Martial Arts Association resides. While Jiangbei's economy may be lacking, its martial strength is formidable, with at least a dozen martial arts masters. If the people of the East Japan venture into Jiangbei, they will find it quite challenging. Yi Beichen shook his head. No matter how difficult it may be, we must go to Jiangbei. Understood. Shun He, recognizing Yi Beichen's resolve, ceased his further remarks. They crossed the bridge, and upon reaching Jiangbei, Shun He received a phone call. Young Master Yi, we have intel. Speak. Yi Beichen nodded. Shun He spoke earnestly, 15 minutes ago. A group of East Japanese entered a local East Japanese club. "Let us head to the East Japanese club," Yi Beichen stated decisively. "Shin," he clarified, "young Master Yi. This East Japanese club has shares owned by the Vice President of the Southeast Provincial Martial Arts Association. Do you wish to? I care not whose shares they are. Even if it belongs to the King of Jiangnan or the God of War, Ling Feng. We depart." Yi Beichen's expression remained impassive. "Yes." Shin He did not dare to delay. Tentatively, he inquired, "Should we inform Miss?" "Do not trouble my senior sister," Yi Beichen declined. The vehicle sped along. Arriving swiftly at the entrance of the East Japanese Club, known as the Paradise Hot Springs, a venue operated by East Japanese, featuring hot springs and various cultural attractions. Wealthy patrons from Jiangnan, Jiangnan, Jiangdong, Jinling, and even Zhonghai frequented this establishment. Upon disembarking, Shun He reported, "Young Master Yi, there is new information. 3 girls have been taken into the Paradise Hot Springs. Let us go." Yi Beichen wasted no time and headed towards the hot springs. "Sir, this is a private club. If you have no reservation, please refrain from proceeding." An East Japanese man obstructed the imposing figure of Yi Beichen and his entourage. Suddenly, a dozen East Japanese sumo wrestlers emerged from within the club, their bulky frames adorned with dark tattoos, exuding a menacing aura. Yi Beichen paid no heed to the man, advancing towards the hot springs. "Stop, sir, this is where you must halt. To proceed further would be impolite," the East Japanese man warned, his expression darkening with a chill. With a swift motion, Yi Beichen brushed past him, delivering a powerful slap that sent the man sprawling to the ground. "How dare you?" The sumo wrestlers, witnessing the spectacle, surged towards Yi Beichen, their hefty bodies in motion. With a single punch, Yi Beichen struck the foremost sumo wrestler, whose appearance resembled that of a pig, causing his heart to cease. He collapsed lifelessly. Gasp! The remaining sumo wrestlers inhaled sharply, horrified at the sight. This was a 250-kilogram heavyweight competitor from their ranks. Felled by a mere punch? Just how terrifying was the strength of this young man from the Dragon Kingdom? Yi Beichen, unfazed, continued his onslaught, delivering a punch with each step, coldly declaring, "Bring your superior to meet me, or I shall eliminate every East Japanese I encounter here." In the realm of the East, where the Dragon Kingdom resides, Yi Beichen boldly stepped forth, toppling an adversary to the ground. With a resounding thud, his foot descended, shattering the man's skull as if it were a mere watermelon, silencing any chance of a retort. Yi Beichen approached with the demeanor of a grim reaper, hands clasped behind him. The atmosphere of the Jiao Tang pool trembled, rousing many from their repose, who rushed out to witness the apparition of Yi Beichen, the embodiment of death. Chapter 44, The Madman. A middle-aged man from the East, clad in a bathrobe and wooden clogs, his torso adorned with tattoos, bellowed, "Who are you to dare such insolence?" Without a word, Yi Beichen responded with a swift kick that sent stones from a flower bed flying, obliterating the man's head. "Where is the master of Jiao Tang Pool?" he demanded. "I warned you. Should he fail to appear within a second, I shall take the life of an Eastern man. If he does not show within 5 minutes, I will annihilate this place." Yi Beichen's wrath was palpable, sparing no thought for the Easterners. Any who dared cross his line of sight, regardless of gender, would meet their demise. In a mere 3 minutes, the Jiao Tang pool was strewn with the lifeless bodies of Easterners. Meanwhile, in the depths of the establishment, Saito Asaka received news that nearly sent him leaping from his seat. "What did you say?" "A young man, claiming to be Yi Beichen, has breached the Jiao Tang pool." "Wait, Yi Beichen, the one who has stirred up a tempest in Jiangnan, obliterating the Zhao clan and causing the death of the Jiangnan king." After a fleeting moment of indignation, Saito Asaka's surprise took hold. In the room, Indong Yidayoding conversed with another warrior from the island nation, stating, "It does not end there. An hour ago, our Eastern Commercial Association was targeted by this individual. Koizumi Kotaro was slain. Tangzei Ishiong has also met his end." "What?" Saito Asaka was taken aback. "Such audacity." Indong Yidayoding smirked. "There's more you're unaware of. This Yi Beichen has also slain Jun Wuhui." "Jun Wuhui? The son of the war god Ling Feng?" Saito Asaka gasped in shock. Indong Yidayoding nodded solemnly. Saito Asaka's expression shifted dramatically. He retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Martial Arts Association in the Southeast Province, several middle-aged men were gathered. One of them spoke up, "Latest news. The Eastern Commercial Association at the Jiangnan headquarters was attacked by Yi Beichen. Furthermore, Jun Wuhui has also fallen." at the hands of Yi Beichen. A hush fell over the conference room. Moments later, someone remarked incredulously, "This Yi Beichen truly possesses audacity. He annihilated the Zhao clan and disrupted the Jiangnan king's birthday celebration. I thought he had already overstepped his bounds." Yet another chimed in, shaking his head in disbelief. "I never imagined he would dare to kill Jun Wuhui." An elder sighed in astonishment. "But he is the son of the war god Ling Feng. This fledgling, unafraid of tigers, must have acquired his martial prowess from some unknown source, believing himself to be the greatest in this world." A middle-aged man chuckled coldly. Someone else added, "Well, perhaps this is not entirely negative." "What do you mean by that? What merit is there in a mere young boy?" The man continued to laugh, stating that although the king of Jiangnan was incompetent, he was merely a puppet for the war god Ling Feng to amass wealth. However, with the king of Jiangnan, this feckless ruler, holding sway, we in Jiangbei could not intervene in Jiangnan's affairs. Now that the king of Jiangnan is deceased and the Zhao family has fallen, along with the disappearance of the Eastern Japan Chamber of Commerce, the entire Jiangnan is in disarray. The esteemed individuals present are all high-ranking members of the Martial Arts Association, possessing intellect and emotional acumen that cannot be trifled with. A mere hint has rendered them instantly perceptive. Jiangnan is in chaos. Their opportunity has arrived. With the war god Ling Feng's son slain, he will undoubtedly seek retribution against Yi Beichen. They can seize the turmoil to claim Jiangnan for themselves. Suddenly, someone spoke up. "There is another dilemma, that Wang Ruyan." A silence enveloped the room. Another individual nodded. "This woman is indeed somewhat formidable." "Humph. She is merely a woman. Can she truly stand against the entirety of Jiangbei?" The elder scoffed derisively. Just then, the phone of Ma Ligua, the vice president of the Martial Arts Association, rang, and he answered it casually. "What?" Ma Ligua sprang to his feet, his face a mask of astonishment. "What is it?" The high-ranking members of the Martial Arts Association turned their attention to him. Ma Ligua hung up the phone, his expression grave and incredulous. This Yi Beichen has truly lost his mind. "What?" The brows of the assembly furrowed. Ma Ligua maintained a serious demeanor. "This young man has invaded Jiangbei, breaching the sanctity of the Eastern Japanese paradise. He has already slain no fewer than 30 Eastern Japanese. Yi Beichen has come to Jiangbei." The high-ranking members of the Martial Arts Association were taken aback, their expressions instantly turning icy. They were unconcerned with Yi Beichen's actions in Jiangnan. In fact, the more chaos he sowed there, the better for them, as they could watch from afar and reap the benefits. However, should Yi Beichen dare to wreak havoc in Jiangbei, it would cross their threshold of tolerance. The elder coldly laughed. "What nonsense, a mere boy dares to stir trouble in Jiangbei. Do we reside in a marketplace?" A middle-aged man slammed his hand on the table. Ma Ligua turned to leave. "Let us first assess the situation at the paradise. This madman may indeed have disrupted it." The assembly exited the conference room, hastening towards the paradise. At that moment, within the paradise, Yi Beichen moved as if in an unguarded realm. Saito Asaka had intended to wait for the Martial Arts Association's arrival before taking action, but patience was not an option. Yi Beichen was utterly unhinged. A significant number of Eastern Japanese patrons had already fallen victim to his wrath. The entire paradise had transformed into a hell on earth. "Cease this at once. Lord Yi Beichen, I am the proprietor of this paradise. Do you not regard our Eastern Japanese island nation as worthy of consideration while you slaughter our people?" Saito Asaka emerged, flanked by a cadre of samurai. Yi Beichen cast a glance at him, noting the glasses, the kimono, and the wooden sandals. "You are the master of this place?" Yi Beichen inquired. Saito Asaka nodded. "Indeed. Lord Yi Beichen, I am aware of your reputation. Simultaneously, I wish for us to coexist peacefully. Must you resort to such bloodshed?" Yi Beichen, disinterested in Saito Asaka's drivel, calmly stated, "3 women have been brought here. Hand them over, and I shall leave immediately." "Ha ha, Your Excellency Yi Beichen, there are too many women coming and going here daily. How am I to know which ones you refer to?" Saito Asaka chuckled in amusement. Bang! Yi Beichen sprang forth, akin to a monkey, landing directly before Saito Asaka. He extended his hand, gripping the latter's neck with ferocity. "What games are you playing with words? Are you feigning ignorance?" A suffocating sensation enveloped Saito Asaka. He felt as though his neck might snap. At that moment, he comprehended the true terror embodied by the man from Longwa before him. "Release Lord Saito." The surrounding samurai glared in outrage, drawing their blades in unison. Crack! Yi Beichen executed a sweeping kick, shattering Saito Asuka's shin. The bone pierced through flesh, eliciting a horrified scream from Saito. "Ah! Retreat! Everyone, retreat!" At that moment, a group arrived at the Jiaotang pool. Ma Ligua and others stormed in, witnessing Yi Beichen in the act of violence. "Yi Beichen, you possess extraordinary audacity. Jiangbei is not a place for you to wreak havoc," Ma Ligua bellowed, his voice echoing like a mighty roar. Chapter 45. Defiance. A punch to kill. Ma Ligua and the members of the Southeast Provincial Martial Arts Association entered. A total of over 10 individuals, all masters of martial arts. The sheer pressure of their presence rendered the onlookers breathless. Upon seeing Ma Ligua and his companions, Saito Asuka clung to them as if they were a lifeline, exclaiming, "Vice President Ma, save me. This Yi Beichen is a fiend. He has intruded upon the Jiaotang pool and is indiscriminately killing. As for the 3 women he mentioned, I possess no knowledge of the matter. Vice President Ma, please stand up for us, the people of Dongying. Do the citizens of Longwood truly lack all reason?" Ma Ligua's countenance was stern as he approached with a commanding presence, fixating his cold gaze upon Yi Beichen. "Yi Beichen, this is Jiangbei, not Jiangnan." Shen he stepped closer, whispering an explanation. "Mr. Yi, he is Ma Ligua, the vice president of the Southeast Provincial Martial Arts Association." Ma Ligua regarded Shen he with a derisive smile. "Shen he, you too are a master on the Asian Masters ranking, yet you willingly follow in the wake of this fellow? That is not your concern," Shen he replied, shaking his head. "Such a descent into depravity." Ma Ligua scoffed. He ceased engaging Shun he further, turning his attention back to Yi Beichen. "Release Mr. Saito." His voice carried a chilling threat. A faint smile crept across Yi Beichen's lips. "Are you threatening me? Even if you are, what of it? This is Jiangbei." Ma Ligua stood with his hands behind his back. Saito Asuka sneered, casting a sinister glance at Yi Beichen, his eyes resembling those of a venomous serpent. Cold sweat beaded upon his forehead, and the excruciating pain in his shattered leg contorted his expression. His resentment towards Yi Beichen was unmasked. "You are far too arrogant. Yi Beichen, the Jiaotang pool is not a place for your tyranny. Now that Mr. Ma has spoken, do you still dare?" Before Saito Asuka could finish his sentence, Yi Beichen tossed him to the ground and stomped on his chest. The sound of a pig being slaughtered filled the air. Asuka Sato's chest caved in, the sternum shattered, and bone pierced through his internal organs. Pain. Excruciating pain. Asuka Saito lay on the ground, his body convulsing. Yet, there was no escape, for Yi Beichen's foot rested lightly upon his head. The pressure was not heavy, but Saito could not lift his head, his face pressed against the ground. A wave of humiliation surged within him, especially with so many onlookers present. "Release Lord Saito. Kill." Sato's samurai roared, charging forward with their swords drawn. Shenhe, with an icy demeanor, stepped forth and dispatched all the samurai with lethal precision. Such audacity. Did they truly believe the Martial Arts Association did not exist? Yi Beichen, indeed, was a fearless fledgling. Rumors of his lawlessness in Jiangnan had reached my ears, and I had dismissed them as mere tales. How wrong I was. The younger generation is formidable. Numerous affluent patrons indulging in the Jiaotang hot springs watched the spectacle unfold. A cacophony of astonishment erupted. Ma Ligua and other members of the Martial Arts Association were nearly apoplectic at the sight, their faces darkened with fury, gritting their teeth in outrage. In Jiangbei, they reigned supreme, their words unchallenged. Today, they had clearly intended to protect the Jiaotang and Asuka Saito. Yet Yi Beichen dared to commit violence in public? Yi Beichen, you court death. In a fit of rage, Ma Ligua stepped forward, the ground beneath him shattering explosively. A surge of powerful inner force coursed through him, ripping his shirt asunder, muscles bulging with raw strength. He delivered a punch towards Yi Beichen's chest with the speed of a bullet. Bang! A muffled thud echoed as Yi Beichen retaliated, his fist colliding with Ma Ligua's. Scrape, scrape, scrape. Yi Beichen stood unmoved, while Ma Ligua was forced back 7 steps. Yi Beichen calmly uttered a single word, scram. How could this be? Gasps of disbelief filled the air. The wealthy observers were stunned. This was Ma Ligua, the vice president of the Martial Arts Association in the Southeast Province, ranked among the top 20 in martial prowess. To think Yi Beichen could trade blows with him and not falter, even pushing Ma Ligua back? It was utterly inconceivable. This young man, whose family had perished 5 years prior, possessed such strength. What was happening? The members of the Martial Arts Association also paused in surprise. Old Song, how can this young man's strength be so formidable? A middle-aged man inquired. The irascible elder, Old Song, maintained a serious expression. This lad is no ordinary person. However, his strength should not surpass Ma Ligua's. That last punch relied on skill. Skill? The members of the Martial Arts Association pondered this momentarily. Ma Ligua was astounded, feeling a tingling sensation in his wrist, his fist aching. Before such a crowd, he had been forced back 7 steps by Yi Beichen. It was a tremendous disgrace. Moreover, Yi Beichen had the audacity to tell him to scram. Ma Ligua's face flushed with shame and indignation, a seething anger coiling within him. Yi Beichen, I have given you a chance. You lack self-awareness. Even with your formidable background, I shall slay you today. Ma Ligua bellowed, his voice emerging from his throat as if it were clenched between his teeth. Thud! He stamped his foot, and his internal energy surged like a tempest. A roar. The sound of a tiger's roar mingled with a dragon's chant. Ma Ligua's power boiled forth, a formidable aura erupting from his being. The wealthy spectators surrounding him instinctively recoiled, gasping in shock. In that moment, they felt as if they were truly confronting a ferocious tiger that roared through the mountains. All were rendered speechless, rooted to the spot. Kill! Ma Ligua leaped forward, akin to a tiger pouncing on its prey, lunging towards Yi Beichen. His hands transformed into claws, one aimed at Yi Beichen's heart and the other at his throat. An utterly vicious attack. Yi Beichen stood there, appearing completely paralyzed with fear in the eyes of the onlookers from Jiangbei, utterly motionless. The two were merely 10 meters apart. That distance vanished in an instant. When Ma Ligua was merely 2 meters away from Yi Beichen, the latter remained unmoved. This boy was already as good as dead, Old Song coldly remarked. In the realm of martial arts, when a master does not make a move, the opportunity to strike vanishes. A cold smirk appeared on the faces of the Martial Arts Association members. As the distance closed to just 1 meter, Yi Beichen suddenly spoke. I told you to scram. He abruptly raised his hand and unleashed a punch. Bang! As swift as lightning. Even Ma Ligua failed to react in time. The blow landed precisely at the location of Ma Ligua's heart. The spectators were astonished to witness ripples emanating from his muscles. As though a stone had been cast into water, Ma Ligua felt a searing pain in his heart, followed by a sensation of suffocation, as if the muscles in his chest were about to tear apart. With a spurt of blood, Ma Ligua flew backward like a lifeless dog. Then, bam! His body crashed heavily to the ground, breathless and utterly lifeless. Yi Beichen delivered a single punch. The vice president of the Southeastern Provincial Martial Arts Association, Ma Ligua, was dead. Chapter 46. The Enigma of Heritage. At that moment, the world fell into complete silence. Everyone closed their mouths, their eyes wide with disbelief. Saito Hinata, beneath Yi Beichen's feet, felt as though his eyes might pop out. He temporarily forgot the excruciating pain coursing through his body, trembling all over. A middle-aged man from the Martial Arts Association stepped forward to check Ma Ligua's breath. He turned back to Old Song and gently shook his head. Dead. Old Song's pupils constricted. The members of the Martial Arts Association instinctively took a step back. The crowd erupted in an uproar. Dead. Hiss. A collective gasp echoed throughout the venue. My heavens, this was Vice President Ma. Vice President Ma is dead? Slain by a young man from Jiangnan. A youth who 5 years ago had lost everything and was pursued by the King of Jiangnan. Killed with a single punch? The wealthy elite of Jiangbei were left in utter shock. The Zhao family had been annihilated. The King of Jiangnan had been slain. They had long heard the name Yi Beichen. The name Yi Beichen resonated like thunder in their ears. Beep. Ding ding ding. Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly, the phones of these tycoons began to ring one after another. They hurriedly answered their calls. What? The Eastern Business Association has been annihilated. Jun Wuhui has been slain by Yi Beichen. Unbelievable. Is this for real? The sky is falling. Due to the immediacy of the news, these wealthy individuals were not initially aware of the events transpiring in Jiangnan. At this moment, the information finally reached their ears. Coupled with the shocking sight of Yi Beichen delivering a fatal blow to Ma Ligua right before their eyes, the magnitude of this revelation was beyond description. He appears to be merely in his early 20s, someone whispered. Indeed, a young man in his early 20s possesses such terrifying power. In the future, there will surely be a place for him in Jiangnan and Jiangbei. They seem to witness the birth of a new monarch. The prowess of young Master Yi is truly formidable. Ma Ligua was at least close to a Grandmaster, yet he was killed with a single punch. Shen He thought in astonishment. Even he could not maintain his composure. He pondered for a moment. Could he withstand such a blow? As these thoughts raced through his mind, a sheen of sweat broke out upon his forehead. Hurry, bring those 3 women out, Lord Yi Beichin. Young Master Yi, spare my life. It has nothing to do with me. Saito Asaka was utterly petrified, howling and pleading like a wretched dog. With Ma Ligua dead at the hands of Yi Beichin, he no longer harbored any illusions of survival. Xia Ruoxue, Sun Qian, and Yu Yue were carried out, unconscious. Yi Beichin cast a glance. Shenhe immediately stepped forward to check. Young master, they are merely unconscious. There are no serious injuries, Shunhe reported. Yi Beichin nodded slightly, instructing Shunhe to take them away. Saito Asaka quickly interjected. Lord Yi Beichin, it has nothing to do with me. Someone contacted me, saying they wanted to leave 3 women here. I had no idea they were yours. Spare me. From now on, I am willing to be your dog. Saito Asaka could no longer care for his dignity. Dignity? Is it more important than life? With a disdainful huff, Yi Beichin dismissed Saito Asaka's ramblings and delivered a kick. The head burst open like a watermelon. The sound ceased abruptly. The members of the Martial Arts Association twitched at the corners of their eyes. Elder Song glared coldly at Yi Beichin. Yi Beichin, you dare to kill Ma Ligua? Do you know who he is? From this moment forth, the Paradise Bathhouse is closed. If I discover that it remains open, I shall show no mercy. Yi Beichin turned and walked away. He ignored Elder Song's words entirely. The tycoons of Jiangbei and the members of the Martial Arts Association were left in a state of bewilderment. This young man is audacious beyond measure. They watched, astonished. As Yi Beichin departed, none among the wealthy elite of Jiangbei or the martial arts dignitaries dared to intervene. Who would dare to stop him? Ma Ligua, who had dominated the martial arts world for over 40 years, had been killed with a single punch. To obstruct Yi Beichin would be tantamount to courting death. The moment Yi Beichin stepped out of the Paradise Bathhouse, Elder Song unleashed a furious roar. Yi Beichin, do you take me for a fool? Do you take the Martial Arts Association for nothing? Do you take Jiangbei for a mere trifle? Regrettably, Yi Beichin had long departed. Upon entering the vehicle, he found 3 stunning women sprawled across the back seat in disarray. Fortunately, the rear compartment was sufficiently spacious. However, upon settling in, Yi Beichin was left speechless. The sleeping postures of these 3 women were far from ladylike. Xia Ruoxue and Sun Qian, both clad in short skirts, had their legs positioned in a rather ungraceful manner. Sun Qian, with her fiery temperament and ample bosom, was astonishingly dressed in a Mickey Mouse ensemble. Meanwhile, Yu Yue, adorned in tight-fitting attire that accentuated her enviable figure, curled up in a way that revealed her triangular area, even in a state of unconsciousness. Xia Ruoxue exuded a captivating charm. Ahem. Yi Beichin cleared his throat awkwardly, rubbing his nose. Were these 3 women not provoking criminal thoughts? Perhaps it would be best to awaken them first. With a sigh, he resolved that he would not indulge in any beastly acts. Yi Beichin quickly discerned that the 3 women had succumbed to a mild poison, rendering them unconscious. He deftly employed silver needles to pierce their acupoints. Almost simultaneously, the 3 women stirred awake, gazing at one another in bewilderment. Then, an eruption of screams ensued, nearly shattering Yi Beichin's eardrums. He could easily defeat a master with a single punch, yet found himself utterly at a loss in the presence of these 3 beautiful women. It took a full 3 minutes for them to settle down. Xia Ruoxue, in a moment of panic, leaped into Yi Beichin's embrace, bursting into tears. Woo! I thought I was going to die. Why are you here? You scared me. Those people said they would kill me and Sun Qian, and use us to threaten you. Sun Qian, her eyes red, clung to his leg, tears brimming in her eyes. This fiery girl was also deeply frightened. She sat opposite Yi Beichin, and whenever he leaned down, the sight of Mickey Mouse was unavoidable. Yu Yue, ever vigilant, scanned their surroundings and realized they were in a moving car. She let out a slight sigh of relief. Ruoxue, you are safe now, Yi Beichin reassured, patting Xia Ruoxue's shoulder, which calmed her somewhat. However, Yu Yue observed the intimate exchange between the 2 and felt an inexplicable sensation of discontent. Furrowing her brow, she remarked, Yi Beichin, what are you doing? It's not the time for embraces. Yi Beichin met her gaze. The people from the Eastern Isles kidnapped Ruoxue and the others. What are you doing here? Yu Yue, a bit irritated, retorted, wasn't it to rescue them? Yet, she couldn't continue her sentence, feeling embarrassed. The female soldier from Dragon Group had seemingly stumbled into a predicament. Yi Beichin chuckled softly and chose not to dwell on the matter further. Nevertheless, Yu Yue shifted her focus, locking eyes with Yi Beichen, and said, "Regarding the matter you asked me to investigate, I have made some progress. Your origins are rather extraordinary, but you should brace yourself, as the implications could be quite profound." "What do you mean?" Yi Beichen frowned. Yu Yue continued, "We have discovered that you are very likely not the biological child of your parents." "What do you mean?" Yi Beichen's heart sank. Not being the child of his own parents? Yu Yue gazed at Yi Beichen, her expression grave. "After returning last time, I promised you I would uncover the truth behind your family's demise. However, I have encountered a peculiar phenomenon. Everything regarding your family in Jiangnan has been meticulously erased. Even with the might of the Dragon Group, no traces can be found." "What is the Dragon Group?" you may ask. It is akin to the ancient Imperial Secret Police. Much like the Jinyue, the fact that even the Dragon Group cannot unearth any information about the Yi family suggests there is certainly something amiss. Thus, I delved back into records from over a decade ago. "Over a decade ago?" Yu Yue confirmed, "Indeed." "Yi Beichen, do you recall that you suffered a grave illness back then?" Yi Beichen pondered for a moment before recollecting. "I believe there was such an episode. I must have been around 5 or 6 years old." "Yes, that peculiar ailment of yours baffled the entire city of Jiangnan," Yu Yue continued, producing a stack of newspapers and pointing to a specific column. "This incident even drew the attention of medical experts who were inspecting Jiangnan at that time. They were unable to cure your mysterious illness, and it was reported in the newspapers." Yi Beichen reminisced about his childhood. "Before I fell ill, I was remarkably healthy. Unlike others, in kindergarten, I could run faster than adults. My appetite was such that I could consume the equivalent of 2 or 3 adult meals. At times, while in class, I could even hear conversations from the street outside." He added, "I told my teachers about these abilities, but they dismissed me as lying. Since that serious illness, those abilities have completely vanished." Yu Yue then retrieved a paper from her pocket. "This is the blood test report conducted by the hospital for you and your parents, which indicates that there is no blood relation between you." Yi Beichen's breath quickened as he took the report and read aloud. "Yi Laoqi, Li Xianglian, and Yi Beichen, through medical verification, show no blood relation." The shocking words left him reeling. How could this be? His pupils constricted violently. He found it impossible to accept this reality. Yu Yue looked at Yi Beichen with a hint of sympathy. 5 years ago, his family had been shattered. After 5 years, he finally had the chance to avenge his parents, only to discover he was not their biological child. It would be challenging for anyone to come to terms with such revelations. Xia Ruoxue grasped Yi Beichen's hand, saying, "Beichen, do not lose heart. I am still here. Regardless of your origins, I will stand by your side." Her eyes were filled with compassion as she gazed at him. Yu Yue felt a twinge of annoyance. "All right, this is what I have uncovered for now. The matter you entrusted to me remains unresolved, but rest assured, I, Yu Yue, am committed to seeing things through. I will continue my investigation. Please have your people stop the car. I need to get out. I have no time for your flirtations." She finished her statement in one breath, a hint of acidity in her tone. "Stop the car," Yi Beichen commanded. Shenhe promptly applied the brakes. Pulling over to the side of the road, Yu Yue opened the car door, preparing to exit. "Wait," Yi Beichen interjected. Yu Yue furrowed her brow. "What is it? Do you have something to say?" Yi Beichen replied, "I must extend my gratitude to you for this matter. As for my parents, you need not concern yourself with them. It suffices that you have uncovered this information. I shall employ my own methods to investigate further. I will assist you in extracting the 3 silver needles embedded within you." After Yi Beichen concluded his statement, he extended his hand towards Yu Yue's chest. A wave of tingling sensation surged through her. Yu Yue gasped in surprise. Before she could react, with a swift motion, 3 silver needles pierced through the flesh near her heart, landing in Yi Beichen's grasp. Yu Yue glared fiercely at Yi Beichen, pushed open the car door, and dashed away in a flurry. She ran several hundred meters and sought refuge in an alley. Her delicate face was flushed a deep crimson, almost as if it could yield droplets of water. The tingling sensation in her chest persisted. How could this scoundrel dare to touch such a place? He didn't even provide a warning. It was utterly outrageous. Clenching her teeth, Yu Yue's figure darted through the alley like a cat, disappearing from sight. Leaning against the car, Yi Beichen held tightly onto the report. After a moment of contemplation, he exited the vehicle and instructed, "Shenhe, escort them back to the Yi residence for rest." "Yes." Shenhe drove off towards the Yi residence. Xia Ruoxue and Sun Qian were both shaken and in need of recuperation. Yi Beichen, however, proceeded towards the hospital where the paternity test had been conducted years ago, holding on to the report. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Martial Arts Association in Jiangbei, Southeast Province, the elders, including Elder Song, gathered, their expressions ominously grim. Our Southeast Province Martial Arts Association has been established for decades, and such an incident has never occurred. It is an unprecedented humiliation, a tremendous disgrace. The esteemed vice president was brutally murdered in public. If we do not make Yi Beichen pay for this, who will ever regard our Jiangbei again? Who will take our martial arts association seriously? The elders were filled with righteous indignation. Among them were several masters listed in the top 500 of the Asian martial arts master rankings, a formidable assembly of power. At this moment, their faces were all shadowed in anger. Yi Beichen must die. He must pay the price. Many voiced their sentiments. Suddenly, one spoke up. The question is, who among you can kill Yi Beichen? A profound silence ensued. Everyone fell silent, their mouths closing in contemplation. Ma Ligua, the vice president, was not merely an ordinary martial arts master. He was infinitely close to the realm of the Grandmaster. Many had witnessed Yi Beichen deliver a fatal blow to Ma Ligua today. To challenge Yi Beichen, none possessed the courage. After an extended period of silence, a voice suddenly echoed from outside the conference room door. The president has arrived. President, you have returned. Countless individuals rose to their feet. Even Elder Song stood. Turning towards the entrance of the conference room, a middle-aged man entered, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an overwhelming presence that enveloped the room. Many instinctively lowered their heads. Unable to meet his gaze, the president of the Southeast Province Martial Arts Association, Lin Songhai. His voice was as weighty as a mountain, resonating in the ears of all present. I have just returned to the country, and I am already aware of the incident involving Vice President Ma. I have only been away for a few days, and yet, what audacity does Yi Beichen possess? The Zhao family of Jiangnan, the Wang of Jiangnan, the Eastern Expedition Chamber of Commerce, Jun Wuhui, and our Jiangbei. Can a mere 23-year-old youth truly upheave everything? Old Song cast a glance, and a young man from the Song family stepped forward, respectfully presenting a photograph. Chairman, this is Yi Beichen. Lin Songhai's gaze shifted to the image, his pupils dilating in shock. He exclaimed, how could it be him? Chapter 48. This son-in-law is reserved for our Han family in Zhonghai. The Han family. Hanyu, breathless, dashed into the courtyard. Grandfather, grandfather. The vice president of the Southeastern Province Martial Arts Association, Ma Ligua, was killed by Yi Beichen with a single punch. Han Jinlong was practicing Tai Chi in the yard, undergoing rehabilitation. Ever since he followed Yi Beichen's prescription, he had managed to walk without his wheelchair. Although his recovery was slow and required ongoing training, it was a remarkable improvement compared to before. What? Han Jinlong halted in astonishment. Even he could not remain composed, gazing incredulously at Hanyu. Heir, who did you say has died? Ma Ligua, the vice president of the Southeastern Province Martial Arts Association. Ma Ligua? Hanyu, breathless with excitement, her face flushed, disregarded her appearance in her qipao as she hurried back to share this news with her grandfather. One could only imagine the magnitude of the shock this revelation had on her. Han Jinlong's brows furrowed intensely as he murmured, the last Dragon Nation Martial Arts Conference was 5 years ago, right? Ma Ligua's strength, if not a Grandmaster, was very close to it. Wait, how did he die? Killed with a single punch? Han Jinlong looked at Hanyu, uncertain if he had misheard. Hanyu affirmed, grandfather. He was killed by Yi Beichen with a single punch. Are you certain? Han Jinlong was utterly astounded. Hanyu's chest rose and fell rapidly as she confirmed. Yes, grandfather. With one punch. Many wealthy individuals from Jiangbei witnessed it, as did numerous elders from the Southeastern Province Martial Arts Association. Han Jinlong stood frozen, unable to believe. I must have underestimated him. Heir, how powerful was the war god Ling Feng at Yi Beichen's age? Not even a fraction of his strength. Hanyu trembled slightly. Suddenly, Han Jinlong smiled. We must seize this opportunity. I have decided that when we next meet Yi Beichen, I shall propose for you. This son-in-law is reserved for our Han family. In Jinling, Wang Ruyan was attending to her affairs. Ma Ligua was killed by a single punch. Wang Ruyan was momentarily stunned. Even she felt a slight surprise. This junior brother of hers. The surprises he brought were simply too numerous. Junior brother, your cultivation speed is exceedingly rapid, she mused, a smile playing upon her lips. If the other senior sisters were to hear of this, they would surely be unable to contain themselves. Yi Beichen clutched the test report in his hand as he arrived at the hospital where a paternity test had been conducted over a decade ago. "Hello. I would like to see Dr. Li Xiurong," he inquired at the central counter. The female nurse cast a glance at Yi Beichen and remarked, "You wish to see Old Li? Huh. Such audacity in a youth to address him by name. Do you think Old Li is someone you can simply meet? Countless affluent individuals have sought his care, only to find themselves in a queue stretching 3 years into the future." Yi Beichen furrowed his brow and replied, "I am not here for treatment. I have some inquiries for him." The nurse scoffed derisively, her demeanor dripping with disdain. "People like you are a dime a dozen. You should return from whence you came. Old Li is not someone of your ilk can approach. He sees but one patient a day. Even the dignitaries of Longdu, when inviting Old Li for consultations, have been turned away. It is said that one such dignitary was a high-ranking official, and yet that esteemed official had to come to Jiangnan humbly." Yi Beichen inquired nonchalantly, "So, Li Xiurong is in the hospital?" "Indeed. Old Li resides on the top floor of this hospital," the nurse stated with an air of arrogance. "The pinnacle of this establishment houses only the most elite wards. A mere ordinary room demands no less than 10,000, while the premier suites start at a minimum of 100,000 per day. Is it exorbitant? Undoubtedly. Yet, the wealthiest man in the southeast province once spent over 3 months here, trying to extend his life. Ultimately, however, he still succumbed. 3 months, 100 days. He paid over 10 million for a mere 3-month extension. Only then could he arrange his affairs with composure, preventing strife within his vast family." "Oh," Yi Beichen said, dismissively bypassing the nurse as he strode towards the elevator leading to the upper levels. "What are you doing?" the nurse exclaimed in shock. Swiftly, she positioned herself in front of him. "You can't." With a swift motion, Yi Beichen raised his hand and sent her sprawling to the ground. He pressed the elevator button and stepped inside. By the time the nurse regained her composure, Yi Beichen had already reached the top floor. "Li Xiurong," he bellowed upon exiting the elevator. His voice resonated through the uppermost level of the hospital like a roaring tiger. In an instant, the doors of several patient rooms swung open, revealing a number of young men and women, as well as middle-aged men. They were all either affluent or of noble birth, their elderly relatives gravely ill, seeking to prolong their lives within these walls. "Who are you? What audacity? Who permitted you to shout here while my esteemed elder is recuperating?" Yi Beichen stood with arms crossed, disregarding their protests. "Li Xiurong, I have matters to discuss with you." We are speaking to you. Did you not hear us?" The middle-aged men and young individuals exclaimed vehemently. "What is your name, daring to act so unruly here?" One man shouted in anger, already reaching for his phone to summon security. Yi Beichen glanced at the man and stated, "Yi Beichen." In mere moments, the previously bustling corridor of the hospital fell into a profound silence. Yi Beichen, the name hung in the air like a spell, choking the breath from all present. "Why Yi Beichen? No, you are Mr. Yi Beichen?" The man, with his finger hovering above the dial button, found himself utterly paralyzed by fear, unable to complete the call. Not only the middle-aged man who spoke, but also the young men and women fled in terror back to the ward, hastily closing the door behind them. Insanity. They were truly on the brink of madness. How could this terrifying figure have arrived at the hospital? This was the one who had obliterated the Zhao family, the reason for Jiangnan Wang's demise. The dreadful individual who had dismantled the Dongying Commercial Association and slain the illegitimate son of the war godling Feng. No matter how wealthy or powerful they were, how could they compare to Jiangnan Wang? How could they stand against the war godling Feng? Yi Beichen inquired coolly, "Do you know where Li Xiurong is?" Thud. The billionaire, clad in a tailored suit, immediately collapsed to his knees. "Mr. Yi, Old Li is at the back." He pointed in a direction. By the time he lifted his head again, Yi Beichen had already vanished without a trace. The man was drenched in sweat from fear. Yi Beichen made his way to the innermost part of the top floor, standing before the door of an office. The door was soundproof, and the strange sounds within did not penetrate this space. With a gentle push, the door swung open. Inside, several individuals stared in surprise at the entrance. There was an elderly man in a Zhongshan suit, a girl in her early 20s, and 2 middle-aged men standing behind the elderly figure, their hands clasped behind their backs. At a glance, Yi Beichen recognized the martial prowess of the 2 men as belonging to the master realm. Finally, there was an elderly gentleman wearing reading glasses, appearing to be in his 60s. Yi Beichen furrowed his brows as he addressed the 2 elders. "Which of you is Li Xiurong?" The office fell into a profound silence. The young woman in her 20s exclaimed, "Who are you? How dare you burst in here? Do you have a death wish?" Chapter 49, 13 Needles. The king of hell retreats. The two martial arts masters stepped forward slightly, positioning themselves in front of the elderly man in the Zhongshan suit. Yi Beichen ignored them and focused on the elder with glasses. "Are you the Dr. Li Xiurong?" Li Xiurong frowned. "Young man, who are you?" "This is the top floor of the hospital. How did you get in?" Yi Beichen smiled. "Dr. Li, I mean no harm. I would like to inquire about this appraisal form. Is this your signature?" He held up a somewhat yellowed document. Its paper stiffened over the years. Li Xiurong adjusted his glasses, but had yet to discern its contents. The girl beside him interjected sharply, "Dr. Li, what does this mean? Doesn't your hospital only receive one patient a day? My grandfather came all the way from Longdu, and this is your attitude?" She turned to Yi Beichen with an air of arrogance. "I don't care who you are. Right now is the time for my grandfather's treatment, so get out." With that, she extended a hand, forming a claw-like gesture aimed at Yi Beichen's throat. He chuckled coldly. The elderly man in the Zhongshan suit's brows twitched, sensing a wave of danger, and shouted, "Rouge, be careful. You are no match for him." Unfortunately, it was too late. Just as Yi Rouge made her move, Yi Beichen's speed was even swifter. In a mere breath, she found herself grasped by the throat before she could comprehend the situation. A suffocating sensation enveloped her. Yi Rouge trembled in disbelief. She gazed at Yi Beichen in astonishment. The young man before her was of similar age, yet his speed, strength, agility, and prowess far surpassed her own. The elderly gentleman in a Zhongshan suit quickly interjected, "Esteemed young friend, I implore you to show mercy. I am Yi Jincheng, and this is my granddaughter. She has been spoiled and headstrong, and in a moment of impulsiveness, she has offended you." Behind him, two martial arts masters fixated on Yi Beichen, poised to act at any moment. However, Yi Jincheng subtly shook his head, prompting the two masters to take a half-step back. This gesture somewhat alleviated Yi Beichen's murderous intent, allowing him to gradually release his grip. "Cough, cough. Grandfather." Yi Rouge hastily ran back, her eyes brimming with tears. She had never endured such humiliation. "Grandfather, please teach him a lesson. He is utterly outrageous." Yi Jincheng gently shook his head. "It is you who has overstepped. You acted without understanding the situation. May I inquire your esteemed name, young friend?" Yi Beichen replied nonchalantly, "Yi Beichen." "Yi Beichen?" Yi Jincheng expressed surprise. "You are indeed Yi Beichen? The young man before me is Yi Beichen?" He was taken aback. Yi Jincheng had heard whispers of the happenings in Jiangnan, albeit with little interest. Yet, to encounter the very figure stirring the winds and clouds of Jiangnan was truly unexpected. "Do you know me, old sir?" Yi Beichen inquired, puzzled. Yi Jincheng chuckled, "Ha ha. The feats you have accomplished in recent days are nothing short of earth-shattering. I have long since retired. Yet I have heard of your exploits in Longdu." "Oh, I see." Yi Beichen nodded, realizing that his deeds had even reached Longdu. Yi Rouge, equally incredulous, exclaimed, "Is it true that the King of Jiangnan perished because of you?" Yi Beichen remained silent, turning to Li Xiurong. "Dr. Li, could you please verify if this document is indeed in your handwriting?" Yi Rouge stamped her foot in frustration. How dare he disregard her? Why should he? In Longdu, countless peers had flocked around her. Yet here in Jiangnan, a mere pauper had the audacity to treat her in such a manner. Indeed, her assessment of Yi Beichen was succinctly 3 words: poor little fellow. Even if he accomplished monumental feats in Jiangnan, it would hardly be worth mentioning to the Yi family of Longdu. Li Xiurong, well aware of Yi Beichen's identity, did not dare to be negligent. He accepted the document, scrutinized it, and nodded earnestly. "It is indeed my writing." Yi Beichen's pupils constricted slightly. "Are you certain?" Li Xiurong affirmed. "Mr. Yi, I am quite certain. Upon seeing this document, I remembered. You are the child from years ago, aren't you? You suffered a severe illness, and the hospital needed to conduct a blood transfusion. I recall your brother and parents attempted to match your blood type. However, it was ultimately determined that you bore no genetic relation to them. I understand now. Thank you." Yi Beichen's heart was profoundly shaken to discover that he bore no blood ties to his parents. He inhaled deeply and turned to leave, wishing to linger not a moment longer. "Wait, young man," Yi Jincheng called out, yet Yi Beichen continued to depart, showing no signs of stopping. Alas, what a remarkable young talent. What a remarkable young talent indeed. Yi Jincheng gazed at the departing figure of Yi Beichen, unable to suppress his admiration as he pursued him out of the office. Yi Rouge wiped away her tears of indignation, asking, Grandfather, what do you mean? Yi Jincheng remarked. This young man's talent is extraordinary. At such a tender age, he has already surpassed the masters. Truly a remarkable prospect. Contemplating this, Yi Jincheng raised his hand gently and called for a phone. A martial arts master nearby produced a mobile device, respectfully handing it to him. Hello, old friend. I have a recommendation for you, he said. The man on the other end of the line expressed surprise. Who could it be that warrants your personal endorsement? Yi Jincheng replied, slightly exhilarated, a young man named Yi Beichun, whose approach aligns perfectly with my tastes. I believe you are in need of talent. Make an exception and accept him. The man on the line reacted with astonishment. Yi Beichun? The one causing quite the stir in Jiangnan city? Indeed, Yi Jincheng affirmed. The man continued, however, he has gone a bit overboard. The King of Jiangnan and the war god Ling Feng's son, Jun Wuhui, have both met their demise because of him. The people from the island nation of Dongying have also suffered losses at his hands, and they now seek an explanation. I shall handle the issue with Ling Feng's war god. As for the Dongying people, what explanation do they require? Let them be gone. Yi Jincheng's expression darkened. The man on the other end was taken aback, but then chuckled. As you say, brother, so it shall be. He hung up the phone. Yi Jincheng turned to Dr. Li and said, please continue with your diagnosis. Where did we leave off? Dr. Li's expression grew serious. Old Yi, I have already informed you of your condition. The damage to your meridians, coupled with your previous ailments, presents a grave situation. My knowledge is limited. I cannot cure you. Recovery is only possible if the ghost hand divine doctor appears and employs the 13 needles of the ghost gate. The mention of the ghost hand divine doctor troubled Yi Jincheng, and he sighed. He has been missing for decades. Is he truly still alive? Yi Rouge inquired with curiosity. Grandfather, who is this ghost hand divine doctor? Is he truly formidable? Let me put it this way. As long as there is breath within you, the ghost hand divine doctor can revive you. With the 13 needles deployed, even the king of hell would retreat. Chapter 50. The war god Ling Feng invites Yi Beichun had just exited the hospital when a black business vehicle screeched to a halt at the entrance. Several robust men emerged from it, each bearing distinctive scars on their faces. They moved with a commanding presence, exuding an aura of military discipline and an undercurrent of lethal intent. Yi Beichun sensed immediately that these individuals were not ordinary folk. From the military, I presume? Yi Beichun deduced, recognizing that their intentions were not benign. The leading man smiled. You are quite astute. The war god Ling Feng wishes to see you. Very well. Yi Beichun replied calmly, nodding in understanding, convinced that the war god Ling Feng was indeed eager to meet him. He felt no fear as he followed these men and entered the vehicle. The car sped away toward the outskirts of Jiangnan city. Yi Beichun was aware that beyond the city limits lay a military camp. As expected, the vehicle drove into a heavily fortified military compound, where trained soldiers were visible throughout, engaged in rigorous drills on the training grounds. Yi Beichun ventured deep into the military camp, arriving at a grand hall where he encountered a middle-aged man. The man, with a closely cropped hairstyle, sat upright with an air of authority, perusing an ancient military text. Yi Beichun, at last we meet, the middle-aged man proclaimed, his voice resonating powerfully. Yi Beichun inquired, are you the war god Ling Feng? How audacious! You stand before the war god and do not kneel, barked a colonel behind Yi Beichun, one of the men bearing a scarred visage. With a thunderous kick, the scar-faced man aimed for Yi Beichun's knee, seeking to force him to the ground. In a flash, Yi Beichun turned, delivering a punch that struck the man's chest, sending him flying out of the hall, lifeless. You! The remaining scar-faced men glared in fury, ready to retaliate. However, the war god Ling Feng's cold voice commanded, stand down, retreat. You are no match for him. Reluctantly, the men withdrew, their eyes filled with venomous disdain for Yi Beichun. Suddenly, Yi Beichun surged forward again, targeting one of the men. He raised a hand and forcefully pressed down on the man's shoulder. A sharp crack echoed as the shoulder shattered, causing the man to collapse. His knees driven into the floor, anguish distorting his face as he screamed in agony. Yi Beichun loomed over him like the harbinger of death. That was your first warning. Should you gaze at me with such malice again, you shall meet your end. The man lifted his head, glaring at Yi Beichun. It seems you are incapable of understanding human speech. With a chilling gaze, Yi Beichun raised his hand and struck, obliterating the man's skull. The other scar-faced men recoiled, gasping in horror, paralyzed by Yi Beichun's ruthless display of power. In less than half a minute, 2 of their comrades had perished. The audacity of Yi Beichen to commit such acts before the war god was truly chilling. Ling Feng observed coldly, "Yi Beichen, you have surpassed my expectations. To act so brazenly in my presence." Yi Beichen offered no reply, instead coldly inquiring, "Did you order the assassination of my parents?" "That has nothing to do with me," Ling Feng replied, shaking his head. "Then with whom does it rest?" Yi Beichen furrowed his brow. Ling Feng, somewhat taken aback, asked, "Do you trust me?" Yi Beichen nodded. "Given your status as a war god, there is no reason for you to deceive me." "Ha! Yi Beichen, you are indeed remarkable. At such a young age, you possess such depth, intellect, and resolve. Truly enviable. Had I possessed even half your capabilities in my youth, my position would be far greater." Yi Beichen frowned. "Who issued the order to kill my parents?" "I know who did, but I cannot disclose that information," Ling Feng replied, his gaze fixed on Yi Beichen. "The King of Jiangnan is my disciple. Someone bypassed me and directly commanded the king to eradicate your entire family. By the time I learned of it, it was too late." Yi Beichen's breath quickened, his eyes bloodshot with fury. Like a wild beast, he coldly demanded, "Who sought to annihilate my entire family?" "That individual is not someone you can manipulate. Not even I can sway him." The war god Ling Feng shook his head slightly. "Yi Beichen, how astute he is." He deduced, "As a war god, you command the military of the southeast province with a force of 1,000,000 troops. In the entire Dragon Nation, how many individuals could possibly escape your influence? Is he from Longdu? Even if he hails from Longdu, he is likely from one of its esteemed families. Perhaps even a figure of high rank within the Dragon Nation?" Ling Feng, the war god, was taken aback, incredulously gazing at Yi Beichen. "Your intellect is somewhat intimidating." Yi Beichen inquired, "Who is it?" "I cannot disclose that." Ling Feng shook his head. "I had originally promised this person to assist in eliminating you, but now I have reconsidered. Your talent is astonishing and remarkable. I have developed an appreciation for your potential. If you kneel and acknowledge me as your adoptive father, I can arrange for you to fake your death, thus bringing this matter to a close. I can guarantee that in 20 years, you will sit in my position, bestowed the title of War God. By that time, you may eliminate whomever you desire. The position of War God. Who would not be tempted? In the entire Dragon Nation, there are no more than 30 war gods, each a formidable presence governing a province." Yi Beichen was taken aback. "I killed your son, and you still wish to win me over?" "Ha ha!" Ling Feng, the war god, laughed heartily. "Jun Wuhui is my son, possessing great talent and diligence. Cultivating him as a successor is indeed a commendable choice. However, he is backed by the Jun family of Zhonghai, which is why Jun Wuhui enjoys his current status and position. Moreover, do you think I have only one son? With Jun Wuhui gone, gaining Yi Beichen is not a loss at all. You are overthinking it." Yi Beichen shook his head. "If not as an adoptive father, then as a master would suffice." Ling Feng, the war god, frowned, settling for a compromise. Yi Beichen scoffed, "To be my master, you are not worthy." This statement infuriated Ling Feng, the war god, his aura abruptly shifting to an icy demeanor, thick with murderous intent. "Yi Beichen, are you certain? Life and death hinge on your decision. Do you truly choose the path of demise?" Ling Feng, the war god, coldly threatened. A chilling aura enveloped the hall. Yi Beichen remained unperturbed. He stood with his hands behind his back, smiling at Ling Feng, silent yet amused. "You chose this." Ling Feng's gaze turned frigid. He thrust his foot down upon the ground, as a tiger pouncing forth. Boom! The cement floor cracked, forming a spiderweb pattern from the force of his step. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Ling Feng had appeared before Yi Beichen, delivering a punch as swift as lightning. Roar! The tiger's roar echoed through the forest. At the moment Ling Feng unleashed his punch, a wave of white energy surged behind him, tumultuous and powerful. The tiger's fist? This is quite intriguing, Yi Beichen smiled. Ling Feng, listen to the dragon's roar. He raised his hand, coalescing it into a fist, striking towards Ling Feng's fist. Roar! The dragon's roar reverberated throughout the land. Bang! The two fists collided. Thud, thud, thud. Ling Feng staggered back a dozen steps, astonished as he gazed at Yi Beichen. The dragon subduing fist? You! The war god Ling Feng's pupils constricted violently, as if an earthquake had struck. In disbelief, he roared, "How could you possibly know the dragon subduing fist? Who is the Dragon Kingdom's Fist Emperor to you?" Chapter 51, The War God Kneels. What Dragon Kingdom Fist Emperor? This dragon-subduing fist was imparted to me by my master, Yi Beichen declared, unexpectedly launching an assault towards Ling Feng. Ling Feng was nearly paralyzed with fear. He gasped in shock and retreated continuously against Yi Beichen's onslaught. How is this possible? In the entire world, only the Dragon Kingdom's Fist Emperor can wield the dragon-subduing fist. Where did you learn it? Is the Fist Emperor your master? Impossible. This cannot be. I spent 3 years under his tutelage, and he only taught me one set of the tiger-subduing fist. How could you have learned the dragon-subduing fist? Ling Feng appeared profoundly shaken, his voice a mixture of fury and disbelief. His eyes, now bloodshot, blazed with jealousy. Yi Beichen, hand over the manual of the dragon-subduing fist. I possess no manual, Yi Beichen replied, shaking his head. Then you must draw out all the techniques for me. Ling Feng was nearly beside himself, his tone urgent and commanding. Yi Beichen smiled. Ling Feng, who do you think you are? With that, he struck again. Bang! Ling Feng unleashed a formidable force from within, and as their fists collided, a shockwave erupted. How can this be? You are a Grandmaster? Under 30, no? Under 25 years of age, a Grandmaster? Ling Feng gasped, utterly astonished. The Dragon Kingdom's commander, Yi Lingxiao, had achieved Grandmaster status past the age of 35. And he became a Grandmaster at 29, nearly breaking the national record. 35 years old, a Grandmaster. Such a feat is rarely seen, unprecedented in history. Ling Feng had become a Grandmaster at 50, a full 15 years later than Commander Yi Lingxiao. Yet, even so, he was among the top-tier talents within the Dragon Kingdom. Yi Beichen, under 25, already possessed the strength of a Grandmaster. This was utterly terrifying. Suddenly, Ling Feng recalled a horrifying truth. 5 years ago, Yi Beichen's family had been hunted down by 2 heavenly-level martial artists, who nearly exterminated them all. At that time, Yi Beichen was certainly not a martial artist. He was merely an ordinary high school student. In just 5 years, what had he endured? How had he transformed from an ordinary person into a powerful Grandmaster in such a short span? Ling Feng felt a chill sweep through him, his heart racing uncontrollably. In 5 years, he had become a Grandmaster. Did you truly enter that valley? Ling Feng asked, a shiver running down his spine. Yi Beichen replied nonchalantly. You speak too much nonsense. Ling Feng, I have no time to waste with you. Who ordered the assassination of my family? Ling Feng shook his head. Do you wish to know? Only if I kneel. I shall grant your wish. Yi Beichen uttered with 4 simple words. In the ensuing moment, Yi Beichen's aura surged dramatically. The bones within him crackled audibly. 2 streams of white vapor erupted from his nostrils. His vital energy leaked forth, coalescing into a tangible form. Kneel, Yi Beichen bellowed. Leaping high into the air, descending like a celestial being, he struck down towards the war god Lingfeng with a powerful fist. Bang! Lingfeng extended his hands to meet Yi Beichen's force. At the moment their arms collided, Lingfeng felt as though he had been struck by lightning. With a clang, his knees buckled. A deafening sound reverberated as the floor tiles of the hall exploded outward, centered around Lingfeng's kneecaps. Lingfeng's complexion turned pale, his gaze lifting in horror. Yi Beichen stood with one hand clasped behind his back, while the other pressed firmly upon Lingfeng's shoulder, exuding an air of divinity. Yi Beichen spoke calmly. Now that you kneel, can you divulge the truth? At this moment, the battle-hardened war god Lingfeng trembled deeply within his eyes. He was utterly terrified. Yi Beichen was remarkably young, unnervingly so, yet the coldness in his gaze sent shivers down the spine of this formidable warrior. How old could he possibly be? It was profoundly alarming. Lingfeng pondered, swallowing hard. I say it is your biological father who seeks to annihilate your entire family. What did you say? Yi Beichen froze momentarily. Although he had mentally prepared himself for the possibility that his current parents might not be his biological ones, the shock of this revelation was still overwhelming. He could not suppress his urge to inquire. You mean my biological father wants to kill me? Why? Who is my biological father? What on earth is happening? Lingfeng, if you dare utter a single falsehood, I shall end your life right now. Bang! Yi Beichen exerted pressure, and Lingfeng's knees nearly buckled under the strain. He endured the excruciating pain, gritting his teeth as blood seeped from his mouth. Mr. Yi, he ultimately dared not utter those 3 words again. I swear upon my life that what I speak is the truth. Your biological father is Yi Mingyuan of the Yi family in Longdu, Lingfeng declared. Yi Beichen remained silent for a considerable time before uttering 3 words. Yi Mingyuan? His emotions were a tumultuous mix. Was his biological father truly a member of the Yi family in Longdu? Yi Mingyuan? Why would he wish to end his life? Even a tiger does not consume its cubs. Why does he seek to kill me? Yi Beichen pressed. Wan Lingfeng replied, because Yi Mingyuan intends to marry a woman of formidable standing. You and your mother have become impediments to his union with her. Initially, Yi Mingyuan planned to send you to an orphanage for upbringing. However, later he commanded his servant, Yi Laoqi, to leave Longdu and bring you to Jiangnan. This matter was supposed to conclude there. Yet, Wan Lingfeng paused, raising his gaze to meet Yi Beichen's. 15 years have passed, and all seemed well. But 5 years ago, that woman discovered your existence. She compelled Yi Mingyuan to silence you. Yi Beichen had unraveled the threads of this intricate tale, understanding the full scope of events. He chuckled. So, my biological father, in order to please a woman, intends to kill me? Abandoned me 18 years ago, and now, after 18 years, seeks to end my life again? Ha! Yi Beichen laughed heartily, while Wan Lingfeng sighed. Yi Beichen's laughter faded, and his gaze darkened. What about my biological mother? I do not know, Wan Lingfeng replied, shaking his head. Perhaps only Yi Mingyuan knows her whereabouts. Armed with the information he sought, Yi Beichen turned to leave, casting one last remark. Wan Lingfeng, I hope your words ring true. I will investigate, and if even a single word is false, even if you are a god of war, I shall ensure you find no rest in death. Wan Lingfeng understood. The god of wind nodded in response. Watching Yi Beichen's departing figure, a sudden tremor rippled through Wan Lingfeng's heart. Suddenly, he bowed his head heavily to the ground, performing an act of homage. The illustrious god of wind, the foremost figure of the southeast province, bowing to Yi Beichen. Should anyone witness this, they would surely be left in utter shock. Yi Beichen turned back, somewhat astonished. What are you doing? Mr. Yi, please accept me. From this moment forth, Wan Lingfeng shall serve you as a devoted servant. Wan Lingfeng declared loudly. Chapter 52. The Wrath of Yi Beichen. Why? Yi Beichen was taken aback. He furrowed his brow, unable to restrain his curiosity. This is the greatest warrior of the southeast province, a grandmaster of unparalleled might, commanding an army of millions. How could such a formidable figure kneel before him? To serve solely him? Yi Beichen felt a mix of surprise and even delight. If he could enlist Wan Lingfeng, it would indeed be a splendid advantage. Wan Lingfeng took a deep breath and spoke gravely. The world knows me as the god of wind. Yet they remain oblivious to the truth that I possess the name of a warrior, but lack the essence of one. The 4 great families of Jinling, the Han and Jun families of the Zhonghai, and the Martial Arts Association of the Southeast Province in Jiangbei, all are of the utmost strength. I am said to command an army of millions, but do I truly intend to pit such forces against them? Wan Lingfeng chuckled wryly. He was a god of war, yet all his abilities were rendered moot. Yi Beichen nodded slightly, comprehending Wan Lingfeng's current predicament. What good would it do for you to follow me? How could it be of no use? Wan Lingfeng exclaimed, his spirit ignited, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Mr. Yi, at merely 23 years of age, you have already surpassed the Grandmaster level. Should you one day exceed that strength, the stage of Longhua shall be far too small for your ambitions. Though I am known as a god of war, my life has been constrained to the southeast province. Only by standing beside you might I seize the opportunity to truly showcase my potential. A wise bird chooses its tree, and fish follow the dragon into the sea. Yi Beichen nodded gently. This reasoning was quite compelling. Mr. Yi, please accept me. Wan Lingfeng implored loudly, with 3 resounding bows. The valiant warrior once again humbled himself before Yi Beichen. To the victor belongs the spoils, and even a god of war must kneel. In the realm of martial arts, one's strength, military rank, social status, or wealth holds no significance. Everything is dictated by prowess. The law of the jungle prevails. Wan Lingfeng willingly accepted these 3 resounding truths. Yi Beichen smiled subtly, acknowledging Wan Lingfeng, a man of great spirit and discernment. Rise, I have granted your request. Thank you, master. Wan Lingfeng exclaimed, filled with excitement. When we are alone, you may call me master. In the presence of others, please refer to me as Mr. Yi. Yi Beichen suggested after a moment's contemplation. If outsiders were to witness this scene, they would surely be astounded. The war god Lingfeng, comparable to 100 kings of Jiangnan, had openly recognized Yi Beichen as his sovereign. Just as Wan Lingfeng was about to rise, a sudden sharp pain surged through his knees. Ugh! He groaned, nearly collapsing. The force of Yi Beichen's punch had inflicted a grievous injury upon his meridians. "I shall tend to your wounds," Yi Beichen offered, extending his hand to assist Wan Lingfeng into a seated position. Wan Lingfeng was taken aback. The individual before him was no ordinary youth. He was a young man capable of effortlessly slaying grandmasters. Yi Beichen produced several silver needles and inserted them into Wan Lingfeng's legs. Frowning slightly, he inquired, "Do you harbor any hidden ailments within?" Wan Lingfeng nodded. "Indeed, during my military service, I sustained injuries that could not be reversed." "I see," Yi Beichen mused, casually placing a few more silver needles into Wan Lingfeng's body. In an instant, Wan Lingfeng trembled, utterly astonished as he gazed at Yi Beichen. "I feel as if my body has suddenly regained so much vitality. What is this?" Yi Beichen replied nonchalantly, "I have utilized the 13 needles of the Ghost Gate to unblock your ruin and do meridians, and I have also addressed some of your hidden ailments. Shortly, I will provide you with a prescription. Follow it diligently, and within 3 months, all your ailments will undoubtedly vanish." Upon hearing this, Wan Lingfeng was left utterly speechless. As if turned to stone, with a sudden movement, he rose from his chair, disregarding the pain in his knees, and knelt once more. "Master, your kindness is akin to rebirth." Wan Lingfeng was completely in awe. From this moment on, he vowed to undertake any task, no matter how perilous, without hesitation. Tears of joy welled in his eyes. After decades of hidden ailments, could healing truly be within reach? It was precisely these ailments that had shackled him from breaking through the Grandmaster threshold and ascending to greater heights. With Yi Beichen's assistance in resolving these issues and unblocking his meridians, it felt as though he had been reborn. This time, Yi Beichen did not assist Wan Lingfeng to his feet, but instead commanded, "There is a task for you. Uncover the identity of my biological mother. Determine whether she is still alive, and inform me immediately upon any news." "Yes," Wan Lingfeng responded respectfully. 5 minutes later, Yi Beichen departed from the military camp, with Wan Lingfeng personally seeing him off. Witnessing this scene, the countless elders within the camp were left in stunned silence. What was happening? Why was the war god Lingfeng personally escorting Yi Beichen away? Yi Beichen had not killed Jun Wuhui, had he? After all, he was the illegitimate son of the god of war, Ling Feng. Had they truly reconciled? A peculiar sensation stirred within me, as if Ling Feng had developed a newfound respect for Yi Beichen. Someone voiced their skepticism, only to be met with immediate dissent from others. "Do not speak nonsense. How could that be?" They all shook their heads in unison. Yi Beichen instructed Wan Lingfeng to escort him back to the entrance of the Yi residence. Just as he was about to step inside, an unsettling feeling washed over him. "This is bad." Yi Beichen narrowed his eyes, gazing intently at the gate of the Yi residence. Wan Lingfeng also lifted his head, looking toward the entrance. The gate was ajar, yet no one was in sight. "What is going on?" Wan Lingfeng remarked, unable to discern anything amiss. Without uttering a word, Yi Beichen leapt from the vehicle and strode purposefully toward the gate. Upon entering the courtyard, he was suddenly confronted by a group of over a dozen Caucasian men springing into view. The sound of gunfire erupted like a torrential downpour. Yi Beichen's movements were blindingly swift. His hands danced through the air in a manner reminiscent of Tai Chi, deftly intercepting the oncoming bullets. With precision, he flung the captured projectiles back at the assailants. In an instant, the courtyard was engulfed in a tense silence, thick with the scent of gunpowder. Applause broke the stillness, as a few cold-eyed Caucasian men with mocking smiles approached. They were tall, with golden hair and blue eyes, each towering above 6 feet. Yi Beichen's expression darkened. "Are you members of the Rothschild family? Outsiders from the Dragon Kingdom?" Wan Lingfeng entered, and, upon seeing the group, his countenance turned grave. One woman among them spoke. "So you are aware of our identity. This implies that the fool, William, has met his demise at your hands. What of the inhabitants of this estate?" Yi Beichen replied icily. "What have you done with them?" The white woman smiled knowingly. "They have all been eliminated." "What?" A surge of fury erupted within Yi Beichen. "Were Zhou Ruoyu and Xia Ruoxue truly lost to him? You all deserve to perish. May you accompany Ryu and Ruoxue to the afterlife." Chapter 53. The terrifying men of the Dragon Kingdom. With that declaration, Yi Beichen unleashed a flurry of astonishing speed. He surged forward like a ferocious beast, reaching the white woman in the blink of an eye, raising a hand to strike her head. "You!" The white woman was paralyzed with fear. She had never anticipated such terrifying swiftness from Yi Beichen. Yet, She too was a martial artist of notable prowess, possessing the rank of a master according to the Dragon Kingdom's martial hierarchy. Could her mastery truly be insufficient to contend with Yi Beichen? Just as this thought crossed her mind, the white woman instinctively retaliated. Her delicate fist shot forward, aimed at Yi Beichen's hand. The moment their arms collided, a sharp crack resounded. The white woman's arm shattered, the bone piercing through flesh in a gruesome display. How dare you treat me this way? I will kill you. Regardless of who you are, I shall end your life, rendering you unable to escape or seek death. The white woman uttered her venomous words. In her extreme rage, her Mandarin was surprisingly articulate. Yi Beichen replied coldly, "You have no more chances. Go meet Ryun and Ruoxue in the afterlife." With a resounding thud, he struck her with a powerful punch to her chest. Blood gushed from her mouth as her chest caved in. She was hurled backward, colliding with a stone pillar, her head exploding upon impact. "Romies! No!" A handsome white man with golden hair and blue eyes cried out in anguish. Like a maddened beast, he charged at Yi Beichen. Other white men and women shouted, "Dawson, be careful. This young man is terrifying. Retreat." Yet Dawson, blinded by fury, roared, "He killed Romies. I want him dead. He must pay for Romies' demise." "Is that so?" Yi Beichen's eyes blazed with fury. "You should have considered that when you murdered Ryun and Ruoxue." "Dawson, no. Stop him." The others cried. Alas, it was too late. Yi Beichen took a step forward, his movements uncanny, appearing right before Dawson. He raised his hand and unleashed a punch. The sound of a dragon's roar echoed. Dragon subduing fist. Wan Lingfeng, standing behind, felt his pupils constrict. Bam! Dawson was struck, sent flying as if struck by a truck, and exploded midair. A living being, reduced to nothingness by Yi Beichen's fist, akin to a watermelon burst. The remaining white men and women were paralyzed with fear, gasping in horror. What manner of man is this? A demon, he is a demon. Someone cried in terror, nearly paralyzed with fear, turning to flee. Trying to escape? Yi Beichen's rage flared. He was astounded that these people dared to invade his home. Die! Yi Beichen bellowed, lifting a boulder from the ground and hurling it with force. Thud! The fleeing white man's spine shattered upon impact, and he collapsed, lifeless. You! The remaining 5 white men and women felt their eyelids twitch violently, trembling and breaking into a cold sweat. A chilling sensation surged from their feet to the crown of their heads. Who is this young man? Terrifying. I must leave. I never want to set foot in Long Country again. They thought in dread. Yi Beichen, his eyes bloodshot, advanced step by step, resembling the Grim Reaper. "Sir, please do not misunderstand. What Romies just said was a lie. When we infiltrated this residence, there was no one here." A white man shouted. Yi Beichen replied icily, "Do you think I would believe you? Sir, it is true. We did not kill anyone. We came here solely to obtain that card." The group hastily insisted, their eyes filled with trepidation as they regarded Yi Beichen. This man from Long Country is truly formidable. Yi Beichen furrowed his brows as he took out his phone and dialed Zhou Ruoyu's number. Beep, beep, beep. "Hello, Brother Beichen. Why are you suddenly calling me?" Upon hearing Zhou Ruoyu's voice, Yi Beichen felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Ruoyu, where are you?" Zhou Ruoyu replied with a sweet smile in her voice. "Oh, I'm out buying groceries with Ruoxue and her friend Sun Qian. It's been a while since we all gathered. We were high school classmates. We're planning to buy some ingredients to cook dinner together later. My mom also came along, and Uncle Shun, he said he wanted to accompany us for protection." The anger that had previously consumed Yi Beichen dissipated significantly. He had been overly concerned. What Romies had said earlier was merely intended to provoke him, and he never imagined it could lead to such dire consequences. "All right, just return a bit later." Yi Beichen exhaled deeply. Why? We've finished our shopping," Zhou Ruoyu said, puzzled. Yi Beichen offered a faint smile. "I'd like to have some of the mandarin fish from near my old home. Could you buy one and bring it back?" "Sure. Just wait for us at home," Zhou Ruoyu agreed, sweetly requesting. Yi Beichen readily consented before hanging up the phone. "Have this place taken care of and escort these survivors away. Investigate their origins and true intentions," Yi Beichen commanded, gesturing towards several Caucasian men and women. Wan Lingfeng respectfully responded, "Yes, master." In the next moment, Wan Lingfeng charged into the group like a predator among prey. These individuals were no match for him. One by one, he subdued them effortlessly. He then called his personal guards from outside the Yi residence. "In 20 minutes, clean this place thoroughly. Take these Caucasians down for interrogation. Remember, leave no one behind." "Understood." A dozen of Wan Lingfeng's guards stepped forward, overpowering the captured Caucasians. Halt! The war god Lingfeng is inside. No outsiders are permitted. A furious shout echoed from outside. Zhou Tianhao's astonished voice followed. What is going on with the war god Lingfeng? Where's Beichen? Let him in. Yi Beichen spoke up. However, Wan Lingfeng's guards remained unresponsive, as if they had not heard Yi Beichen's words at all. Yi Beichen frowned. Wan Lingfeng, sensing trouble, quickly admonished. Did you not hear Mr. Yi's words? His guards, stunned, turned to look back. What on earth was happening? Wan Lingfeng's voice continued. From now on, Mr. Yi's words are my words. No, Mr. Yi's commands take precedence over my own. Even if Mr. Yi orders you to eliminate me, you must do so without hesitation or restraint. Do you understand? Yes. Wan Lingfeng's loyal guards responded in unison. Astonishment etched across their faces. My God, what is happening here? The war god, what has become of him? They pondered. Isn't this young man the one who killed the war goddess' son? Why does the war god hold him in such high regard? Zhou Tianhao had been allowed in. As he surveyed the scene littered with bodies and pools of blood, his scalp prickled in fear. Why you are the war god Lingfeng? Zhou Tianhao's pupils constricted in shock. Chapter 54. To bear responsibility or not? Wan Lingfeng silently nodded. It is I. Zhou Tianhao shouted. Beichen, flee quickly. He intends to kill you. Wan Lingfeng let out a bitter smile. For how could he dare to do so? Yi Beichen smiled slightly. Uncle Zhou, Wan Lingfeng is one of us. Lingfeng, the god of war? Wan Lingfeng, one of us. What is going on? Zhou Tianhao was momentarily taken aback, staring at Yi Beichen in astonishment. The illustrious god of war, the foremost figure in the southeastern province, turns out to be one of them? Did Beichen not just slay his son? Perceiving the confusion in Zhou Tianhao's heart, Yi Beichen said, Uncle Zhou, some matters I shall explain to you later. For now, I have something of greater importance to inquire. Yi Beichen's voice became grave, resonating with an unparalleled seriousness. Zhou Tianhao sensed that something was amiss, but still nodded. Please. Ask away. Uncle Zhou, you and my father are sworn brothers, correct? Yi Beichen inquired. Indeed, Zhou Tianhao replied. Why this sudden question? Then Uncle Zhou must know that I was rescued from Longdu by my father 23 years ago, Yi Beichen suddenly remarked. You. Zhou Tianhao's eyes widened, his face a canvas of shock. He stammered for a moment, unable to utter a single word. Seeing this, Yi Beichen discerned the truth. It appears to be authentic. A flicker of desolation danced within his gaze. The parents who raised him for 18 years were not his biological ones. The elder brother he had called for 18 years was not his true sibling. After a moment of silence, Zhou Tianhao slowly spoke. It seems you have indeed come to know the truth. You are not the biological son of Yi Laoqi. What does Uncle Zhou know? Yi Beichen pressed. I can tell you directly. Your father hails from the Yi family of Longdu, Zhou Tianhao revealed candidly. Given the circumstances, Yi Beichen would inevitably uncover this truth. Yi Mingyuan? Yi Beichen chuckled self-deprecatingly. Zhou Tianhao was taken aback. You are aware of this too? Yi Beichen glanced at Wan Lingfeng. With the god of war of the southeastern province present, how could I remain ignorant? Wan Lingfeng hurriedly interjected. Master, you flatter me. With only Yi Beichen and Zhou Tianhao present, Wan Lingfeng refrained from addressing him as Mr. Yi. Master. Zhou Tianhao's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. He had assumed that Yi Beichen and Wan Lingfeng had merely reached some form of understanding, or perhaps for certain reasons, had temporarily become allies. He never imagined that Wan Lingfeng would call Yi Beichen master. Heavens! Beichen, this is the foremost individual of the southeastern province, the renowned god of war Wan Lingfeng. How can he address you as master? Zhou Tianhao's heart surged with tumultuous waves, unable to find tranquility. After a moment, Zhou Tianhao finally accepted this reality. Breathing heavily, he said, Beichen, let this matter rest here. You have obliterated the Zhao family and dismantled the Eastern Dawn Chamber of Commerce. Now the god of war Lingfeng is also under your command. The affluent in Jiangnan are willing to contribute both financially and materially to revive your father's former company. Your father, in spirit, would find peace. Heed your uncle's counsel. Cease the pursuit of this matter. Marry Ruyu, bear children, and live out your life in contentment. Yi Beichen shook his head, declaring, It is impossible. Once I have resolved the matters in Jiangnan, I shall make a trip to Longdu. What? You intend to go to Longdu? Zhou Tianhao exclaimed in astonishment. He quickly interjected, No, Beichen, heed my advice. Longdu is a place where dragons conceal themselves, and your impulsive nature may lead you into grave peril. Wan Lingfeng was equally astonished. Master, Longdu is not Jiangnan. Even I tread carefully in Longdu, wary of making any missteps. Should you venture there, a moment's indiscretion could lead to irreparable consequences. Yi Beichen smiled faintly. Shall I simply let my parents' demise go unaddressed? Zhou Tianhao was taken aback. What do you mean, Beichen? I shall ascend to Longdu and confront Yi Mingyuan personally to ascertain his intentions. Yi Beichen turned his gaze northward. And what of my biological mother? Who is she truly? An hour and a half later, Zhou Ruiyun, Xia Ruoxue, and Sun Qian returned, accompanied by Li Xianglian and Shun He. As they entered the Yi residence, Shun He furrowed his brow upon detecting a metallic scent of blood. Over an hour had passed, and Wan Lingfeng's men had thoroughly cleansed the premises of the Yi household. The girls noticed no signs of disturbance whatsoever. Mr. Yi, what has transpired? Shun He inquired, astonished. Yi Beichen shook his head slightly. A few insignificant intruders came by, but they have been dealt with. Ah, I see. Shun He nodded gravely. Zhou Ruiyun approached, linking her arm with Yi Beichen's, and exclaimed, Brother Beichen, Ruoxue, and the others have informed me that while in Jiangnan, they encountered some nefarious individuals, and it was you who rescued them. Oh, Yi Beichen paused, glancing at Xia Ruoxue, who subtly shook her head. In that moment, Yi Beichen comprehended that she had not disclosed the events in Jinling to Zhou Ruiyun. Beside them, Sun Qian's eyes blazed with indignation. She could hardly tolerate Yi Beichen. Although he had saved her, in her eyes, he was undoubtedly a fickle rogue. Zhou Ruiyun headed towards the kitchen to prepare a meal, with Xia Ruoxue joining her to assist. Shen He approached to report, Young Master Yi, I have inquired with those below. The intruders who recently arrived at the estate were a group of foreigners. The moment they appeared, the maids sensed something amiss and retreated into the secret passages of the Yi residence. These passages were constructed by the former king of Jiangnan. Yi Beichen nodded thoughtfully. The maidens of the 10th senior sister possess exceptional skills in evasion. Yi Beichen, a bold voice suddenly called from behind. Without turning, he knew it could only belong to Sun Qian. The fiery woman strode toward him. Shen He smiled slightly. Young Master Yi, I must attend to my duties. Yi Beichen regarded Sun Qian helplessly. Miss Sun, what troubles you? Miss. Sun Qian scoffed. Do you think that merely calling me miss and having saved me once will absolve you of my grievances? She advanced, her glare fixed on Yi Beichen, her nose nearly touching his face. A fragrant breeze enveloped him. You have a fiancé, yet still wish to be with Ruoxue? If not for Ruoxue's kind nature in concealing the truth from your fiancé, you would be utterly disgraced by now. Sun Qian fumed. You had better provide Ruoxue with an explanation. Zhou Ruiyun is also a good girl. How can you be so heartless, causing distress to two young women? Sun Qian exclaimed in frustration, stamping her foot. I offer you an opportunity. Take care of this matter yourself. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences. Sun Qian stormed off in anger. Yi Beichen sighed deeply, pondering the predicament he faced. Zhou Ruiyun was his fiancé, while Xia Ruoxue had shared his bed. Although there had been no tangible developments between them, he could not simply shirk his responsibilities. Yi Beichen yearned to inquire of those present how he should proceed. Chapter 55. The challenge arrives. General Longhun appears. Dinner was a delightful affair, a rare moment of conviviality for Yi Beichen. It had been quite some time since he had enjoyed such a meal. The girls interacted harmoniously, and he momentarily set aside his thoughts, eager to uncover the identity of his mother. Was it truly Yi Mingyuan who had ordered his assassination? Yi Xiao, the Martial Arts Association of the Southeast Province, has sent a challenge letter. Shun He announced as he entered, presenting a yellowed envelope made of leather to Yi Beichen. A challenge? Yi Beichen furrowed his brow. He opened the letter, scanned it briefly, and then disinterestedly tossed it aside. What is wrong, Yi Xiao? Shun He inquired, puzzled. Yi Beichen gestured toward the letter. You may read it yourself. Upon examining the document, Shun He's expression shifted dramatically. The Martial Arts Association invites you, Yi Xiao, to a life-and-death duel on the martial arts platform in 3 days. This was the martial arts platform, a place beyond the reach of the laws of Long Country. For martial artists, there were countless grievances, leading to an unwritten rule. Once a martial artist stepped onto the platform, it was tantamount to signing a death warrant. The state would not pursue any deaths occurring on the platform. Shun, he stated gravely. Boring. I shall not attend, Yi Beichen replied decisively, shaking his head. Shen He was taken aback. You want to go? What is the meaning of that? I refuse to waste my time with them. Yi Beichen yawned, his interest waning. Shen He reminded him, Yi Xiao, if you do not attend, they will surely label you a coward. For martial artists, let them say what they wish. I am indifferent to reputation, Yi Beichen replied with a slight smile. What is fame? Can it be consumed? Moreover, Yi Beichen had resolved to depart for Long City the following day. He intended to confront Yi Mingyuan directly and demand to know why he sought his life. Who was his biological mother? Life or death? The Southeast Province Martial Arts Association? The martial arts platform? Let those who wish to go, go? Ahem, very well. Shen He coughed lightly, reflecting on how open-minded today's youth seemed to be. As night fell at the entrance of the Yi residence, a military green jeep screeched to a halt. A middle-aged man, accompanied by a pair of young men and women, disembarked. All three were clad in military uniforms, prominently displaying a dragon emblem on their chests, indicating they were not from an ordinary unit. I wonder what the commander is thinking, sending us here at night to invite a young man named Yi Beichen to join the Dragon Soul? The girl pouted, somewhat dissatisfied. In recent days, Yi Beichen had caused quite a stir. The young man beside her frowned and remarked coolly, he annihilated the Zhao family of Jiangbei. The King of Jiangnan perished because of him. I've heard that just in the last day or two, he dismantled the Eastern Japan Chamber of Commerce and killed the illegitimate son of the war god Ling Feng, Jun Wuhui. Isn't he a troublemaker? Why does he stir up conflict everywhere? The girl rolled her eyes in response. Her stature was tall and imposing, standing at over 1.70 meters. Her slim waist, constrained by the military uniform, appeared delicate enough to be grasped with a single hand. With a face unadorned by cosmetics, her almond-shaped eyes widened, exuding an air of defiance. The young man shook his head in confusion, questioning why the commander would choose such a person. Enough. A middle-aged man in military attire barked. Is it your place to discuss the commander's decisions? Beware, I might confine you both when I return. The young man fell silent immediately. The girl, with a charming demeanor, pleaded, Uncle Yu, if you don't speak up, how will the commander know? I even wished you a happy new year. How could you be like this? You leave me no choice. Yu Tianlong, the military man, shook his head in resignation, a hint of affection flickering in his expression. You too. If it weren't for the friendship I shared with your parents as comrades, I would certainly discipline you. The two were named Yang Xuanhe and Tang Wenjun, both offspring of Yu Tianlong's fellow soldiers, hailing from esteemed families in Longdu. Thank you, Uncle Yu. You are the best. Tang Wenjun stuck out her tongue playfully. Yu Tianlong's expression turned serious. We have arrived, so cease your frivolity. Xuanhe, go knock on the door. Yes, sir. Yang Xuanhe saluted before swiftly ascending the steps to rap on the door of the Yi residence. A servant peeked out, puzzled, and inquired, Who are you looking for? With pride etched across his face, Yang Xuanhe declared, Inform Yi Beichen that General Yu Tianlong of the Dragon Soul Special Forces has arrived in person. He must come out to greet us. We have matters to discuss with him. Dragon Soul? The servant's expression shifted dramatically. He was not an ordinary person, but a martial artist, fully aware of the significance of Dragon Soul. He hurried to report to Yi Beichen. Meanwhile, having concluded a conversation with Shun He, Yi Beichen placed a call to Wan Lingfeng. I plan to set off for Longdu tomorrow. Ensure the security of the residence. I do not wish to return to find anyone harmed or any issues arising. Wan Lingfeng was taken aback. Master, you truly intend to go to Longdu? Do not inquire into what does not concern you. Yi Beichen replied coldly. Understood, Wan Lingfeng answered. After a few more instructions, Yi Beichen hung up. At that moment, a voice called from outside, Young Master Yi, there are visitors at the gate claiming to be from the Dragon Soul Special Forces. Among them is a General Yu Tianlong who wishes to see you. Dragon Soul? Yi Beichen furrowed his brow. Let us go see. He proceeded to the entrance of the Yi residence, where he indeed found three individuals standing at the foot of the steps. A middle-aged man, as steadfast as a mountain. A young man, standing tall, and a youthful woman, her demeanor haughty. The trio formed a triangular formation, standing rigidly. Yi Beichen remained on the steps, showing no intention of descending to greet them, and inquired coolly, What brings you here? What is your attitude? Tang Wenjun's temper flared. They had been waiting for a while, and Yi Beichen had only just arrived, remaining aloof and looking down upon them. It was utterly infuriating. Yi Beichen smiled lightly and shook his head, stating, What attitude do you expect from me? If you have business, speak. If not, I shall take my leave, for I am quite busy. Longan had once even dispatched Yu Yue to eliminate him, albeit unsuccessfully. Nonetheless, This is a fact, is it not? You sent people to kill me, yet you still desire a particular attitude from me? Were it not for the fact that Long Hun is an elite force of the Dragon Kingdom, he might have acted more decisively. You. Tang Wenjun's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. She had not anticipated that Yi Beichen would speak to them in such a manner. Taking a deep breath, she retorted, "Did your subordinates not clarify? We are from the Long Hun Special Forces. This is General Yu Tianlong, the General of Long Han. Do you comprehend?" "Oh," Yi Beichen replied nonchalantly with a single word. Tang Wenjun was infuriated to the point of nearly spitting blood. This young man was impervious to reason. Did he truly disregard even the General of Long Han? Yang Xuan's face darkened. He harbored a strong dislike for Yi Beichen, deeming him excessively arrogant. Beside them, Yu Tianlong could not help but frown. "You are Yi Beichen, correct?" "Indeed," Yi Beichen nodded. "So what is it that you seek?" Yu Tianlong was momentarily taken aback, his temper rising due to Yi Beichen's demeanor. Struggling to suppress his anger, he produced a commission. "Yi Beichen, this is the commission from Long Han. From this moment forth, you are a member of the Long Han Special Forces. I am your superior. Please sign here, and the commission will be effective." Before Yu Tianlong could speak the final words, Yi Beichen interjected with 3 simple words, "Not interested." He then turned and entered, vanishing with remarkable swiftness. Only Yu Tianlong, Yang Xuanhe, and Tang Wenjun remained, utterly stunned. Chapter 56. Journey to Longdu. Outside the Yi residence, a gust of cool wind swept through, creating an unusually silent atmosphere. Yu Tianlong stood rooted in place, his face dark with fury, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. As a general of Long Han, he had personally come to recruit an ordinary soldier, only to be outright rejected. If this were to spread, he would undoubtedly be the subject of mockery across the land. "Uncle Yu, this Yi Beichen is insufferably arrogant." Tang Wenjun's face turned a shade of iron. Yang Xuanhe scoffed coldly. He likely has no comprehension of what Long Han represents. His attitude towards Uncle Yu is utterly reckless. Yang Xuanhe, being quite cunning, deliberately exaggerated Yi Beichen's attitude, transforming it into a slight against Yu Tianlong. This would only serve to further inflame Yu Tianlong's ire, adding fuel to the fire. Indeed, Yu Tianlong snorted coldly. "Let us go. We shall return. Such a person. Even if the marshal were to reprimand me, I would not darken his door again." "Yi Beichen? Huh. I shall remember that name." The jeep soon departed in a hasty manner, disappearing into the night. Shenhe was standing in the garden, awaiting Yi Beichen's return. "Young Master Yi, why did Long Hun's people seek you?" Shenhe inquired, curiosity piqued. Yi Beichen shook his head gently. "They requested that I join Long Han and become one of their own." "What?" Shenhe gasped, his breath quickening. "Did you accept?" "I declined," Yi Beichen replied coolly. "What? You rejected them?" Shenhe widened his eyes, his face a canvas of disbelief and disappointment. "Young Master Yi, how could you refuse?" "What a pity, what a tremendous pity. What is the matter?" Yi Beichen inquired. Gazing at Shenhe, taking a deep breath, Shenhe replied, "Young Master Yi, this is the Dragon Soul, the highest echelon of the Dragon Nation's military, where only the most esteemed families have the privilege to become reserve members. Furthermore, for ordinary individuals to join the Dragon Soul, they must first open the Ren and Du meridians. This unit is shrouded in mystery, with almost every member being a master of martial arts." "Every member is a master of martial arts?" Yi Beichen was taken aback. Shenhe nodded emphatically. What else could it be? Only in this manner can the Dragon Nation keep those martial artists in check. Otherwise, how could a regular army stand against them? Yi Beichen nodded thoughtfully. "There is some truth to that." Shenhe smacked his thigh in frustration. "Young Master Yi, what a shame. Such a loss. Even Wan Lingfeng was not qualified to join the Dragon Soul. With his talent, he became a legendary war god. If you were to join the Dragon Soul, your future would be absolutely boundless." Yi Beichen shrugged nonchalantly. "It's already been declined, and I truly have no interest in the Dragon Soul. Let us not dwell on it. I need to get some sleep. Tomorrow morning, I must head to Longdu." As he watched Yi Beichen's departing figure, Shenhe felt as though he might break his own thigh in frustration. He sighed deeply, filled with regret. He wished fervently that he were Yi Beichen, readily accepting the invitation from Yu Tianlong and the others to join the Dragon Soul. "Young Master Yi, do you not realize that for an ordinary person, joining the Dragon Soul is akin to reaching the heavens in a single step?" Shenhe found himself both amused and exasperated. The following morning, Yi Beichen clarified matters with Zhou Ryu and Xia Ruoxue before embarking on the high-speed train to Longdu. He had considered flying, but deemed it unsafe. Should someone become deranged enough to orchestrate an aviation disaster to eliminate him, with his current cultivation, falling from such heights would be fatal. The high-speed train was the safer option. The journey from Jiangnan to Longdu would take merely 4.5 hours. After checking in and boarding, Yi Beichen settled into his business class seat. The train was quite full, as many affluent individuals were traveling from Jiangnan to Longdu. Just before departure, a tall, fair-skinned girl with an exquisite presence entered the carriage. Her long, flowing hair and refined makeup radiated elegance, rivaling even the most prominent female celebrities. To Yi Beichen's surprise, she sat right beside him. He occupied the window seat while she took the aisle. The moment she sat down, she was apprehensive that Yi Beichen might strike up a conversation, frowning slightly. However, to her astonishment, Yi Beichen did not lift his gaze even once. He had closed his eyes to rest. A young man in the adjacent aisle suddenly spoke up. "Hello, beautiful. Shall we exchange contact information? I run a film company in Longdu, and I believe your aura is perfectly suited for a debut. Let us discuss it further later." The girl, Wei Yinran, regarded him coldly, her expression as frigid as a glacier. "No, thank you." Being a member of the Wei family from Longdu, she found it hard to believe that she had to take the high-speed train due to oversleeping and missing her flight. It was her first time on such a train, and to encounter this situation was utterly bemusing. A young man smirked. "Beautiful lady, think it through. I am Song Chongfeng, a member of the Song family from Longdu." The Song family from Longdu? My goodness, one of the top-tier families. Many in the business class felt their expressions shift. Those who could afford a few thousand for a business seat were certainly not ordinary individuals. They belonged to the wealthy elite. Yet, compared to the Song family from Longdu, they amounted to nothing. They realized that Wei Yinran was in for a rough time. Is the Song family from Longdu really that impressive? Wei Yinran scoffed, her pretty face filled with disdain. "What did you say?" Song Chongfeng sprang to his feet. The Song family in Longdu is not merely a top-tier family. It is at least a second-tier family. The crowd gasped. "You're nothing but a chicken, and you dare speak to me, Song Chongfeng, in such a manner?" He approached Wei Yinran, glaring fiercely. "You think I resemble a chicken?" Wei Yinran, enraged, could hardly believe she was being insulted in such a way. "Did I speak incorrectly? Individuals like you are worth no more than 2,000 for a night." Song Chongfeng sneered. "I'll offer you 20,000. Spend one night with me, and we can consider this matter settled." Otherwise, his demeanor was threatening. Wei Yinran instinctively shrank closer to Yi Beichen. Yi Beichen furrowed his brow, opened his eyes, and glanced at the two. The atmosphere grew tense. Wei Yinran looked at Yi Beichen, seeking help. The age-old trope of a hero rescuing a damsel? How mundane. Yi Beichen simply shut his eyes again, showing no intention of intervening. Seeing this, disappointment flooded Wei Yinran's heart. It seemed this young man was nothing but a coward. "Ha!" Song Chongfeng laughed heartily, lost in his own pride, and shouted at Yi Beichen, "Kid, stop pretending to sleep. Get up. I'll be taking your seat. I wish to have a nice chat with this beauty." Yi Beichen did not even lift his eyelids. Scram. The once lively carriage fell into silence. Wei Yinran was stunned, unable to refrain from turning to look at Yi Beichen. She never anticipated that he would dare utter such a word. Just moments ago, he hadn't even mustered the courage to help her. "What did you say?" Song Chongfeng thought he had misheard, rage surging through him. "Damn it, noisy." Yi Beichen uttered 2 words. Bang. No one saw how it happened. Song Chongfeng was sent flying, a footprint appearing on his chest. He lay on the ground like a lifeless dog, frothing at the mouth, mixed with blood, his life hanging in the balance. "Young Master Song." Several men from other seats rushed out, their faces pale with horror. They hadn't witnessed how Yi Beichen had made his move. "Take your master and get lost. If I see you again on this high-speed train, I will show no mercy," Yi Beichen declared. "Martial artists? Let us go." The men exchanged glances, hastily carrying Song Chongfeng off the train. "I am Wei Yinran, a member of the Wei family from Longdu. If you encounter any trouble in Longdu, feel free to come to me with my business card," Wei Yinran offered, producing a card. "I did not assist you. He attempted to take my seat, and I merely taught him a lesson, that is all. What happens to you is of no concern to me." Yi Beichen remained with his eyes closed, seemingly indifferent. "What kind of person are you?" Wei Yinran was momentarily taken aback. Before she could finish her sentence, Yi Beichen interrupted. "Do not chatter in my ear. Be quiet." Chapter 57. Handsome. So incredibly handsome. Wei Yinran, exasperated, reflected on her pride during her time in Longdu, where she had soared like a phoenix. Encountering someone like Song Changfeng was one thing, but now there was an utterly ungrateful young man. She felt wronged, tears welling in her eyes. Almost on the verge of crying, she clenched her teeth in frustration. Scoundrel, fool, villain, beast. No, you are even worse than a beast. In her heart, she cursed Yi Beichen repeatedly. Meanwhile, Yi Beichen was preoccupied with thoughts of how to address matters with Yi Mingyuan upon arriving in Longdu. The incessant chatter of Wei Yanran was a source of irritation. The high-speed train traveled swiftly as Yi Beichen rested his eyes, having resolved to confront Yi Mingyuan directly upon arrival. As for Wei Yanran, she silently berated him throughout the journey. Upon reaching Longdu, Yi Beichen disembarked with utmost speed, weaving through the bustling crowd toward the station exit. Wait! Wei Yanran hurried after him, exiting the station. Yi Beichen frowned and halted in place. Wei Yanran, running too swiftly, did not anticipate Yi Beichen's sudden stop, colliding into him. Yi Beichen remained unaffected, while Wei Yanran's chest made an intimate connection with his back. The impact was almost overwhelming. Fortunately, her attributes were genuine. Had they been artificial, they might have burst upon contact. Thud! Wei Yanran fell to the ground, wincing in pain. What kind of person are you? You say stop, and then just halt. That hurt. Is there a problem? Yi Beichen calmly turned to gaze at Wei Yanran. Seated on the ground, Wei Yanran, nearly infuriated, shot him a glare. Wei Yanran, owe no one anything. You just saved me, and I intend to repay this debt. No need, Yi Beichen replied, turning to leave. Wei Yanran scrambled to her feet and positioned herself in front of him. No, I must repay you. Yi Beichen frowned. I told you, I did not act for your sake. Humph. Wei Yanran scoffed, pride evident on her face. I understand you did not act for me. Yet your intervention equates to helping me. Thus, I owe you a favor. What business do you have in Longdu? Or whom are you seeking? I can assist you. Just this once, after which we shall be even. Yi Beichen felt a flicker of interest. If Wei Yanran could facilitate a meeting with Yi Mingyuan, it would indeed be a favorable option. Just then, a Rolls-Royce pulled up at the station entrance. An elderly man emerged, bowing respectfully. Miss, I apologize for my tardiness. Wei Yanran's charming face darkened. What kind of service is this? The plane left without waiting for me. Do you know I nearly encountered a mishap on the train? What? Miss, what happened? The old man exclaimed, hastily inquiring. Wei Yanran was quite perturbed. I'll talk to you later. She snapped. Yi Beichen suddenly interjected. I do have a matter to discuss, and I would like to ask for your assistance. Upon hearing this, Wei Yanran's mood lightened instantly. The once arrogant Yi Beichen had changed his tune so swiftly. Was it because he saw her luxurious Rolls-Royce? So he, too, is a person who shifts with the winds. I had thought you possessed more character. Very well, if you help me this once, I shall owe you a favor, and we will be even. A smile of amusement crossed Wei Yanran's face. Speak, what is it? She inquired, regarding Yi Beichen with a frosty gaze. Yi Beichen replied calmly. I wish to meet Yi Mingyuan. Yi Mingyuan? Wei Yanran paused, then asked in surprise. The Yi Mingyuan from the Yi family in Longdu? Indeed. Yi Beichen confirmed with a nod. Wei Yanran regarded him with skepticism. What could this young man possibly want with Yi Mingyuan? Humph. He is likely concocting some excuse, hoping to ingratiate himself with me upon seeing my Rolls-Royce. Her mind entertained the thought with amusement. Do you know Yi Mingyuan? No, he replied. What do you need him for? That is none of your concern. Yi Beichen shook his head. Upon hearing this response, Wei Yanran was even more convinced of Yi Beichen's intentions. All right, I will assist you this time, she said with a knowing smile, turning to enter her car. As it happens, there is a charity gala tonight, and many of Longdu's elite will be in attendance. Yi Mingyuan is likely to be there as well. I can arrange for you to catch a glimpse of him from a distance, but you must not approach him or attempt to speak with him. He will be surrounded by numerous bodyguards. I will escort you in, and after you see Yi Mingyuan, we will be square. Yi Beichen responded nonchalantly. That works for me. I merely wish to see Yi Mingyuan. Get in, Wei Yanran instructed. Yi Beichen entered the car with great efficiency. Wei Yanran had initially believed that Yi Beichen had changed his mind upon seeing the Rolls-Royce, but his true motive was merely to be near her. As the cherished jewel of the Wei family, Wei Yanran was adored by many in Longdu, with suitors in abundance. She did not believe that her beauty could fail to captivate Yi Beichen. His attempt to feign aloofness was merely a tactic to draw her in. Did he think I was a lovesick girl, or a fool from a romantic drama? I have seen through such trivial games long ago, Wei Yinran thought to herself. Filled with pride, she was certain that within 3 minutes, Yi Beichen would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to strike up a conversation with her. However, once inside the Rolls-Royce, Yi Beichen settled back and closed his eyes, showing no inclination to speak after 5 minutes, then 10. How peculiar, Wei Yinran mused, curiosity piqued. Bored, she scrolled through her phone while discreetly observing Yi Beichen. Could I have misjudged him? No. Wei Yinran, you must not entertain such notions. Do not fall into his trap. He is undoubtedly a seasoned player. Unfortunately for him, he has encountered me. Wei Yinran thought, her resolve unwavering. The Rolls-Royce moved swiftly, bearing a special license plate. And with a series of green lights, it eventually reached a villa district in the third ring. Just as the vehicle came to a halt, a servant, who had long awaited their arrival, stepped forward and greeted, "Welcome home, miss." Wei Yinran alighted from the vehicle, followed closely by Yi Beichen, who was promptly directed to take a bath and change into fresh attire. Wei Yinran gestured towards Yi Beichen and, without looking back, entered the villa with an air of regality. Yi Beichen furrowed his brow, questioning, "Must I bathe again?" Wei Yinran, still unyielding and regal, replied, "Tonight is the charity gala. Your current attire is utterly unsuitable for entry. If you refuse to freshen up, you shall not meet Yi Mingyuan this evening." Reluctantly, Yi Beichen acquiesced. As Wei Yinran strode towards the villa's entrance, a playful smile graced her lips as she mused, "Oh, how I shall deal with you." An hour later, after his bath, Yi Beichen emerged clad in a pristine suit. Upon his appearance before Wei Yinran, she was momentarily taken aback by his striking handsomeness. On the high-speed train, Yi Beichen's tousled fringe had obscured much of his brow. Now, with his suit and styled hair, he had transformed from a mere youth into a dashing scion of a prestigious family. Particularly, the aloofness and coldness in his deep-set eyes struck a chord within Wei Yinran's heart. "Ahem, hello," she nearly blurted out, captivated by his allure. "Are we leaving?" Yi Beichen inquired, his brow knitted in confusion. Wei Yinran swallowed hard, nearly caught off guard by her own reaction. Irritated yet flustered, she shot him a glare. "What is your rush? The charity gala begins at 6. We can arrive by 5:30. There's still over an hour to wait, so be patient." With that, she retreated to her room, leaving Yi Beichen standing alone in the hall. An hour later, Wei Yinran made her grand reappearance. Adorned in an exquisite evening gown that exuded an ethereal grace, reminiscent of a star stepping out from a television screen. Descending the circular staircase of the villa, she found Yi Beichen seated on the sofa, his gaze unwavering, as if he had not noticed her at all. Annoyed, she remarked, "Hey, what is your name?" To this point, she had yet to learn his name. "Does it matter?" "Fine, I shan't ask. Let us go." Frustrated, Wei Yinran felt deflated, despite his handsome appearance. He exhibited an alarming lack of social awareness. How could such a personality navigate the complexities of Longdu? Merely a decorative figure, she thought, shaking her head inwardly. The two then boarded a Rolls-Royce, heading towards the venue of the charity gala. Throughout the journey, Yi Beichen remained silent, prompting Wei Yinran to question her own assumptions. Could it be that this young man was indeed seeking Yi Mingyuan? With Yi Mingyuan's esteemed status in Longdu, surpassing even her father's, how could a boy from Jiangnan possibly know him? Wei Yinran was left perplexed. As the Rolls-Royce arrived at the charity gala, Wei Yinran disembarked and cautioned, "You may find a spot to wait. Yi Mingyuan will surely appear in due time." "Understood," Yi Beichen replied succinctly, settling into an inconspicuous corner. Wei Yinran entered a circle of young individuals in Longdu and began to engage in conversation. "Yinran, who is that? He seems rather handsome. Did he accompany you? Surely, he cannot be your boyfriend?" They teased, their laughter ringing through the air. "With your discerning taste, so many suitors pursue you in Longdu, yet you have never accepted any. Why bring a boy to the banquet today?" The girls, daughters of distinguished families, were all of exceptional grace. They hailed from noble lineages, with parents in prominent positions, or belonged to illustrious clans. None were ordinary. With an air of irritation, Wei Yinran replied, "He is merely someone I met by chance today. Do not speak nonsense. We have no relationship." Meanwhile, several young men turned their attention to Yi Beichen. "Who is this person? How did he come to be with Miss Wei?" one inquired. "Indeed, he does not appear to belong to this circle. Could he be a young star from the entertainment industry? What could Miss Wei possibly see in him? How does he compare to our Xiaoyang?" They shook their heads in disapproval, their gazes shifting to a young man seated on a sofa. elegantly holding a glass of red wine. Qin Xiaoyang, a scion of the Qin family's third branch in Longdu and one of the 4 young masters of the city. It was well known that he too was among Wei Yinran's admirers. As the cherished daughter of the Wei family, she was adored by the elder Wei. Few could hope to win her favor. Moreover, Wei Yinran had never been rumored to be in a relationship, let alone have a boyfriend. Yet today, bringing a young man to such an important charity gala and denying any connection was met with skepticism. Let us see what game he plays, Qin Xiaoyang remarked coldly. A young man named Zhou Zong chuckled. Shall I have some fun with him? Let us not create too much of a stir. Qin Xiaoyang smiled, taking a delicate sip of his wine. Rest assured, I shall handle matters with care. With Qin Xiaoyang's assurance, Zhou Zong felt emboldened. Otherwise, he would not dare to act recklessly at such a high-profile charity event. Any discomfort caused to the influential guests could spell disaster for the Zhou family. Yi Beichen chose a secluded spot to sit, striving to draw as little attention as possible. He awaited the appearance of Yi Mingyuan. Each server present was nearly a master martial artist, and the security at the entrance comprised skilled warriors in disguise. In the shadows, there were at least a dozen more masters present. Ordinary individuals had no inkling that a military presence fortified the venue, making it impervious. Was this truly Longdu? At a charity gala, there were at least 30 masters in attendance, Yi Beichen mused. Within 5 minutes of his arrival, he had discerned the positions of all the martial arts masters. The sound of polished shoes echoed as Zhou Zong approached. Yi Beichen furrowed his brow. Trouble was brewing. It's Zhou Zong. Among Wei Yinran's group of friends, one of the girls remarked, Yinran, Zhou Zong is not to be trifled with. Your young friend may be in for a rough time. Wei Yinran's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she let out a soft huff. He has quite the temper. Allowing him to suffer a setback here will surely smooth his path in life henceforth. She did not believe Yi Beichen would dare to act recklessly in this place, despite his commendable skills. At that moment, Zhou Zong had approached Yi Beichen, looking down from a superior height, his tone dripping with arrogance. Kid, who are you? 3 seconds. Introduce yourself. Now leave. Yi Beichen responded with a single word. Zhou Zong, infuriated, retorted coldly, what did you say? Ah, is this your little boyfriend? You just let him be bullied like this? Another girl exclaimed in surprise. Wei Yinran rolled her eyes, declaring, I've already said he is not my boyfriend. Oh, what about in the future? Another girl inquired. As for the future, well, it depends on his performance, Wei Yinran replied, momentarily taken aback before a light laugh escaped her lips. The girls were momentarily stunned. They were clearly jesting, teasing Wei Yinran. It was evident to all that she could never be interested in Yi Beichen. Yet, no one anticipated her response. While the girls were lost in thought, a sudden sharp sound resonated through the air. Zhou Zong was sent flying like a ragdoll, crashing into several tables before landing on the ground. His face swollen and resembling that of a pig, rolling his eyes and frothing at the mouth. Wei Yinran and her friends were startled, still embroiled in their discussion about Yi Beichen. The unexpected turn of events caught them off guard. What? Wei Yinran's pupils contracted in disbelief. She had not anticipated Yi Beichen would dare to strike here. Qin Xiaoyang's expression darkened as he fixated on Yi Beichen. He could hardly fathom that a young man, seemingly out of nowhere, would have the audacity to assault someone in this setting. What on earth is happening? How did this escalate? The surrounding elite, including affluent tycoons and top-tier celebrities, gazed in astonishment. Yi Beichen sensed the approach of several martial artists and concealed masters, closing in on him from the shadows. Chapter 59. Then I shall kill you. Yi Beichen furrowed his brow, readying himself for battle. Who dares to cause a disturbance here? Such audacity. A middle-aged man in a well-tailored suit strode forth swiftly. The martial artists ceased their movements upon recognizing him. Clearly, the person in charge had arrived. Mr. Wu. That was his name. Zhou Zong had only exchanged a few words with him before resorting to violence. Such behavior was nothing short of barbaric. Call the police and have him arrested, shouted several young men beside Qin Xiaoyang. Qin Xiaoyang's countenance darkened ominously, yet he remained silent, his thoughts inscrutable. Wei Yinran, sensing the tension, rushed forward to stand protectively in front of Yi Beichen. Mr. Wu, this is all a misunderstanding. Miss Wei? Wu Baishun was taken aback. Is he your friend? Yes. I brought him into the venue, Wei Yinran confirmed. Wu Baishun's brow furrowed as he spoke in a grave tone. Miss Wei, you are well aware of the significance of today's charity gala, are you not? I do not wish for such a farce to occur again. I am giving the Wei family a chance to intervene and resolve this matter. Wu Baishun is no fool. There is no need to delve deeply into the matter concerning Zhou Zong. Thank you. Wei Yinran nodded and cast a sharp glance at Yi Beichen, warning him not to create trouble, lest he be expelled. Yi Beichen shrugged, claiming it was Zhou who troubled him. Wei Yinran, somewhat exasperated, questioned his inability to endure. Endurance is not in my lexicon, Yi Beichen replied with a smile. The young man, aware of his own temper, was reminded by Wu Baishan that they were in Longdu, and he ought to temper his anger, for otherwise, he would face dire consequences. Wu Baishan, having issued his warning, prepared to depart, and it seemed that the farce was concluding. Zhou Zong had been injured, and medical personnel arrived to assess the situation. Fortunately, he merely fainted and sustained no serious harm. Suddenly, Yi Beichen made a move. Under the watchful gaze of countless spectators, he strode towards Qin Shaoyang. At this sight, the pupils of all the affluent attendees contracted in unison, as a terrifying possibility dawned upon them. Was this young man truly unwilling to let the matter rest? Everyone knew that Zhou Zong was under Qin Shaoyang's protection. Yi Beichen approached Qin Shaoyang, gazing down at him with a calm demeanor, and commanded, "Kneel and apologize." The crowd was left in stunned silence. They stood frozen, eyes wide, incredulous that they had heard correctly. This young man was demanding that Qin Shaoyang kneel? What did you say? You want me to kneel? Qin Shaoyang was equally taken aback, his eyes twitching with barely concealed fury, a silent blaze igniting within him. What are you doing? Wei Yinran's countenance paled. Her friends looked on in disbelief, their excitement palpable as they stomped their feet. My heavens! Yinran, your little boyfriend has quite the temper. I admire this spirit. Don't be ridiculous. P.S. in trouble. Wei Yinran's brows furrowed deeply. Did I hear that correctly? Gasped the girl behind Wei Yinran, clad in a tank top and a miniskirt. Did he just demand that Qin Shaoyang kneel? But Qin Shaoyang is one of the 4 young masters of Longdu. The girls behind Wei Yinran stood aghast. Wu Baishan, still in the act of leaving, turned in shock upon hearing those words. A profound silence enveloped the room. Ha ha ha! Qin Shaoyang, furious to the point of laughter, mockingly gestured as if to clean his ears. Do you even know who you were speaking to? You want me to kneel? Do you even realize who I am? The venue fell utterly silent. Yi Beichen spoke calmly. Oh, and who might you be? Are you truly unaware of my identity? Qin Shaoyang retorted, recovering from his initial shock. Qin Jiangnan is my grandfather. Qin Rongyan is my father. Tang Qingsong is my maternal grandfather. Qin Jiangnan, one of the 10 great families of Longdu, once held a significant position in the central government. Qin Rongyan, chairman of the Taiwan Group, possesses a fortune in the hundreds of billions, overseeing numerous multinational companies. Tang Qingsong, one of the 10 war gods of the Longdu Special Forces. Each of these 3 figures possessed an intimidating stature, and together, they formed an alliance that left few in the Dragon Kingdom capable of challenging Qin Shaoyang. Otherwise, how could Qin Shaoyang possibly be one of the 4 young masters of Longdu? Now, do you know who I am? Qin Shaoyang tilted his head, a playful glint in his eyes as he regarded Yi Beichen. Yi Beichen nodded. Now you know, you may kneel. What did you say? Qin Shaoyang was taken aback. The other affluent figures in Longdu gasped in shock. Wei Yinran's eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth agape as if it could hold an egg. Are you out of your mind? Yinran, he is truly insane. This is undoubtedly the act of a lunatic. Wei Yinran's companions were left blushing in astonishment, their chests heaving with anxiety. I said kneel. Yi Beichen's foot stomped down, an overwhelming aura of bloodlust emanating from him. Qin Shaoyang trembled, his body succumbing to the pressure, and he fell from the sofa. His knees crashed heavily onto the floor. Thud! Qin Shaoyang knelt, not out of willingness, but compelled by Yi Beichen's terrifying might. You! Qin Shaoyang lifted his head, his eyes bloodshot. I harbor no grievances against you. How dare you treat me this way? Yi Beichen chuckled. No grievances? Then why did you send someone to trouble me? I am quite reasonable. If you bow 3 times and apologize, we can consider it settled. What? The flames of fury surged uncontrollably within Qin Shaoyang. For someone of his stature to bow and apologize? Was this not akin to a death sentence for him? What was this young man thinking? Was he demanding Qin Shaoyang to kneel and apologize? Was this not a slap in the face to old Master Qin, Mr. Qin, and the war god Qingsong? From a distance, some affluent figures of Longdu recoiled in fear. Wei Yinran shouted, Hey, who exactly are you? Please stop. This is Longdu, a significant charity gala. You are going to get into trouble. Wei Yinran was genuinely frightened. For the first time, she spoke with a pleading tone. I'm begging you, please. Let's just go back. Wu Baishun hastily interjected, "Young man, don't act recklessly." The martial arts masters hidden in the shadows sensed the situation and silently emerged among the onlookers, prepared to strike and eliminate Yi Beichen at a moment's notice. In this scenario, Yi Beichen's identity mattered little. Maintaining order was of utmost importance. Yi Beichen, however, noticed the martial arts masters closing in but paid them no mind. He continued to gaze at Qin Xiaoyang, reiterating, "Kneel, apologize." "And if I refuse to kneel and apologize?" Qin Xiaoyang's eyes gleamed like a cold blade. "Then you shall die." Yi Beichen uttered 3 words. "Do you dare to kill me?" Qin Xiaoyang was momentarily taken aback before he laughed. "Then go ahead and do it." Yi Beichen nodded, delivering a swift strike to Qin Xiaoyang's crown. Chapter 60. He is Yi Beichen what? Qin Xiaoyang's pupils constricted, his face a mask of terror. Bang! With a sharp crack, Qin Xiaoyang's crown was shattered by Yi Beichen's blow. Until his last breath, his face remained etched with horror. Qin Xiaoyang could never have fathomed that Yi Beichen would dare to kill him. How could he? Who exactly was this young man? Alas, Qin Xiaoyang will never have the chance to know. Qin Xiao. The acquaintances of Qin Xiaoyang cried out in terror. "You killed Qin Xiaoyang?" Wei Yanran was stunned, her complexion paling. The girls behind her fled towards the distance. The wealthy elite of Longdu also retreated, seeking refuge in a safer area. They gazed at Yi Beichen with fear, wondering who this young man was. He killed Qin Xiaoyang? Do you dare to slay young Master Qin? Someone help. Wu Baishun was nearly driven to madness. Qin Xiaoyang. This is truly Qin Xiaoyang. No one among Qin Jiangnan, Qin Rongan, or Tang Qingsong would spare him. The wrath of the entire Qin family descended. No one in Longdu could withstand it. Capture him. Just keep him breathing. Even if he becomes disabled, it matters not. Wu Baishun bellowed, his face contorted with rage. At that moment, 4 martial arts masters emerged from all directions, forming a siege around Yi Beichen. Simultaneously, a black Rolls-Royce halted at the entrance of the charity venue. A middle-aged man, impeccably dressed in a suit, strode down the red carpet. Immediately, someone reported, "Mr. Yi, tonight's charity gala has been cancelled. Something grave has occurred inside." "What happened?" Yi Mingyuan furrowed his brow. "Qin Xiaoyang has been killed." "What?" Even someone of Yi Mingyuan's stature was taken aback. "You say Qin Xiaoyang? Are you certain it is Qin Xiaoyang?" "Yes," the informant nodded. "Come, let us see. Who possesses such audacity?" Yi Mingyuan's expression darkened. His heart churned with tumultuous waves. This was Qin Xiaoyang. He had actually died. The old man of the Qin family would undoubtedly go mad. And Tang Qingsong, this esteemed warrior, one of the top 10 gods of war in Longdu, was exceedingly fond of Qin Xiaoyang. It was precisely this status that allowed Qin Xiaoyang to walk freely in Longdu without anyone daring to intervene. Today, Qin Xiaoyang had been slain. Who could have committed such an act? Yi Mingyuan's mind was rife with questions. Upon arriving at the venue, he gazed from afar. His pupils constricted sharply. "Mr. Yi, it is this young man." Someone pointed at Yi Beichen, who was surrounded by the 4 masters. Yi Mingyuan's expression was a spectacle to behold. Shock, astonishment, disbelief, terror, and solemnity flashed across his face in rapid succession. How did he arrive in Longdu? "Go." Yi Mingyuan did not linger for a moment longer and turned to leave. Yet Yi Beichen remained oblivious, missing the chance to meet Yi Mingyuan as they brushed past each other. "Youth, who are you? What audacity you possess to dare to kill in Longdu?" The 4 martial masters advanced step by step, their imposing aura pressing down upon him. One of the masters coldly inquired, "Do you know whom you have slain?" "Qin Xiaoyang. He seems to have quite a formidable background." Yi Beichen replied nonchalantly. "Knowing this, you dare to kill him?" Another master remarked, his brows furrowing. "Do you realize the monumental calamity you have wrought? You have pierced through the heavens. Your actions will implicate 9 generations of your kin. Who is your master?" Yi Beichen shook his head. "My master is not someone you are worthy of knowing." The mouth remains rather obstinate. One wonders whether it will still hold such defiance at the moment of submission. Behind Yi Beichen, a master sneered coldly. With a thunderous step, he emerged like a specter. Appearing behind Yi Beichen, he extended a hand, broad as a fan, and struck towards the back of Yi Beichen with lethal intent. At this distance, a single blow could prove fatal. The other 3 masters, however, showed no inclination to intervene. Crack! A crisp sound echoed. Spurt! The attacking master coughed up blood, his face a mask of shock. Yi Beichen, who had previously faced away, had somehow turned and unleashed a punch that landed squarely on the man's chest. The master's heart ceased its rhythm, and he flew away like a lifeless dog. How could this be possible? The other three masters were wide-eyed, their sweat pouring forth in torrents. A single punch to fellow master? This was beyond terrifying. Momentarily dazed, the three masters watched as Yi Beichen struck first, appearing before them like a wraith. Bang, bang, bang. Each punch landed precisely on their hearts. The hearts of the four masters exploded under his might, causing them to perish on the spot. Why you? Wu Baishan trembled as he pointed at Yi Beichen, nearly rendered speechless. Wei Yanran stood frozen in sheer horror, her body rigid as she gazed at Yi Beichen in disbelief. The other wealthy elites of Longdu were equally stunned. A master-level warrior had been slain with a single blow? Who are you? Wu Baishan demanded urgently. Yi Beichen, came the calm response of the young man. Yi Beichen? You are the Yi Beichen from Jiangnan. Wu Baishan exclaimed, his voice quivering. The other affluent individuals in attendance erupted in astonishment. He is Yi Beichen? The events in Jiangnan had stirred great commotion. How could Longdu be unaware? The Zhao family, a prominent clan of Jiangnan, though not as esteemed as the aristocracy, was still a noble lineage. They had been annihilated by Yi Beichen. The Jiangnan king had met his demise due to Yi Beichen's hand. The son of the war god Ling Feng was also slain by him. Such horrifying achievements rattled the nerves of the wealthy in Longdu. He is indeed Yi Beichen? Wei Yanran stood rooted in place, muttering to herself. Seize him! Quickly seize him! Wu Baishan shouted as he regained his composure. Masters hidden within the charity gala surged forth, numbering in the 30s. Even the military stationed outside the venue rushed in, weapons drawn, all aimed at Yi Beichen. Son! A heart-wrenching roar pierced the air as a middle-aged man burst in, his eyes aflame with fury. Qin Rongan, the father of Qin Shaoyang, had arrived to attend the charity gala but, en route, learned of his son's murder. The driver had run 10 red lights to reach the scene. Upon seeing Qin Shaoyang's lifeless body lying at Yi Beichen's feet, Qin Rongan's mental state unraveled. Mr. Qin, Wu Baishan exclaimed upon spotting Qin Rongan, as if he had found a pillar of support. Slap. Qin Rongan delivered a resounding slap that sent Wu Baishan crashing to the ground. Is this how you conduct your affairs, Wu Baishan? My son is dead, and you are not without blame in this matter. Qin Rongan's composure shattered. His wife had long since passed away. Because Qin Shaoyang was deeply favored by the war god Tang Qingsong, he had supported the Qin family. Now that Qin Shaoyang is gone, how can Tang Qingsong continue to lend his support to the Qin family? Thus, Qin Rongan's loss encompasses not just the death of a son, but the support of the 10 great war gods of the Dragon Soul. This loss is far more unbearable than the death of his child. Mr. Qin, this is not my concern. It was that man named Yi Beichen who did this, Wu Baishan lamented, on the verge of tears. So, you are indeed Yi Beichen. Beside Qin Rongan stood a man from the land of the rising sun, Tokugawa Masayuki. He had seen Yi Beichen's photograph before. Upon entering, he instantly recognized Yi Beichen. You are Yi Beichen? Qin Rongan paused for a moment before shouting. I don't care who you are. Kill him. Count me in, Qin Jun. Tokugawa Masayuki's eyes glinted with malice. He destroyed my Eastern Sun Chamber of Commerce. I have yet to settle the score with him. Today, I shall avenge my old grievances alongside your new ones. Chapter 61. Is there a need for justification to kill the Easterners? Two men emerged from behind Tokugawa Masayuki. Their aura was chilling, akin to that of venomous snakes. Tokugawa Masayuki, this is a matter concerning my dragon nation. It does not require your Easterners' intervention. Qin Rongan replied coldly, surprising everyone. Are you certain, Qinjun? Tokugawa Masayuki's expression soured. The two men behind him possessed the strength of Grandmasters. If they struck, they would undoubtedly kill Yi Beichen. With the Eastern Sun Chamber of Commerce obliterated, the entirety of Jiangnan had effectively fallen under Yi Beichen's control. Tokugawa Masayuki could no longer pursue his plans. So he ventured to Longdu, seeking another opportunity. To his astonishment, he encountered Yi Beichen once more in Longdu. This fellow truly seemed to be a persistent specter. Given this opportunity, Tokugawa Masayuki was determined to eliminate Yi Beichen directly. Although Qin Rongan was furious, he held a deep-seated disdain for the Easterners. His son was killed. Did he truly need the Easterners to exact revenge? Elder Lin, I leave this to you, Qin Rongan said coldly. An elderly man stepped forward. What are your demands? Lin Qinjue, the head of the Lin family, a martial arts clan in the southwest, a grandmaster of unparalleled strength. Ranked 163rd among Asian masters. I have but one request. I want him dead to accompany my son in the grave. Qin Rongyan nearly ground his teeth in anger. Lin Qianjue nodded slightly, his aged face resembling a tightly clustered chrysanthemum. Mr. Qin, my ancestors owe your Qin family a favor. I have stated before that I would act on your behalf 3 times. This is the 3rd. If I kill this young man, from this moment forth, the Lin family of the southwest and the Qin family of Longdu shall have no further ties. Are you certain? Lin Qianjue stood with his hands clasped behind him, his head held high, exuding an air of antiquity. In his eyes, Yi Beichun was but an ant, easily crushed. The agreement between the Lin and Qin families held far greater significance than the life of Yi Beichun. To crush an ant, does one truly require a singular opportunity to strike? Lin Qianjue felt a sense of diminished stature. Confirmed. Qin Rongyan nodded. He directly employed Lin Qianjue, wishing to deny Yi Beichun any chance. Lin Qianjue furrowed his brow, a silent sigh escaping him. Very well. He felt somewhat disheartened and a touch unworthy. However, since Qin Rongyan had made his decision, he refrained from further discourse. Shifting his gaze to Yi Beichun, he declared, "Young man, do not blame this old man." With that, Lin Qianjue surged forward like a mighty dragon, instantaneously arriving before Yi Beichun. The spectators barely had time to react before Lin Qianjue struck, raising his withered arm to deliver a punch to Yi Beichun's chest. One punch was sufficient. Bang! In the next moment, Yi Beichun extended his palm, effortlessly enveloping Lin Qianjue's fist, rendering him immobile, as if ensnared in iron. What? Lin Qianjue's calm demeanor transformed dramatically, disbelief washing over him. How is this possible? The strength of this young man is utterly formidable. Lin Qianjue was taken aback. Lin Lao? Qin Rongyan's brow furrowed, sensing impending trouble. Wei Yinran gasped. He blocked the Grandmaster's attack? My goodness. Wu Baishun collapsed onto the ground, nearly stunned into silence. Only Tokugawa Masakazu maintained a grave expression, revealing an air of certainty. This lad has already attained the Grandmaster level in martial arts. Grandmaster? How old could he be? Qin Rongyan's expression shifted drastically. Grandmaster? Wei Yinran was utterly astonished. Though not a martial artist herself, she understood the significance of a Grandmaster. Nothing is impossible. Yi Beichun shook his head, smiling at Lin Qianjue. He chuckled, thinking that this was merely the beginning. Lin Qianjue, momentarily shocked, suddenly laughed. His arm trembled, internal energy surging forth. A torrent of internal force erupted from his chest, akin to a rocket propulsion. Yi Beichun sensed Lin Qianjue's arm swell with newfound strength, yet he remained unperturbed. With a decisive twist of his wrist, raw power surged forth. Lin Qianjue screamed in agony as the bones in his arm were shattered by Yi Beichun. You dare! Lin Qianjue roared, disregarding the image of a Grandmaster, reaching out with his other hand to grasp at Yi Beichun's throat, aiming for a lethal strike. Such cruelty? Then you shall not be spared. Yi Beichun scoffed, extending his other hand with lightning speed. Crack! Seizing Lin Qianjue's other arm, he forcefully snapped it. Lin Qianjue cried out once more. Bang! Yi Beichun delivered a decisive kick to Lin Qianjue's abdomen, swift and efficient. One kick. His dantian shattered. Internal energy dissipated. Lin Qianjue lay on the ground like a lifeless dog, convulsing incessantly. It seemed he could not survive. A Grandmaster, utterly vanquished within mere 10 exchanges. Just how powerful is Yi Beichun? The assembled affluent individuals from Longdu cast lingering gazes upon Yi Beichun, etching the visage of this young man into their memories. Heaven above, is this still a human? Wu Baishun appeared to be stimulated, shouting loudly. Yi Beichun? He is called Yi Beichun? Wei Yinran trembled with excitement, her blood seemingly boiling within her. She was astonished and shocked. There was even a flicker of exhilaration, as if electricity coursed through her body. Her heart raced wildly in her chest. In that fleeting moment, her feelings towards Yi Beichun shifted, becoming distinctly different. Tap, tap, tap. At that moment, Yi Beichun strode towards Qin Rongyan. Qin Rongyan was dumbfounded, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. He could not maintain his composure. Instinctively, he took a step back. What do you intend to do? Do you wish to kill me? Yi Beichun did not cast a glance at Qin Rongyan. His gaze shifted to Tokugawa Masakazu beside him. Did you just attempt to kill me? Yi Beichun, are you truly prepared to oppose my Tenjin society? Tokugawa Masakazu spoke coldly, filled with trepidation. Swish, swish. Two cold-eyed Eastern warriors positioned themselves in front of Tokugawa Masakazu. Observing this, Qin Rongin quietly retreated to the side and dialed 2 phone numbers. Hello, Dad. There's been an incident. Woe is me, father-in-law. Xiaoyang has been killed. Yi Beiqin did not respond to Tokugawa Masakazu. It seems you harbored murderous intent towards me just now. You annihilated my Eastern Merchant Association. Am I not entitled to despise you? Tokugawa Masakazu was enraged. Yi Beiqin sneered. My father's factory was seized by your Easterners. It is only just that I eradicate them. Furthermore, does a dragon country citizen require justification to kill an Eastern Islander? Yi Beiqin's remarks were utterly audacious. In this era of peace, does one not need a reason to kill? Tokugawa Masakazu, somewhat bewildered, instinctively replied, Is it not necessary? Is it? Yi Beiqin smiled as he retorted. Chapter 62. Qin Jiangnan, you think you can kill Easterners at will? What do you take Easterners for? Tokugawa Masakazu bellowed fiercely. Yi Beiqin laughed. Easterners, do you consider yourselves worthy of being called human? You do not think having hands, feet, and a brain qualifies you as such, do you? To describe you as swine or dogs would be an affront to both. Humiliation and utmost degradation. You seek death. Kill him. Tokugawa Masakazu roared, pointing at Yi Beiqin, nearly driven mad with rage. 2 Eastern Grandmasters sprang into action. Kitagami No, an Eastern Grandmaster, ranked 155th in the Asian Grandmaster list. Watanabe Jiro, an Eastern Grandmaster, ranked 149th in the Asian Grandmaster list. Whoosh! A composite alloy katana sliced towards Yi Beiqin's neck, carving a crescent-shaped arc of blade energy. Swish! Yi Beiqin swiftly retreated, the blade energy brushing perilously close to his throat. Swish! Kitagami No lunged, attacking from the side. He threw a black smoke bomb, enveloping Yi Beiqin in an instant. Swish, 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 swish. Dozens of shurikens flew out, faster than bullets, striking with no angles of escape into the smoke bomb. These shurikens were all laced with deadly poison. Without visibility, Yi Beiqin was undoubtedly doomed. Swish, 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 swish. In the next moment, each shuriken shot forth from the smoke. Baiguang Yi was caught off guard, sustaining a superficial wound. The flesh at the injury site instantly turned an ominous shade of black. This is dire. It's poisonous. The esteemed master from the East's countenance shifted dramatically as he hastily retrieved an antidote and swallowed it. Yi Beiqin emerged step by step from the haze, resembling an otherworldly apparition, standing before the Eastern master. He extended an arm, devoid of any ostentatious movements, and delivered a single punch. Bastard! Baiguang Yi roared, indignant. How could a young man from the Dragon Kingdom dare to oppose a master? Even though he had just witnessed Yi Beiqin's fist claim Lin Xianjue's life, he remained unconvinced. Baiguang Yi thrust his fist toward Yi Beiqin's, launching an attack. Crack! The bones of Baiguang Yi's fingers shattered instantaneously, breaking apart. Muscle and bone severed in an instant. Baiguang Yi screamed in agony. His defiance proved utterly futile. Reality had imparted a harsh lesson. Yi Beiqin did not relent, delivering another punch aimed at Baiguang Yi's chest. Swish! Watanabe Jiro charged forth. If this blow connected with Baiguang Yi, his demise would be inevitable. He swung his blade down to extricate Baiguang Yi from his peril. If Yi Beiqin withdrew his fist, his arm would be severed. Yi Beiqin furrowed his brow and swiftly retracted his fist. Swish! The sound of slicing air echoed. The blade nearly grazed Yi Beiqin's chest. His gaze darkened as he turned his ire toward Watanabe Jiro, simultaneously sweeping his right leg to deliver a kick, landing squarely on Baiguang Yi's chest. Bang! Baiguang Yi expelled a mouthful of blood. Yi Beiqin harnessed the momentum to soar forth, akin to a fierce tiger pouncing on its prey, targeting Watanabe Jiro. At that moment, Yi Beiqin was entirely airborne, devoid of any point of leverage. Watanabe Jiro sneered, Fool! You are nothing but a live target suspended in the air for a master. The pig from the Celestial Empire is truly dim-witted. Kill! Watanabe Jiro moved with astonishing speed, darting to Yi Beiqin's side, dual swords poised to cleave him in twain. Is that so? Yi Beiqin chuckled, abruptly twisting midair. He unleashed a kick. Bang! Watanabe Jiro had not anticipated Yi Beiqin's aerial maneuver. Caught off guard, he was met with a devastating blow that obliterated his skull. Upon landing, Yi Beiqin retrieved the fallen sword and approached Baiguang Yi. Why you? Baiguang Yi trembled uncontrollably. Swish. Yi Beichen advanced with an uncanny swiftness, a sharp sound resonating. Baiguang Yi's head fell to the ground in an instant. Bang! As his head hit the floor, the hearts of everyone present quivered in unison. Yi Beichen, brandishing the bloodied sword, turned his gaze toward Tokugawa Masao and smiled faintly. It is your turn. These 4 brief words echoed like a decree from the Grim Reaper. You. Tokugawa Masao, in terror, retreated, even hiding behind Qin Rongan. In that moment, all composure, dignity, and confidence evaporated. My goodness, how terrifying. 2 masters had perished in a matter of mere minutes. What martial prowess does Yi Beichen possess? Yi Beichen, will you continue your slaughter? Qin Rongan spoke coldly. Yi Beichen smiled faintly, gesturing towards Tokugawa Masao. You are the last one. Qin Rongan was left speechless, at a loss for words. The other affluent individuals present in Longdu felt a chill run down their spines. This was a harbinger of death. How audacious. I, Qin Jiangnan, am here. Do you dare to commit violence, you young brat? Father. Qin Rongan turned to see an elderly man in a Zhongshan suit striding forward, flanked by a throng of admirers. Though merely a mortal, he commanded respect without a trace of anger. The moment Qin Jiangnan made his entrance, he became the focal point of the gathering. Old Master Qin. Elder. Master. The dignitaries of Longdu rushed forward, bowing deeply. Old Master Qin. Wei Yinran's body trembled, instinctively glancing towards Yi Beichen, a hint of urgency in her gaze. The stature of Qin Jiangnan was staggering. With his arrival, Yi Beichen found himself ensnared in peril. Qin Jiangnan exuded an aura befitting a person of high standing. Coldly fixing his gaze upon Yi Beichen. Yi Beichen, I have arrived. Will you not lay down your weapon? Who do you think you are? Yi Beichen replied indifferently. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Qin Jiangnan. He was one of the highest-ranking individuals in Longdu. Among the 10 prominent families of Longdu, only a select few could match Qin Jiangchan's status. Yi Beichen, do not speak foolishly. Have you lost your mind? This is old Master Qin. Wei Yinran exclaimed instinctively. This girl, though not ill-intentioned, knew to caution him. Meanwhile, her friends behind her were nearly fainting from fright. Who do I think I am? Qin Jiangchan's face darkened. Struggling to suppress his fury, he chuckled coldly. Let me enlighten you regarding my significance. It was clear that Qin Jiangnan was seething with rage, emphasizing the term significance with disdain. My mere word can cause the families beyond Longdu to crumble. 1/5 of the influential figures in the Dragon Kingdom are my disciples. More than 1/3 of the hundreds of martial arts masters in Huaxiao are my guests. Over half of the war gods of the Dragon Soul count me as a friend. With every word, Qin Jiangnan stepped closer to Yi Beichen. Eventually, he halted on the steps, looking down at Yi Beichen. So tell me, what do you think I am? Ha ha ha. You and your grandson share the same audacity. Yi Beichen chuckled. In the next moment, Yi Beichen's expression turned cold. Noble families, influential figures, martial arts masters, war gods of the Dragon Soul. Throughout my life, who dares to impede my path? Those who challenge me shall be obliterated. Yi Beichen declared with pride. Chapter 63. Master, I have arrived late. What? The crowd was engulfed in astonishment. Even Wei Yinran could not believe that Yi Beichen would dare to speak in such a manner. Madness. Utter madness. This was old Master Qin. His status was even higher than my grandfather's. How could he dare to speak so? Was he ignorant or simply bold? Such temperament is far beyond what the 2nd and 3rd generation elites of Longdu can muster. Wei Yinran pondered, her heart shaken. Who is this young man? Yi Beichen. He is called Yi Beichen. Many affluent individuals in Longdu have indelibly etched this name in their memories. Mr. Li, this young man is formidable. A middle-aged man clad in an exquisite suit remarked. Mr. Li nodded in agreement. Indeed. Mr. Wang, we are humbled by such audacity. The young man in the arena, standing before Qin Jiangnan, showed no signs of yielding. Qin Rongan's eyelids twitched violently. How dare he? Wu Baishuan's courage was nearly shattered. His back was already drenched in sweat. Tokugawa Masakazu's pupils constricted, and he hastily whispered, Old Qin, the Heavenly God Society has a favorable relationship with the Qin family. You cannot ignore this matter. Moreover, Yi Beichen has slain your grandson. This is a blood feud that cannot simply be overlooked. Tokugawa Masakazu whispered into Qin Jiangchan's ear. Qin Jiangchan's fury had already reached a boiling point. His aged face darkened ominously. He could not fathom Yi Beichen's audacity. He had already declared his identity. Who, with any semblance of sanity, would dare to speak to him in such a manner? Good, good, good. Qin Jiangnan sneered. You should know how to deal with this child. As the commander of the 9 gates. Teacher, the student understands. A voice emerged from the rear of the crowd. Wei Yinran instinctively turned to see a man clad in black armor striding forth with an imposing presence. The commander of the 9 gates. A military title that has persisted through the ages. The commander of the 9 gates in Longwu controls the 9 vital pathways into Longdu, within the Longdu military district. He commands an army of 100,000. While 100,000 may seem modest compared to the 300,000 of the Jiangnan king, these soldiers are the elite of the elite. Each ordinary soldier is a heavenly-level warrior, and every squad leader is at least a master. Yi Beichen is wreaking havoc in Longdu, committing murder. He is to be captured immediately. Those who resist shall be executed without mercy. The commander of the 9 gates declared with a cold voice. At your command. A chilling aura enveloped the scene, causing many wealthy individuals of Longdu to retreat in terror, some collapsing to the ground in disarray. Several women wept in fright. A suffocating sensation permeated the air. Mr. Li, what do you foresee in the unfolding events? Mr. Wang whispered, unable to suppress his trembling. Mr. Li fell silent for a moment, slowly shaking his head. Difficult. No matter how formidable Yi Beichen is, he cannot contend with the commander of the 9 gates. He commands dozens of martial arts masters. Regardless of their status, power, or wealth, they remain utterly vulnerable before the iron-blooded soldiers. Stop! Suddenly, a thunderous shout pierced the air, prompting everyone to instinctively turn around. A man donned in golden armor advanced with fierce intensity. The war godling Feng. The eyes of all present widened in shock. The war godling Feng. Mr. Li exclaimed. What brings him to Longdu? Mr. Wang questioned, his face filled with disbelief. The war god cannot enter Longdu without a decree. What is his purpose here? I have heard that Yi Beichen has slain Wan Lingfeng's illegitimate son, Jun Wuhui, and it seems he has come seeking vengeance. The wealthy elites of Longdu, their faces ashen with fear, whispered amongst themselves. Wei Yinran silently lamented the peril Yi Beichen now faced. Wan Lingfeng, what brings you here? Qin Jiangnan inquired with a stern countenance. If you intend to kill Mr. Yi, stand back. Who said I wish to harm Mr. Yi? Wan Lingfeng chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. In the next moment, under the gaze of countless spectators, Wan Lingfeng strode forth with determination, approaching Yi Beichen directly. With a resounding thud, the renowned god of war from the southeast province knelt on one knee before the assembly. Wan Lingfeng pays his respects to his master. Master, I have arrived late. Please forgive me, he proclaimed with unwavering conviction. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd, plunging the venue into an eerie silence that lasted a full 30 seconds. Everyone stood frozen in disbelief. Master? Mr. Li felt a chill run down his spine. Impossible. Mr. Wang's eyes widened in shock. Wan Lingfeng referred to Yi Beichen as his master? This young man, not yet 25, was the master of the god of war? The affluent elites of Longdu were nearly paralyzed with fear, as if caught in an absurd dream. The atmosphere was thick with tension as they collectively drew in sharp breaths, some nearly fainting from the revelation. Wei Yinran trembled, her arms covered in goosebumps, her eyes wide with disbelief. Yinran, what is happening? Her friends gasped, struggling to maintain their balance, clutching the nearby chairs for support. Master, how could this be? Takagawa Masayuki was on the brink of a heart attack. What did you say? Qin Rongan questioned, utterly incredulous. Master? Wan Lingfeng, you call him master? Even Qin Jiangnan, a man of considerable composure, was momentarily taken aback, revealing the profound shock felt by all present. This was Wan Lingfeng, the god of war from the southeast province. How many such warriors existed in the Dragon Kingdom? And yet, Yi Beichen had become the master of the god of war. Who among them was not astonished? Who was not terrified? Yi Beichen extended a hand, gesturing lightly into the air, and calmly said, Rise. Yes. Wan Lingfeng gradually stood. Yi Beichen then remarked, Were you not to remain in Jiangnan? Why have you come? Wan Lingfeng replied with solemnity, Master, I was concerned for your safety upon your arrival in Longdu. Rest assured, I have arranged everything in Jiangnan. There will be no issues. Very well. Yi Beichen nodded slightly, somewhat taken aback by Wan Lingfeng's appearance in this context. The corner of Qin Jiangchan's eye twitched as he coldly stated, Wan Lingfeng, do you possess too much audacity? As a god of war, do you not fear repercussions for entering Longdu without authorization? Wan Lingfeng showed no fear, retorting, If I were to face consequences, That is a matter for those above me. It concerns you not. Ha ha ha. The old man could easily intervene. Can you still retain your ironclad position? Qin Jiangnan sneered. Let us consider this. You are but one man in Longdu. Can you truly protect Yi Beichen? At this, the commander of the 9 gates stepped forward. Behind him, dozens of masters advanced, weapons in hand. With a mere command from General Qin, they would immediately seize Yi Beichen and Wan Lingfeng. General Qin raised his hand, poised to strike. Let us see who dares to touch my junior brother. Suddenly, a delicate voice rang out. Who is it now? Confusion swept through the crowd. Was this matter not yet resolved? Was it truly so challenging for the Qin family to subdue Yi Beichen? All eyes turned once more to the entrance of the venue. A solitary figure emerged, a woman, exuding a formidable aura. Senior sister. Upon spotting Wang Ruyan, Yi Beichen exclaimed, What brings you here? Wang Ruyan disregarded everyone present, her face adorned with a tender smile. Little junior brother, I feared you might struggle alone in Longdu. Senior sister, I am not a child anymore, Yi Beichen replied, his mouth twitching slightly. In front of the gathered throng, Wang Ruyan approached him, pinching his cheek playfully. To your senior sisters, you will always be a child. Do not worry. I will handle things from here. I will kill Qin Xiaoyang. Yi Beichen interjected, shaking his head. Wang Ruyan scoffed dismissively. Just a spoiled brat. It is no great matter to eliminate him. Chapter 64. Is the senior sister a goddess of war? A mere spoiled child. To say it is no concern to kill him. This statement ignited the wrath of the Qin family. Qin Rongan erupted in fury. That is my son. Who do you think you are to speak so arrogantly? Young lady, do you even comprehend where you are? This is Longdu. And what of it? Wang Ruyan chuckled lightly, her gaze penetrating as she looked at Qin Jiangnan. Longdu is merely a realm dictated by your Qin family. Is it? Or do you claim it as your own? The room erupted into a frenzy of whispers. Had this girl lost her mind? How dare she utter such words? Mr. Wang lowered his voice, his shoulders trembling. What is her background? She does not appear to be an ordinary person. Mr. Li shook his head, his expression grave. But she is just a girl. I fear she cannot contend with the colossal Qin family. Mr. Wang paused thoughtfully, then asserted, I believe this girl can withstand the Qin family. Impossible. The 9 gates commander is no trifling opponent, and Wan Lingfeng cannot possibly stand against him. Mr. Li responded decisively. How about a wager? If she can withstand the Qin family, you owe me 10 million. Mr. Wang chuckled. Oof, what is 10 million? Let us wager 100 million. Mr. Li retorted with a cold snort. Very well. Let us continue to observe. Mr. Wang agreed with a nod. General Qin was taken aback. Young lady, your tongue is quite sharp. Commander of the 9 gates, apprehend them first. Once they are imprisoned, we shall see if they still speak so defiantly. Yes, sir. The commander of the 9 gates nodded, and, with a command, the throng of martial masters surged forward. Senior sister, I will assist. Yi Beichen prepared to engage. But Wang Ruyan smiled brightly. Junior brother, there is no need for action. With a single step forward, she raised her hand gently, revealing a golden token in her palm. Stop. As the general of the 9 gates laid eyes upon the token, his pupils constricted sharply, unable to suppress an exclamation. Several martial masters halted simultaneously, turning back towards the general with expressions of bewilderment. What was happening? Li frowned, puzzled as to why no one was taking action. Wang expressed his curiosity, inquiring about the golden token. The affluent individuals from Longdu regarded it with confusion. Qin Rongan was taken aback, fixating on the golden token in Wang Ruyan's hand. How did you come to possess such an item? Qin Jiangnan was equally astonished. This is... Wan Lingfeng gasped in disbelief. Wei Yanran and others wore puzzled expressions, questioning the nature of the token, which shimmered as if crafted from pure gold, adorned with a golden dragon spiraling around its circumference. Finally, the crowd discerned the golden token clearly, for golden characters were inscribed upon it. Ruyan, the war goddess. A collective gasp echoed as chills ran down their spines. A female war goddess? Li nearly collapsed in disbelief. Wang, with a face aglow, exclaimed, Ha! Li, you've lost. 100 million. Li stood frozen, his mind buzzing with confusion. You are the war goddess of Longhan. Qin Jiangnan uttered in shock, rendering even the elder of the Qin family utterly dumbfounded. A female war goddess? The young woman before them was indeed a war goddess? Could there be anything more astonishing? So you are acquainted with this? Wang Ruyan smiled knowingly at Qin Jiangnan. Yi Beichen, equally stunned, could hardly believe it. Senior sister, you are the war goddess of Longhan? Wang Ruyan turned, smiling at Yi Beichen. What is the matter, little junior brother? Is it not permissible? Coughing awkwardly, Yi Beichen nearly choked. Senior sister, this is quite unexpected. The charity gala erupted into chaos. Everyone buzzing with excitement. The wealthy individuals from Longdu were utterly flabbergasted. The war goddess of Longhan. No way. My heavens, Longhan possesses a female war goddess? How can a woman be a war goddess? She appears to be barely 30, perhaps not even 25. These affluent figures felt their worldviews crumbling. Wei Yinran stumbled backward, collapsing into her chair. How could she be a war goddess? Her senior sister is a war goddess? Realization dawned on Wei Yanran as she cast a profound glance at Yi Beichen. Now I understand why he was so audacious. I finally comprehend where his confidence stems from. I see now how he dared to confront Qin Xiaoyang. This is the war goddess. Wei Yanran felt utterly drained, as the crowd remained in shock. A commanding voice resonated from the entrance of the charity gala. A female war goddess? Ha! Wang Ruyan. Is your identity as the war goddess of Longhan merely a facade for support? Wang, with a sinking heart, realized the implications. This 100 million, I have not yet lost. Li's gaze darkened as he turned towards the entrance of the gala. Who could it be? A name flashed through Wang's mind. The war god, Tang Qingcong. And it was not over yet. How long will this magnificent performance continue today? Everyone present was stunned, their gazes fixed on the entrance of the venue. A middle-aged man, appearing to be around 50, strode in with an astonishing presence. His aura was terrifying. The mere sight of him caused countless individuals to lower their heads in trepidation. It was indeed him. Mr. Wang inhaled sharply. Tang Qingcong. Mr. Li was equally astonished, unable to close his mouth. The god of war, Qingcong. He has arrived. The atmosphere in the venue became gravely tense. The very moment Tang Qingcong made his entrance, it felt as if the air had been siphoned away from the room. Everyone experienced a suffocating sensation. Wei Yinran's delicate face flushed crimson, nearly gasping for breath. Wu Baishun sat on the ground, trembling like a quail. The aura of the god of war from the Dragon Kingdom was fearsome. My own god of war from the east. It seems I shall never catch up to him. Tokugawa Masakio thought in terror, hiding behind Qin Rongan, not daring to meet his gaze. Yi Beichen's brow twitched as he looked at Tang Qingcong. Such a formidable presence. His strength must surely surpass that of a Grandmaster. Wang Ruyan still wore a smile, remaining remarkably composed. Tang Qingcong, without a hint of rage, proclaimed, Ruyan, the god of war. Yi Beichen annihilated the entire Zhao family of Jiangnan, which is his first crime, disregarding the law and slaughtering our eastern friends. That is his second crime. Publicly murdering my grandson, Qin Xiaoyang, in Longdu, constitutes his third crime. Any one of these transgressions could warrant a death sentence for Yi Beichen. Wang Ruyan stood firm before Tang Qingcong, her aura unyielding, shielding Yi Beichen. No one can hold my junior brother accountable. Not even you, Tang Qingcong. Chapter 65. 3 Strikes to Defeat the God of War Qingcong. The moment Wang Ruyan uttered those words, the entire venue fell into a profound silence. A conversation between a female god of war and the god of war Qingcong. The tension in the air reached a breaking point. Mr. Li, what do you think will happen next? In the hushed crowd, Mr. Wang lowered his voice, his body trembling. Mr. Li's eyes were fixed. Unable to divert his gaze from Wang Ruyan and Tang Qingcong, his throat constricting. I have no clue. The other affluent individuals of Longdu were equally shaken. Wu Baishun lay on the ground, gritting his teeth, alternating between laughter and tears, yet not daring to make a sound. He was utterly terrified. Cold sweat streamed down Wei Yinran's forehead, her legs weak, unable to stand. Qin Rongan's expression was grave. Qin Jiangshan's sharp gaze fixed intently on Wang Ruyan. The atmosphere in the venue became palpably tense. Ha, am I incapable? Not a single soul in the entire Dragon Soul, or even the Dragon Kingdom would dare to declare that I am not. Tang Qingcong's laughter resounded like thunder. Today, I shall personally take down Yi Beichen. What will you do about it? As his words echoed, Tang Qingcong stepped forward. A roar erupted, the sound of a tiger's roar mingling with a dragon's chant. A wave of energy radiated from Tang Qingcong, expanding outward like ripples in water. Many retreated, their internal energies surging, their faces drained of color. The might of the god of war Qingcong was utterly terrifying. Wang Ruyan declared, Here, no one shall harm my junior brother. Wang Ruyan too stepped forward, confronting the god of war Qingcong. Wan Lingfeng also stepped forth, hands clasped behind his back. Wan Lingfeng is present, Who dares to harm my master? The vast army of Jiangnan is not to be underestimated. In an instant, time seemed to stand still. Amidst the profound silence, Yi Beichen suddenly spoke. Senior sister, Ling Feng, step back. This matter, I shall handle myself. One must resolve their own affairs. He could not remain under his senior sister's protection forever. The abruptness of his declaration was startling. Whoosh. All eyes swiftly turned to Yi Beichen's face. After a brief moment of silence, the atmosphere erupted. What? He intends to confront the god of war, Qing Tsong. On his own? Is he out of his mind? Qing Tsong ranks 6th among the 10 great gods of Longhan, perhaps even within the top 5. Insanity, sheer madness. The affluent individuals present in Longdu were left utterly speechless. Mr. Li, I fear I am about to lose. How dare this Yi Beichen? Mr. Wang's body trembled. Mr. Li shook his head, remarking, so young, so naive, so arrogant. Wei Yinran's body shivered, incredulously turning her gaze towards Yi Beichen. Qin Jianshan and his son, Qin Rongan, also wore solemn expressions. Master? Wan Lingfeng exclaimed in astonishment. Junior brother you? Only Wang Ruyan displayed a hint of surprise and delight on her fair face. Yi Beichen approached with a smile. Senior sister, do not worry. I shall enjoy the spectacle. Wang Ruyan's eyes sparkled with amusement as she quietly stepped behind Yi Beichen, granting him space. Upon witnessing this, Wan Lingfeng also retreated silently. Could the master truly be a match for the god of war? In the next moment, Yi Beichen coldly regarded Tang Qingtsong. This matter was originally none of your concern. Since you have chosen to step forward, do not blame me. This evening, anyone who dares to impede my intention to eliminate the Eastern Island people shall meet their demise. Death. Everyone present at the charity gala was utterly bewildered. Even Qin Jiangshan, Qin Rongan, and Wei Yinran were left speechless. Wu Baishun, Mr. Li, and Mr. Wang bit their tongues in disbelief. Did Yi Beichen just imply he intends to kill Tang Qingtsong? Wan Lingfeng stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Wang Ruyan's eyes sparkled with admiration. Junior brother, you truly are formidable. Ha ha. Only one person laughed wildly, and that was Tokugawa Masayuki. Fool. Yi Beichen, are you truly that foolish? How dare you utter such words? Ha ha. Idiot, worthless. You are truly courting death. His laughter came from the depths of his being. He was genuinely ecstatic. Before Yi Beichen uttered those words, he worried for his own safety. After he spoke, Tokugawa Masayuki felt no fear whatsoever. Truly, what status does Tang Qingtsong hold? He is the top god of war of the Dragon Nation's Longhan Special Forces. Within Longhan, aside from a few high-ranking generals, the god of war holds the highest position. Yi Beichen openly declared he would kill Tang Qingtsong. Tang Qingtsong was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Ha ha. The rage within him evaporated in an instant. With a helpless shake of his head, he mused, Yi Beichen, I had thought you to be a person of substance. Unexpectedly, Tang Qingtsong let out a deep sigh, expressing his disappointment. How could you utter such words? Yi Beichen replied calmly, do you believe I cannot kill you? How could you possibly kill me? Tang Qingtsong shook his head. Suddenly, without warning, Yi Beichen bent his knees and leaped toward Tang Qingtsong. The marble floor beneath him shattered violently, revealing terrifying cracks. How dare he initiate an attack? No one anticipated that before Tang Qingtsong could make a move, Yi Beichen would strike first. Impudent youth, courting death. Tang Qingtsong narrowed his eyes. One hand resting behind his back. With a single hand, he unleashed a punch toward the approaching Yi Beichen. A ferocious surge of internal energy rushed forth like a tempest, sending dust and debris flying, overturning tables and flower pots. The spectators could barely open their eyes. Bang! A thunderous collision resonated as Yi Beichen's punch met Tang Qingtsong's. Thud, thud, thud. Tang Qingtsong felt an intense, searing pain in his fist. He could not withstand Yi Beichen's strike, retreating 5 or 6 steps. Each step left a half-centimeter deep imprint on the marble floor, causing it to crack further. How could this be? The war god Qingtsong defeated by Yi Beichen? Tang Qingtsong could only hear the incredulous gasps around him. The second punch. Yi Beichen, swift as lightning, unleashed his second blow. Tang Qingtsong's face flushed with surprise, shock, and gravity. His internal energy surged like a dragon emerging from the depths, flooding into his arms. Bang! Bang! The two struck with unprecedented speed, exchanging 2 consecutive punches. Thud, thud, thud. Tang Qingtsong continued to retreat. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Seizing the moment, Yi Beichen bellowed, third punch. Get lost. Tang Qingtsong, filled with fury, could hardly believe that he, one of the 10 great war gods of the dragon soul, was being overwhelmed by a mere youth. Roaring, the war god Qingtsong unleashed a punch, a fierce roar accompanying it. The onlookers even perceived a phantom of a dragon and tiger coalescing behind Tang Qingtsong. Bang! Their fists collided. A sharp crack resounded, the sound of flesh and bone tearing apart. Thud, thud, thud. Tang Qingtsong stumbled back yet again, nearly sent flying out of the charity gala. One of his arms hung limply, drenched in blood. Chapter 66, War God Qingtsong. The entire room fell into a deathly silence. General Li sprang to his feet, his body rigid with shock. General Wang slumped in his chair, pale and trembling. Wei Yanran shook, her mind buzzing, utterly blank. Wu Baishun covered his eyes, as if witnessing a ghost, horrified by his earlier demeanor toward Yi Beichen. Father, how could this happen? Qin Rongyan gazed at Qin Jiangchen, his eyes filled with astonishment. This young man, invincible. Qin Jiangchen, deflated like a punctured balloon, trembled slightly. It's over. I cannot die like this. Tokugawa Masao understood that if he did not devise a plan soon, his demise was inevitable. He concealed himself behind the crowd, took out his phone, and dialed the embassy of the Eastern Isles. This is Tokugawa Masao. I must speak with the esteemed envoy. Master, have we won? Wan Lingfeng trembled, standing like a sharp sword. It appeared that after our descent from the mountain, the prowess of my junior brother had indeed seen considerable enhancement. Wang Ruyan wore a satisfied expression, eager to reward her junior brother that very night. Meanwhile, in a luxurious courtyard in Longdu, a servant rushed in, breathless, to deliver the latest news. Sir, Yi Beichen has defeated Tang Qingtsong. What? Yi Mingyuan's face changed drastically, drawing in a sharp breath. Tang Qingtsong, the god of war. Tang Qingtsong, he has been vanquished? Indeed, sir, replied the kneeling servant. Yi Mingyuan's expression fluctuated wildly. Immediately head to the airport. We must leave Longdu. He has come to find me. Let us go. At the charity banquet, the sound of dripping echoed as one of Tang Qingtsong's arms hung limp, blood cascading to the ground. His aged face bore astonishment. Yi Beichen? From where have you emerged? Jiangnan, Yi Beichen, came the calm response. Jiangnan. Confusion clouded Tang Qingtsong's features. He could not fathom how such a prodigy could arise from a place renowned for its ephemeral pleasures, where nearly everyone was lost in blissful reverie. Yi Beichen declared with startling audacity, Tang Qingtsong, I present you with a choice, stand aside or perish. The audience gasped in astonishment. Many had deemed Yi Beichen insane for uttering such words earlier. Now, they recognized the source of his confidence. Ha! Yi Beichen, I, Tang Qingtsong, have been renowned for 60 years. Do you truly believe you can kill me? Tang Qingtsong laughed heartily, his presence surging dramatically. In that moment, he embodied the spirit of a battle-hardened deity. Who else but me? He continued, even with only one hand remaining, I can still slay you. Coldly, Tang Qingtsong scoffed, no longer holding back. He had indeed underestimated his opponent. With a ferocious roar, Tang Qingtsong unleashed a primal cry, his voice resounding like a tiger's roar or a dragon's chant. Stop! Suddenly, a calm voice pierced the air. Who dares to speak at such a moment? The affluent onlookers in Longdu furrowed their brows, some growing irate. Only Qin Jiangchen and his son, Qin Rongyan, turned in surprise, not due to the command to halt, but rather because they recognized the accent of the speaker. Upon hearing that voice, Tang Qingtsong immediately ceased his onslaught, the terrifying aura dissipating abruptly. Secretary Qian, what brings you here? Qin Jiangchen hastened forward to shake hands with the newcomer. A man in his 40s approached, donned in a tailored suit, sporting gold-rimmed glasses and a meticulously cropped hairstyle, standing tall and impeccably groomed. Secretary Qian. Qin Rongyan followed closely behind, offering a slight bow. The assembled magnates of Longdu were taken aback at the sight. Such a figure who could command respect from Qin Jiangchen could only be. Could it truly be him? Wei Yanran was remarkably astute, instantly recognizing Secretary Qian. She had encountered him once during her grandfather's birthday celebration. Merely a clerk, yet he presided at the head table, underscoring his esteemed position in Longdu, rivaling that of any patriarch from the 10 great families. Even Tang Qingtsong's demeanor shifted to one of gravity upon seeing Secretary Qian. Did his presence herald urgent matters? I am merely here to convey a message. If there is nothing pressing, Perhaps the war god Qingsong should remain at the military camp. It would be advisable to tread lightly in Longdu. Secretary Qian said with a benevolent smile. The elderly face of Tang Qingsong paled instantly. Qin Jiangchen's aged body trembled, his gaze fixated on Secretary Qian in astonishment. Secretary Qian remained silent, a smile gracing his lips. Father, Qin Rongyan whispered, startled, as he supported the old man, sensing his slight tremors. I understand, Tang Qingsong replied, perspiration forming visibly on his brow. Without uttering another word, he hastily departed. Secretary Qian turned to Yi Beichen, offering another smile. Yi Beichen, puzzled, inquired, what is happening? Nothing of concern, young Master Yi. Please, continue. Secretary Qian surveyed the gathering before turning to leave. After taking a couple of steps, as if recalling something, he glanced back and remarked, young Master Yi, upon my arrival, I noticed personnel from the Eastern Islands envoy approaching, but they were intercepted by our people. With that, Secretary Qian hurriedly exited, as swiftly as he had arrived. What? Tokugawa Masayuki's face paled at this revelation. At that moment, the pride that once filled Qin Jiangchen's eyes vanished, replaced by an overwhelming dread. What could the Qin family possibly do now? Rongyan, let us depart, the elder Qin uttered with all his might. Father. Qin Rongyan's voice was laced with bitterness as he and his father were assisted away by the attendants. Mr. Yi, our young master's remains. A servant from the Qin family approached, his voice trembling. Take him away, Yi Beichen replied without malice. Thank you, thank you. The Qin family's servants promptly stepped forward to retrieve Qin Xiaoyang's body. Boom. Once the Qin family departed, the scene erupted in fervor. Goodness, how thrilling. A young Yi Beichen from Jiangnan possesses such a background? The news of tonight will undoubtedly astonish Longdu. Oh my. The entire charity gala was in an uproar. Wei Yinran sat in her chair, fixated on Yi Beichen's profile, her body trembling with excitement. Her friends incessantly shook her, brimming with enthusiasm. Yinran, who is he? What is going on? Isn't he your little boyfriend? How is he so remarkable? Yinran, your luck is astonishing, they exclaimed. Yet, Wei Yinran could only smile wryly. He had no connection to her. Chapter 67. The eighth senior sister wishes to see you. Mr. Li's face was a canvas of disbelief. Yi Beichen has turned the tide? The Qin family, unable to sway even the war god Qingsong? Ha ha. Mr. Wang burst into laughter, proclaiming, Mr. Li, you have lost. Yi Beichen has triumphed. Come now. Produce the wager of 100 million in cash. At that moment, Yi Beichen's gaze darkened, fixating on Tokugawa Masakazu. He picked up the samurai sword from the ground and approached Tokugawa Masakazu. What do you intend to do? I am the patriarch of the great Eastern Empire. Of the Tokugawa clan, do you dare to kill me? Tokugawa Masakazu bellowed, terror-stricken, as he fled towards the exit of the charity gala. Yi Beichen followed him like a harbinger of death, sword in hand. Help! Help! Tokugawa Masakazu cried out as he exited the charity event, his legs trembling with fear. Meanwhile, across the street, a vehicle from the Eastern Isles halted, blocked by Secretary Qian's men. It's Tokugawa. He has emerged, exclaimed the occupants inside the car. Tokugawa is unharmed. How splendid, cheered several islanders within the vehicle. In the back seat sat a stunning woman from the Eastern Isles, her figure alluring, her legs elegantly long. Yet her eyes held a chilling glint. Chiba Sadako, the daughter of the Eastern Isles diplomatic minister, had come to assist Tokugawa Masakazu in her father's absence. Something is amiss. Tokugawa's condition appears concerning, Chiba Sadako remarked. The other islanders queried, what is wrong with Tokugawa? Why is he fleeing in such haste, even losing his shoes? Chiba Sadako's voice turned grave. Someone is pursuing him. What? The islanders gasped, turning to look. Indeed, they saw Yi Beichen emerging from the charity venue, sword in hand. Secretary Qian had already taken action, sealing off the area, leaving the streets devoid of vehicles. Tokugawa Masakazu, crawling in fright, recognized the diplomatic vehicle of the Eastern Isles across the street. Tokugawa, Chiba Sadako exclaimed, waving to him as she stepped out of the car. Seeing her felt like grasping a lifeline for Tokugawa Masakazu, who scrambled towards her, his knees and palms scraped, drenched in blood, a pitiful sight. Yi Beichen followed behind with a faint smile. Miss Chiba, save me. Tokugawa Masakazu trembled in fear, his face a mask of terror. At that moment, the head of the Tokugawa family resembled a wretched creature, sprawled on the ground. Tokugawa. Several islanders rushed forward to assist him. Yi Beichen, with samurai sword in hand. strolled leisurely across the street. Chiba Sadako positioned herself protectively in front of Tokugawa Masakazu. "Who are you to dare pursue our Tokugawa?" "Yi-Bei-chin," he replied coolly. Chiba Sadako gasped in astonishment. "You are Yi-Bei-chin? You have audacity." "Tokugawa is..." Before she could finish her sentence, Yi-Bei-chin had already struck. With a swift motion, the razor-sharp sword pierced Tokugawa Masakazu's heart. "You!" Chiba Sadako was stunned. The other islanders also bore expressions of shock, gasping in disbelief. They had never anticipated that Yi-Bei-chin would act so decisively, mercilessly killing Tokugawa Masakazu. Tokugawa Masakazu's eyes widened, fixated on Yi-Bei-chin, his pupils void of life. "Tokugawa!" Chiba Mako let out a fierce shout, her eyes blazing with anger as she gazed at Yi-Bei-chin. "Yi-Bei-chin, what do you mean by this? Tokugawa is a citizen of our Eastern Island nation. Is your brazen act of slaying him in public a sign of your disregard for our country?" She extended her hand, pointing accusingly at him. In a swift motion, Yi-Bei-chin brought down his katana, severing Chiba Mako's delicate arm as if it were a lotus root. "Ah!" Chiba Mako cried out, the pain causing her to nearly faint as she collapsed to the ground. "Chiba miss, how dare you?" The onlookers from the Eastern Island nation were filled with terror, their souls nearly escaping their bodies. Yi-Bei-chin's decisive strike left everyone in shock. They could hardly fathom that he would so ruthlessly sever Chiba Mako's arm. Yi-Bei-chin coldly stated, "Such insignificant Easterners dare to wreak havoc in the Dragon Kingdom? Remember, I do not appreciate being pointed at. This is your first warning." Chiba Mako's face drained of color, beads of cold sweat forming as she gasped in pain. "Yi-Bei-chin, I will remember you," she exclaimed. "Do not look at me with such eyes. This is your second warning." Yi-Bei-chin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze indifferent as he regarded Chiba Mako. She shivered, lowering her head in trepidation, overwhelmed by the sense that if she met his eyes again, it could lead to her demise. This was no jest. "Bear in mind, from now on, when Easterners encounter me on dragon soil, they should show respect. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to strike down anyone I see." After delivering his ultimatum, he casually snapped his katana, forged from high-grade steel, and turned to leave. Such a display of dominance was astonishing. Wang Ruyan and Wan Lingfeng emerged from the charity gala. Wan Lingfeng, his face filled with admiration, remarked, "Master, I am in awe of you. Even the war god of Qing Tsang fell before you. I never imagined it would unfold like this." He reflected on how he had gambled everything to support Yi-Bei-chin, only to find Secretary Qian arriving with the orders from the ruler, turning the tide of battle without needing his assistance. To his surprise, he also discovered that Wang Ruyan was a formidable female warrior. Now, it dawned on him why she had dared to eliminate the King of Jiangnan for a war god. Taking down a mere king was merely a matter of a single command. "Has Yi Mingyuan not arrived?" Yi-Bei-chin inquired, his brow furrowed. He had no interest in the Qin family, Tang Qingtsong, or the Easterners. His sole desire was to meet Yi Mingyuan. Wang Ruyan approached him. "I just received the latest news. Yi Mingyuan has already left Longdu." "What? He fled?" Yi-Bei-chin was taken aback. He had come to Longdu specifically for Yi Mingyuan, only to find that he had escaped. This is unacceptable. If Yi Mingyuan has fled, the Yi family remains. I must uncover the truth. Yi-Bei-chin shook his head. "I am going to the Yi family." "Master, you intend to go to the Yi family?" Wan Lingfeng exclaimed, alarmed. The Yi family was not like the Qin or Tang families. They had the unparalleled war god, Yi Lingxiao, safeguarding them. Yi Lingxiao. In the Dragon Kingdom, he was nearly a divine figure. Wan Lingfeng had taken his name as inspiration before enlisting. "Come with me. There is someone who wishes to see you," Wang Ruyan said. Yi-Bei-chin shook his head resolutely. "Senior sister, regardless of who wishes to see me, that can wait. I must go to the Yi family tonight. I need to uncover the truth. Is Yi Mingyuan truly my biological father? And who is my real mother? Is she alive or deceased?" A tempest of emotions surged within Yi-Bei-chin. He yearned for the truth, for clarity on the events that transpired years ago. Wang Ruyan replied, "Junior brother, these matters cannot be resolved in a day or two. Moreover, Yi Mingyuan is afraid of you and has already fled Longdu. Even if you go to the Yi family, they may not possess knowledge of the past." Upon hearing this, Yi-Bei-chin furrowed his brow. Surely someone in the Yi family must know. He pondered for a moment before speaking again. "Are you certain?" "The 8th senior sister wishes to see you," Wang Ruyan remarked with a charming smile. "8th senior sister?" Yi-Bei-chin was taken aback, a captivating figure flashing through his mind. Chapter 68. Eighth senior sister Lu Sueki Yi Beichen and Wang Ruiyan departed the charity gala. Meanwhile, the atmosphere within the gala was electrified. Who is this Yi Beichen, that he could elicit such a response from that esteemed figure? Mr. Wang, who had just won $1 billion, was beaming with excitement. Incredible. He struck down Qin Xiaoyang with a single blow, defeated the mighty Qingtian war god with 3 punches. And then Secretary Qian appeared. Though Mr. Li lost $1 billion, the spectacle tonight was worth every penny. The wealthy elite of Longdu were flushed with excitement. Yan Yan, he is so handsome. I want to marry him. Do you have his contact information? Yan Yan, please say something. Wei Yan Yan sat in a daze, recalling her encounter with Yi Beichen on the high-speed train. It dawned on her that she had been overly optimistic. How could someone like Yi Beichen ever be interested in her, even though she hailed from the Wei family of Longdu? A wave of defeat washed over her heart. As everyone prepared to leave, the commander of the 9 gates stood at the exit with a group of soldiers. Ladies and gentlemen, I have just received orders from above. Tonight's events are strictly confidential. My men will record your details, and you will be required to sign a non-disclosure agreement. Anyone who leaks this information will face severe consequences. Ouch, it hurts. This is unbearable. Chiba Mako clutched her severed arm, her delicate features contorted in pain. Yi Beichen, Yi Beichen, I will not rest until I avenge my severed arm. Ding ding ding. Chiba Mako's phone rang. She answered it to hear her father's concerned voice. Mako, how are you? I just heard that your arm was severed. Suppressing her excruciating pain, Chiba Mako managed a pale smile. Father, I'm fine. My arm can be reattached. Please don't worry. This Yi Beichen is as good as dead. Yi Beichen? Again, it's Yi Beichen? Her father's tone was filled with rage. Our plans in Jiangnan have failed. All because of him. And Tokugawa Masao is dead. The repercussions are significant. Chiba Mako's voice turned cold. Father, I want Yi Beichen dead. Rest assured, Jinzi. I have summoned the IGA shinobi to Longhua. With the IGA shinobi intervening, even the arrival of Jesus cannot save Yi Beichen, declared Chiba Jinzi's father. Chiba Jinzi rejoiced. Father, you have indeed engaged the IGA shinobi? Certainly, our Chiba family scheme is, in essence, the emperor's grand design. Yi Beichen has become an insurmountable obstacle. With the IGA shinobi in Longhua, his demise is assured. Her father replied coldly. Ha ha ha, splendid. Poor Yi Beichen. With the IGA shinobi's intervention, he has no chance of survival. Chiba Jinzi said with a cruel smile. A twinge of sympathy for Yi Beichen flickered within her. Wang Ruiyan personally drove Yi Beichen to a secluded courtyard in Longdu. After a series of security checks, they finally arrived at a grand hall. No sooner had they seated themselves than a woman approached. She stood approximately 168 centimeters tall, with a graceful swan-like neck and broad shoulders. Her alluring figure seamlessly connected her curvaceous hips to a slender waist and long legs that could evoke envy even in Wang Ruiyan. Her skin was fair, her arms elegant, and her aura eclipsed that of top-tier superstars. Humph. Senior sister has become even more beautiful. How does she maintain such allure? Mingling daily with a group of men from the military? Wang Ruiyan felt a twinge of jealousy. The woman smiled warmly. What are you saying, little junior sister? Her demeanor was both valiant and imbued with a hint of softness. 8th senior sister, Lu Sueki. Wang Ruiyan greeted. I said nothing. Yi Beichen, suppressing laughter, approached Lu Sueki. 8th senior sister, it's been a while. Little junior brother. Lu Sueki smiled and unexpectedly enveloped Yi Beichen in her embrace, nearly suffocating him with her bosom. Cough, cough. 8th senior sister, please. Yi Beichen quickly protested. Humph. Wang Ruiyan huffed, crossing her arms and standing off to the side, visibly displeased. Lu Sueki scrutinized Yi Beichen with a doting gaze. Let me take a look at you. It's been over a year since we last met, and you've grown taller. With all that has transpired today, are you uninjured? That old scoundrel Tang Qingtsong dared to lay a hand on my junior brother? Next time, I'll teach him a lesson until he yields. A woman in her early 20s spoke thus of the war god Qingtsong, a sentiment that would surely astonish any outsider who overheard. Lu Sueki carefully examined Yi Beichen's arms and thighs. Yi Beichen beamed, allowing her to inspect him, feeling warmth inside as he said, 8th senior sister, how did you know I was coming to Longdu? Oh, you. Lu Sueki playfully poked him on the forehead with a finger. When you come to Longdu, how could any of us sisters remain unaware? However, your audacity is commendable. Venturing alone into Longdu, aren't you afraid of being bullied? Lu Sueki took Yi Beichen's hand and guided him to sit. She naturally positioned herself behind him, her hands massaging his shoulders. Yi Beichen hurriedly exclaimed, "Eighth senior sister, please, I'm no longer a child." "What? Are you rejecting my affection?" Lu Sueki feigned annoyance. "Not at all," Yi Beichen replied. "How could I ever disdain you, eighth senior sister? Then sit down, and I shall help you ease your muscles and tendons." Lu Sueki spoke with a hint of authority. Yi Beichen could only allow the hands of his eighth senior sister to glide over him. Her fingers vibrated continuously, tracing along his meridians. Yi Beichen was somewhat astonished to discover that his internal energy began to flow in harmony with her touch. The area around his dantian felt ablaze. "What is happening?" Yi Beichen was taken aback. "You are progressing too rapidly in your cultivation. I fear your meridians may be at risk. I have already cleared all your energy points, so do not worry," Lu Sueki reassured him with a smile. "Eighth senior sister, I want to join too." Wang Ruyan rushed over. "Stay put," Lu Sueki playfully rebuked. "Umph, you are being biased, eighth senior sister." Wang Ruyan pouted. Lu Sueki smirked playfully. "And what of it?" Yi Beichen interjected. "Eighth senior sister, could you assist me? I need to find Yi Mingyuan. He is likely my biological father." As these words escaped his lips, a sudden silence enveloped the hall. Lu Sueki and Wang Ruyan exchanged glances, each revealing a flicker of anxiety in their eyes. Though they concealed it well, Yi Beichen remained oblivious. It seemed they both hesitated for him to meet Yi Mingyuan. "Eighth senior sister, what is the matter?" Yi Beichen inquired, puzzled. Chapter 69. Yi Beichen. The young Marshal Lu Sueki quickly replied, "Junior brother, I will investigate Yi Mingyuan's affairs for you, but I have an urgent matter that requires your assistance." "What is it, senior sister?" Yi Beichen asked, intrigued. Seeing that she had captured his attention, Lu Sueki no longer held back. "In a few days, there will be an international military arms conference. It is a grand event, with the foremost nations of the world sending representatives: Dragon Nation, Wolf Nation, Eagle Nation, Bear Nation, and the Land of the Rising Sun, to name a few. However, only military personnel under the age of 30 may participate." After finishing her explanation, Lu Sueki gazed at Yi Beichen with a bright smile. Yi Beichen sighed. "Eighth senior sister, I understand your intentions. You wish for me to partake in the military arms conference, do you not? Please, junior brother, do this for me," Lu Sueki said, adopting a charming demeanor as she linked her arm with his. "I do not expect you to secure first place. Merely a position within the top 10 will suffice." Her bosom brushed against his arm, a sight that would surely astonish anyone from Dragon Soul. Ahem. Wang Ruyan coughed a couple of times, her expression one of righteous indignation. "Some people should be more mindful. There is a third party present. I suggest you mind your own business." Lu Sueki shot Wang Ruyan a glare. Feeling slightly disheartened, Wang Ruyan thought, "What can I do? She is the senior sister after all. Very well, I shall endure." Yi Beichen hesitated. "Eighth senior sister, what exactly is your status?" "It is one thing for the 10th senior sister to be the war god of Dragon Soul, but you seem to possess an even higher standing." Lu Sueki smiled with a touch of regal elegance. "Junior brother, you've seen through me. I do hold some seniority in Dragon Soul. They refer to me as the Grand Marshal." Yi Beichen nearly spat out a mouthful of blood in shock. His 8th senior sister was actually the Grand Marshal of Dragon Soul. How extraordinary. Sister 8. Yi Beichen was left utterly astounded. Lu Sueki extended a hand, gently cradling Yi Beichen's chin. "Junior brother, do not be surprised. None of your sisters are ordinary beings. The minor title of a little general held by Sister 8 is hardly remarkable." "What?" Yi Beichen felt a bit dazed. "Does that mean our masters are also fearsome old monsters?" He recalled the time he descended the mountain, where those old monsters boasted one more grandly than the other. In retrospect, it may not have been mere boasting. Perhaps it was all true. While Yi Beichen remained in a stupor, Lu Sueki retrieved a folder from a nearby drawer and casually flipped it open. To his astonishment, it contained an official document from the Dragon Kingdom. "Junior brother, it has been decided. This is your appointment letter. From this moment forth, you shall be the junior general of Dragon Soul." Lu Sueki glanced at the red-headed document, her brow furrowing. "Junior general? Is that all? Unacceptable." With an expression of dissatisfaction, she seized a pen and made alterations to the document. She transformed the character for general into one meaning handsome. "From now on, you are the young handsome of Dragon Soul." Lu Sueki grasped Yi Beichen's hand, applying ink to his palm. With a decisive slap, she sealed it on the document. "Someone, deliver this promptly." She called upon a subordinate, who swiftly departed with the altered document. Yi Beichen's brows twitched. "Sister 8, are you jesting? A young handsome of Dragon's Soul? Was that truly an official document? Can such things be altered so casually? Do not worry, it is all fine. Lu Sueki waved her hand dismissively, exuding an air of nonchalance. She then led Yi Beichen into a side hall where a grand feast was laid out. The three of them, sisters and brother, sat together to dine. 30 minutes later, in a brightly lit office somewhere in the dragon capital, a middle-aged man sat at his desk. General Liu has sent documents for you. Secretary Qian entered respectfully, clutching a folder, standing at attention. You may set it down, the man said calmly. Understood. Secretary Qian, not daring to utter a word, carefully placed the folder and exited the room. 5 minutes later, having completed his work, the man finally opened the folder on his desk. He glanced at the official document and paused momentarily, taken aback. Oh, it has been altered? He sighed, a hint of resignation on his face, a smile creeping in. Well, a young handsome is a young handsome. It was bound to happen sooner or later. In the next moment, the man picked up the phone on his desk and dialed. Appoint Yi Beichen as the young handsome of Dragon's Soul. This is top secret. No one beneath the general is to be informed. Everything shall be addressed after the military conference concludes. After the meal, Yi Beichen returned to the quarters arranged by Sister 8. Lying in bed, he found sleep elusive. Back in Jiangnan, I sensed that Sister 10 did not wish for me to investigate my origins, Yi Beichen mused to himself. Upon entering the dragon capital, I now feel that Sister 8 seems to be obstructing my quest for the truth of my lineage. What on earth is going on? The 10th sister is the female war goddess of the Dragon Soul, while the 8th sister's identity is even more formidable, as she is the Grand Commander of the Dragon Soul. If they wished to uncover my identity, they would have done so long ago. What then? Is the reason behind this? Yi Beichen furrowed his brow tightly. He is not foolish. On the contrary, he is quite astute. There is absolutely nothing to criticize about the two sisters. Yet what could possibly prevent them from allowing him to investigate his own origins? Sisters, my apologies. But if you will not permit me to inquire, I shall do so myself. Yi Beichen shook his head and, under the cover of night, stealthily left his room. His senses were keen, and he quickly detected several guards lurking in the shadows. Silently circumventing them, he departed from the 8th sister's residence. Once on the street, the bustling nightlife of Longdu surrounded him as he hailed a passing taxi. To the Yi family, he instructed. Half an hour later, Yi Beichen stood at the grand entrance of the Yi estate, gazing upon the ancient, fragrant courtyard before him. His eyes glimmered as he identified a blind spot in the surveillance, scaling the high walls to leap inside. The Yi estate was vast, having been transformed from an ancient royal residence. Gardens, artificial hills, ponds, and pavilions adorned the grounds. Guards were stationed every few steps, both hidden and visible, with martial artists patrolling the premises. Yi Beichen whispered softly, his movements ghostly as he melded into the moonlight. His speed was remarkable as he ventured to the innermost depths of the Yi residence. To his astonishment, he discovered that all guards, both seen and unseen, had vanished. The inner courtyard was utterly deserted, devoid of any presence. No, there was one individual remaining. Perched on the eaves, Yi Beichen peered down to see an elderly man with white hair, sitting like a statue in a pavilion, playing chess with himself. I knew you would come. Since you are here, do come down, the old man smiled, his voice like a fishing line, weaving into Yi Beichen's ears. To Yi Beichen, it resonated like thunder. Yet, the Yi estate remained eerily quiet. No one else could hear this voice. Who are you? Yi Beichen leaped down. The old man smiled. Yi Lingxiao. Yi Beichen gasped. The Dragon Kingdom's foremost war god, Yi Lingxiao? First? Ha ha ha. I am no such thing. Yi Lingxiao shook his head. What is there to gain from being the best in the world? In times of peace, I would rather stay home, play chess, and tend to my dogs. Yi Beichen was taken aback. Yi Lingxiao. Even if Yi Beichen were not a soldier, he had heard this name throughout his life. Since elementary school, he had been influenced by it. Who in the Dragon Kingdom does not know of Yi Lingxiao? The current foremost war god of the Dragon Kingdom is indeed this man. Yi Lingxiao has battled countless foes, earning the title of the Dragon Kingdom's military deity. His status and renown were forged on the battlefield. Yi Lingxiao is the embodiment of faith for soldiers across the nation. Although he was never conferred the title of Grand Commander, merely a war god, to countless recruits. Yi Lingxiao is the uncrowned king, the true military deity of the Dragon Kingdom. In this moment, standing before Yi Lingxiao, Yi Beichen felt as though he were in the presence of a fierce tiger. Elder Yi, I have come today. Yi Beichen began gravely. Yi Lingxiao smiled faintly, interrupting Yi Beichen. I am aware of your intentions for coming to the Yi family. Mingyuan has already departed from Longdu. I am privy to all that transpires. Your inquiries reveal the same. Yi Beichen's breath quickened abruptly. Am I a member of the Yi family? He asked, stunned. Yi Lingxiao sighed. Yes, and yet no. What does that mean? Is Yi Mingyuan truly my father? Yi Beichen stepped forward. I would hope that Mingyuan is indeed your father. Yi Lingxiao replied with a note of resignation. But what merit does he possess to be worthy of uniting with your mother? What do you mean? Yi Beichen stood in shock. What sort of person was my mother? Do you know her? Who is she? What is her name? Where is she now, alive or deceased? Yi Beichen nearly shouted. Yi Lingxiao regarded him calmly, and after a moment of silence, spoke. Your mother was an extraordinary woman. When she arrived at the Yi family, she was already with child. Mingyuan publicly claimed you as his illegitimate son to protect your mother's identity. After your birth, she left behind some belongings and then vanished. Is that true? Yi Beichen felt disoriented. He had believed he was close to uncovering the truth of his lineage, but Yi Lingxiao's revelations only deepened the mystery. Yi Mingyuan is not my father? Yi Lingxiao shook his head. He is not, though others may believe him to be your father. Only a few were aware of this matter years ago. Yi Beichen's expression hardened. If he is not my father, why would he seek to kill me? Yi Lingxiao fell silent, pondering for a moment before responding. Before your mother departed, she left behind some powerful and terrifying items, he explained. Mingyuan was drawn to these possessions, clouding his judgment. Furthermore, he married a woman from a powerful family who did not wish for you to live, even if you are not his son. Confusion washed over Yi Beichen. What do you mean? Only this jade pendant remains, Yi Lingxiao replied, sidestepping Yi Beichen's question as he produced a white jade pendant and tossed it to him. This is something my mother left behind. Yi Beichen grasped the pendant, feeling a surge of emotion. The jade was remarkably smooth, emanating a warm sensation in his palm. Intricate engravings of two dragons adorned its surface, lifelike in their detail. This is merely one of the items, Yi Lingxiao stated. What of the other belongings my mother left? Yi Beichen raised his head, his gaze fixed on Yi Lingxiao with a wolf-like intensity. Yi Lingxiao paused momentarily, impressed. Indeed, you are the son of that woman. 5 years ago, it was in Mingyuan's possession, but it has since been taken by her. Who was that woman? Yi Beichen's eyes glinted with icy menace. To take the possessions left by my mother and seek my life? Whoever she is, in my heart, she is already a dead woman. Yi Lingxiao fell silent once more. After a long pause, he finally spoke. She belongs to the ancient martial arts family. Ancient martial arts family? Yi Beichen heard the term for the first time. Yi Lingxiao nodded gravely, stating that the ancient martial families, though obscure to the public, have existed for countless years. From the days of ancient feudal dynasties, these families have been formidable. They refrain from engaging in conflicts, yet none dare to underestimate them. For the ancient martial families, the path of martial arts mastery is merely in its infancy. Can you fathom this? Even a humble janitor or a stable hand from such a family might be a master-level martial artist. Yi Beichen was taken aback. If what Yi Lingxiao said was true, it was indeed terrifying. What has my mother left behind that even the ancient martial families covet? He inquired. Yi Lingxiao picked up a chess piece and gently placed it down, revealing some formulas and elixirs designed to enhance a martial artist's power, originally intended for you. Formulas? Elixirs? Yi Beichen's pupils contracted. As a disciple of the Medicine King, he understood the significance of such formulas and elixirs for martial artists. Typically, a martial artist seeking to enhance their strength must immerse themselves in medicinal baths, concocted from decades or even centuries of herbs boiled into a single pot. Immersed in this, they can elevate their martial prowess. Many masters in the world have advanced in this manner, but those who rely solely on such enhancements would be swiftly outmatched by those who dedicate themselves to rigorous training. However, if one were to consume elixirs to boost their martial capabilities, there would be no discernible difference from a practitioner who has honed their skills through hard work. Should an ancient family acquire a formula, produce elixirs in mass, and subsequently cultivate masters in large numbers, the implications would be unfathomable. The formulas and elixirs are all that your mother left for you. Yi Lingxiao sighed, but Mingyuan's selfishness led him to claim these for himself, fearing your vengeance, which is why he pursued you. In an instant, Yi Beichen grasped the situation. Yi Mingyuan was attempting to silence him. The formulas and elixirs capable of enhancing martial prowess could indeed drive Yi Mingyuan to desperate measures. When you encounter Yi Mingyuan again, will you spare him? Yi Lingxiao asked. Yi Mingyuan was his son. Yi Beichen replied with a smile. Even if Yi Mingyuan had not attempted to kill me, he has already murdered my adoptive parents and my elder brother. My adoptive parents are as dear to me as my mother. Therefore, Yi Mingyuan must die. His declaration was resolute and non-negotiable. Sighing, Yi Lingxiao stood in silence, nodding thoughtfully. After a moment, he finally spoke. Yi Beichun, I have shared everything I know with you. I hope you will not blame the Yi family. If you choose to kill Yi Mingyuan, I will not hinder you, nor do I possess the ability to do so. The more he understood, the more Yi Lingxiao realized how formidable this young man truly was. Even as a military god of Long Nation, he dared not entertain thoughts of killing Yi Beichen. Yi Beichen regarded Yi Lingxiao, the military god of Long Nation, now aged. Very well, I will only kill Yi Mingyuan. I shall not return to the Yi family in Longdu. Nodding, Yi Beichen turned and departed from the Yi residence. He had obtained the answers he sought. After leaving the Yi residence, Yi Beichen wandered down the street, holding the jade pendant. Suddenly, his mind went blank, and he collapsed to the ground. Yi Beichen, Wei Yinran departed from the charity gala, her heart heavy with melancholy. As she drove aimlessly through the streets, she chanced upon Yi Beichen, who had fallen to the ground. With a swift application of the brakes, she hurried to his side. Yi Beichen, what has happened to you? Chapter 71. The Qiankuan Prison Tower. Why are you unable to move? Yi Beichen was taken aback, sprawled on the ground. He could perceive everything around him, yet found himself unable to utter a word or control his body. Wei Yinran. What was her intention? As he observed, she rushed towards him, discarding her Gucci handbag aside. Kneeling beside him like a little duck, she cradled him in her arms, pinching his acupoint. Hey Yi Beichen, what's wrong? Why did you faint? Aren't you supposed to be a powerful warrior? Is it anemia? Despite her efforts, Yi Beichen remained unresponsive. He attempted to call out to her, yet it seemed as if his voice went unheard. What was happening? Furrowing his brow, he glanced around, only to realize he was enveloped in a grayish haze, as though trapped in an otherworldly realm. Surrounding him was a chaotic murkiness, and ahead loomed a towering stone edifice, its height exceeding 100 meters, an astonishing sight. On the left side of the tower was a sculpture of a phoenix, while on the right, a dragon was carved into the stone. At the entrance of the tower, a grand plaque boldly declared, Qiankuan Prison Tower. Yi Beichen, you are quite heavy. I suppose you are indeed Yi Beichen, Wei Yinran remarked. Realizing she could not rouse him, she hoisted him onto her back and made her way to her sports car, exerting considerable effort to place him in the passenger seat. In the distance, a young man witnessed this spectacle and burst into laughter. Wow, I've seen girls carry the fallen, but never a man. This girl is remarkable. Truly a beauty, rivaling Louis Fei. Wei Yinran's face flushed with annoyance as she slid into the driver's seat, pressing the accelerator as she sped towards her villa. This guy is in for a treat tonight. Several young men snickered lewdly. The Qiankuan Prison Tower? The dragon and phoenix designs resemble the jade pendant my mother left me. Yi Beichen mused, stroking his chin in realization. Could it be? Is this the world inside the pendant? No way. This is too absurd. There's a space within the pendant? Could it be what my masters referred to as the soul leaving the body? What kind of person was my mother to possess such power? Yi Beichen felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Suddenly, a thunderous roar resonated through the air, causing the entire Qiankuan Prison Tower to tremble, its structure illuminating with a dazzling brilliance. Yi Beichen squinted against the blinding light. A commanding voice echoed. A mere warrior at the spirit realm dares to enter the Qiankuan Prison Tower? Very well, it has been tens of thousands of years since anyone has ventured within. The spirit realm? Yi Beichen furrowed his brow. Was that referring to his martial arts level? To be honest, he was still uncertain about what his realm truly was. However, it is undoubtedly above the Grandmasters. Why are you still hesitating? Step forward and present your blood for verification. If you cannot awaken the Qiankuan Town Prison Tower, your primordial spirit shall be obliterated, condemned to eternal suffering. A voice emanated from within the Qiankuan Town Prison Tower. Yi Beichen experienced a peculiar sensation, as if this voice did not originate from within the tower itself, but rather from the tower as a sentient entity. A tower that could speak? What is happening? Boom. A thunderclap struck nearby, scorching the earth and sending up wisps of smoke. What are you waiting for? Hurry forth, commanded the Qiankuan Town Prison Tower. Yi Beichen furrowed his brow. Are you issuing me orders? Just because you say so, I should comply? The tone of the tower was somewhat indifferent, Heh, young man. Do you even realize whom you are addressing? Yi Beichen replied. Are you not the Kunlun prison tower? The tower retorted with a disdainful snort. What are you waiting for? Present your blood. If all is well, I shall bind with you from this moment forth. Yi Beichen chuckled. Why would I wish to bind with you? What purpose does it serve for my primordial spirit to enter this place? The Kunlun prison tower was taken aback. Yi Beichen clarified that he merely held a piece of jade, a relic left by his mother. He had grasped the jade, conjuring images of his mother in his mind, and then found himself in this peculiar space. Is that so? The tower responded with surprise. Nevertheless, since you have entered, you may still present your blood. If the verification is successful, I shall bind with you and establish a master-servant contract. I shall be the master, and you the servant. I can lead you down a path of invincibility. Not interested. How do I exit this place? Kindly assist me in leaving. Yi Beichen shook his head in refusal. What? He actually declined. The Kunlun prison tower was bewildered. This was the first time in countless eons that anyone had rejected the tower. For epochs, the Kunlun prison tower had been the catalyst for untold bloodshed. After a lengthy pause, it finally spoke. Young man, do you genuinely not know my origins? I do not know, nor do I care. Let me go, Yi Beichen replied, shaking his head. The tower was immensely frustrated and began to elaborate on its illustrious history, proclaiming itself the foremost divine tower of all time, recounting tales of battles between celestial realms fought over it, and narrating the mysteries of the cosmos at its inception. Enough, enough. Cease your boasting. I cannot bear it. Just let me go, Yi Beichen interjected. You. The Kunlun prison tower felt an overwhelming urge to spit blood. It endeavored to persuade Yi Beichen to accept its existence, enticing him with promises of unimaginable benefits should he agree to the master-servant contract. Yi Beichen responded decisively. If a master-servant contract is to be signed, then I shall be the master and you the servant. Although he suspected the tower might be deceitful, he recognized that it was undoubtedly something extraordinary, given it was left by his mother. What? Impossible. The Kunlun prison tower flatly rejected the notion. What a ludicrous jest. You wish for me to be your servant? Throughout history, such an occurrence has never transpired. Oh, never mind. Yi Beichen shook his head. Wait. The Kunlun prison tower was anxious. It had awaited for tens of thousands of years, and Yi Beichen was the first to appear before it. If this opportunity were to slip away, would it have to wait another tens of thousands of years? Therefore, let us establish an equitable treaty. The Kunlun prison tower proposed. Yi Beichen scoffed lightly. What do you think? I shall be the master, and you shall be the servant. Otherwise, the discussion is moot. The Kunlun prison tower experienced an internal struggle. Ultimately, it took a deep breath and solemnly stated, a servant it shall be. Come, let us conduct the blood test. As long as there are no issues, I shall acknowledge you as my master. After all, the lifespan of a human is fleeting. You will eventually perish. Just help me escape this place. Yi Beichen smiled faintly. Following the words of the Kunlun prison tower, he arrived at the entrance of the first floor, sliced open his palm, and let his blood spill onto the door. The moment the blood made contact with the door, boom. The Kunlun prison tower radiated with brilliance akin to the sun, dazzling beyond compare. Wow, ha ha, your bloodline. Ha ha ha, what a windfall. The Kunlun prison tower erupted in wild laughter, forcibly restraining its excitement. Do not rush. The contract will require several hours to finalize. Chapter 72. The crisis of Wei Yanran. Yi Beichen remained in a state of unconsciousness. Wei Yanran brought him back to the villa, calling for someone to assist in carrying him from the passenger seat. Miss, what has happened to this man? Was he not with you at the charity gala? The butler of Wei Yanran wore a look of surprise. Logically, after attending the charity gala, Wei Yanran and this man should have had no further entanglements. Why had she brought him back again? The matters of the charity gala were bound by a confidentiality agreement. No one dared to divulge any details. Thus, the attendees remained oblivious to the events that transpired at the gala, even unaware of Yi Beichen's formidable energy. Wei Yanran had no time to explain. He fainted midway. Quickly. Summon a doctor. Understood. Several individuals carried Yi Beichen to Wei Yanran's room. Soon, the doctor arrived. After a thorough examination, the doctor remarked, Miss, this man appears to be in perfect health, quite vigorous. There should be no issues. Perhaps he merely fell asleep, or he may be fatigued. The doctor shook his head, indicating he could not discern any problems. Wei Yanran furrowed her brow. Asleep? Fatigued? How could that be? She had witnessed Yi Beichen collapse straight to the ground. Were it not for the nearby flowers and plants, he might have struck his head. Are you certain? Wei Yinran inquired. The doctor appeared somewhat perplexed. Miss. Based on my years of medical experience, he truly exhibits no health concerns. Even if he does not awaken tonight, perhaps he shall rouse by tomorrow morning? Very well. Wei Yinran turned to gaze at Yi Beichen, who lay on the bed. His breathing was steady, his chest rising and falling rhythmically, not resembling someone who was ill. You may leave for now, she gestured dismissively. Certainly. The doctor exited the room, and the other servants were also dismissed. At this moment, only Wei Yinran and Yi Beichen remained in the room. She sat at the bedside, gazing down at Yi Beichen's countenance. Her delicate face flushed, and her breath quickened. Instinctively, she lifted her gaze to Yi Beichen's cheek and murmured, "Who on earth are you, possessing such extraordinary capabilities that even the monarch speaks on your behalf?" It is the first time I have witnessed the venerable Qin family patriarch in such a predicament after all these years. And the war god Ling Feng acknowledges you as his master? You defeated the war god Qing Tsong. It is simply beyond belief. And that senior sister of yours, who is she? A female warrior of the dragon soul? Wei Yinran spoke to herself, her eyes aflame with curiosity. Her slender jade-like hand, momentarily uncontrollable, brushed gently against Yi Beichen's cheek. Startled, Wei Yinran felt as if she had been electrocuted, instinctively clamping her legs together, and swiftly withdrew her hand. Ahem, I didn't mean to. Please don't misunderstand. She hesitated, a bold thought crossing her mind. Since he was unlikely to awaken, she reached out again, pinching Yi Beichen's nose and ear, her fingers gliding over his face. In that moment, Yi Beichen felt acutely aware of his body, yet he could not control it. He wished to urge Wei Yinran to cease, but she remained oblivious. The Qinkuan prison tower chuckled. This girl is quite lovely. She seems to harbor an interest in you. What is her relation to you? Yi Beichen, exasperated, replied, We are mere acquaintances, hardly familiar. Hardly familiar? She was the one who carried you back. Otherwise, you would have collapsed on the street, unaware of what transpired, the Qinkuan prison tower remarked. Yi Beichen furrowed his brow. Can you sense the outside world? I can perceive whatever you can, the Qinkuan prison tower responded. Yi Beichen's expression shifted. Now bound to the Qinkuan prison tower. Would it not know anyone he encountered, or any secrets he held? I am your master now. I command you to seal all external perceptions unless I explicitly permit otherwise, Yi Beichen declared. With a resounding boom, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the Qinkuan prison tower. Yi Beichen's command had taken effect. Was it truly possible? A flicker of excitement surged through him. The Qinkuan prison tower sighed in resignation. Yi Beichen then changed the subject. By the way, you mentioned I am a martial spirit. What does that mean? Are you unaware of the realms of martial artists? The Qinkuan prison tower inquired, perplexed. Yi Beichen froze, thoughts racing through his mind. The Qinkuan prison tower might possess knowledge of a hierarchical system entirely distinct from that of the Earth's martial arts realm. What do you understand about the realms of martial artists? Yi Beichen quickly asked. The Qinkuan prison tower explained. The initiation of martial artists comprises 4 levels: heaven, earth, mystic, and yellow, known as entry-level martial artists. Following that are martial masters, grand martial masters, martial spirits, martial kings, martial emperors, and so forth. So, my realm is that of a martial spirit? Yi Beichen was astonished. He had been uncertain of his martial level during his time at Kunlun Mountain, as his masters had not disclosed it, merely remarking that Yi Beichen was exceptionally gifted. Now it appeared that his martial level was merely that of a martial spirit. Was the martial master equivalent to a grandmaster? And was the grand martial master equivalent to a Dao grandmaster? The martial arts master, the grandmaster, indeed seemed quite impressive. Yi Beichen suddenly realized. Miss Ziqing, you cannot barge in. Miss Yinran has already gone to bed, came the voice of the maid from outside. A sharp sound echoed. 2 slaps struck the maid. Then, with a loud bang, the door to Wei Yinran's room was flung open by a woman exuding arrogance. She donned a Chanel ensemble, her figure curvaceous and voluptuous, accentuated by a form-fitting skirt and flesh-colored stockings, her eyebrows artfully arched, radiating an air of superiority. Wei Ziqing. Wei Yinran sprang to her feet. The woman before her was her cousin, one of the legitimate heirs of the Wei family. Ah, Wei Yinran, in just 2 days, our Wei family's pharmaceutical group will unveil a new product in Zhonghai. Wei Ziqing's gaze fell upon Yi Beichen sprawled on the bed. Look at you. Still playing the pretty boy in this room? You must be unaware that the new product you spearheaded has issues, right? The final drug test did not pass. Wei Ziqing slammed a document onto the table. What? How is that possible? Wei Yinran exclaimed in disbelief. Seizing the moment of her distraction, Wei Ziqing swiftly took out her phone and captured 2 photos. Yi Beichen reclining on Wei Yinran's bed while she stood beside him, a scene dripping with ambiguity. Hee, I've got the evidence, Wei Ziqing declared. Wei Yinran, I trust you know what to do. At the Zhonghai press conference in 2 days, I want you to personally announce your withdrawal from the Wei family's pharmaceutical group. Otherwise, these photos will find their way to Grandpa. Wei Yinran stood frozen, her mind buzzing. May I see your formula? A sudden voice intruded. You've been awake all along? Wei Yinran turned to see Yi Beichen sitting up, his gaze fixed intently on her. Her face flushed crimson with embarrassment. Did you hear everything? You know what just happened? Yi Beichen nodded. I heard it all. I just couldn't speak. Wei Yinran felt mortified, struggling to explain. Yi Beichen, I have no other intentions. I was merely curious. I don't like you, no? Please don't misunderstand. Wei Yinran felt on the verge of madness, her heart racing wildly, internally screaming. Wei Yinran, what are you saying? Yi Beichen slowly spoke. I must thank you for bringing me back. Otherwise, I would have been homeless on the streets. Now, let me see that formula of yours. Okay, Wei Yinran replied. Her mind blank. She found herself instinctively handing over the folder to Yi Beichen. He opened it, perusing its contents for several minutes. Then, picking up a pen from the nearby table, he began to jot down notes and sketches. After 2 minutes, he closed the folder and stated, I have modified your products. They should be problem-free now, with efficacy surpassing the previous version by 10-fold. With that, Yi Beichen tossed the folder aside and turned to leave. What? Wei Yinran was left in a state of shock. When she regained her senses, Yi Beichen had long since vanished without a trace. She lowered her gaze to open the folder, where some of the herbal ingredients had already been altered by Yi Beichen. Was he jesting? Wei Yinran found it hard to believe. This was the formula for a beauty product she had painstakingly researched for over 2 years. In just 2 days, it was set to launch in Zhonghai. All preliminary experiments, developmental phases, and clinical trials had concluded. To her shock, a problem arose at the final hour. Wei Yinran immediately suspected that Wei Ziqing was behind this mischief. But with only 2 days remaining, her time was insufficient. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, Wei Yinran's phone rang. It was a call from the laboratory. Miss, something has gone awry. The experiments have failed. All the preliminary data no longer aligns. Our initial data was fabricated. There's a mole in the lab. Wei Yinran had anticipated this outcome. Yet hearing the news from the laboratory still sent a shiver through her. She took a deep breath. All right, I understand. If it comes to it, we shall abandon the project. Even now, I refuse to believe that Yi Beichen could have achieved anything significant with a formula he modified in mere 5 minutes. At that moment, despair enveloped Wei Yinran's heart. Miss, do you truly intend to give up? The voice on the other end was tinged with bitterness. Wei Yinran sighed. Let it go. Very well. She hung up the call, sitting there with vacant eyes, her heart steeped in desolation. If she were to fail this time, she would be utterly ousted from the arena. In the future, she would hold no standing within the Wei family. Perhaps she would merely become a tool for arranged marriages. An entire hour passed. Wei Yinran's gaze darkened as it fell upon the folder, and she gritted her teeth, murmuring, a dead horse is worth treating as a live one. Yi Beichen, do not let me down. Yi Beichen returned to the residence of his senior sister, Lu Sueki. It was nearing 6 in the morning, and he chose not to sleep. He meditated until 7 o'clock the next day, and, as anticipated, Lu Sueki arrived. She linked her arm with Yi Beichen's and spoke in a soft, coaxing tone. Junior brother, you must hurry to Zhonghai. The military martial arts conference begins in a week. You promised me you would secure a place in the top 10. Do not disappoint me. Wang Ruyan chimed in with a smile. Junior brother. 9th senior sister is in Zhonghai. You can go and spend time with her. Yi Beichen smiled back. He knew both sisters were eager for him to leave Longdu. However, he had already gleaned enough information about his mother. Yi Mingyuan was not his father, and remaining in Longdu seemed meaningless. Yi Beichen replied with a grin. All right. I shall first return to Jiangnan. Lu Sueki raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Why have you agreed to leave? Are you not going to the Yi family? Wang Ruyan frowned slightly. Yi Beichen replied cheerfully. Senior sisters, I appreciate your thoughtful intentions. Thank you. Rest assured, I will locate my mother. and I will earn a commendable rank in the military martial arts conference. Senior sister, is breakfast ready? I am quite famished. With a smile, Yi Beichen got out of bed and hurried off to wash up. Lu Sueki frowned, pondering, what is going on? My junior brother seems a bit peculiar. Could it be that he has already discovered something? Wang Ruyan was taken aback. Lu Sueki shook her head decisively. Absolutely impossible. Enough of this matter. It is for the best that my junior brother has left Longdu. Let him go to Zhonghai and temporarily divert his attention. Agreed. Wang Ruyan nodded gravely. After breakfast, Yi Beichen boarded the high-speed train back to Jiangnan, opting not to take a flight. Flying at 10,000 meters is truly unsafe. What if someone, in a fit of madness, attempts to harm me on the plane? At such heights, I cannot guarantee my survival. On the return train, Yi Beichen closed his eyes to rest, when suddenly, a voice resonated from the Qinkuan prison tower. Kid, let me sense the world outside. It has been tens of thousands of years since I last perceived it. All right, Yi Beichen casually replied. In an instant, a tremor coursed through his mind. Everything within a radius of several hundred meters unfolded before his eyes. The train raced forward, the tracks clattered loudly, ants scurried on the ground, and birds soared in the sky. He could even hear whispers and low conversations within the train carriage with crystal clarity. What is happening? Yi Beichen stood up in shock. Mr. Yi, what is wrong? Wan Lingfeng, seated beside him, looked at Yi Beichen in astonishment. Their master seemed fine, so why did he suddenly inquire about the situation? The other passengers in the carriage turned their attention to him, frowning at the disturbance. No, it's nothing. Yi Beichen shook his head, forcing himself to calm down. To his surprise, he could clearly perceive Wan Lingfeng's martial arts level, peak Grandmaster. All right, Wan Lingfeng sat down, puzzled. The voice from the Qinkuan prison tower continued. Hee. This is the shared perception. Everything I can sense, you can sense as well. Nothing within a radius of 500 meters can escape your notice. Not only external perceptions, but you can also clearly discern the levels of any martial artist within that range. What a pity. If only I were at my peak. There were 3 martial spirits and 1 martial king in the carriage. Yi Beichen's expression turned serious as he looked in a certain direction. People from the ancient martial families. What is going on? At the other end of the carriage, several young men and women, along with an elder, turned to look. A young girl spoke, transmitting her voice inwardly. That young man seems to be named Yi Beichen. The Jiangnan individual has stirred quite a commotion lately. Beside him is the god of war. Wan Lingfeng. A young man scoffed. What a ridiculous title, God of War. This secular nation loves to bestow grandiose titles that are, in reality, utterly inconsequential. I could easily defeat that Yi Beichen with a single punch. As for the so-called God of War, I could make him kneel and sing conquer. The elder's expression darkened. Buchun, do not act recklessly. The ancient martial families have endured through the ages precisely because they refrained from engaging in secular conflicts. The Dragon Kingdom is somewhat different from the feudal dynasties of history, he admonished, shaking his head. What is different? They are still nothing but a bunch of worthless chickens and dogs, Jiang Buchan retorted disdainfully. The individual, named Yi Beichen, glanced over. A young girl spoke up. Another man remarked, could it be that he has noticed us? Impossible. What is Yi Beichen capable of that he could discern our presence? Jiang Buqing shook his head. Yet, in the next moment, the expressions of several members of ancient martial arts families shifted dramatically. They beheld Yi Beichen rising and approaching them directly. Chapter 74. Utterly arrogant, where are you headed? Yi Beichen inquired, his gaze languidly sweeping over the group. An eerie aura began to permeate the carriage. Wan Lingfeng also approached, whispering, Master, what is the matter? Yi Beichen gestured toward the group. I find myself rather intrigued by them. Investigate their identities. Understood. Wan Lingfeng nodded, commanding the individuals to present their identification. You. Jiang Buqing's eyes blazed with fury. He had never endured such humiliation. In a flash, he stood up, his gaze icy as he fixed it on Wan Lingfeng. Are you looking for trouble? I warn you, not everyone in this world is someone you can provoke. Oh, who could possibly be beyond the reach of our esteemed Mr. Yi? Wan Lingfeng chuckled. He instructed his companions to summon the train attendant. After exchanging a few words in private, the attendant called for the train's officer to verify the identities of the group. Do you know who I am? Jiang Buqing said coldly. Wan Lingfeng had already reached the pinnacle of Grandmaster level. Jiang Buqing was aware that he could easily defeat Wan Lingfeng with full force. Yet Wan Lingfeng was oblivious to Jiang Buqing's capabilities, which left Jiang Buqing feeling quite vexed. He was a fierce tiger, How could he be forced to bow before a mere rabbit? An elder nearby shook his head. Buqing, stand down. Very well. Jiang Buqing gritted his teeth, reluctantly producing his identification. The elder, along with several young men and women, also presented their IDs. After a thorough check, Wan Lingfeng reported, Mr. Yi, there are no issues. This elder is named Jiang Shanha. The beautiful girl is Jiang Hanyue, and the rather arrogant one is Jiang Buqing. Yi Beichen nodded. Turning to Jiang Shanha, what brings you out here? Jiang Shanha was taken aback. Could it be that Yi Beichen had discerned their identities? That was impossible. They had just boarded the high-speed train, and it had been less than an hour. How could Yi Beichen possibly know who they were? Jiang Shanha replied with a smile. Sir, we are all businessmen. We are here for business purposes. Is there a problem? I am asking about your identities as members of ancient martial arts families, Yi Beichen stated with startling clarity. With that declaration, Jiang Shanha leapt to his feet. Beside him, Jiang Hanyue's eyes widened, her fair face reflecting shock. Jiang Buqing was taken aback, his fists clenched tightly. Wan Lingfeng gasped, Mr. Yi, what do you mean? What ancient martial arts families? He certainly knew what ancient martial arts families were. They represented a formidable force beyond the reach of the state. Were these men, women, and children all members of such families? The smile on Jiang Shanha's face froze, his mind racing before he replied, Sir, I do not comprehend what you are saying. What do you mean by ancient martial arts families? How remarkably composed. Several young individuals regarded Yi Beichen with palpable trepidation, although they were martial spirits. The pressure exerted by Yi Beichen was formidable, leaving them feeling profoundly unsettled. At that moment, the train arrived at its destination. Sir, we have arrived. Jiang Shanha remarked with a faint smile, leading the group to disembark with alacrity. As they exited the train, a menacing thought crossed Jiang Buchan's mind. One day, I shall make you kneel before me and understand the true meaning of cruelty. He turned back at the train door, casting a cold glance at Yi Beichen. Oh. Yi Beichen responded with a smile. Suddenly, he stepped forward, appearing directly in front of Jiang Buchan. With a resounding crash, he raised his hand and struck Jiang Buchan's shoulder. The impact was deafening. Jiang Buchan's shoulder crumpled as if struck by a truck, unable to withstand such overwhelming force. With a thud, Jiang Buchan's knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, his knees shattering upon impact, blood gushing forth. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him, and cold sweat broke out. You! Jiang Buchan struggled to lift his head, shock written all over his face. Buchan! Jiang Shanha exclaimed in alarm. The members of the ancient martial arts family, including Jiang Hanyue, wore expressions of disbelief. They had not anticipated Yi Beichen's sudden assault, and to see Jiang Buchan brought to his knees in a single move was utterly unexpected. Wan Lingfeng sensed that the situation had taken a turn for the worse and rushed forward with his companions, encircling Jiang Shanha and the others. Jiang Shanha, suppressing his fury, spoke in a chilling tone, Young man, what is your intention? Nothing of consequence. I simply detest being threatened, do you understand? Yi Beichen replied with a slight smile. Jiang Shanha was taken aback, scrutinizing Yi Beichen deeply. Weighing the pros and cons, he commanded, Buchan, apologize. Elder, you want me to apologize? To him. Jiang Buchan was nearly driven to madness, his eyes bloodshot. Jiang Shanha's gaze turned icy as he barked, apologize. The tone was unmistakably authoritative. Despite his reluctance, Jiang Buchan dared not defy the command and reluctantly uttered to Yi Beichen, I am sorry. I should not have threatened you. The words were nearly bitten out through clenched teeth. Begone. Yi Beichen waved his hand dismissively. Let us go, Jiang Shanha instructed, assisting Jiang Buchan as they exited the train. The high-speed train resumed its journey, while the members of the ancient martial arts family remained on the platform, their eyes fixed intently on Yi Beichen through the window. Wan Lingfeng, astonished, inquired, Master, what just transpired? Are those individuals from the ancient martial arts family? Indeed, Yi Beichen nodded. How did you discern that? Wan Lingfeng was taken aback. He, too, had shared the same train with members of the ancient martial arts family, yet had sensed nothing amiss. Yi Beichen, however, had noticed the tension. What strength does my master possess? It is truly terrifying. The Qian Kuan suppression tower interjected with surprise. Young man, you have been rather presumptuous. The young ones are tolerable, being of the same realm as you, martial spirits. However, that elder is a martial king. Should he choose to act, you would not stand a chance. Is this not excessively audacious, perilous, and impulsive? Yi Beichen responded nonchalantly. I merely sought to ascertain the boundaries of the ancient martial arts family's resolve. At present, it seems that their bottom line runs quite deep, and they are reluctant to reveal their identities easily. Moreover, the belongings left by his mother have been seized by members of the ancient clan. It may not necessarily be those from the Jiang family. However, Yi Beichen harbors no fondness for the ancient martial families. He continued, secondly, I may not be a match for that martial king, but I can certainly ensure my own safety. Besides, if I find myself at a disadvantage. Isn't there still you? The Qiankuan prison tower was momentarily taken aback. Me? You should possess some abilities, right? For instance, could you lend me a bit of power? Or assist me in eliminating one or two martial kings? Yi Beichen said with a smile. A silence ensued. You are indeed quite clever. After a brief pause, the Qiankuan prison tower responded. Indeed, should I intervene, I could eliminate a martial emperor in an instant. Such strength? Yi Beichen was left astonished. He had anticipated that the Qiankuan prison tower might possess some ability, but he had not expected it could annihilate a martial emperor so effortlessly. Chapter 75, Discussing Marriage? Yes. Remember, it is an instant kill, leaving them no chance of resistance. The Qiankuan prison tower remarked. However, it requires your body as a vessel to unleash my power. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, it should be avoided. Once I take action, you will be weakened for at least 7 days. During that time, you will be as vulnerable as a mere mortal. An ordinary person could easily slay you. The Qiankuan prison tower was cautioning Yi Beichen. If confronted with a formidable foe, it could lend its aid. An instant kill. Yet, after such an act, it too would succumb to weakness. Yi Beichen nodded solemnly. I understand. This means that unless in dire straits or in absolute safety, with only a single enemy remaining, I must refrain from calling upon the Qiankuan prison tower. Otherwise, it would be far too perilous. The high-speed train departed. Several members of the Jiang family remained at the platform, unwilling to leave. Yi Beichen, his name is Yi Beichen. Jiang Buqing's knee was shattered, and his scapula fractured. The excruciating pain could not mask his fury. His eyes were bloodshot, and his once handsome visage was contorted in rage. He actually knelt down and even apologized to Yi Beichen. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Wishing to kill Yi Beichen right then and there, I will not let him escape. I, Jiang Buqing, vow that my foremost priority in life is to eliminate Yi Beichen. Jiang Shanhe also produced his mobile phone and dialed a number. Investigate a person for me, Yi Beichen. His voice was cold and ruthless. Uncover this individual's origins, family, identity, and all relevant information. Investigate thoroughly from the moment of birth. Leave no stone unturned. Jiang Hanyue furrowed her brow. Elder, is it not too extreme to act in such a manner? Throughout history, no one has ever been able to insult the ancient martial family. Jiang Shanhe replied frostily. The insulter must die. On the high-speed train, after concluding his conversation with the Qiankuan prison tower, Yi Beichen directly addressed Wan Lingfeng. Wan Lingfeng, your subordinate is here. The war god Lingfeng replied. At this moment, he had completely accepted his role as Yi Beichen's subordinate, willingly and at any cost. Go and investigate every ancient martial family in the entire Dragon Kingdom, Yi Beichen commanded. Furthermore, I request a thorough investigation into the Yi family of Longdu. In recent years, particularly over the past 2 decades, scrutinize all ancient martial arts families that have maintained a close association with them. Focus particularly on Yi Mingyuan. I require all information and documentation concerning him. Yi Beichen articulated this in one breath. What? Wan Lingfeng was so startled that he leapt to his feet. This warrior of the southeast province was left utterly speechless, nearly paralyzed with fear. Each of these commands sent shivers down his spine, causing the hair on his neck to stand on end. Investigate ancient martial arts families? And the Yi family of Longdu? Good heavens! Is the master out of his mind? The ancient clans are formidable, far more terrifying than you can fathom. Wan Lingfeng's expression was one of deep concern. Moreover, the Yi family of Longdu is among the most prestigious families in Long Country. With Yi Lingxiao at the helm, none dare to offend them. Both the ancient martial arts families and the Yi family of Longdu are beyond my reach. Yi Beichen smiled confidently. Do not worry, should any trouble arise. I will handle it. Wan Lingfeng was momentarily taken aback. After a moment's reflection, he recalled how Yi Beichen had defeated Tang Qingsong with 3 punches. Furthermore, he was unperturbed even by the Qin family, and the sovereign himself vouches for him. Perhaps the master truly fears nothing? Let us proceed. Having resolved to follow Yi Beichen, Wan Lingfeng understood that he should simply execute his commands. Very well, I shall return and mobilize the entire province for the investigation. Wan Lingfeng nodded resolutely. Upon the arrival of the high-speed train, Yi Beichen instructed Wan Lingfeng to attend to his affairs while he returned to the Yi residence. The house was deserted save for Shenhe. Young master, you have returned so soon? Shenhe inquired. Yi Beichen nodded. Where is everyone else? Shenhe replied. Miss Xia and Miss Sun went to Jinan, believing you would not return for some time. They left yesterday afternoon. Miss Zhou has gone to Zhonghai, apparently to prepare for her graduate examinations. Since you were in Longdu, they did not wish to disturb you while you were engaged in important matters. Hence they did not inform you. Yi Beichen nodded slightly in understanding. Ding ding ding. At that moment, Yi Beichen's phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Hello, who is this? He answered. A voice responded. Mr. Yi, we are subordinates of Miss Wang Ruyan. Your parents and elder brother's graves have been relocated to the ancestral grave site of the Yi family. The sealing has been successfully completed. Would you like to come and see? Very well, I will come immediately, Yi Beichen replied. Yi family village, ancestral grave mountain. Here lie the tombs of the Yi family's ancestors through the ages. Yi Beichen's parents and elder brother, having met with untimely deaths, were deemed inauspicious and had not qualified for burial in the ancestral grave mountain. Today, at long last, their graves have been restored to their rightful place. Father, mother, elder brother. A son kneels before his parents. At this moment, Yi Beichen knelt before the three graves, igniting incense paper. Thank you, father and mother, for treating me as your own son all these years. No matter what, you shall forever remain my parents. Elder brother, we will always be brothers. Father, mother, elder brother, bless me in my quest to find my mother. The Zhao family has been eradicated, and the King of Jiangnan is dead. Yi Beichen poured a cup of wine and spilled it before the grave of Yi Laoqi. Now, only Yi Mingyuan remains. Rest assured, father, mother, elder brother, I will ensure that anyone associated with your deaths, even in the slightest, will face the consequences. Yi Mingyuan, I shall spare not a single one of the Easterners. At this moment, Yi Beichen's brow furrowed slightly. He sensed a black sedan approaching from 500 meters away, making its way toward the ancestral graveyard. Zhou Tianhao arrived with food and drink. Beichen, I heard you were here, so I came to pay a visit. Zhou Tianhao placed the offerings before the grave. Each grave received a cup of wine, and he poured one for Yi Beichen and himself. Let us, as a family, enjoy this toast, Zhou Tianhao said with a smile. The two drank heartily. It was not until noon that Zhou Tianhao, both laughing and crying, exclaimed, Ha ha ha. Brother Yi, Beichen has truly come into his own now. Those evildoers have nearly all met their demise. You may now rest in peace in the heavens. Let us arrange for him to marry Ryu and have a healthy, plump child to carry on the Yi family legacy and continue the ancestral line. Furthermore, Brother Yi, I have already helped you re-establish your company. What was once a small enterprise has now become one of the foremost businesses in the entire Jiangnan city. It was only in the afternoon that the two departed from the Yi family's ancestral graveyard. Once in the car, Zhou Tianhao wiped away a tear and said, Beichen, the company has been rebuilt according to Brother Ye's original vision. It shall continue to thrive. Your parents' and brother's vendetta has been avenged. Is it not time to consider your marriage with Ruoyu? Zhou Tianhao, slightly inebriated, gazed at Yi Beichen with a smile. Chapter 76. Heir of the Ghost Gate. Yi Beichen remained silent for a moment. Uncle Zhou, there are still many matters that I have yet to resolve. Let us discuss my marriage with Ruoyu at a later time. Zhou Tianhao was taken aback, managing an awkward smile. Very well, we shall speak of it later. Alas, a golden-scaled fish is not meant to dwell in a mere pond. Zhou Tianhao sighed inwardly. This is a true dragon, my dear daughter. It is now up to you to seize the opportunity. The next morning, Yi Beichen set off alone for Zhonghai. His 8th senior sister had provided him with a telephone number, instructing him to contact this individual upon his arrival in Zhonghai. This person would arrange for Yi Beichen to attend a military weapons conference scheduled for a week later. Zhonghai, renowned as the magical metropolis of the Dragon Nation, was a bustling hub filled with traffic and grandeur, opulent skyscrapers, and a vibrant atmosphere. While on the high-speed train, Yi Beichen dialed a number. Hello. The soft utterance nearly sent Han Yu on the other end into a fit of excitement. Dr. Yi, it's me. I've arrived in Zhonghai. Yi Beichen replied calmly, having promised Han Yu that he would treat Han Jinlong's legs at the earliest opportunity. Han Yu, overwhelmed with joy, set aside all her work. Great. Where are you? I will come immediately. An hour later, she arrived at the high-speed train station. All right, I will personally come to receive you. 30 minutes later, Hanyu appeared at the station with a group of people. 40 to 50 individuals stood lined up along the roadside. Hanyu, on her tiptoes, awaited Yi Beichen's arrival. Elegantly clad in a Givenchy outfit, her demeanor refined. With light makeup enhancing her features and her figure accentuated, she drew considerable attention as she stood by the road. Is that Hanyu, the eldest daughter of the Han family? What is she doing at the train station? Indeed, it is her, our top socialite in Zhonghai. Seeing her in such a flurry, could she possibly be meeting someone of great importance? Among the crowd, several travelers recognized Hanyu. Soon, Yi Beichen emerged from the high-speed train station. Hanyu immediately spotted him amidst the throng. Mr. Yi. She was about to call out Divine Dr. Yi, but hesitated, feeling that it was inappropriate to address him as such in such a crowded place. What a grand scene this was. Yi Beichen furrowed his brow. Hanyu quickly explained. I was merely concerned that I might not be able to greet you in time. The car is ready. We shall depart immediately. Yi Beichen said nothing further. Getting into the car with Hanyu, heading straight for the Han family estate, leaving behind a flurry of speculation. Who is that? So young and handsome. Could he be some rising star? What rising star could possibly be worthy of Miss Han? The car drove deep into the Han family's grounds. Upon meeting Han Jinlong, the latter greeted him with a broad smile. Divine Dr. Yi, welcome to my humble abode. The news of the Longdu Charity Gala had been tightly sealed. The murder of Qin Shaoyang and the defeat of Tang Qingcong had not reached Zhonghai. Otherwise, Han Jinlong would never have treated Yi Beichen with such cordiality. Oh, Yi Beichen was slightly taken aback. Han Jinlong was, in fact, a martial artist. His strength appeared to be at the heavenly level. Could it be that his meridians were damaged, causing his legs to fail and his strength to wane? I have a matter to attend to. Let us proceed with the treatment directly. Yi Beichen maintained his composure. Do we not need to prepare? Han Jinlong's brow furrowed. Yi Beichen shook his head. No need. Just take a seat. All right. Han Jinlong was somewhat surprised. Were it not for the efficacy of the prescription Yi Beichen had provided, which had indeed allowed him to walk again, he would have never believed in Yi Beichen's abilities. Now, he had no choice but to place his trust in him, for his ailment was beyond the capability of anyone else in the Long Kingdom. Yi Beichen retrieved silver needles from his pocket and stated calmly, the meridians in your legs are damaged. They have recovered somewhat due to medication. You can walk, but your vital energy cannot circulate. You were once a Grandmaster-level martial artist, were you not? Such seemingly casual words struck Han Jinlong and Hanyu like thunderclaps. Han Jinlong was genuinely taken aback. Divine Dr. Yi, you can see all this? Hanyu covered her mouth in astonishment, her delicate face filled with disbelief. Is that so difficult? Yi Beichen shook his head lightly. Your current strength has fallen to around the heavenly level, has it not? Hiss. Han Jinlong inhaled sharply. If Yi Beichen had used some connections, he might uncover that Han Jinlong had once been a grandmaster. However, the entire Han family was unaware of his decline to the heavenly level. Yi Beichen had discerned it. Han Jinlong fully trusted Yi Beichen's medical prowess, unable to restrain himself from exclaiming, Divine Dr. Yi, you truly are remarkable. The elderly Han had even changed his form of address. Yi Beichen waved his hand nonchalantly. I will reconnect your meridians and thoroughly cure your hidden ailments. If the recovery goes well, perhaps within a year or two, you may regain your Grandmaster strength. What? Even Han Jinlong, with his profound composure, stood up in disbelief. Shock, astonishment, and incredulity filled his gaze as he looked at Yi Beichen. Ah! Hanyu exclaimed, covering her mouth tightly, her hands turning purple from the pressure. She trembled all over. Dr. Yi, did you just say that I can regain the strength of a Grandmaster? Han Jinlong's mind buzzed with the revelation. Hanyu fixed her eyes on Yi Beichen intently. Yi Beichen nodded calmly. Indeed. He wasted no time. Urging Han Jinlong to sit down, he took out several silver needles and placed them on the dozens of acupoints on Han Jinlong's body. A mysterious force flowed through these points. Buzz. Moments later, the severed meridians were astonishingly reconnected by this enigmatic energy. Han Jinlong trembled all over, tears streaming down his face. He felt his inner strength surging towards his legs. Those legs, once devoid of power and barely able to walk, were now brimming with vitality. That long-lost sensation had returned. Restoration, true restoration. Dr. Ye's grace was akin to a rebirth. Han Jinlong bowed deeply to Yi Beichen at a 90-degree angle. Hanyu gasped, Grandfather, have you truly recovered? Yes, my dear heir, I have regained my strength. Han Jinlong's voice rang out with newfound vigor. Han Yu's face was awash with tears. Her grandfather had suffered due to his broken legs, his meridians rendered useless, causing him to lose the prowess of a grandmaster. The Han family had been declining day by day for years. Now, with her grandfather's meridians restored, once his strength returned, the formidable Han family of Zhonghai would rise again. On the surface, Yi Beichen had merely saved Han Jinlong, yet in truth, he had salvaged the entirety of the Han family. Yi Beichen put away the silver needles and calmly advised, "The meridians have just been reconnected. They are still quite fragile, so take care." All right. Han Jinlong nodded, treating Yi Beichen's words as divine command. Such a miraculous doctor was always right. "This prescription, you should keep and take it consistently for a month," Yi Beichen added, writing another prescription and handing it to Han Jinlong. "Well, I must be on my way." Han Jinlong was momentarily taken aback and quickly urged, "Dr. Yi, please stay with us at the Han residence. If you find this place unsuitable, I can arrange for other villas or estates. I have some personal matters to attend to." Yi Beichen replied, shaking his head in refusal. Han Jinlong had no choice but to have Han Yu escort Yi Beichen out. In less than 3 minutes, Han Yu returned. Han Jinlong, surprised, asked, "Why are you back so soon? Where is Dr. Yi?" "Grandfather, Dr. Yi didn't allow me to accompany him. He hailed a taxi and left on his own," Han Yu said, somewhat helpless yet excited. "Grandfather, are your legs truly healed?" A beaming smile adorned Han Jinlong's face. "Yes, my legs are completely healed." "But grandfather, didn't you say that only the 13 ghostly needles could save your legs?" Han Yu questioned hesitantly. Han Jinlong was momentarily stunned. Then, with a sudden realization, he slapped his forehead. "The 13 ghostly needles. This is indeed the 13 ghostly needles." Han Jinlong exclaimed with immense excitement. "How could I have not thought of it? Yi Beichen is the heir of the renowned Ghostly Hand Divine Doctor. After decades, the descendant of the Ghostly Hand Divine Doctor has emerged. The 13 ghostly needles can bring the dead back to life and mend flesh and bone." Han Jinlong's expression turned serious. "Issue a command. From now on, any member of the Han family who encounters Dr. Yi shall treat him as if they were meeting me." Han Jinlong himself. Chapter 77. Yi Beichen, do you dare to come to Zhonghai? After leaving the Han family, Yi Beichen immediately made a phone call. "Ruoyu, I have arrived in Zhonghai." He decided to meet Zhou Ruoyu first. As for the military martial arts competition, there was still a week to go. No need to rush for now. On the other end of the line, Zhou Ruoyu, who was studying in the library, leapt up upon answering the call. With immense excitement, she exclaimed, "Beichen Gij, you are in Zhonghai? That's wonderful. Where are you? I will come to pick you up right away." All right. Zhou Ruoyu quickly told her roommate, "Yuning, please take my books back to the dorm." She dashed out of the library. Boom. The library was abuzz with activity as many students whispered to one another. "Isn't that the goddess of charm, Zhou Ruoyu? What's going on?" She ran out so excitedly. Did she mention Beichen Gij? Could it be that her beloved has arrived? Most likely. This is huge news. The goddess of charm, Zhou Ruoyu, is in a relationship? The library was in an uproar. When Yi Beichen arrived at the entrance of Zhonghai University, Zhou Ruoyu was already waiting there. Upon seeing Yi Beichen step out of the taxi, she rushed forward, her fragrant figure almost colliding with him. Yi Beichen instinctively wrapped his arm around Zhou Ruoyu's slender waist, enveloped in her delightful scent. "With so many people watching, aren't you embarrassed?" Yi Beichen chuckled lightly. "Humph." Zhou Ruoyu huffed playfully, her expression one of affectionate defiance. "What is there to be afraid of? I want the whole world to know that you are my boyfriend." "Is that so?" Yi Beichen smiled softly. At that moment, a voice filled with surprise and joy rang out. "Yi Beichen, how come you are in Zhonghai?" It was Su Yuning, Zhou Ruoyu's close friend. After graduating, they had promised to pursue their master's degrees together and still lived in the same dormitory. Not long ago, Su Yuning and a group of classmates had gone to Jiangnan, where Yi Beichen had met her. Su Yuning was also a stunning beauty, though she paled in comparison to Zhou Ruoyu. During this time, she had gathered extensive information about her friend's fiancé, Yi Beichen. However, some of the news was simply astounding. The truth of it all was somewhat unbelievable for Su Yuning. "I came to see Ruoyu," Yi Beichen replied nonchalantly. His calm demeanor was a stark contrast to his lively interaction with Zhou Ruoyu. Feeling a little disheartened, Su Yuning managed to smile. "Now that you are in Zhonghai, you should enjoy a few days here. Ruoyu and I can show you around." Zhou Ruoyu frowned. She wanted to spend alone time with Yi Beichen. What did she mean by showing Beichen Gij around? Yi Beichen smiled. No need. Ruoyu's company is sufficient for me. Heh. I was just casually suggesting. Su Yuning replied with a laugh, glancing at the time on her phone. Oh dear. Ruoyu, we're running out of time. Today is the school's centennial celebration. Oh no. I haven't changed my clothes. Zhou Ruoyu suddenly remembered, quickly explaining to Yi Beichen. Today marks the centennial celebration of Zhonghai University. A multitude of illustrious figures and celebrities are expected to grace the occasion. Zhou Ruoyu has prepared a talent performance and intends to sing a song. She must return to change her attire. Time is of the essence. Brother Beichen, I am heading back to change my clothes. Will you accompany me to the celebration later? Zhou Ryu eagerly inquired. Yi Beichen chuckled, realizing he had no pressing matters at hand and could indulge in some leisure. He nodded in agreement. Great! Zhou Ruoyu exclaimed joyfully, clasping Yi Beichen's hand as they dashed back to the girls' dormitory, attracting the attention of many onlookers. What is happening? Zhou Ruoyu is running wildly through the campus. Holding hands with a boy, numerous students stared in astonishment. Throughout their 4 years at university, many had pursued Senior Ryu, yet none had succeeded. Who is this lad? Some murmured in discontent. Yi Beichen stood at the foot of the girls' dormitory, the gaze of countless eyes upon him, yet he remained serene and unperturbed. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Ryu emerged, adorned in an exquisite evening gown, with a delicate little shawl that revealed one shoulder, her collarbone fully exposed. Her slender waist was accentuated, and her legs were as fair and smooth as jade. She approached with the grace of a swan, captivating all who beheld her. Yi Beichen nodded with a smile. Quite impressive, the young lady has grown. Brother Beichen, you only know how to tease me, Zhou Ryu retorted playfully, giving him a light punch on the chest. Their banter sparked a wave of excitement among the onlookers. Let us hurry, Su Yuning called as she descended. She too had a performance scheduled and was dressed beautifully. This ensemble had once graced the red carpet of a film festival, rented for a staggering 50,000 yuan. How do I look, Brother Yi? Su Yuning asked with a gentle smile. Yi Beichen barely glanced at her, his gaze fixed on Zhou Ryu. Not bad, he replied casually. Su Yuning felt a pang of disappointment, but concealed it well. Let us proceed to the celebration venue. The trio arrived at the event, where a red carpet was laid out, surrounded by throngs of journalists. Numerous top-tier celebrities and affluent magnates strolled confidently down the carpet, entering the auditorium of Zhonghai University. Ordinary students entered through a side door. Zhou Ryu held Yi Beichen's hand as they made their way into the hall. From several meters away, a young man clad in a tailcoat observed Yi Beichen entering the celebration. The smile that once adorned his face darkened instantly. Yi Beichen, he has come to Zhonghai? This man was Lin Xiao, who had once traveled to Jiangnan with Su Yuning, harboring intentions toward Zhou Ryu. Unfortunately for him, Zhou Ryu had rebuffed his advances countless times without a shred of acknowledgement. How dare you return to Zhonghai? Although Lin Xiao had heard rumors of the Zhao family's downfall in Jiangnan and the demise of the Jiangnan king, he, along with many in Zhonghai's upper echelons, dismissed these tales as mere exaggerations. The Jiangnan king perished due to a boy named Yi Beichen. The Jiangnan aristocracy was obliterated because of him. Yi Beichen stood alone, having expelled the Easterners from the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. Even more astonishing was the rumor that he had slain Jun Wuhui, the illegitimate son of the legendary war god Ling Feng. Such a feat, if true, would have surely left Yi Beichen in dire straits. Thus, Lin Xiao concluded that all tales surrounding Yi Beichen were nothing more than mere fabrications, utter nonsense. The nouveau riche emerging from Jiangnan? That slap, Lin Xiao, will remember forever. A cold smile crept across Lin Xiao's face. Zhonghai is my territory. Yi Beichen, do you dare to enter Zhonghai? Whether you be a dragon or a tiger, you shall kneel before me. I shall repay that slap 1,000-fold. At that moment, atop a towering skyscraper over 600 meters high in Zhonghai, a woman with a parachute stood at the edge, glancing at her phone. Her junior disciple had arrived in Zhonghai. How delightful. With a leap, she plunged into the air. Chapter 78, donating 10 billion to Mr. Yi Beichen followed Zhou Ryu into the venue. Zhou Ryu was stunning, resembling a graceful swan, while Su Yuning was equally captivating. Yi Beichen, however, did not shine as brightly. All eyes were drawn to Zhou Ryu and Su Yuning. There he is. In the distance, a group of elite tycoons gasped in shock, nearly dropping their wine glasses. They were none other than Mr. Li and Mr. Wang, who had attended the charity gala in Longdu that fateful night. Both had graduated from Zhonghai University, and with the centennial celebration underway, they were naturally present. Yet, they had not anticipated encountering Yi Beichen here. Their astonishment quickly morphed into excitement. How did he come to Zhonghai? Mr. Wang set down his glass and approached Yi Beichen directly. Zhou Ryu and Su Yuning had programs to attend, so they headed backstage. Yi Beichen found a corner to sit down. Mr. Yi. Mr. Wang was the first to reach him, visibly thrilled. I'm Wang Chang'an. It's a pleasure to meet you here. I'm Li Keqiang. Mr. Li chimed in, also introducing himself. Yi Beichen looked puzzled. Do I know you? Mr. Yi, you may not know us, but we certainly know you. Wang Chang'an replied, brimming with excitement. We were present at the charity gala in Longdu the night before last. Li Keqiang interjected eagerly. The two prominent tycoons from Longdu were exceedingly courteous before Yi Beichen. Oh. Yi Beichen replied nonchalantly, nodding slightly. Mr. Yi, please join me. I have the best seats, Wang Chang'an offered. Mr. Yi, my place is great too. With the finest view, there will be performances later, Li Keqiang added quickly. No need. You both may go about your business. Yi Beichen waved his hand dismissively. The two men recognized his desire for solitude and discreetly retreated. At this moment, merely being recognized by Yi Beichen was sufficient. They dared not intrude further. As soon as the two departed, several individuals from the land of the rising sun entered. Chiba Mako, her arm, severed by Yi Beichen, had been successfully reattached. She was followed by several martial artists from her homeland, 2 peak grandmasters, and 3 masters. Thanks to the presence of the Qianquan Jinyu Tower, Yi Beichen discerned their strength. A familiar face trailed behind Chiba Mako. Wei Ziqing, the cousin of Wei Yanran. What was she doing here? Why was she mingling with the Japanese? Seated in the corner, Yi Beichen remained unnoticed by them. The centennial anniversary celebration commenced. After more than 2 hours of splendid song and dance performances, it was finally nearing its conclusion. Zhou Ruoyu's performance was exceptional, evoking ecstatic cheers from countless students after her song. At last, the host took the stage, and it was time for the donation segment. I pledge 3 million for my alma mater. I donate 5 million. I contribute 10 million. 20 million. Numerous affluent alumni from Zhonghai University generously offered their contributions, creating an atmosphere of exuberance. Lin Xiao ascended the stage with a check in hand. I, Lin Xiao, on behalf of the Lin family of Zhonghai, pledge 50 million for my alma mater. Applause erupted, a thunderous ovation from the crowd. Lin Xiao smiled and continued, Ladies and gentlemen, I am aware that a certain prominent individual is present at our anniversary celebration. The phrase prominent individual was pronounced with a notable emphasis, laced with a hint of mockery. I believe you have all heard the recent disturbances in Jiangnan. The Zhao family has been eradicated, and rumors circulate regarding the demise of a certain king of Jiangnan due to an individual. Even more amusing is the tale of the war god Ling Feng's son, Jun Wuhui, also having met his end at the hands of this person. Just half a month ago, I was drinking with Jun Xiao. How could he possibly be killed? As Lin Xiao finished his tirade, an eerie silence fell upon the audience. Everyone stared, wide-eyed, at Lin Xiao on stage. Had he lost his mind? How could he dare utter such words in this setting? Wang Chang'an and Li Keqiang instinctively turned to glance at Yi Beichen in the corner. A cold smile graced Yi Beichen's lips. What was Lin Xiao trying to achieve by introducing him in such a manner? Xiao, what are you doing? Stop speaking nonsense. Lin Xiao's father, Lin Chongshan, sat in the audience, his scalp prickling with fear as he lowly admonished, Stop this nonsense. Come down. Lin Chongshan was on the verge of panic. Did Lin Xiao not know the truth? Was he unaware that these events were indeed genuine? Dad, I haven't said anything wrong. Lin Xiao feigned innocence. Son, don't be reckless. Come down. Lin Chongshan urged in a hushed tone. But Lin Xiao, seemingly deaf to his father's pleas, pointed towards the back corner and shouted into the microphone. The central figure of the recent uproar, Yi Beichen, is right here at the event. Come. Let us all welcome this legendary figure, Yi Beichen. His voice dripped with sarcasm. In unison, the audience turned to gaze at Yi Beichen. Yi Beichen? Is that truly him? How remarkably young he appears. The students of Zhonghai University displayed expressions of curiosity. Chiba Mako wore a solemn expression, surprised to find Yi Beichen present. A surge of murderous intent welling up within her. Wei Ziqing was momentarily taken aback. Is he really Yi Beichen? The man who had slept in his cousin Wei Yanran's bed that night is actually the Yi Beichen from Jiangnan? How intriguing. Wei Ziqing murmured to himself. Lin Xiao mockingly remarked. Mr. Yi Beichen, aren't you quite wealthy? Back in Jiangnan, you casually threw down 10 million to buy a luxury car for Wei Ruoyou. Money should be of little consequence to you, no? Today, at Zhonghai University's anniversary celebration, my family is donating 50 million. Surely, Mr. Yi, you can outdo my family's contribution. Can't you? For Ruoyou's sake, donating 70 or 80 million, or even 100 million, wouldn't be excessive, would it? Swish. The crowd's gaze once again fell upon Yi Beichen. Lin Xiao, what are you doing? Zhou Ruoyou exclaimed with some irritation. Lin Xiao replied with a grin. Ruoyou, he can spend 1 million on a luxury car for you. Donating 70 or 80 million in your name wouldn't be wrong at all. Only in this way can he truly demonstrate his love for you. Lin Xiao had but one goal, to make Yi Beichen appear foolish. This tactic was rather lowly, yet quite effective. If Yi Beichen refrained from donating, he would be utterly humiliated. Should he indeed donate 70 or 80 million, Lin Xiao would have managed to orchestrate such a substantial loss for Yi Beichen with just a few words, which would be quite the triumph. Just as everyone believed Yi Beichen was in a tight spot, a voice echoed from the entrance of the auditorium. On behalf of Mr. Yi, the Han family of Zhonghai is donating 1 billion to Zhonghai University. An instant hush fell over the scene. A stunning woman entered through the auditorium doors. Han Yu, the eldest daughter of the Han family in Zhonghai. Miss Han. Many were taken aback, recognizing Han Yu. Gasp. A wave of astonished gasps rippled through the centennial celebration. All the students were left speechless. 1 billion. Truly, the Han family possesses immense wealth. Even the wealthiest among them were left in disbelief. 1 billion in cash would be a considerable blow to their finances. It appears that the events occurring in Jiangnan are mostly true. Otherwise, the Han family would not treat Yi Beichen with such deference, someone whispered. The other wealthy individuals from Zhonghai felt a chill in their hearts. Wang Chang and Enli Qichuan exchanged cold laughter. How could you possibly comprehend Mr. Ye's capabilities? Just a mere clown. Han Yu approached, casting a cold glance at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao was nearly paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground, unable to utter a word. How could this be? What does Han Yu mean? Could it be that those rumors were not mere fabrications? So, my father's reaction just now, my heavens, Yi Beichen, did he truly kill Jun Wuhui? Lin Zhao's mind raced with thoughts. In that moment, he felt as if he wished for death. Lin Zhao's face turned ashen, drained of color, as he weakly called out. Dad, save me. Han Chongshan hurried over, bowing and scraping. Miss Han, my son, silence. Han Yu coldly admonished. With determined strides, he approached Yi Beichen. Dr. Yi, how shall we proceed? A smirk graced Yi Beichen's face as he rose and walked towards Lin Xiao and his son. What do you intend to do, Yi Beichen? Lin Zhao's expression was one of sheer terror as he gazed at Yi Beichen, suddenly realizing the true extent of his formidable nature. His previous thoughts now seemed utterly foolish. Yi Beichen chuckled. Do you wish to toy with me or mock me? Or perhaps, to make me a fool in front of others? If I were to let you off easily, how would others treat me in the future? I. Lin Xiao trembled, his complexion ashen, unable to articulate a single word. Upon learning the truths that lay before him, his mind went blank, utterly paralyzed by fear. Suddenly, Lin Chongshan seized a chair and raised it high to strike. A sharp crack echoed through the hall. Lin Xiao screamed in agony as Lin Chongshan shattered one of his legs. A collective gasp resonated through the assembly. Lin Chongshan was merciless. With reddened eyes, he declared, Mr. Yi Beichen, my son has offended you. It is his fault. I shall break his other leg as an apology. Yi Beichen remained impassive. Not sufficient. What? Lin Chongshan's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth. Very well, then I shall break another leg. Father, no. Crack. Lin Xiao quivered, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness from the pain. Mr. Yi Beichen, is 2 legs sufficient? Lin Chongshan asked through gritted teeth. Yi Beichen shook his head once more. Lin Chongshan's body quivered. Mr. Yi Beichen, he is my son. In that case, I shall donate 1 billion to Zhonghai University in your name. 2 legs. Along with 1 billion, is that enough? Lin Chongshan's eyes were bloodshot. Father. Lin Xiao was utterly bewildered. Was Yi Beichen truly this terrifying? That sum was 1 billion. Yi Beichen simply uttered, not enough. What? Lin Chongshan froze, a surge of rage igniting within him. He suppressed his fury, lowering his voice to a chilling tone. Mr. Yi Beichen, if that is insufficient, what more do you desire? I want his life. Yi Beichen's voice was devoid of emotion. With a swift kick, Lin Xiao was sent sprawling like a lifeless dog against the wall. Dead. Son. Lin Chongshan's vision darkened, and he collapsed into unconsciousness. Take them away. Han Yu commanded, and immediately, individuals were dispatched to carry away the Lin father and son. Lin Xiao is dead. He is dead. Su Yuning trembled uncontrollably. Zhou Ryu remained relatively composed, having witnessed Yi Beichen's lethal prowess previously at the Jiangnan Wangfu and the Zhao family. Dr. Yi, there is an auction later. Might you be interested in participating? Han Yu inquired. Yi Beichen's curiosity was piqued. An auction? Indeed, there are items pertaining to martial artists, along with some treasures. You may wish to peruse them, Han Yu smiled. Very well, Yi Beichen contemplated before agreeing. He yearned to glean insights into the martial arts world beyond. He had dedicated 5 years to training on Kunlun Mountain. To be candid, apart from Yi Beichen's extraordinary strength, remarkable medical skills, elusive movement techniques, unparalleled lightness of foot, unmatched silver needle mastery, and unrivaled expertise in both poisoning and detoxification, he possesses no understanding of the martial arts realm. Very well, then, lead me to witness it. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Beichen acquiesced. He also took Zhou Ruoyou along. Qinya Zhenzi was present, and Zhou Ruoyou's presence alongside him posed a potential threat should the adversaries attempt to abduct her for leverage. Su Yuning, unabashed, trailed behind as they made their way toward the auction venue. Along the way, she frequently stole glances at Yi Beichen's silhouette, her emotions a tumultuous blend of astonishment and complexity. Before long, they arrived at the auction site, located at Zhonghai University. Today marked the centennial celebration of the institution, drawing affluent individuals from far and wide to congregate, rendering it an opportune setting for an auction. The venue was a grandiose underground auction hall, lavishly adorned. With over 300 seats, Han Yu introduced, Dr. Yi, this auction is organized by Sotheby's S. Tonight, there are a total of 31 lots. She presented a finely crafted booklet to Yi Beichen. He, too, had arrived. Qinya Zhenzi spotted Yi Beichen. Wei Ziqing furrowed his brow, pondering, this fellow is a variable. I hope he doesn't affect our bidding tonight. That item is a necessity for me. Qinya Zhenzi wore a confident expression, convinced that even if he contested with her, his wealth could not surpass that of the Qinya family, a super conglomerate from the land of the rising sun, wielding trillions in assets. Yi Beichen perused the booklet, which began with antiques and jewelry, and astonishingly included elixirs capable of enhancing a martial artist's prowess. However, these were elixirs suited for celestial-level warriors, starting at a price of around 20 million. Regrettably, Yi Beichen had transcended the Grandmaster level, rendering these elixirs ineffective for him. Upon flipping to a certain page, he beheld a quaint bronze cauldron. This cauldron is excellent. It can be used for alchemy. The Qiankuan Jinyu Tower suddenly interjected. Yi Beichen's heart stirred. Alchemy? The tower nodded. Indeed, it can be utilized for alchemical practices. It will elevate your martial prowess. Relying solely on time to accumulate internal energy may leave you unable to attain the martial sovereign level for a decade. With this cauldron, I can teach you several alchemical recipes, enabling a swift enhancement of your abilities. We must secure it at all costs. On the other side, Qinya Zhenzi also perused the booklet and arrived at the page featuring the bronze cauldron. With it, my Qinya family can mass-produce masters. Qinya Zhenzi's face radiated excitement as she vowed, tonight, whoever dares to compete with me shall meet their demise. Chapter 80. 100 billion. As more attendees filled the auction hall, Wang Chang'an and Li Keqiuan arrived, spotting Yi Beichen from a distance and greeting him with smiles. With Han Yu present, they refrained from approaching him. After approximately 10 minutes, the lights in the auction venue dimmed. From the center auction stage emerged a young woman clad in a qipao, her figure gracefully poised. She appeared to be in her early 20s, remarkably youthful, with well-maintained skin and a figure that was both delicate and alluring. In her voluptuousness, there exuded an aura of gentle elegance. She possessed an innate nobility that could not be replicated through mere imitation. The woman in the qipao introduced herself. Greetings, everyone. For those who have attended a few sessions at Sotheby's, I am sure I am not a stranger to you. However, it is evident that some new faces are present. To accommodate these friends, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Li Jiesin, hailing from the Li family of Hong Kong Island. I serve as the chief representative for Sotheby's in the mainland. The name Li family of Hong Kong Island speaks volumes and requires no further elaboration. A decade ago, the Li family was the wealthiest in the Dragon Kingdom. In recent years, We have been surpassed by figures such as Jack Ma and Tony Ma from the mainland. Nevertheless, the Li family has already acquired the title of nobility from the Eagle Nation, transcending social strata. Li Jiesin. She is indeed Li Jiesin, the princess of the Li family of Hong Kong Island, a fashion icon, a supermodel. Su Yuning was exhilarated. Zhou Ruyu gazed at Li Jiesin on stage with envy, exclaiming, "Wow, she is so beautiful." Yi Beichen smiled slightly. "My Ruyu is the most beautiful." "Brother Beichen, you just know how to flatter," Zhou Ruyu said. Her cheeks flushed. Yi Beichen replied, "I speak the truth." In terms of beauty, Zhou Ruyu was not at all inferior to Li Jiesin. If she were to consume some beauty-enhancing elixirs, she could undoubtedly outshine Li Jiesin. Yi Beichen contemplated the idea of refining a batch of elixirs for Zhou Ruyu if the opportunity arose. Now, let us present the first auction item, a painting of elegant women. With Li Jiesin's command, the auction commenced. An ancient painting was brought forth and displayed. The starting bid was 30 million. After a round of competitive bidding, it was ultimately sold for a staggering 80 million. The subsequent 7 or 8 auction items consisted of various antique calligraphy and paintings, which failed to capture Yi Beichen's interest. He waited until the 15th item was introduced. "Wow, how exquisite." Zhou Ruyu could not contain her astonishment. "What, do you like it?" Yi Beichen inquired with a smile. This was a red jade pendant, vibrant as blood, intricately carved in the shape of a phoenix, strikingly lifelike. Red jade was exceedingly rare, with each piece fetching astronomical prices, especially this particular piece, which had once belonged to the imperial court. Its worth was immeasurable, akin to a national treasure. "It's far too expensive, starting at 80 million. Zhou Ruyu shook her head. The bidding continued amongst several affluent competitors. 83 million, 88 million, 95 million. The price was escalating beyond 80 million. To Zhou Ruyu, this figure was astronomical. Even if she adored it, it was beyond her reach. "It's all right," Yi Beichen said calmly, raising his bid. 300 million. In an instant, all eyes were drawn to Yi Beichen, filled with astonishment. Even the top-tier tycoons were taken aback. Was there truly someone who played the auction game in such a manner? While others gradually raised their bids, Yi Beichen boldly announced a threefold increase. 300 million? Gulped Su Yuning, swallowing hard. Chiba Mako glanced over, letting out a cold chuckle. "So, you are here to amuse the ladies. 300 million for the first time. 300 million for the second. 300 million for the third, sold." With the auctioneer's final hammer drop, the red jadeite was secured by Yi Beichen at the price of 300 million. As the auction house staff approached to process the payment, Wang Chang'an swiftly intervened. "Hold on, let me handle this. I'm his friend, here to settle the bill." With a smooth swipe of the card and a signature, the transaction concluded seamlessly. The auction staff were momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend the rapid turn of events as Wang Chang'an whisked away the red jadeite. He hurriedly delivered it to Yi Beichen, stating, "Mr. Yi, your item." Yi Beichen, bemused, accepted the red jadeite. "That was remarkably swift." "Hee, it's my duty." "Please, carry on," Wang Chang'an replied, beaming as he returned to his seat. Many wealthy onlookers cast astonished glances. One affluent gentleman clad in a designer suit frowned, pondering whether it was truly worth spending 300 million to befriend Yi Beichen, doubting its value. Another affluent individual shook his head. Wang Chang'an, overhearing their musings, chuckled inwardly. "How could you possibly know what transpired at the Longdu charity gala? I would gladly spend 10 billion. Han Yu smiled silently, wishing she could have made the purchase herself, but lamenting Wang Chang'an's timely intervention. Li Jiesin also turned her gaze, her beautiful eyes flickering as she inquired with a nearby attendant, soon realizing the situation. Li Keqiuan's eyes burned with jealousy, as he too had been a moment too late. Outmaneuvered by Wang Chang'an. "Damn it, Ruoyo, it's now yours." Yi Beichen handed the red jadeite to Zhou Ruoyo. "Ah!" Zhou Ruoyo exclaimed in delight, gazing at the phoenix-shaped red jadeite, captivated. Beside her, Su Yuning felt a mix of envy and jealousy, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The next item was unveiled, a pill suitable for heavenly-level warriors. The bidding commenced at 30 million. Ultimately, each pill fetched around 150 million. Yi Beichen was somewhat taken aback. "Dr. Yi, these pills are exceedingly difficult to refine and can significantly enhance the cultivation of heavenly-level warriors. For many affluent individuals, this is already a lavish expense." Han Yu noted Yi Beichen's surprise. Indeed, not everyone can ascend to the rank of a master-level warrior. For an average person to become a heavenly-level warrior requires a lifetime of dedication. A prodigious talent like Yi Beichen may only emerge once in a millennium. As the auction for the pills concluded, the event neared its end. Li Jiasin entered, pushing a cart adorned with a small bronze cauldron. Whoosh! All eyes in the room converged on it, many wealthy attendees' breaths quickening. Wei Ziqing's gaze sharpened. Is this the cauldron that Miss Chiba has been yearning for? It must be. At any cost. Chiba Mako sprang to her feet, only to suppress her excitement and sit back down as astonished glances fell upon her. This ancient bronze cauldron, from an unspecified era, was surely well researched by those desiring it before arriving. Li Jiasin offered a faint smile as the light illuminated the bronze tripod. I shall not indulge in superfluous words. The starting bid is set at 10 billion, 11 billion, 15 billion, 30 billion. Several affluent individuals from the Dragon Kingdom bid successively. It was evident that they had come prepared, fully aware of the artifact's worth. Qinya Jinzi erupted in laughter. Ha ha! Tonight, none of you shall contend with me. I bid 100 billion. The room fell into an uproar at her declaration. 100 billion? Su Yuning nearly bit her tongue in shock. Beside her, Zhou Ruiyu appeared equally astonished. Han Yu furrowed her brow, initially contemplating competition. But upon hearing the staggering bid, she promptly withdrew. Is it Qinya Jinzi? Has this woman lost her mind? 100 billion. Some wealthy individuals from the Dragon Kingdom began to express their disbelief. The price of 100 billion was indeed terrifying. Should they continue to compete, they risked financial ruin. Is there no one left? Ha ha ha, the tripod is mine. Qinya Jinzi's face flushed with excitement, her expression one of elation. Just as everyone believed the tripod was destined for her possession, Yi Beichen revealed a confident smile and calmly uttered 3 words. 1,000 billion. Chapter 81. Facing mortality? What? Su Yuning reacted vehemently, turning abruptly and nearly toppling from her chair. Brother Beichen, was that you speaking just now? Zhou Ruiyu stood frozen, her mouth agape in adorable astonishment. Han Yu gazed at Yi Beichen in shock. Dr. Yi, 1,000 billion? Was that your bid? Even she thought Yi Beichen had lost his sanity. It was I. Yi Beichen affirmed with a nod. Yi Beichen from Jiangnan. Does he truly possess 1,000 billion? Some questioned. Perhaps he does. The Zhao family's assets must be worth hundreds of billions, not to mention the Jiangnan Wangfu, someone replied. Goodness, what a prodigal. Could he be jesting? This is Sotheby's auction house, hosted by the Li family. Not even the Yi family from Longdu would dare to make such a jest. Some wealthy patrons shook their heads. Yi Beichen had landed himself in serious trouble. He must either produce 1,000 billion to secure the tripod or face dire consequences. Holy moly! Wang Chang'an trembled in fear. Li Keqiuan swallowed hard. Mr. Yi, you're playing a grand game. What do we fear? Even if trouble arises, that esteemed individual will cover it. Wang Chang'an frowned. Li Keqiuan, recalling the esteemed figure from Longdu, nodded involuntarily. The Li family Sotheby's auction house pales in comparison to a single word from that individual. 1,000 billion. Wei Ziqing gasped in disbelief. Has this Yi Beichen truly gone mad? Where does he derive such audacity? Qinya Jinzi's eyes filled with fury as she shrieked. Impossible. Yi Beichen cannot possibly produce 1,000 billion. Absolutely impossible. He is merely shouting nonsense. I demand verification of his assets. If he lacks 1,000 billion, the tripod shall belong to me. Qinya Jinzi was nearly driven to madness. Although she had boasted and vowed to acquire the tripod at any cost, she was not in a position to wield 1,000 billion. Should she truly spend 1,000 billion to claim the tripod, the leaders of the Qinya family would surely question her competence. Li Jiasin's delicate face darkened, revealing her displeasure. As an auction house, their objective was to elevate the price of items to the highest possible level. However, Yi Beichen's bid of 1 trillion was evidently an act of provocation. Mr. Yi, we must verify your funds, Li Jiasin stated, gesturing for him to approach and present his bank card. Of course, Yi Beichen replied, rising to his feet and, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, made his way toward Li Jiasin. He produced a bank card adorned with images of a golden dragon, black bear, tiger, lion, and eagle, extending it towards her. This was the card bestowed upon him by Master 27, a gift of immense significance. According to William, this card granted access to the vaults of major financial conglomerates worldwide, filled with inexhaustible funds. Thus, he felt emboldened to bid 1 trillion. After all, it was not his own money. He could afford to be extravagant. Upon seeing the bank card, Li Jiesen's pupils dilated slightly. She shook her head gently, forcing herself to suppress the turmoil within. Mr. Yi, there is no need for verification. Very well, Yi Beichen nodded, intrigued. Did Li Jiesen recognize this card? Why was there no need for validation? Qinya Jinzi, furious, pointed an accusing finger at Li Jiesen. What do you mean, Li Jiesen? Is Sotheby's engaging in underhanded dealings? How could this tripod possibly be worth 1 trillion? Even 100 billion is excessive. It must be a forgery. Li Jiesen's expression turned cold. Qinya Jinzi, are you questioning the integrity of the Li family of Hong Kong? Startled, Qinya Jinzi quickly shook her head. Miss Li, you misunderstand. That was not my intention. The Li family of Hong Kong was the wealthiest in the Dragon Kingdom a decade ago. Their financial power is certainly not inferior to that of the Qinya family. Realizing her misstep, she hastily amended her statement. What I meant was, this tripod is not worth 1 trillion. Expel them, was all that Li Jiesen uttered. Understood, came the response. The staff of the auction house appeared, delivering an eviction notice to Qinya Jinzi and her associates. Despite being accompanied by 3 masters and 2 grandmasters, Qinya Jinzi dared not command them to act. Offending Sotheby's and the Li family would undoubtedly lead to severe repercussions for the Qinya family. Thus, Qinya Jinzi and her entourage were escorted out. Wei Ziqing found herself alone, feeling somewhat awkward. Mr. Yi, please come this way to complete the payment. Li Jiesen smiled gently, inviting Yi Beichen to a private room. Yi Beichen followed without hesitation. Li Jiesen got straight to the point. Mr. Yi, since you are willing to spend 1 trillion to acquire this tripod, you must be aware of its provenance, correct? It is used for alchemy. Indeed, Yi Beichen replied succinctly. Li Jiesen smiled slightly. That is correct, it is indeed for alchemy. Along with this tripod, the Li family also acquired an alchemical formula. Oh, Yi Beichen expressed some surprise. Alas, Li Jiesen sighed. The formula is unfortunately damaged. I can provide it to you, and the tripod will be a complimentary gift. 1 trillion. And we shall take not a single cent. However, we require Mr. Yi to agree to one condition. What condition? Yi Beichen frowned. A free gift often harbored ulterior motives. Li Jiesen, sensing his apprehension, reassured him. Mr. Yi, you need not worry. Our request is quite simple. One day, should Mr. Yi utilize this cauldron to concoct elixirs, he must first consider our Li family for any sales. Furthermore, if Mr. Yi is able to restore the alchemical formula, we kindly request a copy for our Li family. Yi Beichen expressed surprise. Just these 2 points? Indeed, just these 2. Li Jiesen nodded earnestly. And the rationale? Yi Beichen inquired. Li Jiesen responded succinctly. For the Li family, monetary value has lost its significance. It is the formulas and elixirs that we truly seek. This answer was somewhat gratifying. Yi Beichen smiled. How do you know that I can refine elixirs? What use would a non-alchemist have for this cauldron? Li Jiesen responded with wisdom. Very well. Yi Beichen readily acquiesced. Li Jiesen instructed someone to carefully wrap the bronze cauldron and then handed Yi Beichen a tattered alchemical formula. The script was almost indecipherable. Yet, some of the medicinal ingredients could still be vaguely discerned. He scanned it briefly before tucking it away and taking his leave. As soon as Yi Beichen departed, Li Jiesen summoned a person and, frowning, inquired, Are you certain he defeated Tang Qingsong in 3 moves at the charity gala in Longdu? Yes. A middle-aged man glanced around before whispering. Not only did he defeat Tang Qingsong, but he also killed Qin Shaoyang. Li Jiesen was taken aback. Qin Shaoyang, the notorious scion of Longdu? He once visited Hong Kong Island, throwing a lavish party that cost over $1 billion. The middle-aged man continued. That night, Secretary Qian arrived bearing the national leader's command. No one in Longdu dared to discuss the matter. Miss Li, you must keep this confidential, or I shall be in peril as well. The middle-aged man was exceedingly anxious. Although a confidentiality agreement was signed, it would not be too difficult for the Li family to uncover the details of that night. Li Jiesen, astonished, thought, such terrifying martial prowess, along with alchemical skills? Could he possibly be from an ancient martial family? Exiting the auction house, it was already 9 in the evening. Chiba Shinako and her companions awaited at the exit. The moment Yi Beichen appeared, she followed closely behind. The Qian Kuantown prison tower transmitted. Kid, do you sense it? 3 masters, 2 grandmasters, and that Chiba Shinako. Let them follow. I shall escort Ruoyu back to her dormitory first. Yi Beichen appeared indifferent. At the base of the dormitory, Zhou Ruyu nestled in Yi Beichen's embrace, disregarding the peculiar gazes of others. They lingered in warmth for a full 5 minutes before reluctantly parting to ascend the stairs. Yi Beichen concealed his smile, leaping several times to vanish from Zhonghai University. Attempting to flee? Can you truly escape? Chase. Chiba Shinako sneered. 10 minutes later, Yi Beichen stood in a deserted alley 5 kilometers from Zhonghai University. The area was scarcely populated. Stray dogs barked. The silver moon hung like a hook. Leaning against the wall, Yi Beichen boredly lit a cigarette. Chiba Shinako, is your pace not a tad slow? Yi Beichen sighed, exhaling a smoke ring. I have already finished my second cigarette while you were just catching up. Chiba Shinako approached from the alley's mouth, followed closely by 2 martial masters and 1 grandmaster. At the other end of the alley, a martial arts master, a grandmaster, obstructed Yi Beichen's path. Yi Beichen, as the ancient saying goes, are you still defiant when death is imminent? Chiba Masako's expression was terrifyingly dark. You severed one of my arms in Longdu. In Jiangnan, you eradicated the Eastern Japan Chamber of Commerce. In Zhonghai, you seized my alchemical cauldron. Yi Beichen, you truly court death. Chiba Masako gritted her teeth as she uttered these words, commanding, disable him, but leave him with a breath. I want him to understand the meaning of regret. Chapter 82. Invasion of the Dragon Kingdom. 3 martial arts masters and 2 grandmasters approached Yi Beichen with cruel smiles. Be cautious, his martial prowess is formidable. Chiba Masako spoke in a grave tone. Rest assured, Miss Masako. A grandmaster from Eastern Japan sneered. He is merely a young man from the Dragon Kingdom. I can make him kneel and beg for mercy with a single hand. Bang! In the next moment, the Eastern Japan grandmaster leapt forward, standing before Yi Beichen. Yi Beichen remained calm, appearing as if lost in thought. The Eastern Japan grandmaster chuckled. Is the speed too overwhelming for you that you cannot react? Are you frightened into a stupor? Ha! Foolish Dragon Kingdom dweller. You should never have offended Miss Masako. Death. Yi Beichen uttered a single word. In that instant, the grandmaster from the island experienced an illusion, as if Yi Beichen were a deity of death, pronouncing his fate with that one word. What did you say? The Eastern Japan grandmaster roared in fury, loathing this sensation. He raised his hand, ready to slap Yi Beichen to the ground. An unbelievable scene unfolded. Just as the Eastern Japan grandmaster lifted his hand to strike, Yi Beichen moved with incredible speed, more ferocious and precise. Bang! A deafening sound erupted as the grandmaster's head exploded like a watermelon. His body remained upright for a moment, motionless, before collapsing to the ground with a thud. Chiba Masako screamed, nearly paralyzed with shock. She could scarcely believe her eyes. A grandmaster. Another grandmaster from Eastern Japan gasped. Hiss. The 3 Eastern Japan masters collectively inhaled sharply, retreating in fright. This is terrifying. How could a grandmaster be killed with a single slap? Yi Beichen. You. Chiba Masako finally grasped Yi Beichen's terrifying prowess. Bang. Another resounding crash echoed as Yi Beichen struck again. Like a phantom, he appeared before the second grandmaster from Eastern Japan, delivering a punch that struck the latter's heart. Crack! The grandmaster's chest caved in, his spine protruding grotesquely. The grandmaster from Eastern Japan stared at Yi Beichen in horror, his eyes devoid of light. Chiba Masako and the 3 Eastern Japan martial arts masters were on the verge of madness. These were 2 grandmasters. They hadn't even made a move before being eliminated? What kind of strength did this young man from the Dragon Kingdom possess? Retreat. 3 masters of Eastern martial arts turned and fled, completely disregarding Chiba Mako. Why should they care for another's life when their own is at stake? Though they had wives and daughters held hostage by the Chiba family, as martial arts masters, they could roam freely wherever they pleased. Remaining would undoubtedly lead to their demise. Your people seem to have abandoned you, Yi Beichen remarked with a hint of amusement. With a stamp of his foot, a tile from the ground shot forth, splitting into 3 pieces mid-air, piercing the bodies of the 3 Eastern martial arts masters. Chiba Mako was nearly struck with terror. This man's casual kick unleashed a force more fearsome than a bullet. Without a moment's hesitation, she dropped to her knees, pleading, Mr. Yi Beichen, I apologize for my ignorance. I implore you, spare my life. I am willing to offer 100 billion yuan to redeem myself. Yi Beichen chuckled, lacking any need for wealth. Observing this, Chiba Mako crawled toward him like a wildcat, prostrating at his feet, her chest thrust forward and her rear arched, creating an alluring curve upon the ground. She then pressed her cheek against the back of his foot, asking, Yi Jun, do I please you? If you desire. I am at your service right now. It would be even more thrilling here, wouldn't it? This woman was a vision of seduction, seemingly intent on enticing him. What are you doing? Yi Beichun exclaimed, stamping his foot, releasing a surge of true energy. Bang! Chiba Mako was hurled backward, crashing against the wall. She spat a mouthful of blood, her face drained of color, and hurriedly crawled back to kneel at his feet, trembling as she pleaded, Mr. Yi Beichun, have mercy. You want neither money nor me. What is it that you seek? Yi Beichun directly inquired, what is the purpose of that cauldron? Chiba Mako's expression wavered. Bang! Yi Beichun showed no mercy, delivering a kick that sent her screaming once more against the wall, leaving a crack in its surface. This woman was also a martial artist, albeit of modest strength at the level of earth. Had she been an ordinary person, she would have already met her end from such a strike. Yi Beichun's cold, merciless voice echoed, you have a second chance. Speak or die. I will speak. Chiba Mako was thoroughly frightened, perceiving the man from the Dragon Kingdom before her as a harbinger of death. This is the Aoki Cauldron, crafted from lightning-struck wood. It is exceedingly rare. It was left behind by an ancient alchemist of the Dragon Kingdom. Our Chiba family has gathered many alchemists, relying on the formulas we possess to continuously cultivate martial artists through mass production of elixirs. Yi Beichun furrowed his brow. What do you require so many martial artists for? Chiba Mako quivered, her voice trembling, for other plans. What plans? Yi Beichun sensed something amiss. Chiba Mako shuddered and gritted her teeth, declaring, to invade the Dragon Kingdom. What? Yi Beichun's expression turned icy and ruthless. The island nation of the East still harbored treacherous intentions. What are your plans? He fixed his gaze upon Chiba Mako. Chiba Mako felt a chill run down her spine, fully aware that if she did not speak the truth, Yi Beichun would not hesitate to end her life. This man was not one to show mercy. Reluctantly, she confessed. The mission of the Chiba family is simply to engage in trade with the Dragon Kingdom and establish a mercantile association. We have forged connections of mutual benefit with several prominent families in the Dragon Kingdom. The more advanced tasks are known only to my father. Yi Beichun pondered for a moment before promptly retrieving his phone to call his senior sister. In a luxurious courtyard in Longdu, Lu Sueki stretched lazily as she answered the call. Junior brother, have you arrived in Zhonghai? Hee, calling me so late. Are you missing me? Her tone was teasingly ambiguous. Yi Beichun wasted no time, directly revealing the matter concerning Chiba Mako. What? Lu Sueki shot upright, her eyes glinting with a sudden chill. After a few seconds, she responded. Junior brother, this information is crucial. I must report it immediately. Who would have thought that you, having just become the young commander of the Dragon Soul, would achieve such a significant feat? This is serious. We shall discuss further later. Yi Beichun nodded. Understood, senior sister. Good night. Lu Sueki hurriedly hung up the phone. He turned his gaze toward Chiba Mako and declared, I shall send you on your way. Immediately. Chiba Mako, startled, instinctively reverted to her native tongue, exclaiming in terror, Master. I acknowledge you as my master. Chapter 83. Acknowledging me as master? Yi Beichun contemplated for a moment, intrigued by Chiba Mako's words. You are from the East, known for your samurai spirit and unwavering loyalty to your family. Would you truly choose to betray your kin? Chiba Mako's face turned pale as she bit her crimson lip, nearly drawing blood. We women of the East are unable to control our destinies. Even as Chiba Mako, the esteemed daughter of the Chiba family, I am destined to be a pawn in a marriage alliance. What I demonstrated to you earlier was learned from my upbringing in the family. Yi Beichun reflected on this. Indeed, such traditions existed in the Eastern Islands. Women there held a lowly status. Even the daughters of grand families ultimately became playthings of those in power. If he were to take Chiba Mako as a servant, perhaps he could leverage the Chiba family to uncover information about his mother. Very well, from this moment forth, you shall be my servant. Yi Beichun stated decisively. Jinzi, I bow before you, master. Chiba Mako exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion, repeatedly prostrating herself. Suddenly, Yi Beichun acted swiftly, casting a series of silver needles that pierced Chiba Mako's body. I have implanted the 13 ghost needles within you. From now on, you must obey my commands, or you shall wish for death. He added ominously, if you doubt me, feel free to betray me. It matters not. Chiba Mako abruptly lifted her head. Shock etched across her face. What? The 13 ghost needles. Yi Beichun had already stepped into the alley, leaving Chiba Mako kneeling in place, staring blankly at his retreating figure as if gazing upon the Grim Reaper. As Yi Beichen exited the alley, not far ahead, he heard the sounds of a scuffle. Two Caucasian men, each standing at an impressive height of 6 feet 3 inches, were viciously assaulting a man of Chinese descent at a roadside barbecue stall. A few scattered onlookers dared not intervene, while some recorded the incident on their mobile devices. Yi Beichen furrowed his brow, recognizing the formidable prowess of the two assailants, who were, astonishingly, martial artists of the earth level. With a swift motion, Yi Beichen propelled himself forward, delivering a powerful kick that sent both men sprawling to the ground. Groaning in pain, they looked up to see their assailant and bellowed in outrage. "You yellow-skinned pig, how dare you strike us? Do you know who we are?" The intoxicated men struggled to rise, pointing accusatorily at Yi Beichen and hurling insults. Ignoring their tirade, Yi Beichen bent down to assist the stall owner, who was visibly shaken. Thank you. You should leave quickly. Don't attract any trouble," the young stall owner urged, hastily gathering his belongings to depart. He appeared to be in his 20s, bespectacled and refined, yet his face bore the marks of bruises. Yi Beichen's heart sank as he recognized him. "Monkey, is that you?" The young man looked up, momentarily stunned. Brother Yi? You're alive. How wonderful. I came looking for you after your family's incident. But I was threatened by some people." The young man, Wang Qingho, had been a close companion since elementary school, sharing countless memories together. Curiosity piqued, Yi Beichen asked, "Didn't you get accepted into Zhonghai University? What brings you to Shanghai selling barbecue?" Wang Qingho forced a smile, his expression tinged with sadness, embarrassment, and resignation. He hesitated to share the struggles of his past in front of his brother. Yi Beichen's demeanor darkened. Wang Qingho had always been an excellent student, accepted into Zhonghai University, and he should have been graduating by now. It was indeed puzzling to see a graduate of such a prestigious institution selling barbecue on the streets. There had to be a story behind it. "Hey, yellow-skinned pig, we're talking to you. Are you deaf?" One of the Caucasian men spat, advancing menacingly, followed closely by his companion. Yi Beichen's expression turned icy as he replied, "Monkey, we shall reminisce later. Brother Yi, you must leave. These foreigners are not to be trifled with," Wang Qingho exclaimed, alarmed at the prospect of Yi Beichen engaging them. Yi Beichen chuckled. "Ha, this is the Dragon Country, monkey." The realization struck Wang Qingho, instinctively clenching his fists. "Indeed, this is the Dragon Country. Yellow-skinned pig, may you rot in hell." One of the Caucasian men charged at Yi Beichen, throwing a punch aimed at his head. Yi Beichen responded with a swift kick to the man's knee. A sharp crack echoed through the air as the man let out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, collapsing to the ground, cradling his injured leg. In an instant, the alcohol-induced haze dissipated. My leg. The other Caucasian, witnessing his companion's broken leg, began to regain his senses as well. "Dragon Country man. A martial artist? We are here for the military arms conference. Do you dare to harm us?" Yi Beichen wore a stern expression. "This is the Dragon Country. If you assault a citizen of the Dragon Country on its streets, you shall face retribution." As his words reverberated, Yi Beichen appeared before the man. The white man, caught off guard, was swiftly swept off his feet by a kick from Yi Beichen. The sound of cracking bones echoed as his legs contorted grotesquely. With a pained scream, the white man pointed a trembling finger at Yi Beichen, exclaiming, "You Dragon Country person, you will pay. My friends and superiors will not let you off." Yi Beichen approached him, crushing the hand that pointed menacingly at him underfoot. "I shall grant you a minute to call for your allies," he stated coldly. Despite being a formidable martial artist, the man bore the agony of his severed limb, using his remaining hand to retrieve his phone and relay his predicament and location. "Are you done?" Yi Beichen inquired with a chilling smile, before stepping forward to break the last hand. Like disposing of a dead dog, he dragged the man to his companions, carelessly discarding him on the ground. Returning to the barbecue stall, the monkey was left astounded, staring in disbelief at Yi Beichen. "Brother Yi, you've trained in martial arts? So impressive. Truly remarkable." The monkey trembled with excitement, tears welling in his eyes. "They have bullied us too much." Yi Beichen offered words of comfort. "Do not worry. With me around, no one dares to bully you." The monkey wiped his tears. Yes, Brother Yi. When did you return? Haven't you heard about the situation in Jiangnan?" Yi Beichen asked, puzzled. The monkey shook his head in confusion. "No, what happened in Jiangnan?" Yi Beichen sighed inwardly, realizing the monkey had been overwhelmed by life's burdens. With his daily routine of barbecuing, he had no time to follow the news from Jiangnan. The world in which the monkey existed was that of ordinary folk, where all one could focus on was the daily grind of providing for their family, leaving no room for the outside world. Yi Beichen smiled, nothing serious. Suddenly, the monkey's expression changed. Brother Yi, you must leave quickly. You have struck a citizen from Bear Country, and you could be arrested. The monkey shouted with urgency. Yi Beichen patted the monkey's shoulder reassuringly. Rest assured, trust me. A few Bear Country men cannot harm me. A thread of internal strength flowed into the monkey, significantly alleviating his injuries. Is that true? The monkey was taken aback. Yi Beichen chuckled. When have I ever deceived you? Can you move now? Let us prepare a couple of dishes and have a few drinks while we wait for the Bear Country men to arrive. All right, all right. The monkey nodded excitedly. They quickly prepared several dishes and opened a bottle of liquor, engaging in conversation about the past. The more the monkey spoke, the more animated he became. Yi Beichen inquired, by the way, didn't you get accepted into Zhonghai University? Why are you here grilling barbecue? The monkey's smile faltered as he gulped down a mouthful of liquor. Falling silent, Yi Beichen furrowed his brow. What's wrong? Did something happen? No, everything is fine. The monkey's gaze shifted uneasily. To avoid causing Yi Beichen concern, he forced a smile. Oh, Brother Yi, there's no need for you to worry. This barbecue stall is quite good. I can set it up whenever I want. In a single day, one can earn 300 to 400, leading a life of ease and comfort. How absurd. Your father works tirelessly to support your education, while your mother toils in a factory for barely 2,000 a month. Yi Beichen could not contain his frustration. What have you achieved after over a decade of schooling? A student of Zhonghai University, barbecuing here? Not returning home. Is this what you call a flourishing life? If it weren't for brotherhood, such harsh words would never have escaped his lips. Brother Yi, the monkey pouted, feeling utterly wronged, with tears welling in his eyes. Yi Beichen placed a reassuring hand on the monkey's shoulder, urging him to share his burdens. Speak up, I'll stand by you. Brother Yi. The monkey finally broke down, revealing his plight. Excelling in university, he had earned scholarships during his freshman and sophomore years and even joined the student council. By his junior year, he had become a campus celebrity, dating one of the most admired girls in his department. The name Wang Qingho was quite renowned at Zhonghai University. However, the monkey later discovered that a wealthy heir was pursuing his girlfriend. The affluent young man, initially indifferent, became enraged upon learning that the girl had agreed to be the monkey's girlfriend. That very night, he orchestrated an attack, leaving the monkey hospitalized. Fearing his parents' worry, the monkey kept this ordeal from them. He lay in the hospital for 3 months, and upon his release, faced disciplinary action from the university for unexcused absences, threatening his academic standing. As he approached his senior year, the monkey could hardly withstand such turmoil. After struggling to catch up on his coursework, the affluent heir resurfaced, falsely accusing him of cheating during the final exams. During this time, the monkey's girlfriend revealed that she was playing a game of dominance with the wealthy heir, who had commanded her to maintain a relationship with the monkey. How could she have found interest in someone from such a humble background otherwise? In that moment, the monkey's perception of love shattered, leaving his heart in despair. Subsequently, the couple frequently humiliated him in public at various school events, compelling him to kneel and bow in demeaning submission, crawling like a dog. The monkey endured this humiliation solely to obtain his diploma. Yet, on graduation day, the school informed him that he had failed to meet the necessary academic requirements and would not be granted a diploma, nor an opportunity for re-examination. His enrollment at Zhonghai University was unceremoniously revoked. In that instant, the world collapsed around the monkey. He was merely an ordinary individual, relying on the identity of a prestigious university student to forge a brighter future. Now, everything had been stripped away. That woman, she deceived my affections, and I accepted it. I was the fool. They demanded my submission, and I complied. They forced me to bow and admit my faults, and I did so. They stripped me of my dignity, compelling me to bark like a dog, and I acquiesced. I am simply an ordinary person. I, Wang Qingho, am just an unremarkable individual, yearning for a better life for myself and my parents. Why must they target me in such a manner? Why? What have I done wrong? Woe is me, Brother Yi. They have been so cruel. Why is this so? Why? The monkey let out a resounding roar, as if releasing years of pent-up resentment in one breath. Upon hearing the monkey's tale, Yi Beichen felt a surge of murderous intent. One of his own brothers had been utterly destroyed by a mere master-servant game? Who was that young master? Yi Beichen inquired coldly. The monkey shook his head. Brother Yi, please don't ask. Just speaking of it makes me feel a bit better. Yi Beichen insisted, speak. The monkey pleaded, Brother Yi, truly, don't ask. Their family is terrifying. I've done my research. In this life and the next, I could never compete with them. I am but a dog. Woof, woof, ha ha ha. With a swift motion, Yi Beichen raised his hand and slapped the monkey's face. Monkey, pull yourself together. Do not lose your dignity. The monkey sobbed, burying his face on the table. The Jun family. He is one of them. His name is Jun Wuxia. Jun Wuxia. Ha ha ha. Brother Yi, do you know? He is the most elite young master in Zhonghai. Even the school fears them. The monkey laughed bitterly at himself. Yi Beichen finally understood why the monkey was in such despair. The Jun family was indeed a colossal entity for someone like him. The Jun family? Yi Beichen chuckled softly. He patted the monkey's shoulder. Let us go to the Jun family. What? The monkey was stunned, looking up at Yi Beichen in astonishment. Brother Yi, I will take you to seek revenge. Yi Beichen replied with a smile. Revenge? The monkey thought Yi Beichen was joking, giving a bitter laugh. Brother Yi, it's late. What revenge can we seek? Let us go home. Yi Beichen grasped his hand and stood slowly. Revenge does not wait for the night. Just then, the screeching sound of abrupt braking reached their ears. Several off-road vehicles came to a halt by the roadside, and a group of Caucasian men and women descended. Yi Beichen cast a glance, taking in their prowess at once. 1 Grandmaster, 3 martial arts masters, and over a dozen heavenly-level warriors. Upon exiting, they spotted their fallen companion, limbs broken and writhing in agony on the ground. Thomas, Peter, who did this to you? The expressions of the Caucasians changed dramatically. Brutal, utterly brutal, they exclaimed, seeing their comrade's bloodied state. That yellow-skinned pig, it was him. Thomas struggled to rise, glaring at Yi Beichen with difficulty. The Grandmaster among them wore a frosty expression as he and his companions surrounded Yi Beichen. Without bothering to ask, he commanded, kill him. Chapter 85, Capturing Yi Beichen. Boom. A Caucasian martial arts master charged forward, his muscular frame surpassing that of a bull. He threw a punch, the air swirling with ferocity, showing no mercy as it aimed for Yi Beichen's chest. If Yi Beichen were weaker, this punch would surely be fatal. I spared your companion's life, and yet you come to kill without understanding the situation? Yi Beichen's gaze turned icy. He raised his hand and countered with a punch. Bang! A tremendous sound erupted as the Caucasian martial arts master collided with Yi Beichen's fist. His arm was instantly rendered a mangled mess. It had exploded. Other white martial artists looked over in shock. My God, such immense power. The white martial arts master let out a cry. You damned yellow-skinned pig. Suddenly, he extended his other hand towards Yi Beichen's head, his palm slicing through the air with a fierce gust. Yi Beichen casually raised his hand and surprisingly seized his wrist. You. The white master's pupils constricted. In the next moment, Yi Beichen twisted his hand forcefully. With a sharp crack, the white master's arm was brutally broken, the bone piercing through the flesh. A scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig echoed. Yi Beichen narrowed his eyes. Now, who is the pig? Release Shios. They cursed. Who are you? We are from Bear Nation, here to participate in the military martial arts conference in Dragon Nation. How dare you? The group from Bear Nation shouted in rage, threatening Yi Beichen. Suddenly, Yi Beichen reached out, delivering a punch to Shios' chest. Bang! Shios, taken aback by Yi Beichen's audacity to attack him, was sent flying in disbelief. He fell to the ground, lifeless. You truly dare to kill our Bear Nation people? The Bear Nation martial artists, witnessing this scene, began to panic. Yi Beichen, with his hands behind his back, approached them step by step. This is Dragon Nation, so what of the Bear Nation? The Grandmaster from Bear Nation, his expression grave, gathered his true energy. Young man from Dragon Nation, you are courting death. Die. Yi Beichen suddenly leapt into the air, soaring over 30 meters high. The Bear Nation martial artists were left dumbfounded. Even a martial arts grandmaster could not leap such a height. Bang! Amid their astonished gazes, Yi Beichen descended, landing above the Grandmaster from Bear Nation and bringing his foot down. The Grandmaster raised both hands to block. With a resounding crack, his arms shattered. Thud! A tremendous force struck his legs, bending his knees, forcing him to kneel on the ground. The concrete floor exploded beneath him. The white Grandmaster felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him. In the next moment, bang! Yi Beichen's foot landed on his head. Blood gushed from his 7 orifices as he perished. Just like that, a Grandmaster from Bear Nation met his end. The other Bear Nation members, witnessing this, fled in terror, their fear palpable. A demon. This young man from Dragon Nation is a demon. Yi Beichen made no attempt to pursue, instead walking slowly back to the monkey's side. The monkey's expression shifted, gasping in awe. Excitement, shock, surprise. A torrent of emotions surged within him, but fear was absent. This was Yi Beichen, his brother. What was there to fear? Brother Yi, you are incredible. Are you a martial artist? The monkey exclaimed excitedly. He had heard of martial artists during his university days, but these individuals typically did not associate with ordinary people. Ordinary people rarely encountered martial artists, and even if they did, they would not recognize them. Yi Beichen smiled and nodded. Let us go. I'll take you to seek revenge. With that, he pulled the monkey along, climbing into the off-road vehicle left by the Bear Nation members, heading straight for the Jun family. What? The Bear Nation members were killed, and a Grandmaster is dead? How is that possible? Zhonghai, the headquarters responsible for hosting the upcoming military arms conference. Yu Tianlong glanced at Tang Wenjun, who had come to report, and abruptly rose from his chair. Who was the perpetrator? Such audacity. Yu Tianlong's expression was grave, with the conference just days away. How can we explain to the international community that a citizen of Bear Country was killed here in Zhonghai? Tang Wenjun shook his head. We still do not know who the assailant is. Someone reported the incident, and our team has already responded. Xianhe has gone to review the surveillance footage and will return shortly. As soon as she finished speaking, Yang Xuanhe entered, holding a tablet. I have copied the footage. You will never guess who killed the Bear Country citizen. Who? Yu Tianlong turned his gaze towards him. Yang Xuanhe played the footage and uttered a name. Yi Beichen. What? Yi Beichen? How is that possible? He is a formidable master from Dragon Country. Tang Wenjun exclaimed in disbelief. Yu Tianlong's expression also fluctuated. Just a few days prior, they had visited the Yi residence in Jiangnan to invite Yi Beichen to join the Dragon Soul, only to be ignored and humiliated. Who would have imagined Yi Beichen would come to Zhonghai? They focused on the surveillance footage, which was somewhat lengthy. It began with two Bear Country martial artists attacking a monkey. Yi Beichen then appeared, swiftly dismantling the two Bear Country fighters with brutal precision. Soon after, a convoy from Bear Country arrived, and without a word, violence ensued. Following the deaths of the two Bear Country martial artists, the remaining individuals fled. Yu Tianlong was momentarily stunned, lowering his voice. The one who was killed with a single punch is Su Si, a martial arts master from Bear Country. The one whose head was crushed underfoot is O'Neill, a master-level prowess. To kill a martial arts master with one punch and crush a Grandmaster's skull with a single kick. Tang Wenjun stood frozen, her cheeks flushed. Yang Xuanhe remained silent, his eyes brimming with jealousy and bitterness. Yi Beichen, of similar age, possessed such terrifying martial prowess. Yu Tianlong, incredulous, remarked, we have grossly underestimated Yi Beichen. What is his true strength? Yang Xuanhe coldly asserted, General, regardless of Yi Beichen's strength, he has committed murder on our territory. Zhonghai is not Jiangnan. It is not for Yi Beichen to act with impunity. I demand his immediate capture. Unbeknownst to them, the events at the charity gala in Longdu were entirely outside their awareness. In their perception, Yi Beichen was merely formidable in Jiangnan. Coming to Zhonghai and daring to create chaos was undoubtedly an act of folly. Ding, ding, ding. The phone on the desk rang. After Yu Tianlong answered, an angry voice erupted from the receiver. His face darkened as he hung up. The higher-ups called. The Bear Country officials are furious. This incident has dire repercussions. Countries attending the military arms conference are eagerly awaiting our downfall. He issued an immediate order. Let us go. Gather the team to apprehend Yi Beichen. Ding, ding, ding. Another call came in, and Yu Tianlong was taken aback. What? Yi Beichen has gone to the Jun family. Has he lost his mind? How dare he challenge the boundaries of the aristocracy? Chapter 86. Scandalous pair at 10 o'clock in the evening, Zhonghai, outside the entrance of the Jun family. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Yi Beichen drove the off-road vehicle belonging to the citizens of Bear Country, boldly coming to a halt at the entrance of the Jun family estate. Who are you? A voice boomed, filled with fury. Have you eaten a leopard's gall? Get lost. Do you know where this is? A group of house servants menacingly surrounded him. The monkey felt a twinge of anxiety, gripping Yi Beichen's arm. Brother Yi, perhaps we should leave. Yi Beichen patted his shoulder, infusing him with a trace of internal energy. Do not worry, I will handle everything. Jun Wuxie will pay the price. The monkey's inner demons cannot simply vanish. His life is irrevocably ruined. Yi Beichen stepped out of the vehicle, and the monkey, trembling, inhaled deeply, summoning his courage. He opened the car door and exited. Yi Beichen spoke calmly. In 3 minutes, summon Jun Wuxie to meet me. How dare you? Shouted one of the overseers, stepping forward and pointing at Yi Beichen's nose, ready to curse. Bang! A blur flashed by. The overseer barely had a chance to speak before Yi Beichen sent him flying with a kick, leaving a horrifying indentation in the solid wooden door of the Jun residence. Gasp! The other servants of the Jun family collectively inhaled sharply, retreating in fear. With a monthly salary of 3,000, what are you risking your life for? Monkey, let's go. Yi Beichen strode toward the entrance of the Jun estate. The monkey was exhilarated. Awesome. The two entered the Jun family estate, which was vast and reminiscent of classical garden architecture, with 7 courtyards comparable to an ancient royal palace, even larger and more opulent than the residence of the King of Jiangnan. The commotion at the entrance drew several individuals out, who upon seeing Yi Beichen, shouted, "Who are you? This is the Jun family. How dare you bang?" Yi Beichen kicked one of them away and continued deeper into the estate. Bring out Jun Wuxie. Otherwise, I shall turn the Jun family upside down today. Yi Beichen's roar echoed throughout the estate, reverberating with a power akin to a tiger's roar or a dragon's cry. Who dares intrude upon our home? Go investigate. The strength emanating from him was palpable. He was a martial artist. Heads turned throughout the Jun estate. Yi Beichen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, awaiting in the courtyard. In less than 5 minutes, over 100 individuals approached from various directions. A middle-aged man frowned and spoke. Young man, do you know where you are? Do you understand the price you must pay for trespassing here? Yi Beichen regarded him coolly and asked, Are you the one in charge of the Jun family? Humph. The middle-aged man scoffed. You don't even know who Jun Jiangnan is? You dare to intrude upon the Jun family? What is your name? Yi Beichen, he replied. With those 3 short words, the Jun family erupted in chaos. Yi Beichen. That name was all too familiar. He was indeed Yi Beichen? Unbelievable, he looked so young. Is he the one who killed Wu Hui? Many were struck dumb. Even Jun Jiangnan was taken aback, not expecting that the young man before him was Yi Beichen. From the crowd emerged a regal woman, her gaze sharp and venomous. With gritted teeth, she coldly inquired, You are Yi Beichen? My son, are you willing to die by my hand? She is Jun Wuhui's mother, Jun Wenjing, one of Wan Lingfeng's women. Yi Beichen nodded affirmatively, stating, Indeed. Today's matter has nothing to do with Jun Wuhui. I have come to seek Jun Wuxie. Ha ha. Jun Wenjing laughed maniacally, pointing at Yi Beichen. Mo Shu, eliminate him. Very well. An elderly man emerged from the crowd, his form bent and hunchbacked, garbed in gray cloth, resembling a devoted old servant. With a single glance, Yi Beichen recognized the formidable presence of a martial arts master at the pinnacle of strength. Yi Beichen shook his head. I only seek Jun Wuxie. Do not send others to their demise. Mo Shu grinned coldly, remarking, Yi Beichen, you should not have come here. You ought to have inquired about the Jun family rather than make a ruckus. Yi Beichen frowned, disinterested in the man's prattle. He lifted his foot and sent a stone flying from the ground. Whoosh! It was swifter than a bullet by a third. Thud! Blood splattered as a hole appeared in Mo Shu's right eye. His eyeball vanished. Another hole formed at the back of his head. Bang! Mo Shu's lifeless body collapsed to the ground. Jun Jingyang's pupils constricted. Jun Wenjing was also taken aback. The other members of the Jun family looked on in terror, shocked at Yi Beichen's audacity. A martial arts master stationed at the Jun family was slain just like that, by a mere stone penetrating his skull. Yi Beichen stepped forward, approaching Jun Jingyang, placing a hand upon his shoulder. Thud! Jun Jingyang could not withstand the pressure of Yi Beichen's hand. His knees buckled, and he sank to the ground. He glared up at Yi Beichen in fury, threatening, Yi Beichen, you, crack. Yi Beichen raised his foot and brought it down upon Jun Jingyang's calf, his cold gaze looking down upon him. I do not wish to hear your nonsense. Jun Jingyang's rage was instantly extinguished. The moment he met Yi Beichen's gaze, he trembled uncontrollably, as if facing death itself. He realized that if he did not contact Jun Wuxie soon, this young man might very well kill him. Fine. Jun Jingyang retrieved his phone and dialed Jun Wuxie's number. Bellowing, You little brat, where the hell are you? Get back here this instant. At that moment, within a 5-star hotel in Zhonghai, Jun Wuxie was enveloped in a tender embrace when he received his father's call. Dad, what's the matter? I haven't stirred up any trouble lately. Jun Jingyang replied in fury. I don't care whether you've caused trouble or not. Right now, Immediately return home. Otherwise, I will disown you. Jun Wuxia sensed the gravity of the situation. He hastily donned his trousers and, with the woman beside him, rushed back to the Jun family estate. Upon arriving at the entrance, he felt an unsettling atmosphere. As he stepped into the front courtyard, he beheld a throng of people standing there. His father, Jun Jiangnan, was kneeling before a young man. Why is that useless person here? Jun Wuxia's gaze fell upon the monkey. Dad, what is going on? Why are you kneeling there? The monkey trembled all over. Fixating intensely on Jun Wuxia, gritting his teeth, the woman beside him expressed her astonishment, exclaiming, Wuxia, look, is that not that dog? How has he come to your residence? Surely, your father has not taken it upon himself to advocate for him? Jun Wuxia furrowed his brow, sensing an unsettling discrepancy. The young man who had knelt before his father was now approaching Wang Qingho, laying a hand upon his shoulder. Monkeys, is it them? Indeed. Monkey clenched his fists, his teeth grinding in indignation. It is indeed this pair of despicable wretches. Chapter 87. Unmoved by femininity very well, Yi Beichen replied with a slight smile. In a swift motion, he appeared before the two. With a sweeping kick, a resounding crack echoed as both the man and woman collapsed, their legs broken in an instant. Jun Wuxia and the woman beside him emitted heart-wrenching cries, lying on the ground like lifeless dogs. Monkey, the task is yours, Yi Beichen said with a smile. Monkey, eyes ablaze with fury, recalled the humiliation he had endured. Grabbing a broomstick, he advanced towards Jun Wuxia and Su Xiaoya, unleashing a flurry of blows upon them. Su Xiaoya, tears streaming down her face, pleaded, Wu, help me, please. No more, no more. I realize my mistakes. Monkey, trembling with rage, was relentless. Jun Wuxia roared in anguish. Damn it, you scoundrel, you will pay dearly. My legs are broken. This is the Jun residence. You possess an audacity like no other. I shall annihilate your entire family. Even as he endured the merciless beating, Jun Wuxia continued to issue threats. Monkey's fury surged. In the past, Jun Wuxia had wielded his parents as leverage against him. You can rot in hell. Half an hour later, Jun Wuxia and Su Xiaoya were unrecognizable. After venting his rage, Monkey lay on the ground, panting heavily, tears cascading from his eyes. Yi Beichen remained silent, stepping forward and inserting a silver needle into Monkey's body. Following the tumult of elation and despair, he might very well lose his sanity. Yi Beichen hoisted Monkey onto his back and made his way out of the Jun residence. The entire Jun family watched his departing figure, none daring to obstruct him. As soon as Yi Beichen departed, Jun Jiangnan bellowed, Son, Wuxia, call for an ambulance, quickly. At that moment, Jun Wuxia had already lost all semblance of humanity. The family head had succumbed. Individuals examined Jun Wuxia and Su Xiaoya, shaking their heads in dismay. Prepare the vehicle. I must ascend Kunlun Mountain to personally inform the old master. Jun Jiangnan, consumed by shame and fury, cried to the heavens, Jun family. We are the illustrious Jun family of Zhonghai. To be so ruthlessly attacked by Yi Beichen, having my legs shattered and my son murdered. How can the Jun family survive while Yi Beichen lives? How can we endure? Yu Tianlong and others arrived belatedly. Upon entering the Jun residence and witnessing Jun Jingyang's severed legs, as well as the tragic state of Jun Wuxia and Su Xiaoya, their expressions turned ominously grim. Yi Beichen. Yu Tianlong gritted his teeth. You have stirred chaos in Jiangnan, and now you dare to create turmoil in Zhonghai? Spread the word. I want Yi Beichen wanted throughout all of Zhonghai. Kunlun Mountain, situated 160 kilometers from Zhonghai, boasts picturesque landscapes and a dragon vein that winds through it, making it an ideal locale for retirement. Just as Lord Jun Xiaotian had settled down for the night, he was struck by devastating news. Yi Beichen had intruded into the Jun residence, rendering Jun Jingyang's legs useless and brutally taking the life of his grandson, Jun Wuxia. His son was now crippled, and his beloved grandson lay dead within his own home. Lord Jun Xiaotian was seething with fury. The Jun family had endured over a century without such disgrace. This was an unparalleled insult. He dialed his eldest son's number, his voice laced with anger. Jun Jianfeng, as the president of the Zhonghai Martial Arts Association. How could you allow this? Did you know that someone has invaded our home and murdered Wuxia? Father, are you jesting? I specifically arranged for Master Mo to protect the Jun family. He is a master of martial arts at the pinnacle of his strength. Jun Jianfeng, caught off guard during a meeting, was bewildered. Upon learning of the events that transpired, he exclaimed, "What? This is impossible." Fuming with rage, he replied, "Father, this cannot be true." Jun Xiaodian coldly stated, "Nothing is impossible. Your second brother just called to inform me. Days ago, Wu Hui fell at the hands of Yi Beichen, and now Wu Xia has met the same fate. Your second brother has been rendered crippled. What does Yi Beichen intend? Is he seeking to annihilate our family?" Jun Jianfeng's face twitched with fury as he gritted his teeth. "Father, do not worry. I shall take care of this Yi Beichen." As he hung up the phone, a resounding crash echoed. His palm struck the conference table, which shattered into splinters. Everyone in the conference room sprang to their feet, retreating in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief at witnessing their president's unprecedented rage. After leaving the Jun residence with the monkey, Yi Beichen found a 5-star hotel, intending to secure a room for the monkey to rest. Upon entering, a voice of surprise called out, "Yi Beichen, what brings you here?" A graceful figure appeared in the distance, adorned in an exquisite Chanel ensemble, her high heels clicking against the floor and her legs encased in sheer stockings. With an alluring figure and an enticing fragrance wafting through the air, Wei Yanran jogged over to Yi Beichen. Yi Beichen replied coolly, "My brother is injured and requires rest, so I am arranging a room for him to recuperate. That's simple enough. I have booked the presidential suite here. You can carry him to my room." Wei Yanran smiled. Yi Beichen frowned. "Is that appropriate?" With a cheerful expression, she urged, "The presidential suite has several rooms and is absolutely quiet. Besides, this is a 5-star hotel, and rooms must be reserved in advance. If you simply book a standard room, how can your brother truly recover?" After a moment's contemplation, Yi Beichen acquiesced. Wei Yanran led the way to the presidential suite, selecting the quietest room available. She placed the monkey on the bed, and Yi Beichen checked the monkey's condition, ensuring he was in a deep slumber. After placing a few silver needles to safeguard against any issues, Yi Beichen quietly exited the room. Upon entering the living room, Wei Yanran emerged with damp, cascading hair, clad solely in her nightwear, as she toweled her hair while stepping out. The atmosphere was charged with a hint of allure, accentuated by her recent bath. She initiated the conversation, saying, "I thought you would take a while longer, so I decided to take a shower first." Yi Beichen responded calmly, settling onto a sofa, retrieving the Qingmu Ding and the alchemical formula, diverting his gaze from Wei Yanran entirely. Her annoyance began to surface. "What is the matter with you? Am I not a delicate beauty, fresh from a bath, and you can't even spare me a glance? Am I less appealing than that iron contraption and a tattered piece of paper?" A wave of frustration washed over her. Meanwhile, Yi Beichen had already commenced a covert exchange with the Qiankuan Jinyu Tower. "Can you see this alchemical formula?" he inquired. The voice from the tower replied, "Kid, there's a stunning beauty present, and you're certain you wish to converse with me rather than her?" Yi Beichen chose not to engage further, pressing on. "Do you truly understand?" The tower remarked, "Haha, splendid." Unmoved by feminine allure, only such a warrior can ascend higher and venture farther. "I see the formula, but it evidently lacks 3 ingredients, Bai He Chao, Shouyang Shun, and Huang Jinyi. It's a rather inferior formula. What do you intend to do with it?" "The first level of the Qiankuan Jinyu Tower possesses formulas far superior to this." Yi Beichen was taken aback. "The Qiankuan Jinyu Tower can be opened?" The tower affirmed, "Of course, but you must reach the Martial King realm." Yi Beichen felt a flicker of anticipation. What wonders lay within that tower? This remarkable structure allowed him to communicate through consciousness and even enabled his spirit to enter a realm akin to a virtual space. It was profoundly enigmatic. This artifact was a legacy from his mother, and he yearned to uncover the secrets of the Qiankuan Jinyu Tower. With a mysterious smile, the tower hinted, "It contains various techniques, body arts, alchemical formulas, divine weapons, and medical knowledge. In essence, everything you can conceive." After their exchange concluded, Yi Beichen opened his eyes to find Wei Yanran applying a facial mask beside him. He glanced her way unexpectedly, startling her, causing her to tumble from the sofa. A fleeting glimpse of her fair skin vanished just as swiftly. Yi Beichen inquired, "What happened?" Feeling embarrassed, Wei Yanran stammered, "In nothing." Yi Beichen directly asked, "Last time I assisted you in refining a formula, you must have encountered many medicinal materials in your work, correct?" "I am the head of the Wei family's pharmaceutical research. What is it to you?" She replied, regarding him intently. Yi Beichen stated, "I need 3 ingredients, Bai He Chao, Shouyang Shun, and Huang Jinyi. Could you assist me in procuring some? I will purchase them at market price." Wei Yanran readily agreed. eager to help Yi Beichen. What is the issue? It's merely some medicinal materials. I'll provide them for free. Thank you, he responded. Yi Beichen uttered 2 words. Wei Yinran stared at the man before her and suddenly asked, "Do you have a girlfriend?" Taking a sip of water to mask her embarrassment, she continued, "Are you interested in me?" Yi Beichen countered with a smirk. Cough, cough. I. Wei Yinran spluttered, spraying water everywhere. And no, that is not what I meant. Please don't misunderstand. Yi Beichen chuckled. Then how about you be my girlfriend? What? Really? Wei Yinran exclaimed, a hint of surprise in her voice. Of course, it's just a joke, Yi Beichen replied with a mischievous grin. Humph. Wei Yinran felt a mix of irritation and embarrassment. Who would want to be your girlfriend? You're just talking nonsense. Yi Beichen shrugged. Aren't you the one who started the nonsense? You. Wei Yinran rolled her eyes dramatically. You have no sense of romance. She sensed something amiss. This man had effortlessly defeated Tang Qingsong in 3 moves and was favored by the monarch. How had she ended up flirting with him? Yi Beichen remained nonchalant. His principle was that a man could be charming without being lewd, affectionate without being frivolous. Suddenly, Wei Yinran's phone rang, and upon answering, her expression changed repeatedly until she finally leaped up in joy. That's wonderful. After hanging up, she gasped, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Yi Beichen, thank you. I'm so grateful. Your improved formula worked. The experiment just succeeded, and it was a resounding success. I'm sure to win at tomorrow's press conference. With her anxious heart finally at ease, she turned to Yi Beichen with anticipation. Will you join me at the press conference tomorrow? You deserve credit for improving my formula. Yi Beichen pondered for a moment. Since Wei Yinran had assisted him tonight, he nodded in agreement. At 6 in the morning, Wei Yinran rose to apply her makeup. By 7:30, breakfast was delivered to the presidential suite. After they finished their meal, Yi Beichen glanced at the monkey, still sound asleep. He left a note and accompanied Wei Yinran to the press conference venue. Wei Ziqing had arrived early, eager to witness Wei Yinran's potential humiliation. Upon seeing Yi Beichen, she was taken aback. What is he doing here? Her brows furrowed tightly. Yesterday, at the Sotheby's auction, Yi Beichen had stunned everyone by securing the Qingmu Ding for 100 billion, leaving her shaken. A nearby secretary leaned in and whispered, Miss, we just received the latest news. Wei Yinran's lab conducted a re-experiment last night, and she succeeded. What? Wei Ziqing's expression darkened. Are you sure? The secretary nodded. According to our insider, it's true. However, the specific efficacy remains unclear. Yet, all the data is outstanding. Wei Ziqing frowned. She dares to use the experimental data right after it's released? She's courting disaster. I've already arranged for people to ensure she faces dire consequences. Amidst the blinding flashes of countless cameras, Wei Yinran had taken the stage with Yi Beichen, drawing the collective gaze of the crowd upon her. As for Yi Beichen, he was regarded by the crowd as Wei Yinran's attendant. Miss Wei, everyone is keenly interested in the new product you are launching today. It has been said that you are putting everything on the line, and should this endeavor fail, you will withdraw from the core circle of the Wei family. Is that true? Do you have confidence in your product? Your mother was a luminary in the beauty industry, and since her passing 5 years ago, the company has faced decline, with new products increasingly alienating consumers. The public has labeled you as a tiger mother and dog daughter. What are your thoughts on this? Miss Wei, why are you silent? Countless reporters surged forward, microphones thrusting toward Wei Yinran. It was clear that their intentions were not benign. Most had been invited by Wei Ziqing, deliberately stirring trouble. The moment Wei Yinran stepped down, she would take the stage. Wei Yinran took a deep breath and addressed the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, today is a product launch event. I kindly ask that you refrain from personal inquiries. In that case, Miss Wei, why not introduce today's product? One reporter interjected. Wei Yinran lowered her head and opened a file bag, glancing at the data within, suddenly struck with hesitation. Although she possessed comprehensive experimental data, she was entirely unaware of the effects of the modified formula. How could she present it to the audience? She looked toward Yi Beichen for assistance. Understanding her unspoken plea, Yi Beichen nodded gently. Wei Yinran sighed with relief. Allow my personal assistant to introduce it to you. Yi Beichen's lips twitched slightly. He had inadvertently become Wei Yinran's personal assistant. In an instant, all cameras turned toward him, capturing the moment incessantly. Yi Beichen stepped forward as Wei Yinran relinquished the podium to him. Under the collective gaze of the audience, he announced, Today, we are unveiling a product named Beauty Elixir. Beauty Elixir? What a splendid name. Wei Yinran's eyes sparkled momentarily. A foreboding sensation gripped Wei Ziqing. Beauty elixir? Assistant, could you elaborate? The name sounded promising. What effects does the beauty elixir have? Many voices chimed in. Yi Beichen casually explained, the effects are quite simple. Essentially, it can help women retain moisture in their skin, achieving a youthful appearance, even reversing aging. To put it plainly, if you are 30 years old and take our product, you can return to a state akin to that of a 25-year-old. If you are 25, you can revert to 18. This is just the effect of a single treatment. With continued use over several courses, even women in their 40s or 50s could regain the appearance of someone in their early 20s. Chapter 89. Breaking into the Bear Nation's diplomatic pavilion. Yi Beichen spoke earnestly, having put considerable effort into his presentation. He was not jesting. The modified formula he had provided to Wei Yanran was indeed the beauty elixir, albeit with a few differing ingredients from her original formula. He casually mentioned, the beauty elixir has been utilized by a certain female master from Kunlun Mountain, with remarkable results. That master is at least 100 years old, yet her vitality resembles that of a blossoming young lady. As his words settled, a profound silence enveloped the room, leaving it in utter stillness. Even Wei Yanran was left speechless. She had merely requested Yi Beichen to provide an introduction to the efficacy of the product, not to boast. Indeed, even Wei Yanran believed that Yi Beichen was exaggerating. One can only imagine the reactions of others. Ha! Restoring youth? Can someone in their 50s or 60s truly revert to the appearance of someone in their early 20s? What a ludicrous notion. You, a beauty company, have conquered the enigma of human aging? Rejuvenation? A fantastical dream, indeed. TSK, 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 it appears the daughter of a fierce mother is no different. Is she creating beauty products or merely illusions? Miss Wei, are you selling beauty products or magical ones? A female reporter remarked with profound significance. Ha! The room erupted in laughter, rife with ridicule. The atmosphere of the press conference was saturated with derisive voices. Each sound pierced Wei Yanran's heart like a dagger. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Yi Beichen's phone vibrated. He picked it up to find a text message. If you wish to prevent his demise, come to the Bear Nation's embassy. Accompanied by a photo of a monkey. A surge of fury engulfed Yi Beichen. He turned to Wei Yanran. I have some matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Trust me, the beauty elixir is flawless. With that, he leapt off the podium, pushing through a throng of reporters, and dashed out of the hall. Wei Yanran remained frozen in place, at a loss. The secretary chuckled lightly. Miss, it seems we need not intervene. Sigh. Wei Ziqing placed her delicate hand on her forehead, letting out a long sigh. Indeed, poor Wei Yanran. How has she found herself with such a man? All my contingency plans now seem unnecessary. After exiting, Yi Beichen hailed a taxi, heading straight for the Bear Nation's embassy. Outside the embassy, a squad of Bear Nation soldiers stood guard, impenetrable. Not even a fly could enter. Yi Beichen strode directly toward the embassy's entrance. Halt! This is the Bear Nation's embassy. Someone barked. Yi Beichen remained unfazed, continuing his advance with purpose. Citizen of the Dragon Nation, stop. Take another step, and we will fire. The soldiers raised their weapons, aiming at Yi Beichen. Whoosh! In the next moment, Yi Beichen lunged forward like a tempest. A terrifying force of inner energy swept outward in all directions. The Bear Nation soldiers were sent flying like leaves caught in a storm. A wrought iron barrier stood before him. Yi Beichen reached out, grasping the bars. With a resounding crash, the fallen soldiers of the Bear Nation were horrified, their hearts racing in terror. Is this truly a human being? Yi Beichen seized the iron gate and hurled it away with great force. At that moment, Yu Tianlong received word. Yi Beichen had breached the Bear Nation's embassy. What? What is this Yi Beichen planning? Has he gone mad? Yu Tianlong felt his scalp tingle with fear, his heart seething with rage. Is he attempting to incite a war between the Dragon Nation and the Bear Nation? Damn it. Go. Immediately assemble the elite troops of Dragon Soul stationed in Zhonghai to stop this foolish man. The elite forces of Dragon Soul were swiftly gathered and set off toward the Bear Nation's embassy. Yi Beichen advanced relentlessly, facing no obstacles along his path. Upon entering an office building, he stood in the atrium and bellowed, "Bring forth your leader. Surrender the monkey. Or do not blame me for turning this place into a bloodbath today." A furious roar erupted. "You foolish yellow-skinned pig. How dare you invade our Bear Nation embassy? I shall send you to meet your maker, so you may repent in your next life." From Yi Beichen's flank, a Caucasian martial artist surged forth. His figure like a flash of lightning, charging at him. With a powerful kick, Yi Beichen struck him down, leaving him lifeless without a second glance, continuing his advance. You summoned me to the Bear Nation embassy, and here I am. What? Are you afraid to face me? For every hair harmed on the monkey, I shall claim one of your lives. Should the monkey lose a hand, I, Yi Beichen, will lay waste to your embassy today. His voice resounded like that of a grim reaper, as he strode forward with determination. Clatter! A group of Bear Nation soldiers materialized, opening fire on Yi Beichen. Bullets rained down upon him. With a stamp of his foot, Yi Beichen unleashed his inner strength, forming an invisible barrier that halted all the incoming projectiles. In retaliation, he stamped again, sending the bullets back along their original trajectory, resulting in the shattering of all gun barrels. Cries of agony filled the air as the soldiers were struck by the debris, collapsing in pain on the ground. This chaos unfolded in less than 3 minutes since Yi Beichen breached the Bear Nation embassy. The first floor of the embassy was already in disarray. Suddenly, a voice thundered. Yi Beichen. A group of Caucasian men appeared, some donned in Bear Nation uniforms, others in tailored suits, and a few in military attire adorned with stars on their shoulders. Clearly of high rank. The speaker, a middle-aged Caucasian man in uniform, possessed a single star on his shoulder, a Bear Nation brigadier general, with a hawk-like nose and deep-set eyes. Standing over 6 feet tall with a neatly cropped haircut, he exuded an aura of martial prowess. You come to my Bear Nation embassy to kill? You seek death. He roared, releasing a surge of inner power that caused his uniform to burst apart with a crisp sound, revealing muscles as hard as stone. With a thud, he stamped his foot, leaving a half-inch deep imprint. His hands, resembling eagle talons, reached for Yi Beichen's throat, poised to deliver a fatal strike. A Dragon Nation citizen intruding upon the Bear Nation embassy needed no justification. Regardless of Yi Beichen's identity, he could be eradicated without repercussions from the Dragon Nation's officials. Do you wish to die? Yi Beichen narrowed his eyes and raised his hand, mimicking the eagle claw pose. Yet, the white man suddenly felt an illusion that his own hands were those of an eagle, while Yi Beichen's were akin to a dragon's. With a sharp snap, Yi Beichen accurately seized the brigadier general's wrist and exerted a fierce force, producing a crisp cracking sound. The wrist of the white martial artist was brutally fractured by Yi Beichen. A surge of excruciating pain coursed through him as he stumbled backward. How formidable, truly formidable. His shattered wrist trembled violently as he stared in horror at Yi Beichen. How is this possible? Are you also of the martial realm? How old are you? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yi Beichen, disinterested in responding, swiftly closed the distance and unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at the man's chest. A straightforward yet forceful strike. Bang! The white man, caught off guard, coughed up blood and was sent reeling. Yi Beichen advanced with a single stride, pinning the Bear Country Major General beneath his foot. He surveyed the assembled diplomats of the Bear Nation and coldly declared, "Hand over the monkey, or he will perish." Chapter 90. Unrestrained. Strong to the end, the Bear representatives exhibited expressions of fury, all fixated intently on Yi Beichen. You audacious Dragon Nation individual. Do you comprehend where you are? This is the Bear Nation's embassy. Release Major General Jess, or you will face dire consequences, asserted the diplomats, clad in suits, who clearly belonged to the Bear Nation's diplomatic corps. A man adorned in military attire with 4 stars on his shoulders, sporting a beer belly, emerged from the crowd. He exuded an air of authority without needing to raise his voice, fixing a cold gaze upon Yi Beichen. Yi Beichen, you have slain a martial artist for my nation. We summoned you here to discuss how to address this matter. Why have you invaded our embassy and trampled our Major General underfoot? Are you declaring enmity with the Bear Nation? This man was Bruce Rudolph, a 4-star general of the Bear Nation and the overseer of this military conference. Though an ordinary individual, his standing within the Bear Nation was significant, granting him unrestricted access to the Bear Nation's White House and direct discussions with the president. Having encountered great affairs, he maintained his composure, even as Yi Beichen stormed into the embassy. Release Major General Andrew, and we shall have grounds for negotiation. Yi Beichen chuckled. You invite me over? After seizing my brother, you dare speak of an invitation? I grant you 3 seconds to deliberate. Release the monkey, or you shall face the repercussions. Bruce Rudolph, his expression placid, shook his head. Impossible. The incident originated with that Dragon Nation man. The deaths of our masters and grandmasters are significantly tied to him. We cannot release him. He must face judgment. Yi Beichen, unwilling to squander words, chose to demonstrate his resolve through action. With a firm push of his foot, bang, Andrew's head exploded like a watermelon, his body going rigid instantly. Ah, my God! Many bear diplomats trembled in horror, collapsing to the ground and vomiting uncontrollably. The corners of Bruce Rudolph's eyes twitched violently. He widened his eyes in disbelief, his pupils constricting. He never imagined Yi Beichen would be so decisive, ending Major General Andrew's life with a single, unhesitating stomp. You! Bruce Rudolph pointed accusingly at Yi Beichen. In a flash, Yi Beichen moved with blinding speed, appearing like a specter before Bruce Rudolph. Slap! A resounding strike followed. The 4-star general of the Bear Nation lay sprawled on the ground like a lifeless dog, his corpulent figure unable to rise. With a thud, Yi Beichen approached, delivering a kick to his abdomen that forced forth a spurt of blood, nearly disgorging the steak he had recently consumed. How could you act so ruthlessly? Is there no decorum? I am a high-ranking official of the Bear Nation. Bruce Rudolph protested loudly, his mind ablaze with fury as he clutched his belly and glared at Yi Beichen. Yi Beichen coldly advanced, placing a foot upon Bruce Rudolph's head. 3 seconds. Release the monkey, or else. Bruce Rudolph trembled, all his anger extinguished in an instant. The 4-star general of the Bear Nation gasped, cold sweat soaking his back. Madman! This man from the Dragon Nation is undoubtedly insane. Bruce Rudolph had no doubt that Yi Beichen would indeed crush his skull with a single step. Release him. I demand you release him. Bruce Rudolph shouted in a frenzy. Immediately, the monkey was brought forth. At this moment, the monkey had regained consciousness and was visibly excited upon seeing Yi Beichen. Brother Yi, what brings you here? Yi Beichen smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, monkey. No one can bully you. Bruce Rudolph, shaking, implored. Yi Beichen, I have released your man. Can you not release me in turn? Not so fast, Yi Beichen replied coolly, glancing at him before continuing. Monkey, you leave first. Leave? No one is leaving. Suddenly, a cold and ruthless voice resonated from the entrance. A golden-haired man clad in a tailcoat, exuding an air of nobility, stepped through the doorway. Behind him trailed a group of similarly attired men from the Bear Nation, their uniforms adorned with a roaring black bear emblem. Their prowess was formidable, all above the master realm, with the team leader being a Grandmaster. The gentleman in the tailcoat possessed the strength of a martial spirit. They were the Bear Nation's elite force, the Black Bear Legion, counterpart to the Dragon Nation's Dragon Soul, the Arctic Bear Legion of the Wolf Nation, the Emperor's Samurai Legion of the Eastern Isles, and the Royal Legion of the Eagle Nation. The triennial military arms conference saw nations dispatching their elite forces to compete. Though termed a military arms conference, it was, in essence, a contest amongst the finest troops of each nation. Yu Tianlong, Tang Wenjun, and Yang Xuanhe also entered, accompanied by a cadre of elite Dragon Soul soldiers, each a master-level warrior. Upon witnessing Yi Beichen's foot pressing against Bruce Rudolph's head, Yu Tianlong and the others' pupils constricted violently, terror gripping their hearts. Good heavens! This is a 4-star general of the Bear Nation, a figure of status comparable to a provincial governor of the Dragon Nation. Tang Wenjun stood frozen, incredulous at Yi Beichen's audacity. Yang Xuanhe felt a tumult within. Yi Beichen, what are you doing? Yu Tianlong barked. You are playing with fire. If you do not release General Rudolph, do you comprehend the magnitude of your transgression? An oppressive silence enveloped the room. Suddenly, a Caucasian man clad in a tailcoat bore an amused expression as he addressed Yi Beichen. I cannot believe you would truly dare to take the life of General Rudolph. You are undeniably formidable, yet Rudolph is a 4-star general of my esteemed Bear Nation. Do you comprehend the ramifications of assassinating him? Such consequences are well beyond your capacity to endure. I assure you, you would not dare to kill Rudolph. This was a provocation designed to incite Yi Beichen. Bruce Rudolph, upon hearing these words, suddenly grasped that Kyle was employing him as a means to an end. He shouted, Kyle, how treacherous you are. Lord Yi Beichen, do not fall for his trickery. Bruce Rudolph was on the brink of hysteria, fearing that Yi Beichen might succumb to the provocation and crush his skull. This young man from the Dragon Nation was indeed capable of such an act. However, to everyone's astonishment, Yi Beichen remained composed, smiling at Kyle. You harbor a grudge against him. Do not use me as your weapon. I despise being manipulated. Although I am here today to rescue the monkey, eliminating you may prove to be a trivial task. Yi Beichen sneered as he spoke. What did you say? Kyle was momentarily taken aback, unable to maintain his composure. What was this Yi Beichen up to? In the next instant, Without warning, he struck out at Kyle. Observing Yi Beichen's attack, Kyle's handsome visage darkened as he bellowed, "Yi Beichen, who do you think you are to dare lay hands upon me? Prepare to die." Chapter 91. Young Marshal Yi, kill. With a thunderous roar, Kyle did not remain passive in the face of Yi Beichen's advance. He took the initiative, forming a fist with his palm. With a resounding boom, he unleashed a powerful blow, unleashing a gust of wind. As Yi Beichen charged forward, he too delivered a punch. A tremendous crash echoed, yet Yi Beichen stood unwavering, while Kyle stumbled back 3 or 4 steps, astonished as he gazed at Yi Beichen. "You are also of the martial spirit realm? Martial spirit? How could this be possible?" Yu Tianlong and the others were taken aback. "Uncle Yu, is Yi Beichen truly of the martial spirit realm?" Tang Wenjun swallowed hard. "Impossible. He is merely 23 years old. There cannot possibly be anyone of such youth in the entire Dragon Nation possessing martial spirit prowess. What is his true strength? Uncle Yu, did we receive erroneous intelligence?" Tang Wenjun's beautiful eyes narrowed. Yu Tianlong's expression grew grave as he remarked, "Perhaps there are indeed aspects we remain unaware of. This Yi Beichen is truly extraordinary. Even if he is exceptional, he cannot possess the strength of a martial spirit." Yang Xuanhe gritted his teeth, consumed by jealousy. Martial spirit. What does this signify? It is noteworthy that even the commander of the Dragon Soul is merely at the Grandmaster level. There may be a few martial spirits, but across the entire Dragon Nation, their numbers surely do not exceed 50. With a population of 14 billion, these 50 individuals are undoubtedly among the strongest. And how old is Yi Beichen? Is he one of these 50? Absolutely impossible. After a moment of silence, Yu Tianlong uttered, "Unless he belongs to an ancient martial family." Upon hearing the term ancient martial family, all hearts contracted. Tang Wenjun stood in stunned disbelief. Could he truly be from an ancient martial family? Yang Xuanhe's gaze darkened to an extreme. Yi Beichen chuckled, "Your strength surpasses theirs to some extent. Did you believe I was exerting my full power?" Kyle sneered coldly. Yi Beichen remained unfazed. The punch he had just delivered utilized merely 20% of his strength. In the next moment, a crimson aura coalesced around Kyle. His skin turned as pale as snow, resembling a vampire from the medieval era. He opened his mouth, revealing 2 sharp fangs. Yi Beichen expressed mild surprise. "A vampire? I didn't know such a breed existed. Do you dare insult me? You shall die." Kyle suddenly transformed into a frenzied, bloodthirsty being, his tailcoat billowing as he surged towards Yi Beichen with lethal intent. Yi Beichen stood calmly, an air of indifference enveloping him. "Are you stunned by my might, boy?" Kyle cackled menacingly, leaping high into the air. His tailored tailcoat unfurled behind him, making him appear like a bat descending from the heavens. Yi Beichen remained motionless. As Kyle swooped down, just 2 meters away, he abruptly raised one foot, bending and launching it forward. Simple yet brutal. Bang! A resounding crash echoed, accompanied by the sound of shattering bones. Kyle was sent flying like a soccer ball. Yi Beichen swiftly extended his hand, as quick as lightning, and seized Kyle mid-flight. With a forceful throw, Kyle was hurled back to the ground. The concrete floor cracked dramatically, creating a terrifying fissure. A collective gasp arose from the onlookers. Kyle, in a pitiful state, spat blood profusely. At that moment, he resembled a large bat being mercilessly beaten by Yi Beichen. "Yi Beichen, you will pay for this." Kyle roared in fury. Yi Beichen lifted his foot, aiming for Kyle's mouth. Crack! Teeth shattered, facial bones crumbled, and blood splattered. Witnessing this scene, Yu Tianlong was taken aback. "Stop! Yi Beichen, stop!" Kyle was a member of the Black Bear Legion from Bear Country. If he were rendered incapacitated, there would be severe repercussions. The members of the Black Bear Legion stood frozen, their minds momentarily blank. How could their instructor Kyle be so brutally beaten by a young man from Dragon Country, without any chance to retaliate? It felt surreal. Bruce Rudolph swallowed hard, astounded by Yi Beichen's ferocity. Yet, he felt a sense of satisfaction, for there had always been animosity between Bruce and Kyle. Just moments ago, Kyle had sought to use Yi Beichen to eliminate him. Unfortunately, Yi Beichen refused to be manipulated and directly confronted Kyle. This unexpected turn of events left everyone in shock. "Ah, Yi Beichen, I will remember you. I won't let you off even as a ghost." Kyle screamed in agony, his face drenched in blood. Yi Beichen smiled. "Then go ahead and become a ghost." He lifted his foot once more. Yu Tianlong, alarmed, exclaimed, "Yi Beichen, wait." But before he could finish, bang! Yi Beichen's foot came crashing down, caving in Kyle's chest. leaving an imprint behind as his heartbeat ceased entirely. Kyle's eyes bulged with shock, fear, terror, regret, and profound disbelief. How dared Yi Beichen kill him? After all, he was an instructor of the Bear Nation's Black Bear Legion. Yu Tianlong hesitated for quite some time, retracting the latter part of your sentence. He was somewhat dazed, unsure of how to proceed. Remember, anyone from the Bear Nation, do not provoke me again. I truly am capable of taking a life, Yi Beichen warned coldly. Bruce Rudolph fell silent, not daring to utter a word. The others within the Bear Nation's diplomatic hall also remained mute. They engaged in politics, all mere theoretical discussions. Intrigues and power plays abounded, adhering to established protocols. Yet, with someone like Yi Beichen who would kill without regard for any rules, they no longer dared to speak. Monkey, let us depart, Yi Beichen called out. Suddenly, a voice echoed from outside. Yi Beichen, finally found you. A man strode in confidently. The diplomatic hall had been devoid of any breeze. Yet the moment this individual stepped inside, a tempest surged forth. A peak martial spirit? Yi Beichen instantly discerned the man's strength. Following him were a dozen others, each at least at the Grandmaster pinnacle. Jun Jianfeng, president of the Zhonghai Martial Arts Association. Yu Tianlong's heart raced. Tang Wenjun and Yang Xuanhe's expressions shifted dramatically. How could Jun Jianfeng be here? The Jun family of Zhonghai should have long since declined. Their survival until now was solely due to Jun Jianfeng's rise to the presidency of the Zhonghai Martial Arts Association and his entrance into the martial spirit realm. Even the Han family in Zhonghai held Jun Jianfeng in awe. True to his name, Jun Jianfeng was like a razor-sharp sword. Yi Beichen, you have slain my regretful nephew and my innocent nephew. How do you intend to settle this today? Jun Jianfeng approached with hands clasped behind his back, an overwhelming aura spreading like a tsunami. The Bear Nation's representatives fell silent, waiting to witness the unfolding drama. Yu Tianlong also remained quiet. This was Jun Jianfeng. His status rendered Yu Tianlong completely inadequate in comparison. Just as Yi Beichen was about to speak, a woman's voice rang out from outside. Jun Jianfeng, are you going to make a move against young Marshal Yi? A profound silence engulfed the room. Young Marshal? What was happening? He is a young Marshal? Tang Wenjun was taken aback. Yang Xuanhe's eyelids twitched wildly. Yu Tianlong gasped in disbelief. Could it be? Jun Jianfeng frowned. Young Marshal Yi? The author has something to say. Everyone's enthusiasm is palpable. There have been numerous requests for updates and generous rewards. Here's an additional chapter as a small gift for everyone. Click to urge updates for a more thrilling rhythm. Even more explosive plot developments await. If we reach 500 urges before midnight, another chapter will follow. Chapter 92, The Dragon Nation Unleashes a Prodigy. The representatives of the Bear Nation stared at Yi Beichen in disbelief. Young Marshal? This young man is the young Marshal of the Dragon Nation? Their immediate reaction was one of incredulity. Absolutely impossible. It is exceedingly rare for anyone to attain the rank of general before the age of 30. Above the general, there exists the god of war, and above the god of war lies the rank of commander, an echelon that is virtually unattainable for anyone under the age of 50. Even among those above 50, only those with extraordinary military achievements can attain such a title. Jun Jianfeng's expression fluctuated, shifting from astonishment to surprise, and finally to skepticism. Could he truly be a young commander? This is absolutely implausible. Although I, Jun Jianfeng, am a figure in the martial arts realm, I am acquainted with several individuals in the military. I have never heard of anyone in the Dragon Kingdom recently being appointed as a young commander, let alone a mere 23-year-old. Yu Tianlong instinctively nodded. I have not heard of such a thing in Longhan either. Who are you to impersonate a young commander? That is a capital offense. Yang Xuanhe admonished loudly. Tang Wenjun also lifted her gaze towards the entrance. The members of the Bear Nation remained silent. This is a matter for the Dragon Kingdom, beyond their intervention. Under the watchful eyes of many, a tall woman with an elegant demeanor approached, Su Muzha, paying respects to young Commander Yi. She swiftly made her way to Yi Beichen and bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. Is it her? Su Muzha, the woman from the Su family of Zhonghai. Yu Tianlong was taken aback, recognizing Su Muzha. It's you? Jun Jianfeng was also momentarily stunned. There are three prominent families in Zhonghai. The Han family, the foremost in commerce, the Jun family, the leaders in martial arts, and the Su family, the preeminent in the military. Brother Yi, are you truly a young commander? No one was more elated than the monkey. His eyes brimmed with excitement, joy, and exhilaration. Devoid of disbelief. I will explain everything later. Yi Beichen smiled. Excellent. The monkey clenched his fists, his eyes reddening, veins protruding on his forehead, breathing rapidly, completely overwhelmed with emotion. Damn, my brother is actually a young commander? At that moment, all the monkey wanted was to shout to the heavens. Who else could possibly compare? Yi Beichen turned to Su Muja. You may rise. Thank you, young commander. Su Muja stood tall, exuding grace. The crowd was left in a state of shock. Yi Beichen curiously asked, How do you know of me? Su Muja smiled slightly and explained, Young commander, I am a disciple of General Liu, the one who came to assist you in Zhonghai. In a certain sense, you are like a junior master to me. Yi Beichen was somewhat taken aback. Su Muja was actually a disciple of his 8th senior sister, Liu Sueki. So that is how it is. He nodded slightly. Su Muja's expression grew serious. Young commander, allow me to handle the matters here from now on. Very well. Yi Beichen pondered briefly before agreeing. After all, he had come solely to rescue the monkey. If someone else could take care of the other affairs, it would save him considerable trouble. Su Muja first directed her gaze towards Yu Tianlong, Tang Wenjun, and Yang Xuanhe. Your ranks are insufficient. You are not permitted to overhear what I am about to say. You may leave. What? Yu Tianlong's face darkened. He is a general of Longhan. Is he truly not qualified? However, upon realizing it was Su Muja speaking, Yu Tianlong found no better recourse. Gritting his teeth, he led Tang Wenjun, Yang Xuanhe, and the soldiers of Longhan away. As Su Muja's gaze shifted, it fell upon General Bruce Rudolph. General Rudolph, today the young marshal has intruded upon the embassy. Our officials will provide you with a satisfactory response shortly. This matter concludes here. Upon the appearance of the official, Bruce Rudolph felt a surge of courage. As long as it was not Yi Beichen negotiating with him, everything would be manageable. This formidable young man from the Dragon Kingdom was known for his propensity for violence, and Rudolph harbored a profound fear of such individuals. He retorted, Humph. He has invaded the embassy and committed murder. According to international norms, this constitutes an act of aggression. Su Muja smiled. The directive from above is that this matter ends here. Do you comprehend, General? Rudolph was momentarily taken aback. The status of Su Muja was evidently substantial. With her words, he quickly grasped the implication and his voice turned icy. I shall report this to our esteemed president. Su Muja chose not to elaborate further. Finally, she turned to Jun Jianfeng, her expression warm. Uncle Jun, we express our deep regret regarding the matters concerning Jun Wuxia. We are prepared to offer compensation for this incident. Jun Jianfeng scoffed. Compensation? My family's legitimate heir is deceased. Do you think a mere compensation can resolve this? Su Muja, disinterested in further discourse, revealed her trump card. That is also the directive from above. Her words, though casually spoken, carried significant weight. Jun Jianfeng's pupils constricted momentarily as he fell silent. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. This is a matter pertaining to the martial world, unrelated to others. You are aware that those in higher positions typically do not intervene in martial affairs. We have our own means of resolution, and I assure you, it will not affect ordinary citizens. Su Muja's delicate face remained serene. Yet, the young marshal is also a citizen of the nation. Jun Jianfeng's expression faltered. Yi Beichen. Suddenly, Jun Jianfeng bellowed. You are the young marshal. I cannot kill you in public. However, your martial prowess is formidable. Thus you are considered a part of the martial realm. You have slain my family's progeny, and this matter cannot simply be dismissed. A roar echoed. Yi Beichen, I, Jun Jianfeng, hereby challenge you. 3 days hence, at the peak of Zhonghai, we shall meet on the martial platform. We shall determine victory and defeat, and seal our fates. With that declaration, Jun Jianfeng turned and departed. The deaths of 2 of Jun's heirs at the hands of Yi Beichen had already tarnished the family's reputation. If this incident were to be overlooked, how could the Jun family maintain their standing in Zhonghai? Jun Jianfeng resolved to uphold the family's dignity with his life. In 3 days, should Yi Beichen attend the martial platform, he was confident in his ability to vanquish him. Should Yi Beichen abstain, it would be tantamount to announcing to the world that he feared the Jun family. In this way, not only would the Jun family avoid loss, but their prestige would ascend to new heights. Truly, as the president of the Zhonghai Martial Association, he had swiftly devised a strategy. Yi Beichen, in an instant, grasped the implications and nodded. This Jun Jianfeng is indeed a formidable character. Young marshal, Jun Jianfeng possesses peak martial spirit. You may not be his match. Su Muja quickly cautioned. Yi Beichen smiled slightly. No need for concern. I shall personally attend the meeting in 3 days. What? Young Marshal, you? Su Muzha was left speechless, her eyes wide in astonishment. Though she had heard of Yi Beichen's remarkable prowess in Longdu and was well aware of the charity gala, she could scarcely fathom the audacity of his challenge to Jun Jianfeng. Such a feat seemed utterly implausible. As she observed Yi Beichen and his companions departing the Bear Nation's embassy, Bruce Rudolph's expression darkened instantaneously, and he muttered, quickly, "Contact His Excellency the President. A prodigy has emerged from the Dragon Country." Chapter 93. Yi Beichen, you have brought me to ruin. After Yu Tianlong and the others exited the Bear Nation's embassy, their faces were awash with a ghastly pallor, as though they had ingested something vile. How could a general and 2 lieutenants be deemed unworthy to attend? The humiliation was unbearable. Uncle Yu, is that Yi Beichen truly a young marshal? Tang Wenjun broke the silence. Yang Xuanhe, his face a canvas of despair, exclaimed, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. What merit does Yi Beichen possess? Could he be Yi Lingxiao's illegitimate son? Even if he were, it would still be inconceivable." The members of the Dragon Soul were taken aback. Yu Tianlong rebuked, "Silence. Do you dare to speak of General Yi in such a manner?" Realizing his blunder, Yang Xuanhe hastily fell silent. Upon leaving the Bear Nation's embassy, once Yi Beichen entered the vehicle, Monkey eagerly inquired about his experiences over the years. Yi Beichen regarded Monkey as a brother and spoke candidly of his apprenticeship at Kunlun Mountain and his subsequent return. After hearing this, Monkey sighed, "Brother Yi, your 5 years have been more exhilarating than my entire life. You are already a major, while I remain utterly unaccomplished." Yi Beichen patted him on the shoulder. "Do not lose heart, Monkey. The future is still vast. What are your plans now?" Monkey sighed again. "Brother Yi, I have avenged my grievances. Yet, my heart feels empty. I intend to return to Jiangnan. I have achieved nothing in Zhonghai, and my parents are still in Jiangnan. I wish to honor them." "Very well," Yi Beichen nodded, supporting Monkey's decision unreservedly. After escorting Monkey to his residence and helping him gather his belongings, Yi Beichen personally saw him off to the high-speed train station, bidding farewell to Monkey as he departed from Zhonghai, a place fraught with sorrow. No sooner had Monkey left than Yi Beichen retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Wan Lingfeng answered. "Master, you called for me?" Yi Beichen nodded. "I have a brother who is about to return to Jiangnan. His name is Wang Qingho." "Your brother?" Wan Lingfeng exclaimed in surprise, springing to his feet. Yi Beichen provided further instructions, and Wan Lingfeng nodded repeatedly. "Understood. Rest assured, I will assist him discreetly, without his knowledge." Once the matter concerning Monkey was concluded, Wan Lingfeng shifted the conversation. "Master, I was just about to contact you. Your call is quite fortuitous. Regarding the Yi family, I have uncovered some information. Years ago, a woman indeed departed from the Yi family, but after leaving, she vanished from the Dragon Country. That individual may very well be your mother." Yi Beichen's breath quickened. "Do you have any leads?" "This is all I have. She seemingly left the Dragon Country after departing from the Yi family," Wan Lingfeng replied. "Find her. Continue your search at any cost." Yi Beichen commanded. "Yes," Wan Lingfeng affirmed. After hanging up the phone, Su Muzha smiled charmingly and inquired, "Dear Sherbois, what is it that you seek? Do tell me, and I shall assist you in finding it." Yi Beichen shook his head, replying, "No need." Curiously, Su Muzha scrutinized Yi Beichen, exclaiming, "Your experiences are truly legendary, Sherbois. You are exceptionally kind to your brother." With a twinkle in her eye, she was eager to uncover the secret behind Yi Beichen, one that could compel the master from Longdu to go to such lengths to ensure his safety. "Come now, Sherbois, what is it that I can assist you with? Otherwise, I shall find it difficult to report back to the master." Su Muzha said playfully, nestling beside Yi Beichen, her arms wrapped around his, gently swaying. A fragrant breeze wafted through the air. Su Muzha was indeed beautiful, tall with fair skin and striking features. Despite being of a similar age to him, she was the disciple of the 8th senior sister. Yi Beichen found himself in a bit of a predicament. It was inappropriate for him, as a junior disciple, to harbor any thoughts about the disciple of his senior sister. Feeling somewhat overwhelmed, Yi Beichen contemplated for a moment before listing the medicinal herbs inscribed on the formula in his hand. There were dozens of herbs, which would certainly keep Su Muzha occupied for a while. "Very well," she replied, taking out her phone to compose a message, instructing others to gather the herbs. "Sherbois, what concerns me most is your duel with Jun Jianfeng on the martial arts platform in 3 days," Su Muzha said earnestly, gazing intently at Yi Beichen. Jun Jianfeng is no trifling matter. He is exceedingly formidable. Rest assured, Yi Beichen replied with a confident smile, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts. With no other choice, Su Muzha directed the vehicle back to the Su residence. Soon, she received a text. Sherbois, regarding the herbs you mentioned earlier, I have had people search throughout Zhonghai. Nearly all have been gathered. Only 3 remain, by He Chao, Shou Yangshun, and Huang Jinyi. Yi Beichen was taken aback. So soon? Of course. Su Muzha replied with a self-assured smile. Do you know the status of the Su family? The 3 herbs, by He Chao, Shou Yangshun, and Huang Jinyi, were indeed rare and precious, having been purchased in their entirety by a mysterious individual. Ding. Her phone chimed again. Spotting a name, she informed Yi Beichen. Sherbois, I have discovered the identity of this person. Her name is Wei Yanran, from the Wei family in Longdu, who manages a pharmaceutical company, Tianxiang Pharmaceutical, specializing in beauty and health products. It dawned on Yi Beichen that he recalled Wei Yanran. At the press conference, he had abandoned her to rescue the monkey. He was still unaware of her current circumstances. At the headquarters of Tianxiang Pharmaceutical in Zhonghai, Wei Yanran sat at the helm, her expression grave as she faced a group of shareholders whose faces were thunderous. Wei Ziqing, seated as the vice president, wore a look of schadenfreude. One shareholder spoke coldly. Chairwoman, will you not offer an explanation regarding today's events? The beauty elixir? Are you truly bold enough to claim it can restore a woman's youthful appearance? And to have a young man, whom we have never met, promoted as a representative of our beauty industry? Since this morning, the stock of Tianxiang Pharmaceutical has plummeted by 10%. It has now been suspended. The external world is currently in a state of turmoil, inundated with a plethora of news. Individuals are hastily divesting their shares in Tianxiang Group, while a group of shareholders, their faces etched with anger, voice their grievances. Sitting silently, Wei Yanran bites her crimson lip, refraining from uttering a word. Wei Ziqing exchanges a glance with her, prompting an elderly shareholder to declare, I propose a vote to remove Wei Yanran from her position as chairperson and expel her from Tianxiang Pharmaceuticals, as a warning to others. Concurrently, Wei Ziqing is suggested as the new chairperson of Tianxiang Pharmaceuticals. Agreed. Agreed. I concur. The senior executives of Tianxiang Pharmaceuticals raise their hands in unison to vote. Faced with their relentless pressure, Wei Yanran replies coolly, why the haste? This morning is merely the press conference. The purpose is to promote the efficacy of the beauty pill. It will be 3 days before the product is unveiled. After 3 days, I shall provide an explanation. Today, you shall not succeed in ousting me from this position. With that, she strides out of the conference hall, leaving no opportunity for others to speak. Wei Ziqing watches her retreating figure with a cold smirk, muttering, I shall await your revelation in 3 days. You possess only experimental data. I find it hard to believe you can conjure the beauty pill within that time frame. Returning to her office, Wei Yanran discards her high heels, collapsing onto the sofa, utterly drained. Her gaze, vacant and fixed upon the ceiling, reveals her turmoil. Soon, a man's silhouette emerges in her mind, stirring a tumult of emotions within her, admiration intertwined with resentment, a bittersweet blend. With a resigned smile, she murmurs, Yi Beichen, you have truly put me in a dire situation. Suddenly, her secretary's voice interrupts her reverie, announcing, President Wei, someone requests an audience. I do not wish to see anyone. Wei Yanran replies irritably. The secretary continues. He claims his name is Yi Beichen. Instantly, her eyes brighten. What? Yi Beichen, he has come? Quickly, let him in. No. I shall go greet him myself. In the lobby of Tianxiang Pharmaceuticals, Yi Beichen waits momentarily until Wei Yanran hurriedly arrives to escort him to her office. As he settles into his seat, a large bundle beside him emits the aroma of traditional Chinese medicine. Wei Yanran, unable to contain her curiosity, inquires, Yi Beichen, is the beauty pill truly effective? Indeed, it is effective. I have come to inform you of this very matter, Yi Beichen replies. This morning, in my haste, I failed to clarify, which may have caused your company some embarrassment. I apologize for that. What? Wei Yanran is taken aback by his unexpected apology. From her understanding, Yi Beichen, with his formidable background, should possess an arrogant demeanor, yet here he is, offering an apology. Her instinctive response is to shake her head. No, it's all right. I simply failed to grasp the true potency of the beauty pill. Is it truly capable of restoring a woman's appearance to that of her early 20s? Yi Beichen nods affirmatively, The medicinal effects are indeed potent. However, I fear your laboratory may not be equipped to produce such a concoction at this time. The nourishing elixir is not merely an ordinary ointment. It is, in fact, an alchemical pill. With a sudden burst of energy, Wei Yanran could no longer remain seated and sprang to her feet, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. Her mouth agape in disbelief. What did you just say? The nourishing elixir is an alchemical pill? Are you certain? She gulped several times, her throat dry. It is an alchemical pill? Yi Beichen, somewhat puzzled, replied, even if it is an alchemical pill, why such a dramatic reaction? My heavens! Wei Yanran realized she had stumbled upon a treasure. Her heart raced with excitement, and she gasped for breath, exclaiming, Yi Beichen, do you comprehend the significance of an alchemical pill? Its rarity is simply unparalleled. Even the most basic alchemical pills are worth a fortune. It took her quite some time to regain her composure, still somewhat incredulous. Yi Beichen calmly stated, I will need to borrow your laboratory for 3 days, at most, and I will create the nourishing elixir for you. 15 minutes later, Wei Yanran arrived at the Tianxiang Pharmaceutical Laboratory. From this moment forth, everyone is to cease all work and vacate the laboratory immediately. Entry is prohibited for the next 3 days, she commanded. The staff within the lab looked taken aback. An assistant stepped forward, his face etched with surprise. Chairwoman, what are you doing? There are only 3 days left until the product launch of the nourishing elixir. We cannot possibly accelerate our efforts and produce it in time. Wei Yanran shook her head firmly. Everyone out. Reluctantly, the personnel complied and exited the facility. Wei Yanran then had a multitude of herbal materials brought in and placed within the laboratory. Subsequently, she severed all surveillance systems and locked the door behind her. Thus, Yi Beichen was the sole occupant of the laboratory. Without hesitation, Yi Beichen retrieved a considerable amount of herbs from his satchel. The Qingmu Ding was positioned before him. The voice of the Jiangnan Tower echoed, Young man, are you truly about to commence alchemy? You possess only 3 days. The odds are slim. Based on my previous associations, the swiftest alchemist would require at least 7 days to concoct a new elixir. Yi Beichen smiled confidently. 3 days is more than sufficient. He promptly organized all the herbs and prepared to refine the qi condensation pill. The formula for the qi condensation pill was obtained alongside the Qingmu Ding. The Jiangnan Tower had already studied it and confirmed its suitability for martial artists, perfectly aiding him in reaching the martial king realm. With a spark, he ignited the fire and set up the cauldron, casting all the prepared herbs into the Qingmu Ding. Yi Beichen executed each step with remarkable skill and precision. He sat cross-legged, expertly controlling the heat. A mere 2 hours later, a fragrant aroma wafted from the Qingmu Ding. It's done, Yi Beichen chuckled. Lifting the lid of the cauldron, a layer of reddish, clay-like substance clung to the bottom of the Qingmu Ding. The Jiangnan Tower expressed surprise. No way. Did it really succeed? Yi Beichen replied, of course. He began to knead the pill clay into small pellets. A powerful aura emanated from the tiny pills, resembling a miniature energy field. In total, there were 10 pellets. In the unexpected events within the tower of the prison in Qinkuan town, Yi Beichen, with a slight nod, acknowledged his prior studies in alchemy. Indeed, I have learned, but this is my first attempt at refining the qi condensing pill, a potion that enhances martial prowess. The tower remarked, you are truly extraordinary. Is this innate talent or mere coincidence? Generally, novice alchemists find it nearly impossible to succeed with something as complex as the qi condensing pill. Even seasoned alchemists might fail hundreds of times before achieving success. This explains the exorbitant prices of such potions. Let us try once more. Without hesitation, Yi Beichen reignited the flame. 2 hours later, success was achieved again. The tower was utterly astonished, exclaiming, could it be? You are indeed a prodigy. While a single success might be attributed to luck, a second success is simply remarkable. Proceed. Yi Beichen continued to refine a third batch of the qi condensing pill, and once again, he succeeded. After a prolonged silence, the tower finally remarked, young man, you defy the heavens. I am now eager to see what transformation awaits you when you ascend to the first level of the tower and acquire the formulas and techniques within. Yi Beichen chuckled lightly. Then let us await my entry into the martial king realm to unveil the first layer. Without a moment's hesitation, he consumed a qi condensing pill, feeling a surge of energy coursing through his dantian like a flowing stream. Intensifying his efforts, he swallowed 9 more pills. With a thunderous roar, the internal energy surged within him, akin to a raging river flooding his limbs and bones. His complexion flushed red, the heat overwhelming him. He shed his outer garments, enveloped in a mist of perspiration. His martial prowess transcended from a mid-tier martial spirit to a high-tier martial spirit. Yet, he did not relent. With eyes ablaze, reminiscent of his relentless training on Kunlun Mountain, he pressed on. It was this very tenacity that had allowed him to master his skills in just 5 years. He consumed another 20 qi condensing pills in one breath. His body felt as if it might explode, bones cracking audibly. Ultimately, Yi Beichen let out a mighty roar. Unleashing a punch. Bang! He shattered a concrete wall, 50 centimeters thick, creating a hole with a diameter of 1 meter, exposing the robust steel rebar within. Martial King Realm. In the Tower of Qinkuan, I believe I have arrived, Yi Beichen proclaimed with a smile. The tower succinctly remarked, extraordinary. A thought flickered in Yi Beichen's mind. Can I now access the first layer of the tower? The tower replied affirmatively, indeed. You have entered the Martial King Realm and are eligible to unlock the first layer. With a hum, Yi Beichen felt the scenery shift before him, reappearing in a chaotic and nebulous space. A majestic tower, entirely white and adorned with intricately carved dragon and phoenix motifs, materialized before him. Approaching the entrance of the first layer, he placed his hand upon the door, ready to open it. Excellent. Yi Beichen strode forward, reaching the entrance of the Tower of Qinkuan, and pressed against the door. A resounding rumble echoed through the air. The grand entrance of the Qinkuan Town Prison Tower creaked open. Chapter 95. The Sword of Broken Dragons. The first floor of the Qinkuan Town Prison Tower was immense, spanning over 1,000 square meters. 3 elevated platforms emerged before him. Yi Beichen approached the first platform, where he found a garment as delicate as a cicada's wing. It was almost transparent, glimmering with a golden hue, resembling a gossamer veil. Curiously, Yi Beichen inquired, "What is this, a piece of clothing?" The Qinkuan Town Prison Tower retorted with annoyance, "Young man, do not underestimate its worth. This is the golden silk cocoon armor, crafted from the precious golden silk spun by celestial silkworms. It possesses the ability to counter brute force. While it appears no different from ordinary clothing, when worn, it can absorb up to 90% of the wearer's strength." Yi Beichen was taken aback. Is it truly that formidable? If I don this, could I withstand a punch from a martial king? That is essentially the case, the tower affirmed with a nod. Without hesitation, Yi Beichen donned the golden silk cocoon armor. A chilling sensation enveloped him, yet it felt weightless against his skin. However, its only limitation was that it protected solely the torso, leaving the hands and feet vulnerable. It stood to reason. If it could shield all limbs, would it not be invincible? He moved to the second platform, revealing a book. The cover was yellowed, its material indeterminate. Upon opening it, Yi Beichen discovered it contained tens of thousands of medicinal formulas, each more astonishing than the last. Cures for ailments, healing injuries, enhancing martial prowess, beauty treatments, and even elixirs for rejuvenation. It was a veritable compendium of alchemical recipes. Are these formulas genuine? Yi Beichen was dumbfounded. Even within Kunlun Mountain, such a wealth of recipes was unheard of. If they were authentic, it would be nothing short of miraculous. The Qinkuan Town Prison Tower replied nonchalantly, "Of course they are real. These have been recorded by the masters bound to the tower throughout the ages. Should you discover new formulas, you may inscribe them as well." Yi Beichen was astonished. It appeared that the past masters of the Qinkuan Town Prison Tower were indeed formidable. He pondered what heights he might ultimately achieve. As he perused the formulas, he noted that only a small fraction of the ingredients could be found on Earth, while the majority were entirely unfamiliar to him. It seemed this was a matter to be revisited in the future. Upon reaching the third step, he was confronted with a weapon, a sword. Yet, it was a broken sword. Damn! Yi Beichen could not suppress his exclamation. "Qinkuan Town Prison Tower, do you mock me? If you were to present a weapon, why offer a broken sword?" What was intended to be a typical sword, approximately 3 feet in length, was now a mere 2 feet long with a width of 3 fingers. Its design was archaic, resembling a severed dragon, with a portion of its blade entirely missing. The Qinkuan Town Prison Tower snorted disdainfully. "Humph. Do not belittle this sword. With your current strength, it would suffice to slay a martial king in a single strike. So powerful." Yi Beichen gasped. "Can I truly wield this sword to vanquish a martial king? Even though I have just stepped into that realm? You shall discover the truth for yourself," the tower urged. The mysterious smile of the Qinkuan Town's prison tower was captivating. Yi Beichen stepped forward and grasped the broken sword, which felt extraordinarily heavy, at least 300 pounds. A 2-foot-long broken sword weighing such an immense amount was truly astonishing. As a martial king, Yi Beichen had no trouble lifting it. The Qiankuan town's prison tower remarked, "Try wielding it for a strike." Yi Beichen hesitated, concerned. Wouldn't that harm the prison tower itself? The prison tower responded with disdain, "Please. Even if this world were to perish, no one could harm the prison tower." "Very well," Yi Beichen declared decisively. He concentrated his internal energy and directed it into the broken sword. With a powerful swing, he unleashed a terrifying wave of sword energy that surged forth like a tsunami. Bang! A thunderous sound echoed as the sword energy struck the wall of the first floor of the prison tower. Boom! A fearsome backlash of sword energy ricocheted from the wall. Yi Beichen was propelled back several steps, astonished. What a remarkable sword! Truly exceptional. This was after the wall absorbed part of the energy. Without the rebound, such a strike would have been beyond the capacity of an ordinary martial king to withstand. "What is the name of this sword?" Yi Beichen inquired. The prison tower replied calmly, "The name of the sword is inconsequential. What matters is its power. You may name it yourself." After a moment of contemplation, Yi Beichen declared, "This sword resembles a dragon, albeit with a segment severed. Henceforth, let it be called the Broken Dragon Sword." Broken Dragon Sword? A fine name indeed, the prison tower concurred. Yi Beichen then practiced with the Broken Dragon Sword. Initially, he found it somewhat challenging, but within half a day's time, he had become quite adept. He could now deliver 3 strikes in a single second. Curiously, Yi Beichen asked, "By the way, prison tower, how many floors has the highest master of this tower reached?" The prison tower's voice replied, 68 floors. 68 floors? That is quite lofty. Yi Beichen exclaimed, "How many floors does the prison tower have in total?" "No one knows, for no one has ever reached the pinnacle." "Very well," Yi Beichen nodded lightly. It seemed the origins of this tower were indeed shrouded in mystery. "Please return me now." In the next moment, Yi Beichen found himself back in the laboratory of Tianxiang Pharmaceuticals, holding the Broken Dragon Sword. He felt a bit awkward. In this modern society, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to wander about with a broken sword, would it? Just put it away. The prison tower smiled slightly. The Broken Dragon Sword vanished in an instant. Yi Beichen was taken aback. What just happened? The prison tower explained. The prison tower itself possesses storage capabilities. Anything belonging to the host can be stored within. You need only a thought, and it will manifest. Try it. Is that so? Yi Beichen's eyes brightened. He silently invoked the name of the Broken Dragon Sword in his mind. A flicker of shadow danced in his hand, solidifying into existence. The Broken Dragon Sword appeared. How impressive! Yi Beichen marveled. The spatial storage function of the prison tower was truly phenomenal. Do not be surprised. Your time is limited. You have spent 2.5 days refining elixirs, advancing in your practice, and honing your swordsmanship. What? Yi Beichen glanced at the time on his phone and hurriedly sheathed the dragon-breaking sword, commencing the preparation of a beauty elixir. Before long, the laboratory was suffused with a fragrant aroma of herbs. Meanwhile, outside the laboratory, Wei Yinran had been waiting for 2.5 days. The elders within the laboratory wore expressions of deep discontent, with some, unable to contain their frustration, resorting to tirades. One venerable elder, pointing an accusatory finger at Wei Yinran, declared, "Wei Yinran, I have been an elder alongside your mother in our research. Look at you, what on earth are you doing? If there had been mere mistakes in the research, that would be one thing. Tomorrow morning, we are scheduled to begin the pre-sale of the beauty elixir. Yet here we are, with not even a trace of progress. And you have the audacity to let an outsider use the laboratory. What were you thinking?" Wei Yinran sat silently in a chair, her back against the laboratory door. For over 2 days, she had remained there, only leaving for the restroom, neglecting even food and water. She bore the mounting pressure solely because she had faith in Yi Beichen. At that moment, Wei Ziqing arrived with a group of shareholders. This voluptuous woman stood with her arms crossed, exuding arrogance. "Wei Yinran, the press conference begins at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning." "What? Wasn't it scheduled for 10:30? Wei Yinran gritted her teeth. Wei Ziqing smirked. "With your impending doom, do you truly care about the 3-hour difference? This is the shareholders' decision. 10:30 marks my commencement as chairperson, do you understand?" Her true colors were laid bare. Wei Yinran's face darkened. "Wei Ziqing, you haven't T1 yet." "Ha ha." Wei Ziqing laughed mockingly. "Then wait and see. There are still 10 hours until tomorrow morning at 7:30. I'm off to indulge in some beauty sleep. Just wait for Yi Beichen to deliver you a surprise." With a derisive chuckle, Wei Ziqing departed. Humph, you truly are beyond redemption. The world calls you a tiger's mother and a dog's daughter, and it is no jest. You are utterly useless, a waste. Some elders, infuriated, stormed away, leaving Wei Yanran alone, dazed at the entrance of the laboratory. Yi Beichen, please do not let me down. Chapter 96. Not too late at 6 o'clock in the morning. Wei Yanran awoke with a start. She glanced back at the laboratory door, which remained tightly shut, showing no signs of being opened. With a bitter smile, she wondered, has it failed? A secretary hurried over. Chairperson, today is the day of the beauty elixir pre-sale, and all the reporters have arrived. They are currently gathered at the company's entrance. Chairperson, you must wash up and meet the journalists. Wei Yanran slowly rose, exhaling a heavy sigh. What must come? Must come. I will wash up and commence the press conference at 7 o'clock. After casting one last glance at the laboratory door, she departed with a sigh. Feeling a pang of sorrow. Once refreshed, Wei Yanran made a radiant appearance at the pre-sale venue. The hall of Tianxiang Pharmaceuticals was already teeming with people, a sea of reporters who had arrived as early as 5 o'clock. Upon seeing Wei Yanran, all the journalists surged forward. Mr. Wei, regarding the beauty elixir advertised by Tianxiang Pharmaceutical 3 days ago, is it genuine? Chairman Wei, I am a host on a live streaming platform, and the press conference you held for the beauty elixir has stirred quite a commotion online. Can you confirm whether the pre-sale today truly reflects its promised effects? Is it indeed possible for women in their 40s or 50s to regain the appearance of their 20s? Is this promotion merely a gimmick from your company? Or is it deceptive advertising? The atmosphere is electric. Hundreds of journalists are present, along with numerous beauty influencers, and some are even live broadcasting the event. Wei Yanran stands on stage, striving to maintain her composure as she smiles and addresses the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, please do not rush. I will gradually introduce the details about the beauty elixir. Gradually introduce? Mr. Wei, we have already waited 3 days. Some journalists scoff at her response. Wei Ziqing gives a subtle signal. A female journalist steps forward, her tone insistent. Mr. Wei, where is the beauty elixir? Since this is a pre-sale event, shouldn't you present the product immediately for everyone to evaluate its effects? Zhao Lin, a journalist from a prestigious beauty magazine, holds significant influence in the fashion industry. Wei Yanran appears somewhat flustered. Sensing her discomfort, Zhao Lin presses on. Mr. Wei, you wouldn't happen to lack the beauty elixir, would you? The revelation sends shockwaves through the room. What? No beauty elixir? Is this not false advertising? Tianxiang Pharmaceutical engaging in deceptive promotion? Such a large enterprise, with a market value of hundreds of billions, resorting to falsehoods? The crowd erupts. Yet, Wei Yanran continues to smile. Of course, we at Tianxiang Pharmaceutical possess the beauty elixir, and it is about to be unveiled. Little does she know how long she can maintain this facade. Zhao Lin is determined not to relent. If so, Mr. Wei, please present it. Simply revealing the beauty elixir would dispel all rumors. Yet, here you are, rambling for ages without showing it, making it difficult for anyone to believe you. She steps closer and even climbs onto the podium. Zhao Lin surveys the crowd, raising her voice. What do you all think? Yes, indeed. Mr. Wei, please reveal the beauty elixir. We all came for it. Do you even have it? The atmosphere is charged, ignited solely by Zhao Lin. At that moment, Wei Ziqing speaks up, casting the final blow to Wei Yanran's composure. Chairman Wei, please bring forth the beauty elixir so we can showcase Tianxiang Pharmaceutical's product. Wei Ziqing proclaims loudly. Zhao Lin, grinning, shouts, Mr. Wei, you wouldn't actually be without the beauty elixir, would you? Her words reveal the truth. Wei Yanran, maintaining her serious demeanor, responds, we do have it. However, it has not yet been manufactured. The statement hangs in the air. The room falls silent. Zhao Lin laughs. Not yet manufactured? That means you don't have it at all. Mr. Wei, it appears you have been deceiving us all. Click, click, click. Cameras flash, capturing numerous images. Wei Ziqing wears a victorious smile. In an hour, the headlines will proclaim. Chairman Wei Yanran of Tianxiang Pharmaceutical engaged in false advertising for the beauty elixir. And shortly thereafter, news of Wei Ziqing ascending to the chairmanship of Tianxiang Pharmaceutical will take the front page once more. Suddenly, a shadow emerged, advancing toward the podium. Initially, no one paid it any heed. However, as the figure drew closer, more and more eyes turned in its direction. Is it he? Wei Ziqing furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Wei Yanran, too, sensed something amiss, as all gazes fixed upon her back. In a sudden motion, she turned around to find Yi Beichen standing behind her, a smile gracing his face. "I hope I'm not late," he said. Wei Yanran felt a surge of excitement as her eyes reddened, tears welling up uncontrollably as she fell into Yi Beichen's embrace. "You finally made it. It's not late at all, not at all. All right." Yi Beichen chuckled softly, patting her shoulder. "Allow me to introduce." "Sure." Wei Yanran nodded obediently. Enveloped in an unprecedented sense of security, Yi Beichen cast a cold glance at Zhao Lin, commanding, "Get down." "What did you say?" Zhao Lin exploded with fury. "Do you know who I am?" "I am." Her words were abruptly cut off as Yi Beichen kicked her in the stomach. She fell from the podium like a ragged doll. "You dare strike me? Your Tianxiang pharmaceutical will be finished." Zhao Lin scrambled to her feet, shrieking at Yi Beichen and Wei Yanran from the stage. "Today, if you cannot present the youth restoration pill, or if it proves ineffective, I will expose you in the fashion magazine." Yi Beichen didn't even spare her a glance, directly stating, "The youth restoration pill is here with me. I can't be bothered to explain. Just have someone come up for a free trial of a youth restoration pill. Let everyone witness its effects. That is far more effective than any introduction." A palpable silence fell over the crowd, curiosity etched on their faces. Could it be that the youth restoration pill truly possessed the advertised effects? Zhao Lin smirked, exchanging a knowing glance. Instantly, a woman in her mid-40s stepped forward. "I will try it. Your youth restoration pill can supposedly restore one's appearance to that of 20 years old, correct?" "Let me see." "Very well, please come up." Yi Beichen replied indifferently. The woman ascended the stage, and Yi Beichen instructed someone to bring a chair for her to sit. Then, he produced a youth restoration pill and directed her to consume it. After she ingested it, he covered her face with a white cloth. "What is this for?" The woman frowned, perplexed. Yi Beichen explained, "It is to allow everyone to clearly see the effects." "Fine, I will observe what transpires," the woman scoffed, harboring doubts. She and Zhao Lin had come to expose the sham of the youth restoration pill. Yi Beichen remained composed, stating, "Just wait for 30 minutes. Time passed second by second. All eyes fixated on the woman on stage. Was there truly any effect? Could one possibly regain the appearance of 20 years in just 30 minutes? If successful, that would be miraculous. Whispers rippled through the audience. Yi Beichen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, eyes closed in meditation. Wei Yanran clenched her hands tightly, anxiously awaiting the outcome. The efficacy of the youth restoration pill was pivotal to her future. Wei Ziqing also felt a twinge of anxiety, worried about unforeseen developments. As he meticulously observed everything unfolding, 30 minutes elapsed. Yi Beichen commanded for the white cloth to be removed from the woman's face. A gasp of horror echoed through the crowd, their expressions etched with fear. One by one, they recoiled as if confronted by a specter. What transpired? The woman who had consumed the beauty elixir looked perplexed. "Is there something wrong with my face?" She swiftly retrieved her compact mirror and was met with a visage of darkness. It was as though her countenance had been marred beyond recognition. "Ah, my face!" The woman cried out in terror, her voice trembling. Wei Yanran exclaimed, "How could this be?" Wei Ziqing's anxious heart plummeted. A beauty elixir? More like a disfigurement potion. I dare say. Chapter 97. Atop the pinnacle of Zhonghai, on the martial arts platform, the camera lights flickered incessantly. She had been disfigured. Her face was ruined, truly marred. My heavens, Tianxiang Pharmaceuticals' beauty elixir is nothing but a disfigurement potion. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. The crowd was stricken with dread. How could this happen? Wei Yanran stood in shock. Yi Beichen remained composed. Someone, assist in cleansing her face. Very well. Wei Yanran's secretary stepped forward, trembling as she washed the woman's face. Once cleansed, the woman's complexion radiated with vitality. The dark substance had merely been a layer of grime. After the cleansing, her skin appeared as delicate as that of a newborn. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. How could this be possible? She truly regained her youth? My heavens! The beauty elixir is miraculous. The audience erupted in excitement. Those who had just disparaged the beauty elixir suddenly reversed their stance. Wei Yanran trembled with exhilaration. She has truly regained her youth. The beauty elixir is effective. It is genuinely effective. The results are astonishing. Meanwhile, Wei Ziqing abruptly stood from her chair, her body trembling violently. Her pupils constricted. She shouted, "Impossible! This is absolutely impossible. It must be a deception. The effects are fabricated." Many turned their gaze towards her, astonished. Realizing her misstep, Wei Ziqing hastily fell silent, feeling as though she had swallowed a bitter pill. President Wei, when will the beauty elixir be officially released? President Wei, I wish to become an agent for the beauty elixir. President Wei, how much is each elixir? Whatever the cost. I must have it. The crowd surged with fervor. Yi Beichen departed discreetly, leaving the beauty elixir behind. President Wei, I hope to be the first to use the beauty elixir, Zhao Lin excitedly declared. Wei Yinran dismissed her with indifference, searching the world for Yi Beichen. Yet by the time she came to her senses, Yi Beichen had long since vanished. 15 minutes later, Yi Beichen appeared in the vehicle of Su Muzha, who was headed toward the outskirts of Zhonghai City. Today, he was prepared to accept the challenge from Jun Jianfeng. Upon seeing Yi Beichen, Su Muzha's heart tightened. Little Master Uncle, it has only been 3 days, yet I feel as though your entire aura has transformed. Has it? In what way? Yi Beichen inquired. Su Muzha scrutinized him, at times frowning, at times pondering, at times perplexed, and at times enlightened. She ultimately shook her head and remarked, I cannot discern what has changed, yet I am overwhelmed by a peculiar sensation. 3 days prior, I perceived you as a fierce tiger. After 3 days, I perceive you as a true dragon. Unbeknownst to her, within this brief span, Yi Beichen had ascended from the realm of martial spirit to that of martial king. Had she been aware, she would have been utterly astounded. Yi Beichen chuckled softly. That is merely your illusion. Perhaps, Su Muzha nodded thoughtfully, increasingly alarmed by Yi Beichen's presence. Moments later, she shifted her tone. Little Master Uncle, do you truly intend to honor the appointment? If you have any regrets, it is not too late. Yi Beichen smiled lightly. What troubles you? Su Muzha, her face etched with concern, could not restrain herself from cautioning. Jun Jianfeng's prowess is indeed formidable. His promotional efforts are meticulous, and many martial artists will be present to witness your duel. Jun Jianfeng's intentions are shrewd. He aims to showcase his invincible strength to the martial world. There are only 2 scenarios.